In this supercut video, I explore all of my favorite overhaul mods that I have attempted to complete in this year. ARK has come a long way with some of their mods and have so much more to come. But because this is a really long video, I don't want to waste too much of your time. So without further ado, welcome to my 1000 days in ARK Survival Ascended and Evolved in 2025. But before we begin, please help me pay my editor by enjoying this cool as heck sponsor. Guys, I need to show you something real quick. See this little device right here? I'm playing ARK on it right now. Yes, this is the brand new Red Magic 11 Pro. And you guys in the comment section have been begging for 100 days on ARK Mobile for the longest time. And now this might actually be possible thanks to Red Magic. The Red Magic 11 Pro is a phone that you can play high-end games on as if you're playing on your PC or console. But this thing fits in your pocket. This tiny monster on average runs about 60 frames per second, comes with an aqua cooling system. Yes, it literally has liquid cooling to help prevent any issues so you can have longer gaming sessions on your phone. Haptics so you can feel every bit immersed into your gameplay. And a very attractive virtual assistant. Dude, this thing is packed with so many features that I would be here all day explaining them all. Like the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5, which is the world's fastest mobile system on a chip. It's insane. So if you want to get your hands on one of these right now, hit my link in the description and you could be playing ARK on your Red Magic 11 Pro right now. You will not regret it. This phone is so damn dope. Thank you Red Magic for sponsoring this video. Primal Fear. An absolute classic of an overhaul mod. I have 100 days to complete this entire mod. But there's a catch. You see this man right here? This is Natural Causes, another YouTuber. He's taken control and tamed all the bosses from Primal Fear. And on day 100, he's coming to destroy me and everything I own, unless I can defeat every single one of his boss minions before he arrives on day 100. Each boss that I defeat before he arrives is another boss that he cannot bring to fight me. Can we work through this entire mod and become powerful enough to defeat Natural Causes and his boss army? Or will I be obliterated from this world? Well, let's find out. Welcome to my 100 days in ARK Survival Evolves Primal Fear. Welcome homies and homies to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on the map Lost Island. We wake up on a beach and spot two rather large creatures, aka your mum. Don't step on me please. Oh, they're angry. I don't think they like that joke. We respawned close to where we had perished previously, but this time turn and head the other way. Maybe I shouldn't have spawned at the same spot. Maybe we should not have spawned here, but I look around and notice that there's nothing else along this beach. So I take this moment to collect a bunch of resources, which gives us a few basic levels. I'm surprised we're still alive. Yes, you'll soon realize in Primal Fear, it's kind of hard to stay alive, especially at the start, because even some of the most seemingly innocent dinos will want you dead. And yes, some of the dodos in this mod are kind of ridiculous. They give bombs. They drop bombs. Yeah, bro. They drop nuka dodos. Yeah. What are they called? Oh, I love that. Oh, whoa. We managed to escape the exploding big dodo, but then we ran into this. Oh, crap. No, Pego. Fuck. Primal Fear, everybody. This is it. I expected that we were going to die quite a bit. So right now I just focused on getting some easy cheesy levels by crafting a whole bunch of our chibis. I then managed to craft our very first tool, the stone pickaxe. Start bashing some rocks that I thought would give me some resources, but they weren't actually resource rocks. Damn, which rocks can I bring? How long has it been since I played this game? With some flint acquired, I could then make a stone hatchet. I also managed to make this primal spear as well. It's like a normal spear, but it deals torpor damage. I then gathered some wood with our new stone hatchet, and then I engaged in our very first fight against this red Dilo. This fight didn't go how I expected. I managed to knock it out, which basically secures the win. Turns out that this Dilo was actually an Apex variant, which is 3 tiers up from vanilla. So yeah, already day 1 and I'm taking out Apex creatures. I'm pretty much the king of Primal Fear. Look, Primal Raptors are a lot tougher, okay? I really think we got to start taking this a little bit more serious. I crafted up some tools and then some spears, which includes this reusable spear as well that I go out to use to bully some of these smaller creatures. After skinning these creatures alive, I turn their skin into some bowlers. You know what's funny to look at? A compy filled with spears. I was now on a mission to try and tame something. something that can help us progress. Maybe something like this parasol. What level are you? Parasol might actually be a good little starter. Now, typically stabbing this in the face is a bad idea, but remember, this is the Primal spear, so it helps us put it to sleep quickly. I fed this parasol its favorite berries, Maho berries, waited for a short moment, and it became our best friend. Next, I placed the saddle straight on its back and got to work gathering some much needed and important berries. I went into the thick jungle to collect some more berries. I figured there was going to be more there. This might have been a mistake. That looks like a carnivorous. There's glow. There's a glow in the distance. Nope. Ah, we're dead. That's the origin. Move. 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 We are DED. No, I'm stuck. No! Day 2, we woke up on a different part of the map, started punching some trees to get some more resources, craft the essential tools, and try and get a proper start this time. I went to take down this Phiomia so I could get some easy hide, but its toxic friend came in to back it up. What is that? We respawned nearby and was able to collect our gear quite easily. Psych, the toxic Phiomia was still there. They're like aggressive? This Phiomia was ruthless. It wouldn't leave us alone. In our next life, we managed to get our stuff back, but decided to run further away from where we think the toxic Phiomia is. Our mission right now is to try and get a starter base set up, which is why we're collecting a whole bunch of resources. I figured this area would be a nice area to set up. If there's a cave there might be some other resources like crystal or metal. I had crafted up a couple foundations and found this nice little place to start setting up. Unfortunately, there was a fjord hawk nearby and it didn't like me moving into its territory. To prove that I'm the apex predator in this game, I was determined to live here. Look, we're not the apex predator now, but we will be, okay? I managed to get to my little base area safely and start setting this place up. Just a little 3x3 base will do for now. We're not really safe until we can get enough resources to actually enclose this base in. God damn it! We're gonna need to enclose this rather quickly. Did I make a mistake building here? I think I did. I think I did make a mistake, yes. My stubbornness sometimes does get the best of me. Anyways, inside this cave, we did find some crystal. There were no metal nodes, but I'm sure we'll find it eventually. There were no fjordhawks near my dead body on my base, so I quickly ran over and was able to finish building this place. Alrighty, we're safe, chat. We're safe. With our base fully enclosed, I made this storage box to store all of our valuable resources. Try and get ourselves a bit of hide. Yes, we should get ourselves some hide so we can make ourselves a bed and we have a respawn point. All right, I'll get some crystal while we're here. Might as well. It's not hide, but crystal's a good resource to have. Day 3, we found our first victim. A somewhat helpless turtle. Turtle killing montage incoming. And I mean somewhat helpless because if it did catch us, it would probably wreck us. But it's just not going to catch us. I arrived back at my base and I realized that door's kind of high, so we placed down some stairs to get in. Next step on our progress journey was to get down this refining forge so we can start getting some cooked up metal. We managed to score ourselves enough metal to get us started. Then we found this giant beaver dam. I don't see any beavers there. Look at YOLO. Oh shoot, it's coming. For once, we were able to outrun our enemy and get back to base safely. This was also quite a healthy amount of cementing paste as well. With some metal cooked up, we could now place down this smithy with the intention of crafting some metal tools. I was able to make a metal hatchet, but I didn't have enough hide to make a metal pickaxe. There was a parasol right outside our base. This was going to be risky because I didn't have a bowler on me, and somehow it's invincible. Of course, it would run and we had to chase it down. The most invincible parasol I've ever seen in my life. The amount of unregistered hits on this parasol was kind of ridiculous. Like, dude, it looked like a freaking hedgehog at this point. We finally took it down, and with our metal hatchet, we got a lot of hide and was now able to make ourselves a metal pickaxe. Of course, metal tools harvest resources a lot quicker, and you tend to get a lot more as well, which makes our lives a lot easier. Our next basic step was to get down a mortar and pestle. This way we could start crafting up some narcotics and actually start taming some helpful dinos. I think a great dino that I could get right now would be something that could deal with these fjord hawks. Sometimes you can still hit them through the wall. Yeah, like that. It's an elder though, so probably not gonna win that one. I couldn't leave my base until I dealt with this elder fjord hawk. I wonder if I can bowler it. A bowler could be a good option, except we don't have enough fiber to make it. Fiber! I thought maybe if I invited him inside for a cup of tea, he'd be friendly. He wasn't. He was very rude. I invited this Fjordhawk inside and he started breaking my entire base. I managed to get some fiber to make a bowler, but I don't think it worked very effectively. Instead, I just had to stand here and try and take it down by throwing spears in its face. Somehow this managed to work. We managed to have enough resources laying around that I could replace some of the stuff that was broken. Next, I managed to make ourselves a reusable grapple hook and an awesome spyglass. Both will now aid us in our attempt to tame something. Of course, we can't have a grapple hook without a parachute. I'm currently on the hunt for a vanilla Pteranodon. We managed to spot one along the beach, but it was only a level 50. I want something a little bit higher level. With nothing around our local area, I then returned back to base. I'm gonna need some oil eventually, so I went into the ocean to see if there were some oil nodes kind of close by. Using the grapple hook to help me propel through the water, I was able to move kind of quickly. I didn't find any oil, but we found a bunch of silica pearls quite close to shore. Wait, what? A shallow silica pearls? These can be used to craft into some endgame items and also turn into electronics eventually. Day 4 and I realized I'm pretty desperate. That level 50 Pteranodon's gonna have to do. We're 4 days into this challenge already and we haven't really made enough progress for me to be satisfied. Also, just as I was about to knock this PT out, this happened. Oh, it's gonna be a race. Motherfucker. We weren't skilled enough to take out the Pteranodon, but we are skilled enough to take out the poor helpless Dodo. We need Dodos now so we can start collecting eggs from them, because we need eggs to craft the kibble in order to tame the creatures in Primal Fear. With our new Dodo friend in hand, we return back to base. We really need to get our butts into gear and progress. A Pteranodon's really going to help us with that progression. So I went out to go and chase down this level 50 again. I couldn't find a safe place to be able to knock it out, because down there on the ground were some pretty dangerous dinos that would probably kill it or me. So we just had to continue our search, hoping that there was something else around. There was a PT here, but this is a Fabled variant, and we can't make Fabled kibble just yet. I went down to the beach because typically this is where you'll find a PT, except the Elder Fjordhawk found me. Bro, I just saw Fjordhawks all around. I crafted up some narcotics knowing that this would probably help us a lot more when it comes to knocking a PT out. So next I crafted up a crossbow, some normal arrows that are then turned into some trank arrows. Not many. We could only make like 3. I also made a primal spear as well, just in case we're going to need it. Along the beach, we managed to come across this level 135 Pteranodon. I wrapped this bowler right around its ankles. All right, baby. Then I shot it a couple times to put it to sleep. I kind of forgot the meat to tame this Pteranodon. I did manage to find this moss chops nearby, which sacrificed itself so we could have a better life. I fed the Pteranodon this magical moss chops meat, and now we wait for it to become our best friend. Just about to tame, and then this happened. No! No! That's so disappointing. We're back at square one. That is so disappointing. That would have been a really good tame. Day 5, and I realized we added this mod to our playthrough, the Creature Finder Deluxe mod. So we can basically find any creature we need. With this, I was able to find the perfect Pteranodon that we could go and hunt down and tame. Most of the decent ones weren't kind of close though. The closest highest level one was this level 90, which this time I made sure to tame this correctly. I bowled it around its ankles and shot it directly in the head with my tranks. I checked the local area to see if there was anything dangerous in sight that could possibly kill this Pteranodon. No aggressive anything's around here. This is actually not too bad. This area looks rather promising. I fed the Pteranodon the meat, now we just wait. Our Pteranodon had tamed, and we already had a Pteranodon saddle ready for this exact moment. We had finally hit the skies. A little later in the playthrough than I would like, but we hit the skies nevertheless. Now our mission was to scope out this map. I'd never really played on Lost Island before, so I wanted to kind of have a good look around. I also wanted to look for the perfect forever base location. The problem is this Pteranodon has just as good a stamina as a pack-a-day smoker. Are we out of stam already? This dude is unfit. I would often forget about the stamina issues and needed to really look out for things like this. It's probably a good idea to stay as high up in the sky as possible and look for nice safe locations that we could land to regain our stamina. We spent the entire rest of this day just looking around the map. It can be hard to decide on the perfect base location when the map is this damn big. Bro, is that just all ovises? We did manage to find a whole flock of ovises, and these are perfect for taming vanilla carnivores. Well, their raw mutton meat is, and killing one gives us a whole bunch. It's now day 6 and we're still on the hunt for our forever base location. I kind of like the idea of living in this plains type area, and this is Primal Fear, so living up high is probably a good idea. I decide on building right here. So to get started, I start clearing out all this area from all the rocks and trees. Then I place down our first foundations. I can't build this entire thing just yet. So for now, I place down this storage box so I could store some of our stuff. Next, we head back to our starter base so we can pick up some of our crafting benches and resources that are there. Oh, what is that? Whoa! Yeah. This was a mistake. We soon learned that this necrotic Dodo is quite dangerous. And just like an annoying 14-year-old Call of Duty player, it's spawn camping us. I had to try my best to try and get this necrotic Dodo away from my base, just so I can get my stuff. I knew I was going to die a couple times, but all I wanted to do was just lead it away. As I respawned, I noticed a Maewing coming closer to us. Hey! It was Alfred, one of my subscribers. He came over to visit, and whilst he was here, I've created an alliance. First, I had to make my own tribe. Of course, I named it Dodo Gang. You know, like my wonderful merch that you can buy with the link down below. But Alfred already invited me to his alliance called Necrotic Sucks, and it surely does. All of a sudden, the Necrotic Dodo started chasing Alfred. I took this as my opportunity to get back into my base safely. We were able to get our stuff back, but it was kind of messed up looking at our dead previous bodies. Anyways, I need another PT ASAP. So I crafted up some more arrows, some more trank arrows, grappled up to the roof of our building, and got our PT saddle back. They're hella expensive to make at this early game, so I kind of can't make another one right now. Managed to find this level 25 Pteranodon. It's pretty terrible, but it's gonna have to do. We really just need something to get us back to our next base location. This thing woke up, but its stamina is so damn bad, we couldn't even make it back to the new base. This thing's slower than the release of any ARK 2 news. Day 7, and I definitely need a better PT than the one we have. We located this 140 on the map and went to hunt it down. This was a pretty textbook tame. We knock it out, we feed it the raw mutton that we got earlier, and we wait a short while. But while waiting, we went out and we found this beaver dam. Bro, these beaver dams are like everywhere. Lost Island's pretty good for these beaver dams. Of course, we're going to take this because cementy paste is a great resource to get. Once we returned, this PT was fully tamed up. Of course, I swapped out this other PT that we had. We'd made some soul balls. Since it only requires 1 crystal to make them, I placed this low-level PT in the soul ball, placed the saddle on our brand new one, and hit the skies. Stamina is quite an issue, but it is only a vanilla, freshly tamed Pteranodon. After seeing Alfred jumping around on his Maewing, I wanted to go and tame myself one as well. I've never really used Maewings before, so I was kind of interested. I tried bowlering it and learned quickly that doesn't work. No Maewing, but we went into the snow. Why? Because I just wanted to check this place out. Again, I haven't really explored Lost Island before, so I'm not too familiar with it. But then I'm quickly reminded that we are playing Primal Fear. Great, Megapithecus, and we're about to run out of stamina. Yes, this is a very bad place to run out of stamina. You would think after years of playing this game and multiple times playing Primal Fear, I would know better, right? That's annoying. We had lost our Pteranodon, but we did have a backup. Only problem is we didn't have enough chitin to actually make a saddle. No saddle. And don't have the means to make a saddle. I also couldn't do much whilst I was at this location, so I had to go punch an alpha stego in the butt and get sent to the afterlife. This was so I could spawn back at our other base. And it was here that I'd have to make a bunch of tools once again, since we lost them all to the Chaos Megapithecus earlier. Thankfully though, I had enough resources at this base to make another Pteranodon saddle, but the Pteranodon was at the other base, so we had to try and find a way to get there. Of course, the good old parachute and grapple hook method is the best way to get there with what we have. We made it back to our new base safely with our Pteranodon saddle and new tools. Now we could fly once again on this really bad Pteranodon, but we're still flying, so it's good. I had enough resources to make ourselves a smithy and a refining forge, and with that available, we went to go find these metal nodes that were kind of behind our base. It was only a short run away. We ran over here, mined up a whole bunch of metal, brought it back to base so it could start cooking up in our new refining forge. Then I learned the engram to make a Maewing saddle. Yes, I really do want a Maewing. Everyone that I know seems to love them, and they spawn pretty close to our base just in these highlands over here. Problem is, taming them's kind of difficult. I shoot it once, and it escapes. This trip wasn't all for nothing though. There was this purple drop nearby and we got some pretty decent stuff from it. Oh, it's actually good stuff. I managed to find this level 60 Maewing, and again I just tried to knock it out, see what would happen. I shot it once and then it jumped away, but this time I chased it down. Come on. Can't still be awake, are ya? I managed to get to it again and then I knocked it out. There we go. While I waited for it to tame up, we went to this green drop with a ring around it. It had a bunch of water pipes and stuff, but the only valuable things really were the trank arrows and the normal arrows. Once I returned to the Maewing, it was fully tamed up. Day 8, I went to craft a Maewing saddle, but we didn't have enough metal. And to speed things up a little bit, I crafted up another refining forge, because 2 refining forges are better than 1. Maewing saddle acquired, we could now ride this big platypus. I took off into the air and quickly realized I actually don't know how to fly this thing. Wait, you know, I actually don't know how to ride a Maewing. I don't know the buttons. I just realized, oh shoot. With the help of my Twitch chat, I was able to learn this kind of quickly. And in no time, we were gliding all over the place and body slamming bushes for berries. Maewings are certainly a lot of fun, but I'm still no expert on flying them. Whilst we had it though, we returned back to our first starter base, so we could now pick up all the things that we had intended on picking up earlier, when the necrotic Dodo was around and killed our Pteranodon and us. I brought all of this stuff back to base, including the Primal smithy, which we obviously used to craft all the Primal Fear items. Everything else that we didn't pick up at the other base, we could just craft again, like this mortar and pestle. I now wanted to try and find a way to get some oil, and the only places I could think that I could get some was in the snow or possibly in the volcano area. Again, my Twitch chat can be quite helpful at times. They let me know about this area in the volcano that has these rocks that are oil rocks. I wanted the oil so that I could craft this soul terminal, but I need polymer. Now, do we make the polymer or do we try and get some organic polymer from some creatures? I don't know, but we'll figure it out soon. For now, I crafted up this meat spoiler. If you don't know what a meat spoiler does, well, then you're an idiot. It spoils meat. And spoiled meat is what we need to combine with narco berries to create narcotics. Look, everything's a big process in this game, and we need to expand our base because our crafting area needs the extra space. A couple extra layers on the outside, I think we're making good progress. And if you've watched my videos before, you kind of know what kind of base I'm making. This is the basic layout that we're going to use. But it's already day 9. We can't keep wasting time just on building a base. I went out to the wilds and I came across someone else's base. I'm pretty sure that was Mr. Pineapple's base. We now find ourselves over at the desert. It's quite the ways away, but we needed to come over here to try and fight some mantises because they're probably the easiest creature that I could possibly kill that drops polymer. Problem is, our little Maewing here isn't very strong. The mantis was kicking our butt. Okay. Let's just go get some obsidian and get out of here. Yes, I think the next best thing is maybe just to craft the polymer instead of trying to get it off a creature. We're just not strong enough yet. Of course, on my travels around the island, I got stuck. I'm really not great at flying this Maewing. Later on, I kind of figured it out, and now we're zooming. We're heading back to the volcano biome so we can try and find some obsidian. Do I know exactly where to find it? No, not at all, but I assume it's here somewhere. It's really dark this night, so of course finding obsidian's kind of hard. I was curious to see what would happen if I try and mine these things. Oh, it's oil. Huh. That's interesting. The sun then began to rise and we could finally find ourselves some obsidian. Kind of in a sketchy spot considering that creature right there would absolutely murder us. Ooh, that was so close. That would have one-shot me. That was certainly a close call, but we don't have enough obsidian just yet. We can't leave. I managed to find some more and this location seems a little bit safer. I hope. Managed to collect a whole bunch of obsidian. Well, a little bit. I didn't want to be greedy and hang around here. It's kind of dangerous. Back at base, we gathered everything we needed so we could make this S+ fabricator. We need this so that we can make our own polymer and electronics eventually. I also figured that it was probably time that we moved some of our crafting benches around. I wanted to put them in a place that's going to be more permanent. I then remembered in the Primal smithy, we could make a Primal forge. This thing cooks everything way quicker than the normal forge can. We whipped up a little bit of polymer and was finally able to make this soul terminal. Now, if you don't know what a soul terminal does, basically it's a place that we can hold all of our dinos whilst they're in their soul balls. And if that particular dino produces stuff passively, they'll produce it inside the soul terminal as well. Like a dung beetle can turn poop into fertilizer, acatinas can produce cementing paste, etc, etc. Speaking of fertilizer, I made these crop plots. It's a good idea to try and get crops growing early in Primal Fear, since you need all the different types of vegetables to craft the kibble so you can tame all the creatures in this mod. I did run into a slight problem though that I didn't really think of. I just realized, how the frick am I gonna get water up here? Day 10, I crafted this S+ crafting station. I was hoping these S+ water tanks were gonna help us find a solution to our watering situation for these crop plots, and they kind of did. Oh, wait, they just produce water. They just produce water no matter where they are. They don't have to be connected to a proper water source. As long as we add a pipe and a tap, it'll water our crop plots. This then solved that problem, but we did run into another problem. I want to make beer, which requires this beer barrel. But once I connected this all up, it didn't produce any water for our beer barrel. Like, it's even blue. I couldn't figure this problem out at all. I honestly don't get it. I tried maybe hooking up a normal beer barrel, not the S+ variant. This didn't work either. It had been raining, so we tried these water tanks. They're just normal ones. We connected it up with water pipes, and again, it wasn't irrigating it. Now, you might be wondering, why is beer so important? Well, beer is what I need to be able to power the S+ gardener that'll take care of all of our gardening needs for our crops. I gave up on the beer situation for now. We'll figure something out later. Instead, I went to go out and find a dung beetle. They spawn nearby, so this is quite convenient. Well, that was until I landed right next to one and saw a stego on fire, knowing very well I need to get my butt out of there. There's plenty other dung beetles on the map, and I'm not risking my life for that one. Now, this one on the side of this cliff is in a rather safe location, so I chucked some big poo down its throat, and it loved it. Now it's our friend. Now all I need to do is return back to base, place this dung beetle right in our terminal with all of our dinos producing poop, and eventually it'll turn all of that poop into fertilizer. In Primal Fear, it's always a really good idea to try and set things up early. It'll save you the hassle of waiting around for stuff to happen later on, like waiting waiting for crops to grow, eggs to produce, fertilizer, all those kind of things. Mr. Pineapples ended up coming over to try and assist with this issue that I'm having with these beer barrels. This ended up looking like quite the mess, but we find a solution later on. This isn't really going to be it for now. Day 11, and not only is it a new day in-game, but it's also a new day IRL. So that's why we have a whole bunch of crops that are ready, and it's also why our dung beetle has a whole lot of fertilizer produced. I don't think we're going to have to worry about fertilizer for quite a while. I had also changed around some mod settings as well. This way I can place down this water intake anywhere in the world. It doesn't have to be attached to water. This then solves our beer barrel problem. And once we finally connect up all of these pipes, say irrigated, we're in. With the berries and thatch inside the beer barrels, we now have beer producing. Our Dodo had been producing some eggs, so we can now craft toxic kibble. We're now moving up in the world, so I can craft these potent trank arrows. They're like normal trank arrows, but more potent. I then went out to go and try and find the perfect thing to tame. Again, I kind of forget how to fly these things. Realize I don't have a spyglass. Indeed, I did forget a spyglass. So a quick pit stop back at base, and we're back on the way to try and tame our first modded creature. Of course, I had to take a pit stop at this beaver dam. It's free cementing paste. We found the perfect toxic creature. I mean, you'll lay eggs too, won't you? As long as it's a female, it should lay eggs, right? And I'm pretty sure dodos lay eggs at a higher rate. 300 torpor. This will be your first hit. Surely it goes down straight away. 2 hits. Did I miss that one? We managed to tame this toxic zombie dodo, our first toxic egg layer. Now we just got to get it back to base nice and safe. Bro, is that a chaos broodmother? Yep. It is. Chaos creatures let off an aura that damages you over time. And if your creature's quite weak, they die instantly. That's why it's sometimes better to try and get height on a flyer that can fly high. Maewing's gliding is kind of low. I keep an eye on the Chaos Broodmother to make sure it's far enough away that I can go get my stuff back. Now sure, the Broodmother's far away, but its little minions are close by. And I wasn't sure if they let off an aura or not. So to be safe, I flew to the top of this cliff here and just waited it out until it was safe enough to go back down and collect all of my stuff. When I got back to base, I saw a small chunky man on a random fjord hawk. It was Toaster Coaster coming to join the alliance. I hadn't actually made one yet. I joined another one earlier. So I made another alliance and named it Dodo Legion, then invited Toaster Coaster. Day 12, I saw that we had some toxic eggs in our soul terminal. So with that, I went to go see exactly what I needed to be able to make alpha kibble. Now everything else I can get pretty easily. It's just a toxic blood, that's going to be an issue. I need something that can actually kill toxic creatures. Now, I don't know if it can kill anything, but I still want another Maewing. There was a level 150 nearby, so I went to go tame it. And this time I'm using a trapping method, the good old metal billboard. I think we did it. Okay, well this is kind of scuffed. I've never trapped a Maewing before and never used this billboard technique. It works quite well. I think I like this little method. And since we're using raw mutton to tame this Maewing, it tamed pretty quickly. Next, I went to go craft a Maewing saddle, but I didn't have enough hide. There was a level 15 stego right behind my base. I figured maybe if I knock it out, I could harvest its body for hide. Maybe I was a little overconfident. Maybe I forgot that it has damage reduction. But this fight got a little bit sketchy at times. In the end, I just proved that I'm a better man. I honestly didn't have what it takes to be able to kill it in a one-on-one fight. So instead, I decided to Bill Cosby it. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Now we have a saddle for our brand new Maewing. Even though I had a flyer, I wanted a Maewing for another reason. You can body slam bushes to get lots of berries. Not only was I trying to get a bunch of narco berries, I also needed veggie seeds as well, like long grass, citronal, and savaroot. We already had rock carrot. With all of the veggie seeds collected, I went and started planting them in our crops. Next, I placed down this S+ gardener. She'll go ahead and collect all of the crops that grow. Well, that's as long as I power her. And to power her, I gotta give her some beer. Who would have thought the best way to get productivity up is to give your workers alcohol? Day 13, we find ourselves back over at the volcano area to stock up on some important resources. You know, like oil, obsidian, crystal, all that kind of stuff. Back at base, I crafted up the architect bench. This is a modded item that I can use that helps us build our base a lot easier and way more efficiently. I don't quite have all the resources to complete my base just yet, but I do have enough to make these greenhouse ceilings, so at least my crops will get the full greenhouse effectiveness. I looked again to see exactly what I needed to be able to make this alpha kibble, and all I need right now is toxic blood. Toxic blood and citronal. I came over to the swamp area thinking that I'd find myself one of these guys, a little toxic Phiomia. I kind of thought that this might be the perfect thing that I could try and fight and take out so I can get some blood. Using my perfectly timed Maewing's body slam attack, we were able to eliminate this toxic Phiomia, then harvest its body for some toxic hide and toxic blood. I raced straight back to base with this toxic blood, but before I make an alpha kibble, I want to make this toxic narcotic because it's a lot more effective than the potent narcotic. And since we're at the alpha tier, we're going to need something a lot stronger to be able to knock out some of these creatures. So we move to the darts now. now. And yes, I did decide that it's probably a good idea to move to the darts, which means we need to make ourselves a long neck and the required trank darts. I was streaming on Twitch at the time, and there's an option for you to be able to name my dinos. So somebody named my Maewing Milkwing. If you know, you know. Anyways, in our mortar and pestle, I crafted up a whole bunch of spark powder that I'll then turn into gunpowder, that I'd have to make simple rifle ammo that I turn into this empty casings, then finally turn into the toxic darts. It's a whole process, trust me. It's a lot of work, but worth it. Next, I checked the Creature Finder Deluxe to try and find ourselves a female alpha creature, specifically so it could start laying eggs so we can move to the next tier afterwards. I figured a high-level alpha Pteranodon would be perfect. Not only can we use it as a flyer, but it will also lay eggs for us. So it's like a 2-for-1 special. I just got to find a safe place to try and knock this thing out so that nothing will eat it once it's down or blow it up. Wow. I got a funny feeling it's not safe to land. When I finally felt that it was safe enough for us to land, I went down and fed this alpha Pteranodon the kibble that it requires. And just like that, we had tamed ourselves a level 150 alpha Pteranodon. I made it back to base on day 14. I was pretty excited because we got a brand new PT. I wanted to test it out straight away. Problem is, I don't currently have enough resources to be able to make a saddle for it. You need a lot of alpha hide. So instead, I placed it in the soul terminal so it can produce us some alpha eggs. Then I craft up some more alpha kibble and look for an alpha Therizino. A high level alpha Theri could be perfect for us right now. We can use it to gather a whole bunch of resources, and they're also strong enough to be able to take out a bunch of dinos so we can collect their hide and blood as well. The Lost Island map is filled with this thick jungle, and sometimes finding the dinos in here and maneuvering around the area is kind of tricky. But also, sometimes the dinos get stuck in between some trees and give you the perfect opportunity to knock one out. Well, that is until it gets unstuck and starts chasing you, ready to murder you. Please don't make it up here. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. When I respawned, I placed this thing down. This is the awesome teleporter. Why is this so important? Well, basically, once you have this, you can retrieve your corpse from wherever it is in the world and get all of our stuff back. I was running kind of low on trank darts when I was trying to knock out the alpha Theri, so I had to replenish my stock. But I'm determined as ever to go and tame it. So we're heading on back. Psych, no we're not, we're dying. You know what's annoying? The fog on some of these maps. And this little thing right here prevents the fog. Yeah, this is the part of the Mr. Fister fog removing mod thingy. It's great. Anyways, we're back on our old PT, trying to go track down this alpha Therizino once again. This time making sure to fly high enough to try and avoid any issues we might have on the ground. I also came here with some metal billboards to try and trap it, which we seem to have done quite successfully. Well, that was until it turned around and left. God damn it. You're gonna come back. You're gonna want to come back. Forgot the Theris run away because they're little bitches. We really need to tame this Theri. It'll be really handy for our progression. We chased it down through this jungle only to find it right next to a demonic parasaur. That thing will one-shot everything in the vicinity if it gets a little bit angry. The Theri was once again trapped in between some trees, so I took this opportunity to trap it even further with some billboards. But just like Icarus, I got a little bit too close to the sun, or the alpha Therizino in this case. Day 15 and I'm more determined than ever to get this alpha Therizino. We start racing on back to go and get it, and then this happens. Unfortunately, that was my last flyer. So before even thinking about taming that alpha Therizino, I need to get something that I can fly on and put a saddle on. Now you might be wondering, why am I trying to get this alpha Pteranodon? Well, it's a male. I'm gonna breed it with our female that we currently have, and then we can get a whole bunch of babies and slaughter them for their hide and make saddles. Saying that out loud makes me sound super messed up, but it's kind of what you need to do in this game. Oh, and bowlers don't work on alpha PTs. It's a myth. Have you ever been chased by giant spiders? I have. I'm Australian. But you can also do that in ARK. Oh, but you don't need to worry about the giant spiders. You might get taken out by Primal tech raptors instead. I've had comments in the past saying that I'm really good at playing ARK. They obviously haven't watched any of my videos. Obviously, I'm freaking terrible. I managed to find these 2 other alpha Pteranodons near my base. Now, this 145 male could have been perfect, but I decided to go for this level 60 instead. Now, why would I possibly choose the level 60 only? Well, since I couldn't bowler it, I figured maybe if I got the perfect shot to the head, I could one-shot it to sleep. Whilst I waited for the other PT to tame up, I wanted to try a theory that I had. With this PT, I wondered if I could trap it with the billboards. Trust me, I was surprised this worked too. We do got it. And we managed to knock this one out as well. That certainly makes things a little bit more interesting now, doesn't it? The lower level PT had fully tamed up, so we put that in a soul ball. And a few minutes later, this 145 woke up. I was feeling a little confident and thought maybe if I trapped this alpha Equus, I could kill it, get its hide, and make a saddle for our Pteranodons. Yeah, this didn't work. I respawned back at base, placed out both of these PTs, and gave them some privacy while they did that lovely time. Boom. First little eggy. First little eggy. I then got out this single low-level Pteranodon. Kids, close your eyes. We had no need for this anymore since we got a higher level male anyway. And yes, there wasn't enough hide for us to be able to make an alpha saddle. Instead, we're going to have to hatch up a couple of these babies and then harvest them for the hide. Oh, I got twins in one of them. I deleted these babies from existence, but when I harvested their bodies, we didn't get very much hide from them at all. Bro, I'm getting no hide from them. Did I do this too early? Did I make a mistake? I did indeed make a mistake. Of course, if they're bigger, they're going to give us more hide. It's just obvious, right? Someone in my Twitch chat suggested that I make a chainsaw. This will then give me more hide every time I harvest the corpse. For now, we're just going to continue letting these babies breed and hatch. It's now day 16, and yeah, we've had a little bit of a rocky start so far, but we are making progress, slowly but surely. Having a whole bunch of these backup Pteranodons, because they seem to keep dying, is going to help us get through this. Oh, and the fact that we basically have an unlimited source of alpha hide and alpha blood now is a great thing as well. Oh yeah. That gave us everything we needed. We have enough resources to make this Alpha Pteranodon saddle, so of course we hit the skies on one of our Alpha Pteranodons. This was a massive upgrade from anything that we've had previously. It has almost limitless stamina, and it hits things pretty damn hard. We now have a fighting chance against most creatures from Alpha tier downwards. I even decided to take on an Alpha Bronto. It took us a little while chewing at its butt, but we managed to take this thing down. Being that it's a rather large mama, we managed to get a whole bunch of resources from it. Now that we've settled back in and got ourselves a flyer, it's time to go and tame this Alpha Therizino once again. It already had some torpor damage to it and was still stuck in between these trees. So after a whole bunch of trank darts spent, we managed to knock it out. I then fed it its alpha kibble and we had tamed the Alpha Therizino. But also while we were taming this, I decided to tame this Alpha Iguanodon as well. This will actually be an important tame in the future, but I'll explain why a little later. Day 17 and our brand new Alpha Therizino is ready to get to work. After getting our butt kicked from a lot of the creatures in this game, it's time to go get our revenge and start bullying all of them. We even managed to take down this Apex Hyenodon, which is a few tiers above Alpha tier. Now, one of the main reasons I got this Alpha Therizino was so that it could help me get rare flowers and rare mushrooms. After searching through YouTube tutorials, we found out that there's some rare flowers on this little island right here. I then pumped a whole bunch of levels into delicate harvesting on our Therizino and delicately started harvesting these rare flowers. After harvesting this entire island of all of its flowers, we stocked up on 1,800 of them. Now it's time for us to head on over to the swamp area, because at the swamp biome, that's where we can collect rare... Don't worry. Anyways, what I was saying, the swamp biome is where we can collect rare mushrooms. These mangrove-like trees is exactly what we need to harvest to get them. But being in this very thick mangrove shrubbery does come with its risks. So sketchy being in the swamp right now. I'm just like can't see properly, so just hoping that I'm not gonna hit something or the wrong thing, or oh my god, die. I didn't want to be too greedy. I grabbed exactly what I needed and then started heading back to base. Now the rare flowers and mushrooms are what we need to be able to make toxic narcotics, but to make toxic narcotics I need potent narcotics, and to make potent narcotics I need narcoberry seeds and tintoberry seeds, which is the whole reason why we tame this Alpha Iguanodon. It can turn fruit into seeds. Hey, there we go. And just like that, we can craft a whole bunch of potent narcotics that we could then turn into toxic narcotics. It's a whole process, I know. It's now day 18, and since we've been able to kill a bunch of creatures on our Alpha Therizino, I've been able to level up quite a bit, which means I could unlock a whole bunch of engrams, some that would be quite handy for us to progress. But there's also still a long way to go to be able to get to level 100. I've been having a lot of fun on the back of this Alpha Therizino, so we're back on it again, getting to work. In Primal Fear, being a murderous serial killer is a great way to get some easy resources and some crafted items like this. You can get a whole bunch of stuff that can help you in your journey. Now in the early game, if you want some really good loot, you've got to try and take down these fabled creatures. Now fabled dinos are 3 tiers above what we are currently. This one was kind of a weak one, and I was just gonna YOLO it and see what would happen. Okay, he hits pretty hard, but we hit fast. Give me all the juicy loot. When you manage to kill a fabled creature, you get a ton of loot. Yeah, loot. Yeah, loot. We ended up being close to our starter base location, and I remember that there's silica pearls down here, so I figured I'd take this opportunity to try and collect some. Day 19, and we find ourselves out in the snow biome so we can try and track down this Alpha Anki. I find for Primal Fear, Alpha tier is a great place to be able to get these utility dinos, as they have a lot more health, a lot more stamina, and then a lot more weight, which is ultimately what we need if we're collecting these heavier resources like stone and metal and stuff. That's why we're over here tracking down this Alpha Doedicurus, but it's surrounded by some other scary, dangerous dinos that don't want us to be here. I didn't really want to have to fight. That wasn't the purpose of this. Even this terror bird wanted to fight us. Our Pteranodon's pretty strong, so we were able to take it out. But this doed was curled up in a ball, so that makes it pretty hard to actually trank out. There was also this Buffoon nameless down there, and I didn't really want that smoke, so we went on our way. Like Mama always says, there's plenty more fish in the sea. Check the surroundings before we dismount. Of course, this toxic terror bird wasn't too happy we were around. Everybody wants to smoke. I then started getting attacked by an electric parrot. Yes, they are a thing in Primal Fear. But I wasn't too worried. It gave me enough time to be able to feed the Doedicurus the kibble and this tame helper. I should have been more worried. In the end, it was fine. Everything was safe. We managed to get back to our PT and our brand new Doedicurus and collect them safely. I then flew to the top of this mountain so I could start collecting some resources. I wanted to start working on my base, so we're going to need a whole lot of stone. Problem is, I forgot something kind of important. Fuck. I come here, I was like, yeah, I'm going to start getting all the stuff that I need. Only to realize I don't have a saddle. So it's back to base we go. And you see that? Did you guys see that? Yeah. I didn't see it at the time. Up. Bro, how? Like, we weren't even close, dude. Yeah. Pain in the butt. And every time one of those alpha PTs dies, we lose a saddle. So, all of these PTs are out for, well, you guys know why. Their sacrifice was well worth it. And this time I did come back with a saddle for our Anki and our Doedicurus. Now it was time to go hard collecting a whole bunch of resources. Day 20, we got another visit from another person on the server. No, it's not Santa Claus, it's Nane. How the hell are you got origin gear already? Yeah, this person's a grinder. You've been killing origins already, dude? I'm glad they're on our side. I need honey, mainly because I want to tame an Achatina later. You know, the snails that produce cementing paste? And honey is one of the main ingredients that we need to be able to make veggie cake, which is what we use to be able to tame Achatinas. All right. Not wearing ghillie, so hopefully this works. Every ARK pro knows that you should be wearing ghillie if you're trying to tame a queen bee. But I just straight up YOLO'd it, put the rare flowers in my hotbar, ran up to it, and shoved the rare flowers up its butt. This seemed to work. The last queen bee worked so successfully that I tried this again. This time it didn't work so well. If the bee has a yellow outline like this, it won't tame. And if you see a big creature like this with a red outline, run. If we stayed around here too long, we were definitely dead. I wanted to test a theory. Maybe the queen bee will passively produce honey in the soul terminal. If I put this in there, will it make the honey inside here? It's inside the soul terminal for now, so we'll just give it some time and see what happens. We can now tame elemental creatures. I really wanted myself a Griffin. They're one of my favorite tames in the early game of any of these modded playthroughs. Because of the way they fly and the fact that you can shoot off the back of them, they help you tame things. But also the elemental griffins in Primal Fear are a lot of fun too. Taming this electric griffin turned out to be harder than I expected. You see, if they hit you like this, they'll dismount you. Oh, and they're so damn strong, they'll end you in an instant. Back at base, I prepared myself a griffin trap. I'm not going to give up taming this thing, no, not at all. But as I tried to find the perfect place to set up this trap, I remembered that this is Primal Fear. Nowhere's perfect. A cliffside is typically the best place for a trap, but when you hear explosions like that, you know that it's not safe. We're just going to have to face this head on. Hopefully my PT can protect us. Yeah, maybe I should have trapped it. I made it back to where we had died, and my electric griffin was fighting my Pteranodon. But, yeah. What the frick? Remember how I said, I'm not going to give up and tame this thing? I'm not going to give up taming this thing. No, not at all. I gave up. It got too hard. As soon as that Chaos Bee was there, nope. There's no way we're going to be able to tame that. But there were a couple of these fabled creatures that we could take down so we could get the easy loot. But we were looking for one thing in particular. This thing right here. The Primal Fabricated Sniper. This Primal Fabricated Sniper will allow us to be able to trank out some tough dinos. And it's a lot stronger and way more accurate. Problem is, this thing right here is only a blueprint. We want the real thing. So day 21, our one and only mission was to try and kill as many of these fabled creatures until we get the real thing. We could make a primitive version, but it's always better to get something a little bit better, right? We continued hunting down these fabled creatures, but came up empty-handed. I took a quick break from this mission and crafted up a tree platform with some sap chaps. We're gonna need some sap eventually, so I figured it's probably time that we start extracting it from one of these trees now. This is a pretty standard thing that we do in all of our playthroughs right now. I had the blueprint for a Primal Fabricated Sniper Rifle, but it needs a whole lot of polymer. I came to the desert to set up an awesome teleporter, just so we had an easy way to get back here whenever we needed, because it's quite the distance away from our base. And from here, I went on the hunt for some mantises. Fabled Equus. Of course, if I stumbled across a fabled creature along the way, I'm going to take it out and try and get myself a Primal Fabricated Sniper. Oh, my Thery's about to die. In this particular instance, we got our butt kicked. This Thery almost died. We made it to the desert and then I started bashing these mantises in the face. Also, I could collect their valuable organic polymer. I had intended on using my Alpha Thery for this, but our PT was holding up quite well. Even still, I checked my Alpha Thery stats and noticed that it had healed up, and the Alpha Thery will harvest more polymer in the end anyway. There was no mantis in this desert that was safe. No, not at all. This hunt even continued on to the next day. Again, if we ran into a fabled creature, I had to take it out, but this one was a particularly good one. Got it. I got it. I think we got one. We got one. We got it. We have successfully acquired a fully crafted Primal Fabricated Sniper Rifle. It's only an apprentice, but it's better than primitive, so we're gonna take it. Now we have the Primal fabricated sniper rifle. We're gonna need ammunition for it. It's a different type of ammunition, so I had to unlock the engrams for it as well. That's what we wanted, Apex bullets. Yes, indeed. Apex bullets are probably the best thing for us right now. But to make these bullets, I first need to craft Primal rifle bullets, and they're going to require a lot of gunpowder, which I don't think our little mortar and pestle can really handle. I'm going to need to try and work towards making a chem bench. Spark powder and electronics. Of course, it's not that simple. We ran out of electronics, and we don't have enough materials to make it right now. Before we start collecting silica pearls for our electronics, I wanted to craft these things up. It's the Primal food cooker and the Primal preserving bin. The Primal food cooker is a place that you can cook some food that gives you buffs in the game, and the Primal preserving bin works like a normal preserving bin, but it can make meat jerky a lot quicker. In preparation for us to start crafting up a whole bunch of Primal bullets, I went to this metal mountain to collect a whole bunch of metal. This Alpha Anki definitely comes in clutch when it comes to collecting metal. It feels like it has unlimited weight just because of how high tier it is. Now a couple thousand metal like this cooking up is really going to help us get to work. Next I learned the engrams for the scuba tank and scuba flippers. I go to craft them, but I can't craft the flippers because I actually need silica pearls to do that. It's okay though, we can make it work with just the scuba tank. We only really need enough silica pearls to make ourselves a chemistry bench anyways. We can come back later on if we need a lot more. Day 23 starts off with another metal run. We're gonna need a lot of metal if we want to progress, especially since electronics requires metal, bullets requires metal, and we're gonna need metal to work on our base. I also want all of our forges to always constantly be running. We now managed to have enough resources to make ourselves this S+ chemistry bench. Also, to run it, I'm gonna need a generator. So we have now entered the electricity stage. The generator can live right here, and the chemistry bench we're gonna place down nearby. Of course, this is ASE, so we actually have to wire this thing up. But just like that, we can now mass produce gunpowder. We had already collected a bunch of Apex blood from killing Apex creatures earlier, we can make a whole bunch of Apex narcotics. Then we could progress to the Apex strength bullets. Knowing that I want to start working on my base soon, I know I'm going to need a bunch of cementing paste. I made this cooking pot so I could see the recipe I needed to be able to craft the veggie cake. Well, what I'm missing. 1 honey, 4 sap, stimulant. I can make stimulant, surely. We need our beehive to generate a little bit more honey. There weren't many high-level elemental griffins on the map. The highest level one that we could find was this ice griffin. Honestly, I really wanted a high-level fire griffin, but if this is what we have to get, it's what we have to get. Knocking out and tranking things with this primal sniper rifle is so much easier than the long neck. Since they can hold 8 bullets in the magazine at once, and you don't have to worry about constantly reloading, and there's no drop-off in your aim when you shoot, it's just a beautiful sight. Where are you gonna land? Don't be too awkward. It's pretty awkward. It's alright, I got an idea. When creatures are stuck on the side of this mountain, it can be awkward to try and access their inventory to feed them the kibble. Obviously, I'm a genius, so this worked for us. Too easy, bros. I named this Griffin Samuel. For now. I then went to go see what it could do. I've never really used ice griffins before. I find out pretty quickly that it doesn't hit very hard, but its ice attack is pretty decent, as it will completely freeze up our enemy in its tracks. So with this, we just go out and murder absolutely everything. Well, that was until we met our match. I had noticed that we didn't get a death notification for our Griffin, so I raced straight back to where we had died, and our Griffin was somehow still alive. The Apex Theory must have killed me off the back of it somehow. Day 24, and we're tracking down this electric featherlight so that we can get ourselves an elemental egg layer. I figured a featherlight would have been the easiest choice, but it was kind of difficult because it was kind of small. And when they're just intended to be egg layers, I don't go for the highest level. That was with 2 bullets left. I seriously underestimated this featherlight. I almost ran out of bullets. Doesn't really matter though, because in the end, we got this electric featherlight. Took it straight back home and placed it into the soul terminal to produce us some eggs. Next, I stocked back up on these primal rifle bullets. I considered making this primal industrial forge as well, but we are way off from being able to make it since we just don't have enough resources. I knew I was going to need some meat jerky eventually, so I went to the primal preserving bin to see exactly what I needed to be able to make it in that. Now, apparently, I need fire and ice feathers, which you get from fire and ice bird type creatures. Obviously. Parrots are probably our easiest target. Whilst I was out, one of my Twitch viewers decided to change the name of my Griffin. He will now forever be known as Frost Talon. And Frost Talon was going to help us collect a whole bunch of feathers. Now, there is also a thing called advanced elemental creatures, like dark and light creatures. The thing is, when you kill dark and light creatures, they can drop any one of the elemental feathers, and sometimes multiple of them as well. I had arrived back at base with the ice and fire feathers. I put them in the primal preserving bin, but nothing happened. I thought maybe I need to add some spark powder and oil. Again, nothing happened. I was then told by my Twitch chat that I need to make this feather mix. This thing right here. Oh, that thing. So I make this. So the fire and ice feather mixture created for the fire to fuel the primal preserving bin
crafted in your inventory.
This then works like a fuel for the preserving bin and turns this meat into meat jerky, and a hell of a lot quicker than it would in any other preserving bin. Throughout this playthrough, we've been running around like a crazy naked man. It's probably time we get ourselves some decent armor. We had picked up a few blueprints, so the armor that we're crafting isn't just primitive, it's a little bit better. But now we have a full set of alpha armor. We were also looking a little bit scruffy, so of course I had to give myself a new cut. Only problem is, I forgot this was ASE.
That's right. We gotta wait for it to grow. What was the next kibble that we needed?
Working our way through the tiers of primal fear, I went to see what the next kibble we could make was, and it was apex as long as we had some elemental eggs. Our featherlight had been making some eggs, just not that much. So to help things speed along a little bit, we went out to go find another elemental creature that can also lay some eggs, like this caustic featherlight. With the primal sniper, we're able to knock things out quite quickly, and we've been able to pick up these tame helpers that speed up the taming process once you feed a creature. We went to go check on our sap tap tree and collect all the sap that was in them.
Oh, whoa, these guys are cranking the sap.
It might have seemed like we'd forgot about it, but there's just so much happening in this playthrough. Anyways, we made the veggie cake. I was able to make 2 veggie cakes, so immediately we went to go find the closest snail as possible.
Oops, I killed it.
Yeah, I accidentally killed this one. My bad. On our journey to find another Achatina, we went to stop over here at this person's base. This was Hello Gaming. I was going to invite them to our alliance, but I had the settings messed up and we couldn't invite them right now because we're not allowed to have that many alliance in our alliance. We find ourselves in the swamp biome where we find the perfect snail. I actually thought that they were a passive tame.
Oh, they're a KO tame. Please don't kill it.
We managed to tame this Achatina. It's a low level, so it didn't require much. I still had one more veggie cake, so of course I had to go tame another one. These 2 snails will produce a cementing paste over time, a very valuable resource. It was now time that we tame ourselves an apex creature. Particularly something that can lay us eggs or even maybe a killer. I don't know. We just had to look to see what was around. In the end, I settled for this level 145 Apex RG. Why such a high level? Well, I could possibly use it for other things like carting dinos around or helping us tame stuff since it can pick things up. But it's also a female, so it will lay us eggs, which is probably the most important thing right now. Close by to the Apex RG that we just tamed was this Origin Rex, one of the boss creatures that we're going to need to defeat before day 100. We're constantly needing metal. Like we haven't even finished our base yet. I wanted to see what exactly I needed to be able to craft this mining drill. I only need some black pearls, which we tend to get from fabled creatures anyway, but obviously I just don't have any right now. Day 27, and I checked the kibble recipes to see what I need to progress to the next tier, and it looks like I need some apex eggs and a bunch of apex blood, both of which we don't really have right now. So some helpless apex creatures are gonna have to well, you know what happens. I also tried out this chainsaw to see if it'll gather more resources, and it kind of does. It definitely gives us a lot of hide. Either way, it was kind of fun living out my Texas Chainsaw Massacre dreams. Apex blood in itself is quite a crucial resource in this playthrough. We use it for a lot of things, not just kibble. We also use it in the apex strength bullets as well. It had been a little while, so I checked the soul terminal to see if we had any apex eggs. We only had 1, and that's not enough to make any kibble. So whilst we waited, we went out to go gather a whole bunch of metal. Again, it's a resource that we're going to need a lot of, and this is a good way to kill some time whilst we wait on other things to happen, like egg laying. Day 28, whilst flying low through the highlands, I got taken off my Griffin by a Sarko. I didn't even know this was a thing. I thought it was only Capras that could do that. I was able to kill it with my hatchet. It's a strong one. We have an ascended version, but remember, this is Primal Fear, and we got pounced on by a raptor. I kept trying to whistle my Griffin to help us out, but it was just flying around in circles.
Bro, you Griffin, you're so shit at life. Not helpful and just flying around in circles. You're watching me. Not being helpful at all. Stupid Griffin.
Later on in the day, I went to go meet one of my subscribers that was having a little bit of trouble in this playthrough. So I hooked him up with some spare alpha Pteranodons that we had. This should help him get a decent start, you would think. I wanted to try and speed up the process of getting these apex eggs. I figured maybe an oviraptor could help in this situation. If I tame it up and then place it in the soul terminal, I'm pretty sure it helps with like the whole egg production situation. I'm not 100% sure if it works in the soul terminal, but there's only really one way to find out. Oh, and at the end of this day, I tamed a toxic Dodo. Seems like a random thing to do, right? Well, essentially, I want to tame a bunch of these so that I could sacrifice them because I need toxic blood, like a lot of it. Day 29, I was greeted at my base by this sign. Yes, some Monga and Mongo eggs. These are some new creatures that I've never seen before in Primal Fear. Although these gifts were sweet and lovely, I can't accept them. That's not how I play my 100 days. Anyways, this is a Mongo right here. It's a flaming Argentavis, and you'll see later on, they're pretty damn strong. It was also time to start working on our base and completing it. We're going to be using the castles and keeps mod for this. These pieces right here work like metal structures. Cue montage.
I mean, the length is good. We got to fix that girth.
It's now day 30 and we've already run out of resources to be able to finish building this base. I need a whole bunch of crystal because I'm going to turn one of these rooms into a greenhouse. On the way back to base, we spot a Monga, then an alpha raptor that I decide to attack. This was a mistake.
What the frick? Later on, I returned back to a mountain to harvest some more resources. Oh, get fucked. But this happens. GG's. I don't know how, but we end up going through a little stint of very bad luck. No. I really need to be more careful when flying around in Primal Fear. And if I see explosions, I should probably fly up and away. For fuck's sake. Don't worry though, we do finally get a chance to harvest some metal after many deaths. We could then get back to finishing off this base. Day 31, we still not finished this base, but we're almost there. Once again, I run out of resources, so we're going to collect some more metal. Are they fighting? Or the phoenix just being a phoenix? Have you ever had those moments in time where you look back on something that you've done and realize probably shouldn't have done that? Yes, this was one of those moments. Losing our only Enki was quite inconvenient too. And we finally finished our base. Of course, this is what it looks like. What did you expect? We've done this design so many times. Maybe I should try something else. I just find it extremely practical, like it works for exactly what I need. With our base now fully set, it's time to focus on progression. We're now wearing Apex armor. It's like alpha armor, but just like kind of darker. It's the same but different. Oh, and it's stronger. We're in the volcano biome again, collecting more resources. We can only do it with a pickaxe now since we lost our Enki earlier. We're also collecting some obsidian and heading to the snow biome to collect some metal. With our Enki now gone, it's probably a good time to craft one of these things, the mining drill. Day 34 and I'm drowning in the ocean. Why? Because I'm an idiot and forgot to get air. Duh. We're here for good reason though. We want to tame ourselves a Basilo. Oh, that rhymed. All I need to do is tame it and then get it in a soul ball and we should be fine. I don't care if I die, if I could just get this in a ball. Damn. Oh, I got it in the ball. That's some pro ARK playing right there. Anyways, if you don't know why we got this Basilo, well, that's so it can produce oil in the soul terminal. Yes, Basilos do that. We also now have a whole bunch of Apex eggs, which means there's a whole bunch of different creatures we can go and tame. Special creatures, advanced elementals, Fabled, and even Omega. But now I learned the Celestial and Demonic Kibble. I don't really need to because I can't get it yet, but I learned it. And I think the type of dino that I want to tame right now is a Buffoon dino. Jumping up to this next tier, we're going to need a whole lot of Tranks. The creatures that we're trying to tame now have a lot of torpor, and to make some of the modded narcotics, I need lots of toxic blood, but I had a problem. Oh no, it's a toxic zombie dodo. What in the necrophilia is this? Anyways, we'll figure out this problem a little bit later. For now, we need to go tame ourselves a Buffoon dino, and there was a particular one that I wanted to go and tame, the Buffoon Liopleurodon. Only problem is, it was already deep in the ocean, and I didn't know how to get it to come up. I tried shooting it to see if it would shoot through the water, and this seemed to work. 360,000 torpor. I was hoping I could actually get this done. We were pretty well stocked up on Apex bullets, but because our aim is terrible and we missed a whole bunch, we kind of wasted a few of these. We were getting the job done though, and the Liopleurodon was distracted by something else. If it was chasing us, this could be pretty deadly. As I was getting closer to finally knocking it out, damn, we gotta go back to base. I'm out of bullets. Came back to base so we could craft up some more narcotics, but we ran into a problem. Need toxic blood. This swampy type area tends to have some toxic creatures in it. We found this Phiomia and extracted some blood from it, and this toxic Carby as well. These creatures don't tend to drop a lot of blood, but we're just gathering what we can. We're now able to make 24 more bullets. This should get the job done. You know, as long as I don't Griffin dive straight into the water, get dismounted, and then attacked by a Capro. On or off? Oh! Mistakes were made. Fuck, mistakes were made. Well, aren't you lucky that didn't happen? It was a Baryonyx, not a Capro. It also broke some of my armor. That was depressing. Day 34 and we returned to the Buffoon Liopleurodon. And we had more than enough bullets to knock this thing out. But it fell asleep floating in the middle of the air. Now I had to try and find a creative way to actually feed this thing the kibble. God damn it. I really thought that would have worked. This little strategy seemed to work though. Thankfully, Frost Talon here just floats in the middle of the air too. This Buffoon Liopleurodon doesn't need a saddle, so we could ride it straight away. Taming this Buffoon Liopleurodon is a significant move forward in our progress, and I'll show you why. Pretty deadly. Don't want to be inside that. I had some experience potions on me, so I fed it to it to make it stronger and increase its health a bit. Also, because this is a water creature, not only could it fly in the sky, it could also go underwater. Obviously. Did you know that killing Basilos and harvesting them, you gather a bunch of oil? Oh, that got us lots of oil. I wanted to test my strength out against something really strong. Something like this Primal Aloe. The biggest advantage that we have is that it does damage over time and quite a bit. Also, we can fly, so this aloe is not going to touch us. We got this aloe stuck in this little trench area, and because our missile attack stacks damage over time, we were absolutely wasting this thing. A demonic Hyenodon even came to join the party, but we're just better. Primal creatures are kind of like a pre-boss type creature. You can't tame them whatsoever, but you do need to defeat them and collect a lot of resources from them, like their blood and their hide for stuff. We now prove to ourselves that taming this Liopleurodon was a great idea. Here we go. Say goodbye to Primal Allosaurus. Goodbye, Primal Allosaurus. You're dead. Nothing in this world is safe. We were going to attack everything. Took this chance to get some stuff underwater as well. Particularly Calcanoses, since they drop a bunch of chitin and organic polymer, and they are all over the ocean floor. I just got to try and remind myself occasionally about, you know, the whole oxygen thing. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get out. I like this Liopleurodon. It's a nice Liopleurodon. There was a wild Broodmother Listrix next to my base. Again, I wanted to see if we could fight it. We took down a Primal easily, and we took this down even easier than the Primal. Things are looking up. This is making me more confident to be able to fight natural causes by day 100. Just a quick small run around the world. We managed to get all of this loot. This Liopleurodon's crazy. Day 35, we tamed a toxic Phiomia. 2 of them, in fact. Obviously, I plan on breeding these 2 together to give us lots of toxic blood. And I figured a Phiomia is going to give us more blood than Dodos would. I was getting a little bit overconfident, and I saw this Origin Rex next to a Celestial Rex and a Primal Raptor all next to each other. I wanted to see if I can kill him. I'm pretty sure that was me that killed the Celestial Rex. I'm not sure. Even though we did a lot of damage, this was going to take forever. It's not worth it. We'll come back when we're actually strong enough. Bro, we'll be here for days just to fight this. And we don't need to. We don't need to be killing Origins right now. That's crazy. Back at base, I placed down this hitching post so our toxic Phiomias can start making some love. Next, I inspected what I needed for demonic and celestial kibble. Okay, so I need to go tame. I need to tame a fabled egg layer and an omega egg layer. I whipped up some fabled kibble and some omega kibble, then immediately went out to go and try and find this fabled stegosaurus that would be our fabled egg layer. Exploring the thick jungle can be super sketchy in Primal Fear. That's why I made sure to stay on the back of my Griffin this entire time. We got our stego. Booyah. From previous times playing this, I did realize that fabled creatures do take a little bit longer to make some eggs. That's why I got this fabled Pteranodon to help it out. Oh, you're a pretty one. Pretty sleepy. Yeah, there was a pretty one nearby, so of course I had to get that as well. Fabled creatures acquired. Now onto the Omega tier. Omega creatures actually can be very handy to have. They can heal your creatures passively, and they can do a bunch of other things like buff them as well. They also have high movement speed as well. Out of all the Omega creatures I could possibly tame, I chose to tame this Sarco. You know what's also exciting? Yeah, not that. Not that at all. Our Frost Talon had died. We really liked our Frost Talon. In honor of our Ice Griffin, I made this gravestone. Frost Talon, you will always be remembered. Anyways, it's time to move on with life, because if we don't hurry up, we're going to end up like Frost Talon permanently as well. Natural causes is coming. I came over here to try and tame this Omega Rex. Bro, I really should have looked at how much torpor it had before I made my first shot. What an idiot. Yeah, that's a lot of torpor considering we don't deal that much. We would have to waste a ton of bullets trying to tame it. We came back to the swamp area to try and tame an Omega Sarco. Again, I forgot the raptors can pounce on you and dismount you. Stupid pouncy birds. We managed to get away from the Alpha Raptor and knock out this Omega Sarco. We now have fabled and Omega creatures that will produce us some eggs. We just need to now wait until we actually get some eggs so we can move forward. This is a survival game, and we need resources, so we probably should go out and collect some while we wait. Using this brand new mining drill is so much more convenient than using an Enki, and it doesn't come with any risks. If we die, we just go back to base and we don't have to worry about a dead dino. Another way to get a bunch of resources is with the industrial grinder. Since we've been killing a bunch of fabled creatures and just other creatures that drop random items, we've collected a bunch of gear over time. A whole bunch that we don't really need, so we can afford to grind it up. With a whole bunch of ascendant gear, I kind of expected more resources, but it is what it is. I need toxic blood. And yeah, you guys know exactly how I'm going to get it. Day 37, we got our Buffoon Liopleurodon out again. Let's go, Jeff Bezos. Yes, we named it Jeff Bezos. Why did we name it that? No idea. It was someone from my Twitch chat. Anyways, we're on our way to hunt down this Buffoon Giganotopithecus. No, we're not trying to tame it. We're trying to kill it. Why? So I can get one of these. There we go. Goliath chainsaw off the rip. 650, bro. As you've already seen, chainsaws can help us gather blood and hide, and a Goliath one even more so. We spotted this Primal Carno nearby, so I had to take it out. Primal blood is a valuable resource. You can use it for a lot of really good things. It's demonic, not demonic giga. I made another mistake though. Imagine. Wrong button. Fuck. I raced back to the Liopleurodon. I was really hoping it wasn't dead. Thing is, I kind of don't know this map very well, so I don't know exactly where we were, and I got lost. Where did I die? I don't even remember. I eventually found it and then whistled it over to me, and we're back in action, baby. This time I got to try and not fat finger the E button. Primal Carno eliminated, brand new chainsaw. It's time to test it out. Honestly, I thought I was going to get more blood than this. We literally got nothing. Turns out we were really close to Mr. Pineapple's base. He was hiding in a cave like a pussy. Honestly, with all the explosions that happen out in the world, this is probably a smart play. Be a shame if I blew it up. Anyway. Doesn't work. Well, will you look at all these Phiomias? Maybe don't look. Don't look. This is sad. Day 38, and I was craving me some rare mushrooms. Not really, I ran out and I can't make any more narcotics. And we're back in the swamp, stocking up on these valuable mushrooms. I realized I'm at the Fabled tier, so maybe I should get myself a Fabled Therizino. We're gonna need to harvest a whole bunch of things anyway. It wasn't the highest level, but it was the only one on the map currently. I was also told that apparently the Fabled Therizino was great at harvesting blood off creatures. To save some time leveling this thing up, I fed it some experience potions that we had gotten. And initially, it wasn't that much better than our Alpha Therizino at gathering stuff. But once I upgraded its delicate harvesting and a little bit of its power harvesting, this made it a lot better. And we were able to take out some stronger creatures, which means we don't have as much risk as we did when we were riding our Alpha variant. But still, if you hear this, run. Later in the day, I had a couple visitors come to say hello. We had Caged and Josh come to join the alliance. They look like they've made quite a bit of progress. I then went to the Wyvern Trench to get a bunch of resources. There's a lot of stuff down here that I can use that's kind of like all together, like obsidian, metal, and crystal. Day 39, and I finally got to get rid of these primal forges and this normal forge. Yes, it's time to upgrade to the industrial age. The industrial forge cooks the hell out of metal and wood. Then, with all the resources that we'd previously gathered in other days, I crafted some potent narcotics, turned it into toxic narcotics, but we had gathered primal blood. So now I could make primal narcotics. And primal rifle bullets are 45 times more effective than a normal tranquilizer. I'm not good at maths, but I think that's pretty good. But to get the most out of these primal bullets, I think I need to get a better primal sniper rifle. And I do have decent blueprints, but I don't have enough resources to craft one just yet. This is why we're back in the ocean hunting down Carcanos. They will give us chitin that we can turn into cementing paste with some stone and organic polymer. Stopped at the desert as well to say goodbye to some mantises. But I think we get a lot more resources from Carcanos, so that seems to be the best option for us, considering we can go underwater quite easily. Also, a good other way to get some resources is from these fabled creatures. It might not be exactly what we're looking for, but if we get a certain amount of items from them, we can probably grind it down in the industrial grinder and get resources that way. I had a look at the recipe to see exactly what I needed to craft this primal sniper rifle. Turns out I'm gonna need some sap as well. So I teleported to my tree sap teleporter. When I approached the tree sap, I realized this wasn't mine. Did I go to the wrong place? Oh no, did my thing get blown up? It was very likely that yes, my tree platform probably got blown up. So I guess I'm gonna have to craft up another one. Back in the redwoods trying to find the perfect tree. And I think that explosion there then confirms what I thought. There's a good chance some sort of creature destroyed my place. This was the highest tree that I could find, but even still, I don't know if it'll survive. Either way, I just need to get some tree sap. I teleported back over to Josh's tree platform where the tree sap was. He had unlocked his tree sap taps, so we were able to get some. We still don't have enough resources to make this gun just yet. We're harvesting all of these rocks to gather some stone that I can put into the chemistry bench and mix it with chitin to make some cementing paste. Even though we have Acatinas producing us some paste, it's nowhere near enough. Day 41, and we're finally able to craft up this ascended fabricated sniper rifle. I once again needed some more seeds to make some potent narcotics. So once again, we had to get our good old friend, the Alpha Iguanodon, out and get him to seed some of these fruits. Whilst the narcotics were crafting up, I went to see exactly what I needed to be able to craft the next kibbles. And with some primal blood, we could then start crafting up some demonic and celestial kibbles. I also needed some artifacts as well. So we went to go hunt down a creature that drops artifacts. But along the way, we saw this spirit guardian. A couple of players on the server were fighting it right now. Obviously, that thing would absolutely decimate me, so I didn't want to get involved. I'm just here for this artifacto, that's it. And yes, obviously, Artifacto the Great drops artifacts. Once again, I had to sacrifice some Pheomias, but this was for a little experiment that I had. It was to confirm that the Fabled Fairy was actually good at getting blood, and I'll have to admit, it's pretty damn good. This was a lot of blood. There was one certain creature that I really wanted to try and tame. This is almost a must in every Primal Fear playthrough. The Fabled Grifficorn is just a great travel mount. It always has a decent amount of health, and they're pretty fast. They are typically pretty hard to tame because they're so fast and pretty deadly, but we have an ascended primal rifle and primal bullets. My Twitch chat decided to name this Grifficorn Harry Acorn. What does that mean? No idea. If anybody knows, tell me in the comments. When you're at the Fabled tier, Grifficorns are actually a really good tame. They have a nice AoE attack that does a decent amount of damage, and their speed and maneuverability in the sky is unmatched. The morning of day 42, I was just having a lot of fun on my new Grifficorn. It's like a brand new toy. You got to enjoy it whilst it's still new. But we probably should start looking forward and focus on our progress. We came out to this area so we could try and hunt down this level 140 Monga. Now, Monga and Mongo are very new creatures, and they have a unique way to tame them. Basically, you got to kill them and they'll drop an egg. The problem is killing them is kind of hard, but there was a Chaos Bee nearby, and I wanted to try and get Monga to fight the Chaos Bee, and it was somewhat working. I wasn't doing any of that damage. It was all the Chaos Bee, but somehow it healed itself. It healed! I needed to get the attention of the Chaos Giant Bee and try and get it to attack so that it will fight the Monga, but at the same time, try and not die myself. Can I not even bite it?
They both have neutral aggressiveness, so they won't attack you unless provoked. But if they attack each other, then the fight's on for real. I learned that the Monga does this big AoE attack, so all I need to do is get the Chaos Bee below it, and they should fight. Couple sketchy moments, but I think we're starting to get this to work.
Hit the Chaos Bee. Hit the Chaos Bee. Fight each other. You guys weren't close enough to each other? Oh, man.
They were both fighting each other, but sometimes the Chaos Queen Bee would fight me. I kept trying to aggro this Monga, but I think I timed this thing a little bit wrong.
Love that. Quickly spawn before he dies. Get out of render, out of render, out of render. Please, nobody be in render.
As we respawned, we got a devastating notification.
No, Jeff Bezos died.
Poor Jeff Bezos. Another popular dino that we have to honor. He really helped us progress significantly in this playthrough. Kind of messed up having to write Jeff Bezos on a gravestone. I was then told that our strategy had worked and the Monga had dropped an egg. Again, this map confuses me. I went to the wrong spot.
Tell me the codes. 2652.
Thankfully, I have a pretty trusty community that can help me out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Duh, I remember now. It was way north.
When we arrived, the Monga egg wasn't there. My man's Ripcon hooked it up.
Hold on. There we go.
Since we have now acquired an egg like this, I placed down some air conditioners to help us hatch it properly. Day 43, and I wanted to cook me up some food.
Hide you from all dinos. As long as you don't get too close to piss them off, it increases your speed by a large amount and reduces stamina.
Well, this certainly sounds like a bit of fun.
Can't see me. Can't see me, soccer. Oh, can't see me.
Surely the Broodmother spots me.
Like I'm right here, bruh. Right underneath your butt. Do they attack you if you attack them? I mean, only one way to find out.
Yes. That was a lot of fun, and we probably could have used it a bit earlier. I mean, the speed boost alone is pretty handy to have.
Oh, motherfucker, scared the fuck out of me. Oh, my lord. I was like, no way I've got a spirit. Ah, but that's what you were trying to do, weren't you? You were trying to scare me by dropping one at my base. Yep.
I suppose this is what I get for having a G-Portal server open to my community. We're almost up to the stage where we can start fighting some of these bosses to deter natural causes from coming to mess us up. But sometimes I do get a little bit distracted, especially when someone challenges me to something.
Challenge for you while we wait. Go 1v1 a random alpha.
I have to 1v1 on foot, an alpha creature. I had no time to make any armor, and it has to be the first one I see. But they promised me a gifted sub if I did it.
Oh, is that a stego? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's a 140 stego. Oh, it's a pack of them. I saw that one first. That's fair game. This wasn't even a 1v1, but I was way outnumbered. Too easy, bruh. Too easy, bruh. Hey, and he's a man of his word. Let's go, brother. Thanks for the sub, dude.
Now, the reason why we were kind of distracted was because we were killing time for an important reason. Yes, we were waiting for our Monga to fully grow up. Now it's time to test this thing out. It has 1,000,000 health, so I would assume it's pretty good. This Phoenix is pretty to look at, but can it hit hard? That's the question. Oh, these poor innocent souls. I don't think they suffered though. They died quickly. There was someone over here fighting an Origin Raptor. Of course, I had to help him out. We have a brand new toy and we have to test out its full power. With this, we unlocked some tech engrams and got our first Origin items. But most importantly, natural causes can't bring this to fight me. With the newfound power of this Monga, I went to fight this Origin Kano. This damage over time attack is absolutely brutal, and anything within its flames gets melted. The Origin Kano had 120 million health, so 38,000 damage, even though it is a lot, it took us a little while to get its health down. But then someone else came along and decided to do this.
Bros, if you drop another Origin on my head.
Yeah, someone else came over and dropped a Kairuku nearby. I was just within the area when they killed it, so I got this unlock. I was kind of frustrated, so I just left. Day 44, we were setting the world on fire, taking out this Primal Kano. Then we're in the desert and we found an Origin Kano. We've leveled up a little bit, so we're doing a little bit more damage. And this Kano doesn't have 120 million, it's only 107 million. Only. But we managed to take it down with our Monga, another boss creature deleted from this world. Now that we can easily take out primals quickly, that's pretty much what I did for a little bit. And with the help of this Fabled Theri, we were able to gather even more blood. We saw a Celestial in the distance, so I went to go fight it. But I think I'm getting a little bit overconfident. I was stressed that we lost our Monga, our most powerful creature. So I raced back there and yeah, I got cocooned before I could actually get to the Monga. But I did manage to whistle it to follow us. So we managed to get away safely and I got my Monga back. I then got my revenge on the Celestial Griffin that killed us. And to rub it in, I had to chainsaw its body. We got a lot of Celestial hide. Day 45 and yet again, we get another visitor. But this guy brought over his whole base. Yeah, this is someone's base.
This is crazy, bro. You built a fucking skiff base with a full-ass force field. This is Caged, aka Milkshake, one of my Discord admins. Oh, it's a full glass thing? I won't lie, this is actually a pretty creative base design. And I gotta say, I have to respect a practical, good base design. Moving on, after killing a few Origin creatures, we now have a full set of Origin armor. It's stronger, tougher, and more durable. Yeah, you can't break it. Next, I went to go tame a demonic thorny dragon. These creatures are pretty much the meta to all Primal Fear playthroughs. Now, I've used Thorny Dragons the last 2 times that I've done Primal Fear, and ideally, I don't want to have to use them again, but I am going to tame a breeding pair anyway, just in case I need them to back me up for whatever reasons. Also, if you didn't notice, I used the Origin Trank for this one. An Origin Trank is basically a one-hit wonder. For most creatures, it only takes 1 Origin Trank to knock them out. Of course, it's never that simple. This Rock Elemental was protecting this demonic Thorny. I managed to kite it away, but I also realized I forgot some demonic kibble. I returned back to base and I crafted up a couple more, then returned to the big black beauty and tamed it up. Of course, I got these 2 breeding as soon as we got back to base. An army of demonic thorny dragons will help us defeat most bosses. But you know what else can help us out with stuff? A nice, cool, refreshing refrigerator. We're starting to craft a whole lot of kibbles now, so I want a place to store it. Day 46, we had a fully grown up demonic thorny dragon. So I placed a saddle on its back and took it for a spin, and was quickly reminded how strong these guys were. It's the simple fact that they have a ranged attack that does damage over time. I even decided to try and fight this Origin Dire Bear. You see, every time we launched our attack, the damage stacked. So the longer we stayed in this fight, the quicker we melted this dire bear, taking out another boss creature. My beehive outside had produced enough honey that I could craft this. This is the craftable S Plus beehive. Now, the advantage of this is that you can place it on a foundation, which you can't for the normal one, and if you open the inventory of it, the bees won't hurt you. As we keep killing these Origin creatures, we get better and better armor every time. So it's time for a fit check. We're looking pretty fly for an ARK guy. Next, I decided to destroy my base. Not really, this was a complete accident. What I'm trying to do right now is extend this out a little bit. I want an outdoor area that's nice and flat and even. This will be a place I'm going to use as a breeding area, and this is what it looks like right now. Nice clean little area for breeding and stuff. I should probably fix this hole that I made. We're moving up in the world, so much so that I could make this, the tech replicator. I also placed this awesome teleporter outside, as this is a better place for us to be able to teleport back to whenever we need. It's got more space for some of the larger dinos that we're about to tame. I had been told that Mongo is apparently stronger than Monga, and there's a level 150 on the map. And now Monga can probably take it out, so we'll be able to get it. But yes, there was a Primal Spino on the way, and I couldn't take up an opportunity to get some juicy Primal blood. Monga makes this so much easier. Anyways, we came over to the level 150 Mongo. Oh, there's 2 Mongos here. And yes, there were 2 Mongos here. You see, Monga and Mongo can power up. That's what that noise was. And I think I just killed them both like that. I did. And they both dropped eggs. And just like that, we secured 2 Mongo eggs. Now to head back to base and place these eggs in our soul terminal so that they can incubate. While we wait for the Mongos to incubate, I made some more crafting benches. There were a few that I hadn't made just yet, including the Primal Tech bench, the Extinction bench, and the Genesis bench. I don't really use them right away because I don't need to. I just wanted to put them down because we could. But we also need to start producing a lot more cementing paste. And I remember that the Acatinas are genderless and can breed with each other. How does this work? No idea. Do I want to know? Definitely not. I'm still scarred from when my parents explained how exactly mating works. I then take another look at my base. Is it time to retire this design, or do we keep this going for longer? Let me know in the comments. We now have a Mongo. It fully grew up kind of quickly. Before riding it though, I had to craft up a saddle for it. Mongo. I then fed it a max experience potion, and I got Monga to follow us. Apparently, if you have Monga and Mongo together, they get this love buff kind of thing. It makes them pretty damn deadly together. Like 3 times more damage, 3 times damage resistance. It's kind of crazy. But for now, I'm riding solo, testing out Mongo's abilities. It like self-detonates and destroys everything. This thing's really strong, but unless you're powered up, this might happen. To make things worse, yes, our Mongo died. It was a max level as well. But there's one special feature that comes with the Mongos and Mongas. Even your tamed ones drop eggs when they die. I just needed to deal with this terror bird first, and hopefully not die again. Okay, don't worry, I died. I died again? Oh, there is an egg. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we got the egg back. Great news. Mongo lives on. Day 48, I returned back to my base and somebody had set up a sign in front of it. Welcome to the mightiest, girthiest, most pleasurable base in existence. The Schling Schlong Kong Dong. I guess this is the name of our base. Slap them cheeks, boy. Okay. He's sticking his ass in his face. Yeah, this is how the community treats me. I get monkey butt in my face. But also, I got kind of inspired by seeing this guy with a boss creature. And I think I want to tame me some boss creatures as well. I've never done it in my Primal Fear playthroughs, and I think they're pretty damn powerful if you can get to the higher tiers, that is. The only way to tame them is with a special boss kibble. And you have to start with basic bosses first, and then get their eggs and progress through the tiers that way. So that's why we're taming this low-level Dodo Rex. This will be our first egg layer. Then after this, we'll tame an alpha tier, apex tier, and so on. Our max level Monga may have died, but we still had the low level one. So we're going to use this for now, go out and have some fun. I wish I could show you most of the fun, but I can't. It just looks like this most of the time. I soon realized that Mongo is certainly better than Monga. Like, look how quickly this origin bear died. In Primal Fear, you need to kill a lot of origin creatures over and over and over again. And you can summon them in, but they're kind of expensive to summon. So if you ever see them in the wild, you should take your opportunity and kill them. Day 49, I'm powered up and destroying everything that I can see. Well, everything that I need to kill anyway. Like this origin Kano. But then once again, started getting a little bit too overconfident and not really paying attention to my surroundings. Up, 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 up. There's a spirit manticore, bro. Mistakes were made. I know. It's been quite a while, so I wanted to see if we had any boss eggs. There was only one. So to speed this process up, we went out to go tame another boss creature. There was a low-level female broodmother right near our base, and it only requires one single kibble, and this will be perfect to help us get some boss eggs. There was one demonic creature that I hadn't seen before, and it might only be unique to the Lost Island map, but the demonic Dinopithecus might be a cool little tame. I had also killed a loot boss along the way. I don't remember how. I think I just blew it up when I was doing stuff. So we got a lot of blueprints. And with all of these blueprints, we need a place to put them. So I made this S+ bookshelf. And this is where we'll store all of our blueprints. Anyways, we tamed this demonic Dinopithecus. It's a really cool Rafiki. It throws grenades, but I'm pretty sure those grenades are poop, which really brings new meaning to explosive diarrhea. Death by explosive poop is kind of a sad way to go out, but in all seriousness, this Dinopithecus is pretty damn strong. We're now fighting this loot boss, and loot bosses can evolve and give you better gear, but you need to get them below 10% health for them to evolve. We evolved this green ramshackle loot boss into an apprentice one, but as we were fighting, I kind of lost control. Oh, I killed it. We might get good blueprints, we might not, but we really want the top tier, which is God Lieth. You know what's satisfying? Painting your entire screen yellow. That's a lot of death. I really like this Dinopithecus, but I don't know if it's better than Mongo. I'm still glad we got a chance to tame it and have a bit of fun though. Day 50 and we're back on the skies on the back of our strongest creature yet, Mongo. We're back out hunting down origin creatures, this time a massive origin Rex. And it didn't stand up against our Mongo at all. We destroyed the heck out of it, defeating another origin creature and unlocking more tech engrams. Next, we found this origin Argentavis. One shot from our big attack and it's gone. This Mongo's seriously overpowered. Artifacts are a bit difficult to get our hands on regularly. There's not many artifactos that currently spawn in on the map, so we're gonna have to run a cave and then try and find the artifact inside here. Now, caves are typically pretty dangerous, but Mongo sorts out everything. And once we make it to the artifact, we can collect it, but we also want to come back here whenever we need. So I placed down an awesome teleporter right next to it. And as long as there's an artifact there, we can get it whenever we need. Next, we can now make alpha boss kibble. I'm not trying to get an alpha boss for myself to ride around or anything. I only want it for an egg layer. And this level 20 alpha dragon will be perfect, as long as the Fabled Brachy doesn't want to fight it. I had to waste some bullets here knocking these guys out so they don't try and fight my dragon. After all, this is mine, nobody else's. Day 51, and we picked up one of these summoning things. We could summon Captain Black the Boulder. He wasn't very strong, so we knocked him out quite quickly and managed to tame him with some special kibble. This will be the last time we see him. Yeah, he's kind of weak, so we probably won't use him for anything. Moving on, we've got to be pressing forward. So I went to go see exactly what I needed to be able to summon in the next tier of bosses, the Empress or the Emperor. I need to kill a couple more of these origin bosses, two of which we haven't faced yet. So on the back of our Mongo, we flew over to this area right here, brought Monga as well for the extra buff, and summoned in these origin bosses. We took out the origin Spino, the origin Rex, and finally the origin Wyvern. Monga is extremely powerful. Being able to take these origins out that quickly and easily, yeah, he's OP. Next, I wanted to try and get my hands on some decent loot, so we're fighting a loot boss. But our goal is to get this loot boss below 10% of its health so that it will level up to the next tier. For example, right now it's in the Journeyman tier. When it goes berserk, that means it's about to evolve, like this, into the Mastercraft tier. We have to be extremely careful and patient. If we use our ultimate attack on Mongo, we'll probably kill it straight away. We managed to get it all the way to the Ascendant tier. I might be happy with this. I'm gonna X attack. Actually, maybe I'll X attack from a distance. It had a lot of health, and I knew this was going to take a while. I used that ultimate attack, and it one-shot it. Oh, he's going to die. Damn it. But even at the Ascendant tier, we got some pretty decent loot. Not only did we get some high tier saddle blueprints, we also got fully crafted saddles as well. And the ones that we don't need, we could grind down and get back a ton of resources. But most importantly, we got a Goliath saddle for our Mongo. Day 52, and we're heading on over to the deep ocean to get ourselves an anglerfish. We're in desperate need of a whole lot of electronics, so we need a whole lot of silica pearls, and anglerfish are great at harvesting silica pearls. Jack that movement speed up, the weight, but mainly movement speed. While we go and farm a bunch of silica pearls. Yes, they're fast and zippy, and then they go along the ocean floor just eating up all these silica pearls. Oh, now are we too fast to actually pick these bastards up? Okay. We spend a vast majority of this day just collecting silica pearls. We need a lot of them. I then return back to our base, place all of these silica pearls into our tech replicator because it produces the electronics a lot faster. Now, why do I possibly need this many electronics? That's because I'm trying to make this thing right here, the S Plus propagator. I have never once used this in any one of my playthroughs, but I've been told by some people that are playing on the server that it's a really good thing to have, especially when you're trying to breed some creatures. Thing is, this thing's super overpowered. Like, it's borderline cheating. As long as you have two of the exact same creatures in it, and it doesn't matter on gender, you can breed them together and guarantee that you'll get mutated stats. So of course, there was one creature that I definitely wanted to breed. Next, I went out to go and hunt down another Mongo. I'm pretty sure I already have two, so I can't exactly remember why we went to go get another one. Anyways, I wanted to try and knock this one out. I know I can kill it and get the egg, but I wanted to see if I could still tame it in this method. This may have been a bit of a silly idea. No! I returned on the back of our Grifficorn and then began knocking this bird out. It seemed like it was still trying to attack us or something. So with it being distracted, we were able to put it to sleep. I think it was trying to eat the dead body of my Mongo. Oh yeah, that's right. I get an egg back. I forgot about that. I thought it was all over Red Rover. I fed it the demonic kibble and it tamed. But also I wanted to tame this because it should... Yes, it got the bonus levels. I started to head back to base, but then I remembered that Mongo had a special saddle on it. I had to return and try and find that saddle. After searching for a little while, we managed to find the bag and got back our Goliath Mongo saddle. Who are you? Yeah, I was seriously confused. I don't know how I had another Mongo here. Maybe the other one that I was riding that died was our low level one. I don't know. It was confusing. Where did this one come from? Okay, we got two Mongos ready to go then. Mongo. Now that we have two Mongos, I placed them both into the propagator. Yes, I know, they're both male. But hey guys, it's 2025. You can do whatever you want. Well, as long as you have a propagator at home, that is. Anyway, we put some element in the propagator, turned one of these Mongos into a female, and began the breeding process. Now we wait. Our very first egg came out, and this one has a food mutation, not what we're after. Day 54, we have a few more Mongo eggs that have come through. And yes, we got one with a melee mutation. Now to hatch that one and wait for it to grow up. Then we can start breeding again. For now, we're going to teleport over to an artifact so I can yoink it up. I need to summon in some more origin bosses, so we're going to need some more artifacts, which is why we need to set up another teleporter in another artifact cave. One artifact's not going to be enough for us to keep farming. This particular artifact cave is filled with spiders. A lot of them. Well, a lot of dead ones. They don't like fire very much. People might be wondering why we don't really care too much about the caves and doing them properly. Well, we don't. It's Primal Fear. It's very different when you're running a cave with all these modded creatures. We just need this artifact. That's all that matters. Our mutated Mongo is fully grown up, so I made sure to rename it before we started breeding it again. This way we could keep track of exactly which one was going to be our main breeder, you know, with the extra levels. We finally spotted an artifactor on the map. Our server's currently pretty well populated, so fighting over these artifactors is kind of rough. Everyone wants to get the artifactors as quick as they spawn in, since in Primal Fear you need a ton of artifacts just to progress. So on day 55, we adjusted some of the settings so that we would have more artifactors spawn in. Having one or two on the map at a time isn't really enough for the amount of players that are currently playing on the server. Even with the increased amount of artifactors now spawning in on the server, it kind of wasn't enough, but we're gonna have to make do for now. What do we use the artifacts for exactly? Well, so we can summon in these origin bosses. We need to defeat a crazy amount of these origin bosses because we need origin tributes to be able to summon in higher tier bosses. We also need an unbelievable amount of primal blood as well, which is why we spend a large amount of time hunting down primals and origins in the wild. Like whatever we can find, we need to go hunt them down and get their blood. Day 56, and I made myself a glider suit. At least this way we don't risk losing creatures all the time. I mean, we can die, it just means our armor might break or whatever, but that can be replaced. With creatures that we tame, it's a little bit more difficult to replace. Anyways, I came for a little run around the jungle. I don't really remember why. Maybe just to get some wood and to get pounced on by an alpha raptor. Love it. We now have been able to collect enough alpha boss eggs that we can make this apex kibble, but there wasn't really any low level apex female bosses on the map right now. They need to be low level because we can only afford 1 kibble. Most of the higher levels need 2 kibble. With that being said, there was a female alpha Dodo Rex right next to our base. And with this will definitely speed up the production of alpha boss eggs. You know, I've been playing on this map for quite a while now, and we're up to day 57. And I had no idea that the ice wyverns had their very own wyvern trench. The more I play on this map, the more I'm starting to like it. I stumbled across another loot boss out in the wilds. Again, these things are kind of fun to play with, but also as we're going in to fight some of these tougher bosses, we could really use the saddles that this loot boss could drop. Once we got this loot boss up to the ascendant tier, it took us a little while to try and fight it and get its health down. That's why I wanted to switch up the strategy just a little bit. I brought over the good old demonic thorny dragon. You see, if I used Mongo's special ability, it would probably melt it in seconds. But our thorny dragon here, well, it could probably get its health down just enough. You see, we could melt its health, but we didn't absolutely annihilate it quickly. And this would be a lot quicker than me just biting at it for ages. The Ascendant Ferox went into its Berserk phase, then evolved into the Godliath Wandering Loot Boss. This loot boss is a lot tougher than all the previous ones, but I didn't have to hold back anymore. I could kill it, and we got a ton of loot. Like a lot of pre-made saddles, not just blueprints, like a lot more. Day 58, and I summoned in an Origin Rex. It needed to die. There was also a wild Origin Raptor on the map, so we went to go hunt that down too. I had heard that there was a thing called the Demonic Shinehorn, and that would be a really cool tame. Unfortunately, there wasn't one on the map. Only this Fabled one. And I don't want a Fabled one. You know what can be fun sometimes? Playing tag with an overgrown Apex Broodmother Listrix. And if you're a crazy serial killer, this is also fun. Day 59, and we're in need of a lot of Omega blood. Now, this Omega Sarco is going to help us get a lot of this blood, but not by killing it. We're going to breed some Sarcos together so we can harvest the blood whenever we need it. A lot of Alpha and Apex creatures spawn in the wild, so we tend to find that blood quite easily, but Omega blood is a little bit more difficult to come across. At least this way, we'll basically have an endless supply. As part of some of our daily chores, I went to go visit the tree sap tap and go and pick up some of the sap. You never know when we're going to need it, and it's better off back at my base than it is up here with the risk of getting blown up again. We could now summon in the Demonic Reaper Empress. I had a whole bunch of spare creatures from breeding earlier, including some of these thorny dragons and these Mongos. So with this, we're now prepared to take on the Demonic Reaper Empress. I quickly realized all of our Mongos weren't that strong without me riding them. This Demonic Reaper Empress is a beast. Riding this Mongo, I can't power up. It's considered a Celestial, and the Reaper Empress stops us from being able to power up. We've managed to do quite a bit of damage to the Demonic Reaper Empress. Now just to sweep in, try and get it out of its hole that it's buried into, and finish the job. Whew. That always gives me mad anxiety. The fact that these Mongos drop their eggs still, even though they're bred, kind of OP. Since we had now defeated the Demonic Reaper Empress, we also got some pretty good armor from her. We got Master Demonic Leggings and Mastercraft Demonic Helmet. Let's go. These are actually pretty good. Anyways, before we could move on and summon in the Celestial Emperor, I needed some Omega blood, and our breeding process wasn't done yet. So I just needed to hunt down what was already on the map. Also, once we had defeated the Demonic Reaper Empress, we could summon in a tameable version. And of course, I want me a tamed Demonic Reaper Empress. They're freaking sick. I hit it once with the Origin Trank Arrow, but it took me out. I raced straight back to it, hoping that it was knocked out, but it was worse than I thought. No! Mongo! What'd you do? Mongo! What did you do, Mongo? Look at you. Mongo! Look what you did! Day 60, and with a brand new army, it's time to summon in the Celestial Emperor. This blue Indominus Rex had to go down. We could also power up for this one, so that was good, I guess. Our little army that we prepared hit hard, but died quick. A lot of this fight was just filled with blue and yellow flames. We were also grounded. We were not allowed to fly in this fight, but after a little while, we managed to take out the Celestial Indominus Rex Emperor. Again, we could summon in a tameable version. I shot it in the butt with an Origin Trank, and then we just waited for it to go to sleep. It had 2.7 million torpor, so I had to help it out with my Trank gun. But this time around, we actually managed to tame it. So I put a saddle on its back and then went for a bit of a run around the local area. These boss creatures' big attack like this is kind of fun, especially when you make the entire screen turn yellow. Nothing in this swamp was safe. We even destroyed half of the trees. At the start of any Primal Fear playthrough, you tend to get your butt kicked, so it's nice to have that turn around and we start being the dominant creature in this game. Natural Causes is creeping on closer and closer. We need to defeat more of these bosses so we can make sure that when he finally comes, we can defeat him and he won't defeat us. Which means we now need to start focusing on the next tier of bosses, the Chaos Guardian and the Spirit Guardian. Both of these are actually really tough bosses to fight, but they also require a lot of resources to actually summon them in. We're kind of currently low on Celestial Souls, and you can't farm them by breeding. You actually have to go out to the wilds and kill them, which which is what we did. Our Mongo makes this quick and easy to kill them, but the fact that we're on a server and we're competing with a lot of people at the exact same time means there currently aren't a lot of Celestials on the map. So with this, we just try and kill absolutely everything and hope that more Celestials spawn in. Day 61 and there are a few more Celestials spawned in. It's not just Celestials that we do need to kill. We do need to kill demonics. It's just that we don't have Celestial souls at the moment. We do have a lot of demonic souls currently. But for some reason, a lot of demonics seem to spawn in anyways. And if you're not careful around demonics, this could happen. I'm not too worried about losing this Mongo though. It's really damn strong, so it's not really an issue. The issue is getting it back to me and then getting back on it without myself dying. I decided to just soul ball it and then run for my life. Once I was in an area that was somewhat safe, I got it out of the soul ball and then started riding it again. Then we're back on the mission hunting down creatures like this artifact though. We also spotted this Apex Dodo Rex on the map. It's a level 180 and a female, so this is a great little tame. And the timing was perfect. We have enough alpha boss eggs to be able to make Apex boss kibble. And just like that, we have a pretty powerful creature on our team. Oh, baby. Now we're talking. This Apex Dodo Rex is damn powerful. It even took out this demonic Morellatops near my base. To really test out its power, I went to fight this Origin Dire Bear. We're doing a ton of damage to this Origin Dire Bear, but honestly, my Mongo would still defeat this quicker. As we were fighting this though, this Primal Dodo Reaper just came out of nowhere. This really changed the course of this battle. I had a Primal health potion in my inventory, quickly switched it over to our Dodo Rex, fed it to it, but somehow I dismounted and died. Our Dodo Rex hasn't died yet, so we raced straight back over, then no! This was pretty inconvenient. Taming the Apex Dodo Rex was a bit of effort. Our Monga came through and got its revenge. Day 62, I teleported over to our tree sap tap. Once I arrived, I think someone was angry with my presence. Oh, crap. Oh, freaking Buffoon Pharaoh. I'm in desperate need of sap right now, and I'll show you why a little bit later. But first, I'm going to show you an ulterior method to be able to get some. We're currently in the desert, chopping down cactus trees, getting cactus sap. And no, this isn't the sap that we're after. No, not at all. You see, the S+ industrial grinder can convert cactus sap into tree sap. And with this method, we get a whole lot of tree sap. And I needed the tree sap so I could make this absorbent substrate. And the absorbent substrate I need so I can make this shotgun. Do I need this shotgun desperately? No. But do I want it really bad? Yes, of course I do. Day 63, I searched to see if I could make some Apex boss kibble. And I could make 2. So once again, we went out to tame a female Apex boss. There was only this level 165 on the map. That's why we needed 2 of these kibbles. And once we had tamed this Apex Dodo Rex, I had decided to keep it in its soul ball. It's purely for making eggs. That's all that we need it for right now. I then went to see what I needed to summon in the Chaos Guardian. We have everything that we need. But if I'm honest, I'm kind of scared to fight it. The Chaos and Spirit Guardian are probably the hardest fights in Primal Fear in my opinion. So to boost my confidence, I summoned in a bunch of Origin creatures. We need their tributes anyway, and they're kind of fun to defeat, and it makes me feel better about myself. There was also a wild Origin Spino on the map as well. And of course, I'm going to take my opportunity to get a free Origin tribute. Day 64, and I still kind of don't like the idea of fighting these Guardians. So yeah, we're gathering resources. I decided to face the music. We need to summon this guy in eventually. A lot of people have been fighting bosses over in this area of the map. I don't know why exactly, but I'm sure it's a good thing. Everyone that plays on this server is quite smart. I brought over a small army of Mongos to help us out in this fight. And since the Guardians are flyers, I set them up in different locations. We have a bunch of Mongos over here and then a whole bunch over here. This way, we have separate waves of Mongos to help us out in this fight. I have no idea if this is a good strategy or not, but we're soon going to find out. One advantage about Mongo is that we have an attack that can ground flyers. Basically, we cocoon them and they can't fly, which gets them down to the ground and we can focus our attacks onto him. Ideally, we want to get this boss in one of the cracks down here and then focus our big attacks. Our Mongo army that went in, they're all basically dead right now. After a while, we managed to get this Chaos Guardian stuck. This was our opportunity to strike. Did I say strike? I mean, psych, we're dead. We arrived back into the fight and our second wave of Mongos were ready to fight. Once I arrived back at the Chaos Guardian, I immediately cocooned him. Man, it's just chaos. Chaos Guardians killing all my Mongos. Wow, it is framey. PC's gonna explode. Gotta love ARK. You've been cocooned. You cocooned too far away. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. And drop this on your butt. Alright, this should kill ya. This should kill ya. This should kill ya. It did not kill ya. 1.9 million health remaining. I cocooned this big beast and then dropped our special attack. We had now defeated the Chaos Guardian. That is one of the most scariest bosses down and out. Natural causes cannot bring the Chaos Guardian to this fight. I wanted to tame myself a Celestial Therizino. I figured because our Fabled Therizino is pretty damn good, the Celestial's another tier up, it's probably going to be better. But on my way there, we dove too close to this demonic. Holy shit. May our friend Harry Acorn rest in peace. I was randomly searching through the Dino Finder, and I searched Reaper Empress. There was a wild demonic Reaper Empress on the map. This will save me a whole lot of grinding just taking this out. I need to defeat the Empress and the Emperor once again, as long as they don't defeat me first. These Mongos make me feel a little bit overconfident sometimes. I didn't know that the Reaper Empress's minions can dismount you. After a couple unnecessary deaths, we finally defeated this Reaper Empress, and we got what we were after. The demonic Empress soul. Day 66, we took on the celestial emperor. This fight compared to the demonic Empress always feels significantly easier. I don't know if it's the power of our Mongo or if the emperor is just a little bitch. I then summoned in the tameable version of the demonic Reaper Empress. This time I'm going to make sure I get myself one. I managed to shoot it directly with the origin trank arrow, but one of the biggest tricks with taming the demonic Reaper Empress is that it will bury itself. If it's knocked out while it's buried, it's kind of hard to get. So I got to keep it above ground while I knock it out. Like this. I then raced back to base, crafted up some demonic kibble. I don't like to keep it on me because it spoils over time. Shoved it up this demonic Reaper Empress's butt and tamed it. We have now tamed 2 boss dinos. Natural causes ain't got nothing on us. Since killing the Chaos Guardian, we can now craft this. This is a Chaos Orb, and Chaos Orbs work exactly like kibble. It's what we use to tame Chaos creatures. The next tier above, Celestial and Demonic. And one of the best Chaos creatures you can possibly tame is a high-level Chaos Rex. With my origin bow, I went to go and shoot it, but it blacked out my vision. It seemed to have been fighting something, but whatever it was fighting seemed to be way stronger than the Chaos Rex. It died. Day 67 and we're back out looking for a Chaos Rex. Kind of disappointing the last one died. I still don't know what killed it. Either way, this one's a level 140, so it's stronger, I guess. I'm not using origin tranks on this one. I didn't have time to make any. Not that I needed to. We managed to tame this thing quite easily. Remember that shotgun that we crafted earlier? Well, it's a lot of fun. To summon in the Spirit Guardian, we need more Celestial Souls and Primal Blood. So that's what we're doing. We've been taming enough boss dinos that we can now tame ourselves a Chaos boss dino. And guess what? We found one on the map. There was a level 190 Chaos Manticore on the map. I had to tame this. The thing is, to make the Chaos boss kibble, I need multiple Chaos Orbs. And to make Chaos Orbs, I need Celestial Souls. And we don't have enough right now. So that's what we're doing. Collecting these Celestial Souls. It's now day 68. And yes, we farmed up enough resources so we can make this Chaos boss kibble. It's a high level manticore. It requires more than 1 kibble to tame it. I was filled with excitement. We are about to tame one of the creatures I've never tamed in any one of my playthroughs. And to top it off, it's a level 190. Surely this is going to be the strongest creature ever. 9.6 million health. Unbelievable power. Now to hit it successfully with my origin trank arrow. And try not to get killed ourselves. We managed to hit it with the origin trank and we did die, but this sacrifice was well worth it. We arrived back to a sleeping manticore. It almost woke up. Its torpor drops really quick. Yeah, look at that. We got it. I couldn't ride it straight away. I didn't realize it needed a saddle. Also, I did manage to get the saddle back off the dead Mongo. May it rest in peace. Back at base, I made a saddle for this manticore, put it on its back, and took off into the skies, ready to ride the Chaos Creature of Death. You want to know how powerful this thing is? You want to know? Watch this. Yeah, that's 2 million damage. Ain't nothing surviving our hits. Celestial Rex, dead. 800,000 damage. Primal Kano, absolutely annihilated. This beast was certainly a game changer. From here on out, I was confident we were going to dominate this entire 100 days. Whilst flying around, I saw that there was a Spirit Guardian and a bunch of Griffins. I think some people on the server were fighting it. It had very low health left, so I went to join in on the fight. I'm still scared of this thing. It's very dangerous, and so I should be. I was helping out some of my homies, and this was a great fight. And then I got cocooned and hit into the water. This was a little bit of a scary moment. I was scared that I was going to get dismounted, but what happened next, I was not prepared for. A direct hit from the Spirit Guardian. Damn. Our most powerful tame that we had ever gotten in any one of our Primal Fear playthroughs is now dead. No. And Chaos boss creatures are extremely rare. You barely ever find them on the map, especially at level 190. It's now day funny number, and I'm determined to get myself another Chaos creature. This is certainly not as cool as my Manticore, but it's still pretty good. These Chaos bees are really damn powerful. Like this Alpha Indominus Rex. Once I Chaos poop on it, it dies. A slow and painful death. Level 120. I didn't even check the level, bro. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that was an issue as well. I didn't check the level of the bee before I tamed it. I just tamed whatever one was there. Also, in Primal Fear, once you kill a female Indominus Rex, they drop an egg. That's how you can tame yourself an Indominus Rex. We're way too ahead for an alpha Indominus Rex to actually help us right now, but hey, we've got a free egg. I then spent a large part of this day just fighting things with my Chaos Bee. Now, the Chaos Bee is actually quite strong, even at this level that it's at. Like, it one-shots most creatures, but it's still just not as strong as my Mongo. It also can't really take a hit. Like, this basic Dodo Reaper absolutely ruined it. But now I'm inspired to get myself a Dodo Reaper. I mean, we have the boss kibble. That thing was really strong. I definitely want to get myself a Chaos boss again. But to speed up the process, I need to tame another Apex boss female. There was this level 185 Apex Manticore. Even though it's not the Chaos Manticore, it's still a high level, really strong one. So it could have some use for us in the future, as well as laying eggs. Day 70 and I'm still too scared to fight the Spirit Guardian. So instead, we're fighting creatures I know I can beat that I can farm for Celestial and Demonic Souls. We got lucky once again. Flying around, hunting down Celestials and Demonics, we saw this appear, which is a Demonic Reaper Empress. The Demonic Reaper Empress proved to be a tough opponent once again. The simple fact that I can't power up on a Mongo really hurts us. See, when I power up on the Mongo, it has Rider Protection, meaning I can't get killed off the back of it. And Mongo's attack, we have to get into close range. This time we were pretty lucky, and we got to kill this Reaper Empress. Then we could continue going, collecting these Celestial and Demonic Souls. Day 71, and we find ourselves back over at the Wyvern Trench. There was a particular creature that I wanted to try and tame. This level 180 Celestial Ice Wyvern. We got it down into the Wyvern Trench as we were trying to knock it out, but I forgot that Celestial Wyverns have this special attack that has a pretty big range on it. As I was heading back, we got notified from the server that it was about to shut down. Then as we got there, everything kind of froze. Damn it. The server went down. This is really bad. Bad timing. This is terrible timing. 1 second, we'll be right back. When we spawned back in, we saw a bunch of damage numbers. My Mongo was alive, and so were we. But it seems like I got too close to this Celestial Fire Wyvern. The entire server wiped, so that Ice Wyvern from before is gone. But conveniently, there was still some Celestial Wyverns in this trench. Wait, I think that's a different one. I actually wanted to tame a Celestial Fire Wyvern over the Celestial Ice Wyvern. Now, I don't need this Wyvern for any particular reason other than the fact that it will give us some eggs, but also I want to pay homage to my first ever playthrough in Primal Fear. The first time I ever played Primal Fear, we had a Celestial Fire Wyvern that we named Sonya. She looks just like her. Oh my god. So I went ahead and named this Celestial Fire Wyvern Sonya V3. I'm going to need some Celestial eggs eventually, so there's no point in me keeping it out. I put it away in a soul ball and kept it in the soul terminal so it'll produce us some Celestial eggs. Day 72, and it's time to start preparing for our big fight against the Spirit Guardian. Again, I'm not going to have just one little area full of all my army of dinos. I made sure to spread them out so they don't get one-shot by the Spirit Guardian. So without further ado, it's time to summon in the Spirit Guardian. Here we go. I hate this fight, guys. I hate it. I kited the Spirit Guardian over to our first wave of Mongos, and they all got one shot. I made sure to use my Cocoon attack to drop this Wyvern out of the sky, then dropped my ultimate attack so it could do some damage. This fight is going to be brutal. Spirit Guardian. After multiple deaths in this brutal fight, I had to rethink my strategy. The Spirit Guardian was stuck in this little crevice down there, and I figured by using the Reaper Empress's ranged attack, we could do some damage. Now, this strategy was effective in the sense that it kept us alive, but I think honestly, most of the time, the big damage was to the Spirit Guardian's minions, not the actual Spirit Guardian. So although this looked like it was an effective strategy, it really wasn't. I did try to reposition to see if this helped. It really didn't. It had been quite a while, and I remembered our Mongo with the special saddle was down there. I needed to try and get down there to try and get some of the saddles. Any ones would do. My goal right now is just to get that saddle back. I didn't really care about defeating the Spirit Guardian right now. It got to a point where I'm pretty sure the saddle was gone. I just had to fight the Spirit Guardian. Once again, this fight was dragging on for quite a while. I needed to rethink my strategy again. I had an idea, but I'm gonna need the help of this thorny dragon. It's really all about positioning. We need to get the Spirit Guardian in a spot where we can do most of our damage. And I saw some of the people on the server fighting the Spirit Guardian earlier in a particular place. I wasn't having much luck on my Thorny Dragon, so we switched out to our Mongo. We had been fighting this thing for a couple hours already. We really needed to start doing something. I managed to get the Spirit Guardian to follow me. Finally. And I got it exactly where I wanted it. My goal is to get it pinned in between right here. Inconvenient timing, but we did die.
Come on, get out, get out, get out, get out.
In the end, this ended up being a good thing because I had set up a teleporter in the prime position that we could use this demonic thorny dragon to shoot at the Spirit Guardian and take it out. It was far enough away that it will keep the aggro trying to kill me, but it couldn't actually get to me. Oh my god. We found the strat. It's stuck in between the things and I can stand here and shoot. And this is working perfect. This strategy was a success. It only took us 4 days to figure this out, but we finally managed to take out the Spirit Guardian. The only thing is, I was kind of worried that we weren't close enough for this to count for us. But when I saw this on the screen, I knew that we were safe. Out of all the boss fights in Primal Fear, I still have to say the Spirit Guardian is one of the hardest. I am glad that that's over and done with and we can just move on. I am sad that we did lose our best Mongo saddle. So now we have to craft up primitive ones. It also would have sucked if natural causes brought a spirit or a chaos guardian to the fight. That would have made things really hard. Since losing a really good Mongo saddle, I wanted to try and get another one. That's why we're back out here fighting another one of these wandering loot bosses. It can be quite the grind fighting these wandering loot bosses, but it can also be very worth it, especially if you manage to get them to the Goliath tier. This is the fun part, because I can end its life quickly and I don't have to worry about it. But then the question remains, did we get the loot that we're after? Did we get a decent saddle or even a really good blueprint for any one of the creatures that we'd be using? I waited until I got back to base so I could filter through everything. I searched to see what alpha saddles we got, what apex saddles we got, and everything that I didn't need, I placed straight into the industrial grinder. These are all saddles for dinos that I definitely know that I'm never gonna ride. But once I grinded it all up, holy lord, we got a ton of good resources. We won't have to worry about metal for quite a while. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get a Mongo saddle, but I suppose that's the risks that we take. Next, I looked into what I needed to be able to summon in the next tier bosses, which is Nova and Picon. Again, we're gonna need some of these origin tributes, a chaos orb, and a spirit orb. Then after that, we'll need to fight the elemental colossuses, and they require a whole bunch of tributes as well. So we're back out in the wilds hunting down creatures. This primal broodmother Listrix will be great for some primal blood. Day 77, we're farming this origin bear and collecting celestial and demonic souls. But also to break things up a little bit, there was this spirit giant bee here, and it was a level 140, so I figured I wanted to tame it since we can now craft spirit orbs. A little risky, but I went in to try and knock it out with the origin trank arrow, and the ARK gods blessed us with a miracle. The bee landed, which gave us the perfect opportunity to shoot and hit it. Now, it was going to be angry. I wanted to escape and not get killed by it. That would not be fun. Then finally, it was asleep. I didn't bring a spirit orb with me, so we have to teleport back to base so I can make one. Thankfully, I had enough resources to be able to craft one up, and I could successfully tame the spirit bee. Now, it's been a while since I played Primal Fear, so I wasn't sure if these guys were really strong or not. The chaos bee is rather strong, but is the spirit bee? That's the question. Alrighty, how much damage you gonna do? Yeah, okay, you hit pretty hard. Kinda. We threw down Goku's spirit bomb onto the ground, and with all the numbers on the screen, I assume it's pretty good. I mean, we managed to take down this artifacto, and I didn't even know he was there. Day 78, I had enough resources to craft up a chaos boss kibble. Now, you might be wondering, what chaos boss are we going to try and attempt to tame? Yes, it's the chaos broodmother Listrix. There's a level 175, and it's basically right next to my base. One, I didn't want it to get too close because its aura probably kill all of my dinos, and two, we can get our hands on another chaos boss. Origin train carriers make taming some of these tougher creatures a lot easier, but they don't protect you from demonic capros. Nope. That's not a thing. Of course, we get a powerful creature like this. I had to check it out. The sad thing was, it was hard to try and find something that would fight it. You see, everything would die before you got within range. The Chaos Aura was brutal. It also had a move that would poop out little baby Arnios. So we had our own little Arnio army following us around. They were pretty slow and didn't keep up very well, so we just continued on our way. This thing's really damn strong, but its movement is just kind of weird and janky. So I decided to head back to base, and I leave this thing out just to keep it on display. It's really cool to look at, because times are ticking and we need to start fighting some more bosses, which means we need to farm a whole bunch of primal blood, celestial, and demonic souls. Whilst I was out farming blood, I spotted a tamed Indom in these highlands. I was playing around. I thought I'd just try and scare him. For an extra bit of fun, I decided to get the attention of this Origin Argentavis and kite him over to the celestial Indom. Ooh, we're coming, Indom. Where you going? Where you going? It's just an Origin. You don't have to be worried about an Origin. Here. Look. Don't worry. I got you. Don't worry about it. Here, I'll deal with it. I'd never let it hurt one of my people on the server. On the plus side, even though I killed the Origin Nagi, he also got the tributes and blood. Day 79, and I summoned in a whole bunch of Origins to farm them for their tributes and blood. This many Origins and a lot of big attacks, yeah, things got kind of laggy. I also started to run low on rare flowers, so we're back over here collecting rare flowers. I was taking a look through these tech benches, specifically the extinction one, and I saw to make element dust, all I need is 1 raw metal. We can farm up a whole bunch of metal, then get a bunch of element dust that we can then turn into element. Seems like a pretty sweet deal to me. Day 80, and we're running low on alpha blood. I didn't realize we were going to be low on alpha blood. We had been collecting a lot, but we also go through a lot when we need to summon in origins and whatnot. In the mid to late game of Primal Fear, there's a lot of repetitive fighting. As we were flying around the desert, I spotted this Primal Tech Giga, and once I killed it, I made sure to stop and pick up its blueprint. I figured this might be a cool chance to craft the tech creature. In Primal Fear, once you kill a Primal Tech creature, they will always drop a blueprint that you could then take, bring it back to the Primal Tech bench, and as long as you can craft up all of these materials and whatnot, you can then craft that creature. A lot of the things that we need to make, like this rubber and lubricant and all these kind of different parts, they require a bunch of different resources that we kind of don't have or we need to collect. It's a little bit finicky, but once we get all the pieces together, we could then craft the Primal Tech Giga. We will get to that eventually, but for now, I wanted to tame this creature. The Maewings that we had earlier in this 100 days were a lot of fun, so I assumed that a Fabled Maewingicorn would be really fun. And I just so happened to notice that there was a 150 right near our base. Not only are the colors really cool, it's pretty zippy, but also it's actually quite strong. Anyways, we glided our way over to this area so we could collect some oil. We're running low on oil anyway, just for our general needs around the base, but we also need a bunch so that we can make the Primal Tech Giga. I also needed to whip up some polymer. We managed to gather some obsidian whilst we were out collecting some oil, so we just use that with the cementing paste that's already been generating in our soul terminal. This is a little bit more of a process to craft this Primal Tech Giga than I expected, but we're already committed, so we're here. Curiosity sometimes gets the better of me, even though it might cost us when we want to try and fight natural causes. This could be a good idea or a bad idea. Day 81, and we're starting to get much closer to the end of this 100 days. With that being said, I needed to speed up the production of some of these plants. Adding some more crop plots will make this happen. Fertilizer is pretty easy to come across anyway, so that's not an issue. But also, there was a special creature on the map that I had to tame. Yes, this Chaos Dodo Reaper. The simple fact that this is a Chaos boss and a Dodo Reaper, I had to tame it. It's a Dodo Reaper, so it's automatically part of the Dodo gang. But also, we've already seen that the Dodo Reapers in this game are pretty strong. I managed to shoot it with the Origin Trank Arrow and then get my face blown off by this Dodo Reaper. Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty damn excited to tame this Dodo Reaper. After losing the Manticore earlier, I was hopeful that this Dodo Reaper is gonna be better than that was. When I arrived back to the Dodo Reaper, I saw that its torpor was dropping rapidly. Yeah, I only just realized you need 6 Chaos Boss Kibble, and that's way more than we have currently. And of course, I'm gonna have to craft more Chaos Orbs, just so that I could craft this Chaos Kibble. And some of the ingredients that I'm currently missing to be able to craft what I need are some of the elemental feathers, and once again, celestial souls. After what felt like a very long time, we managed to get enough stuff so we could make enough of these Chaos Orbs that we could then craft into the Chaos Boss Kibble. Upon returning to the Chaos Dodo Reaper, it had already woken up. We had to knock it out again. Now, thanks to these Origin Trank Arrows, this isn't too much of an issue. The main difficulty was to try and keep it aggroed onto us so that it wouldn't bury itself underground. It's always a pain in the butt when they bury themselves underground when you're trying to tame them, because it makes it really hard to access the inventory. I've been told multiple times by my Twitch chat that the Dodo Reapers are really good. We're gonna just have to test this for ourselves. I'm naming him Thanos. I mean, if he's as powerful as everyone says, I think Thanos is a suitable name. Now, the question remains, is Thanos really as strong as everyone thinks he is? It has a multitude of different attacks, and we had to learn exactly what each one did. Its ranged Chaos attack seems to hurt a lot, and it seems to do quick damage over time. This Primal Kentro didn't stand a chance. Now, this Primal Kentro, well, it kind of stuck us, and this happened. Oh crap, what happened? Did I get dismounted? Now, knowing that this Dodo Reaper is damn strong, I didn't want to lose it. And there's only really one way to guarantee that you don't lose some of these creatures in Primal Fear, and that's by breeding them. Now, Chaos and Spirit bosses are extremely rare. They barely ever spawn in, and especially not of different genders or levels or whatever you need to be able to do it. That's okay though, we have another method to be able to breed them. First, I need to place down a bunch of foundations so that I could place down this, the S+ cloning chamber. Yes, my plan is to clone this Thanos and then start breeding it. The only thing is, how expensive is this? Admittedly, that's actually really cheap. You see, with the metal that we've already gathered, we've been turning that into element dust. And then element dust, we can turn into element shards. We can also turn normal element into element shards as well in the tech replicator. And in no time, we had enough element shards so we could clone this Thanos. It does take a little bit of time for it to actually work, so we'll return at a later time when it's done. For now, we can still be productive by summoning a whole bunch of Origin dinos and killing them. Not only are we gathering more tributes, but we're also rubbing it in natural causes' face place that we can kill his little pets easily. Day 83, and we're still murdering all the creatures that we need to. You can call me the Dino Assassinator. Whilst I was at base, I heard a big flaming noise outside. And when I ran outside, I saw my Chaos Reapers are done. This made me forget about the flame noise. I immediately soulballed them and then placed them in the S+ propagator. Honestly, I'm starting to think that this little process here is a bit OP, but I don't really care. It's there and it's available, so I'm using it. Damn, it breeds. The propagator's OP. Anyways, we really need to start fighting some of these bosses. Time is going to slip away from us really quickly. Moving on to Nova, Picon, and Skynet. They require a lot of resources just to be able to summon them in. And same goes with any of the Colossuses as well. We need to fight Nova and Picon over and over again just so we can summon in 4 different variations of the Colossus bosses as well. If we seriously want a chance at defeating natural causes on day 100, we really need to weaken his forces. That's why I put a clown mask on. No, not really. I just found it in the inventory and I thought it might be funny. Anyways, remember a little bit earlier when I was making that Primal Tech Giga? Well, it's made now, and I have a saddle for it. I also boosted it with some of these things that you can make in the Primal Tech bench. Anyways, I was curious to see if this thing was going to be strong enough to help us out in these fights moving forward. And admittedly, it is pretty strong, but it's not stronger than what we already have. This would have been handy like 20-30 days ago, but for now, it's probably not going to assist us very well. Day 84, and it's time to fight Nova. So I teleport over to the boss fighting arena, but once I arrive, I hear this noise. Ooh, 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 what is that? Someone's here. Someone's killed something already. Oh, there's dead bodies around. There's a Mongo. That's not my Mongo. That's someone else's. Somebody's here. It seems as though somebody else is fighting a boss around here. And by the sounds of it, it sounds like it could be the Spirit Guardian. And it might actually be quite close. What gives me that impression? This. Oh, damn. Where the frick did you come from? I waited a little while and then returned. Once I had returned, there was no one fighting anything here. Now it was time to summon in Nova. But I had a little strategy I wanted to try and implement before summoning him in. Our goal right now is to try and get Nova in this little crack. We get Nova down in the crack, we're actually at a massive advantage. But if he summons in a weird spot, he might mesh. Now, hopefully this works. I summon him in and he doesn't seem to quite land exactly where we need him to. I power up to make sure that I don't get killed off the back of my Mongo, and then I charge in to try and get its attention to try and make him slip into the little crack. This has turned out to be a little trickier than I had hoped. So I figured this was the perfect time to get out one of my brand new baby Dodo Reapers. And whilst I was getting the Dodo Reaper out and leveling it up, Nova fell into one of the cracks. But of course, Nova's quite powerful and should never be underestimated. We died. I went to return, but I accidentally teleported to the wrong place, right underneath the bottom of a Dodo Rexy. Thankfully, my armor kept us from getting burnt alive, and my Mongo helped us out defeating this Dodo Rex. I returned back to Nova on the back of my Mongo, and then I whistled the Chaos Dodo Reaper to go and fight. I figured maybe with the help of the Dodo Reaper and riding on the back of this Mongo, we could defeat Nova quicker. That didn't go to plan very well. Maybe multiple Mongos can help us out. So with the orange and blue flock of pigeons, we charged on into fight. They went down faster than Japanese fighter jets in World War II. Nova the Destroyer is truly testing our patience. It also has the ability to ground us when we're on the back of this Mongo, which inevitably always leads to our death. Look, fighting Nova, I did expect to die a whole bunch of times. It is what it is. It's Nova the Destroyer. That's why breeding is so damn important in Primal Fear. Without these bred dinos, we would be back at square one already. And because we have multiple of them, their lives are meaningless to us. When they die, it doesn't matter. They're not going to get gravestones, but they certainly helped us out. 28 million health remaining, 20 million health remaining, 5 million. We're about to defeat Nova. I swoop in for the final attack, and Nova is gone. Boss fights just get harder and harder. When you defeat Nova the Destroyer, he drops an egg. We had defeated Nova the Destroyer, but it wasn't quite over. No. As I was flying away, I saw this big green ball in the distance. Someone had summoned in a caustic Colossus. I floated high in the sky watching this battle take place. This is Caged. He's fighting his caustic boss, and he has a pretty smart strategy, honestly. If you get the Colossus right down in this little hole here, your Chaos Rex can just stand up here safely and shoot down. I wanted to help out with my shotgun. It has 2.3 billion health. My shotgun wasn't really helping with 6,000 damage each hit. Once it went down, I tried to swoop in and steal his stuff. Psych, I wasn't doing that. I was just here to tease him. We're now back at base because we have to get back to work immediately. We only have 15 days until Natural Causes arrives and ruins our entire life. I need to defeat more of these bosses. And the later end bosses that we need to defeat, they require a lot of tributes to be able to summon them in, which is why we're starting with fighting the Celestial Indominus Emperor again. Once we defeated the Emperor, we had to move straight on and lag our entire PC, destroying Origin bosses. And oh my lord, this Chaos Dodo Reaper is an absolute weapon. Since defeating Nova, we had now unlocked the Primal Tech Force Field. This is like a normal tech shield, but much bigger and a lot stronger. It's kind of like going from a little water balloon all the way to a magnum. if you know what I mean. I've been told that apparently if you can get your hands on a spirit or a chaos saddle, you can grind them up to get a bunch of celestial and demonic souls. And as far as I know, the only way that I can possibly get some of those saddles is by killing wandering loot bosses. And obviously only the highest tier version. I forgot to power up in this instance, and yeah, I got burnt alive. Ooh, he killed me. It's okay though, we returned and exploded in his face and then got all the loot. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to get a spirit saddle, but we did manage to get a Chaos Rex saddle. And this put us in a sticky situation. You see, I could actually use this saddle since we have a Chaos Rex. Yeah, it also would have been nice to get a Mongo saddle since we lost the one earlier. It is what it is. That's the risk we have to take whenever we take on the loot bosses. Either way, we have our very own Nova the Destroyer now. The egg that dropped earlier, we incubated and it's now fully grown up. We got a pretty decent saddle too. You get that when you kill Nova the Destroyer. Before taking Nova out for a little bit of a spin, I wanted to check something. I needed to see what I needed to be able to summon in Pickon. Looks like we only need one single Celestial Soul. There was a poor helpless Celestial Direbear near our base. Correction, there was a Celestial Direbear near our base. We now have everything we need to summon in Pickon or Skynet. I wonder which one we'll choose. For this particular fight, I had to set up a little army. Fighting this particular boss, we're going to need a little bit of help. I then flew around a little bit to try and find the perfect place to summon this boss in. Okay, enough with all the suspense. It was Pickon. We're summoning in Pickon. Pickon the Creator, an overgrown flying fish. This boss also has an attack that will ground us. Once cocooned, we can't really do much at all. He also has an ability that deals radiation damage over time. Even when Mongo is fully powered up, I still receive damage off the back of this bird. Damn, it's laggy. We are lagging, chat. The lag was so brutal, but there is a way to fix it. If we turn off our HUD, it kind of fixes it, but it also comes with its risks. See, I don't know what the is happening. I can't. Anyways, I returned back into this fight and Pickon was stuck in this little crevice right here. It was so big and fat that it looked like it couldn't get out. Once again, the lag got real. Oh my lord, the lag, bro. I can't even tell what's happening. It's okay though. If we do lose this fight, I can just blame it on the lag like everyone else does. Once again, returning to Pickon, but he's in a different location now. How? Oh yeah, that time was definitely lag. Definitely lag, yep. Even though it seems like we're getting our butt absolutely kicked here, we've done quite a bit of damage to Pickon. He's almost dead. I dropped this attack on him, hoping to end him. And as we were cocooned and damaged, we got notified that we had defeated Pickon the Creator. Now to just deal with this annoying little pest minions. Wait, did it not count because I wasn't in the area? Oh, it did. It did. Hey, we got the creator tech gear. The creator tech gear is actually pretty damn dope. You get a full set when you kill Pickon. Again, if you're not aware what it is, it's just tech gear, but it does give you some extra buffs. Like no fall damage. We can now fly like this. We heal over time and we don't require oxygen when we're underwater. There's a bunch of other things too, but you get it. Day number lucky 88 and we're out on Nova killing things. I had to turn off the particle effects though. I was afraid it was going to lag us up a bit. I had a whole bunch of origin summons to summon in. This would be a good way to test out Nova's real power. He deletes these creatures faster than a teenager deletes their search history. Although Nova is fun, it's too risky running around on him. We're going to need him for later battles. We have plenty of spare Mongos, so we can risk their lives, especially when we're just farming all of these bosses again. I do have spare Dodo Reapers, so I could play around on them for a while. That could be fun. We need a whole bunch of these origin tributes, like a ridiculous amount. It's kind of crazy. We need the tributes so we can summon in the Celestial Emperor and the Demonic Reaper. Then we also need them so that we can summon in more Nova the Destroyers and more Pickon the Creators, just so we could summon in one single Colossus. Also, don't forget, we're going to need a whole bunch of artifacts as well. Basically, if we saw an artifactor, a Celestial, or a demonic creature, they died. They had to be dead. Absolutely murderous. Since we need a whole bunch of these Celestial and Demonic Souls as well, I figured we'd try our luck again at trying to kill one of these loot bosses to be able to get another saddle so that we can grind it down and get a whole bunch of souls. We managed to get this loot boss all the way up to the God Life level. I charge on in and destroy it with one hit, but then something strange happens. Oh, whoa! What is that? We were killed by a wandering tyrant hoarder. Now, I have heard about these before. Apparently, once you kill a Goliath loot boss, there's a chance that this will spawn in. They are extremely strong, but apparently they drop awesome loot. You're like a crazy skeleton Rex. Yes, this is like a Karen version of the skeleton Rex. It just wants to yell at everything. And it's seriously strong. Even my Mongo was struggling to do damage to it. I mean, it still was damaging it, but it was almost on the same level as some of the bosses we have been fighting. Yeah, like this thing kicked my butt. God damn it. He also killed our Mongo. The problem is that Mongo had all of the loot that we had gotten from the Goliath loot boss. Now we needed to try and kill the tyrant before it killed us and try and get that loot back. That's tough, bro. Come on, let me fly. Fucking bro, what am I supposed to do? We have a whole bunch of Mongos, but we might run out eventually. The amount of times they die is kind of crazy. The next time, I only had one mission. Our focus was to dive on in and attack. This was actually quite inconvenient. There was a massive chance that we were going to lose all of that loot. All that loot that we'd gotten from the Goliath loot boss, and the possible loot that comes from the Tyrant as well. We needed to get back quickly. I teleported to this sap tap because I knew it was kind of close. No! Fuck. Yeah, my stupid ass accidentally brought a juvenile Mongo. Thankfully, we have a massive jetpack on our back and we could just fly over there that way. When we arrived, we found Mongo's egg and his saddle, but it wasn't the Mongo we needed with all the loot. We got chased around by these annoying baboons, but then I heard the noise of a Reaper, a Dodo Reaper of all things. Thankfully, we were wearing some pretty powerful armor and had a decent shotgun. This wasn't too much of an issue. But now I really needed to find this loot. What if it had something special, something crazy, something amazing that we never had before? Since the bags are brown, I changed some of the settings so we could see the bags a little bit easier. Basically, I just got rid of all the grass. It didn't get rid of this Omega Reaper though. No. At least this next trip, I brought a Mongo with us and could destroy all the wild animals that were around here that were pestering us while we're trying to find our loot bag. It's day 91 and I'm not giving up until I find some of this loot. It could have despawned by now, I don't know, but I need to know what's happened. Of course, I found it, but this Omega Reaper was guarding it. Kind of inconvenient if you ask me. I need that. There's a Spirit Rex saddle. I need that stupid freaking thing go away, bro. I need that. Stupid bitch, that's what you get. I got a bird coming to my rescue. We managed to get our bag of loot back, but this was the bag that was on the Mongo earlier. I still need to find the loot that should drop from the Tyrant Hoarder. I knew time was running out. I knew this bag would despawn any moment now. I ran around the ground everywhere, all the places that I expected that it should have dropped, but I just couldn't find it. I searched and searched for the longest time, and then I came to the realization that it's been too long. It's definitely gone. And we're really starting to run out of time. Natural causes will be here in only 9 days, and we still have a whole bunch of bosses to kill before he gets here. Out of the saddles we got, we managed to get a Goliath Spirit Rex saddle. Once grinded up, we got 12 celestial souls. Yes, I also did hear that noise. I thought it was right outside my base, but I think whenever a Colossus is spawned in on the map, you can hear it. Anyways, no messing around. We need to fight some more bosses before Natural Causes gets here and decimates us. So to do that, I need to summon in some more Origins to fight them to get their tributes, and I might as well hatch a bunch of these Mongos as well, so we're ready for this fight. Day 92, and our boy Caged asked for a little bit of help. Thankfully, I was already in the desert fighting this Artifactor the Great. So I just flew up to his little Colossus fighting ledge, got my Chaos Dodo Reaper out and started shooting. Just for rules sake of the video, this doesn't count towards me fighting any of these bosses. I'm just helping someone out. It doesn't count. Once we both defeated this Colossus, I went straight down and summoned this in. I thought it would be funny. Nova wasn't supposed to be up here. Nova was supposed to go in the crack, but he didn't. I had everything I needed to summon in Nova. I need to fight them multiple times so I can summon in the Colossus bosses. And I thought this might be funny if I dropped it on the other guy's head. Nova was a lot easier to take down this time, and I'm pretty sure the Caged was with us helping us out. Again, I got too close and I died. With the others here, I figured it might be funny if I drop a couple Origins in this little crack area here. This particular RG got stuck in this rock. The other Origins I spawned out here. This is where I had some demonic thorny dragons that I left here ages ago. I kind of forgot about them. I figured they could help me fight some Origins. The desert was a weird place to summon in Origins. Some of them kept getting meshed into the side of walls and stuff. That's why we just came back to here, the swamp area. Nice open space to summon them in so they can all die in peace. We had collected a whole bunch of these Origin tributes, but even though it looks like it might be a lot, it's really not. We need to kill a Nova and a Picon for each one of these Colossuses. It's a whole process just to summon in one Colossus boss to fight. Then from there, we have the final tier of bosses to fight after that. Day 93, and it's time to summon in our first Colossus boss. The first Colossus that I chose to fight was the Fire Colossus. I wanted to try and get one of the tougher Colossuses out of the way early. I didn't quite get this Colossus in the little crack that I'm supposed to get him in. I'm gonna have to use this Mongo to try and kite him down into there, and it seemed to have worked. Well, from the angle that we were at, I thought it did, but it didn't. Either way, we're actually doing some damage to him. Get in that hole, bro. That's where we want ya. Okay, now that he's down in this little crack here, I did one of my big attacks, landed on our little cliff face here, and began to set up with our Chaos Dodo Reaper to fight this Colossus boss. Well, I figured I'd whistle the Chaos Dodo Reaper in to fight, whilst I ride Mongo. The Colossus was distracted with our Dodo Reaper, which gave me an opportunity to swoop in and drop our major attack. Our Chaos Dodo Reaper hadn't died yet. It had stayed alive. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I'm glad we're winning. This might have been the winning strategy, so I got 2 more Dodo Reapers out and whistled them in to fight as well. When they jumped into into this ravine, I kind of noticed that they jumped quite far away. And whether they were actually fighting or not, I actually don't know. But because they were within the area, they were dealing chaos damage anyway. Oh. No, they were fighting. They died. Mongo's proving to be one of the best tames. You can pick him up really early as long as you can kill him. And he's carrying us through some of these later boss fights. We were doing quite a bit of damage. It was now time to lock in so we can finish the job. Dropped our final attack and let the damage work over time. We had just defeated the Fire Colossus, our first Colossus boss. Even though we just defeated our first Colossus boss, we had no time to celebrate. We needed to get back so we could start grinding so we could summon in more bosses. First things first, we need Celestial Souls. Every Celestial creature on this map has to die. Some of them are a little bit more protective than I expected though. My bad. As we close into the end of this 100 days, I had to confirm exactly what I needed to be able to summon in some of these bosses. Picon's Revenge and Nova's Revenge, they're going to cost a lot. And I'm not sure we're going to get through them. I'm really worried that Natural Causes is going to bring them to the fight. And if he does, I'm not sure what will happen. Okie croaky, we need to get a bunch of origins. And funnily enough, there's heaps of origins on the map. Yes, so this day, day 94, we hunted down a lot of origins. We needed all of their tributes. If we managed to bump into a Primal along the way, well, they had to get taken out as well. Their blood is valuable. Day 95 and we're flying over to this Celestial Therizino. I don't know if this is really the smartest decision because this might be taking up some valuable time that we do not have. But my goal is to tame this Celestial Therizino. It's a pretty high level and I wonder if it's better than our Fabled Therizino. In theory, it might help us farm blood, which we need a lot of from all the tiers of dinos. As soon as I got this Therizino back to base, I put one of these Goliath saddles that I'd gotten from one of the loot bosses earlier and put it to work. We need a whole bunch of stuff. You know, feathers, blood, souls, stuff that we need so we can summon in more bosses. Now this Therizino hits really hard and kills some creatures quite easily, but I actually don't think it's any better than our Fabled Theory at gathering resources. I pump a whole bunch of levels into its delicate harvesting to see if that helps, like the whole 88 levels. Now we definitely gather more resources than we did previously, but I think our Fabled Theory actually still harvests more. Maybe it's something to do with just the Fabled tier. It's an interesting thing though. Either way, the Celestial Theory is still better at killing. I then do another check to see what I need to be able to summon in Picon. Looks like we need to summon in some more origin bosses. Again, thankfully we collected enough blood that we might not need to worry about the blood situation for a while. So day 96, we got to work killing origins. We literally did this the entire day. Eventually, I summoned in 2 Celestial Indominus Rex Emperors. I was confident we would defeat them both. Finally, I summoned in 1 single Demonic Reaper Empress. I wasn't about to do 2 of these at once. We already know that they're hard because I can't power up. Day 97, we summoned in even more of these lag-infested bosses until it was time to head back over to the desert once again and summon in Picon the Creator. These fights are always pretty damn tough, especially when you're trying to use a flyer to defeat them. But when you have to fight Picon and he's a flyer, it can be difficult, unless you can get him stuck inside one of these little crevices. Then it's just a matter of trying to avoid his minions and then time. Because if we can land one of these big attacks and all of that damage is concentrated in one spot, we do a lot of damage. The last time we fought Picon, I forgot to pick up his egg. This time, I made sure to grab it. Now, what are we missing to be able to summon in the next Colossus? Only a Chaos and a Spirit Orb, both of which I could craft, which means it's now time to go and fight the next boss. So day 98, we did exactly that. The next Colossus boss I summoned in was the Electric Colossus. This is easily one of the hardest Colossus bosses to fight. Uh-oh. Don't land here. Land in the hole. Oh, shit. So I wanted to try and get him out of the way to make sure that Natural Causes did not have any advantages. This is proof that he's hard. I'm not very skilled at getting this Colossus to land exactly where I need him to. So once again, I'm just going to have to use my Monga to get its attention and get him into this little hole.
Wait, is my Chaos thing stunning it?
Yeah, I may have died, but I think my Chaos Dodo Reaper is still down there. Hey, I'm going to use my advantages when I can in this game, especially at this late game. It's time to defeat this Electric Colossus.
Did we find a cheese method for the Electric Colossus? Why is nothing happening? They're like a stalemate. They're not gonna fight. They're friends now or something.
Honestly, this fight wasn't very exciting at all. The Electric Colossus is one of the tougher Colossus bosses to fight, but it's completely stunned. Maybe it's in awe of my amazingness.
Too easy.
And there we have it. We had now defeated another Colossus boss.
Dennis, you're my good luck charm, bro.
Give him a good luck charm, Thanos. It's now day 99, and yes, I realized Natural Causes is going to be here tomorrow. I had to switch my focus. I didn't have enough time to be able to get the stuff together to be able to summon in some more bosses to fight them. So instead, we're going to have to prepare ourselves. I placed down a bunch of turrets from the Primal Fear mod and filled them up with a whole bunch of ammunition. I then grabbed all of my dinos that were strong enough to possibly fight out of their soul balls and placed them all around my base. If there were any holes in my base that I needed to plug up just to try and add some more defense, I did that too. I don't know what dinos will be effective against the remaining bosses, but I sure hope we'll survive this fight. Before this fight began, I summoned in some people to help me out. Some of the community members were coming in to help with this fight. I'm gonna need all the help I can get, but I also think that they might betray me. Bro, how dare you guys? We're fighting Nat and you've got Nat's chibi.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I can, yeah.
Some of them brought some pretty powerful creatures to this fight. We actually might stand a chance. I think we're now prepared to fight Natural Causes. It's now day 100 and Natural Causes has arrived.
I've already started making my way there.
He's making his way from the top of the map all the way to our base. We need to stop him in his tracks.
Rip whoever's Monga that was.
I just got a notification. I got a notification. He's here, he's here, he's here. I raced as fast as I could to try and catch up to Natural Causes, but he was quite a distance away. Oh, I just got grounded. He must be close. Flying on Monga was no longer an option, so now I just rely on my jetpack. Oh, whoa! I just saw missiles coming down. I think we have found Natural Causes. And as the great man himself, KSI, once said, I think he's in the thick of it. I don't know why I'm just shooting. This is such a bad idea. I don't know.
I'm stuck in the water.
Oh, no!
I killed Aaron. The enchanted toaster's here.
This certainly proved to be a problem, because as I had to respawn all the way back at base and then try and find a way to fly back over, Natural Causes will be getting closer and closer to my base.
Who based here? Let's go see if there's a base here.
We were getting close and ready to engage for a second time. Thankfully, some of the community members were holding it down with their dinos. I was not very much help right now. Whoever was riding this Nova was really clutching it up for us right now.
Well, yeah, just Skynet. So you would have thought Nova would be the right choice.
I can't attack. I'm stun locked.
Coming. I can see stuff. Where is he? Is he inside?
We're at the castle. No, we're on the outside of the castle.
On the outside of the castle?
Fighting two Novas? Yeah, I'm gonna get out of there.
I see you guys. Wait, I'm following you. I'm assuming.
Wait,
Where is he? Oh, there. There he is!
Oh my god, he's flying. That's not fair.
It's a dragon!
I fly.
No! Holy crap!
The Chaos Dodo Reapers died instantly.
Once I had respawned, I returned to one of my descended thorny dragons. Wow, that didn't last long. We may have died, but so did Skynet.
You killed my Skynet. I'll bring in the next thing.
Oh, I see it. I can see it spawned in from where I'm at.
Oh shit, I see that now. Hey, I just want to let you know, you had a good run.
The perma-stun is real. Oh.
As a group, we were all destroying the hell out of this ice colossus. Of course, Natural Causes wasn't liking this very much, so he summoned in his next colossus.
So you could take on one. What about two?
Oh, crap! Even with a whole group of us, fighting two colossuses at once was tough. But it seems like we're about to defeat one of the colossuses.
Oh, no, the ice colossus is going down.
God! Whoa. I didn't even see it go. It went 50 million and then dead. Now, with us only having to fight the caustic colossus, we singled it out, kept it stunned, and tried to destroy it. Then, there we go. Oh, just as I got cocooned. With us now defeating all of the elemental bosses, that leaves the next tier of bosses, which will make things rather interesting. Oh shit! There he is! Go, 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 go,
Yeah,
go, 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 go!
Really now.
This is not gonna go well. Oh, that noise. We got 100 million down.
You guys might be taking me down, but I'm taking Aaron's base down with me.
No! I just got grounded. I'm stuck inside you.
No!
Rip Aaron.
No! 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 And he's got all my stuff because he punched me dead. Having a player-controlled Picon's Revenge trying to destroy my shield is terrifying.
B5 Fofub. I'm coming to kill the Australian man.
What? Whistle! Whistle! Whistle's not working! It's working!
For the record, I can't see anything because of the chaos effect. So I'm just seeing a black screen. I'm just clicking buttons.
Don't worry, there's yeah, I can see a lot. It's nice, but I have no idea if it's working. Oh my god, my screen just turned red.
Dude, he's dead?
He's in! He's in! Kill him! He's gonna destroy my base! Kill him! I was now riding my Nova the Destroyer, hoping this would defeat him. All of my dinos were dying. My base was getting destroyed. This was chaos. Ah! Everything was destroyed. Natural causes had gotten in and he was destroying everything. My base is in absolute ruins. My turrets weren't really doing very much, but it looks like Natural Causes was having the time of his life. The community members were still fighting Picon's Revenge, but ultimately it was futile. We had lost this fight and were ultimately defeated. Natural Causes was the victor in this battle, but we will get him next time. I want to give a special shout out to all the community members that helped me out in this fight and all of my Patreon members, Twitch subscribers, and YouTube members. Thank you for supporting me and all of my content. If you did like this video, please do me a massive favor, hit that like button and subscribe button. Now we're on to our next adventure. Where will we land? Until next time, peace. This is a sand dragon. That guy up there is a flame forged dragon. And this is a Zaldir dragon. In this video, I spend 100 days in this mystical land living side by side with these dragons. What are you looking at? But this 100 days, it's a little bit different. I've made a certain rule that will make this challenge infinitely harder. I call it the primitive challenge. You see, in this challenge, I can't make anything that's not considered primitive. That means no generators, no fabricators, and certainly no tech. Now the question is, can I conquer this world of dragons? Or will this land of dragons swallow me whole? Welcome to my 100 days of dragons. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on the modded map, Astraeos. Before waking up on the beach, I had to name myself. And for this playthrough, I thought it would be fitting to name ourselves AronAztek. After all, this is a dragon's medieval playthrough, so I feel like it fits the whole roleplay aesthetic. Anyways, we begin this journey just like any other by collecting a whole bunch of resources off the ground and pretending that this tree is Jake Paul's face. I then crafted up a pickaxe, mined some stone from the beach, then I crafted this hatchet and a reusable spear. If you're familiar with any one of my other playthroughs, you know the easy and cheesy way to get some early levels is by making my chibis. Whilst they're crafting, it kind of makes you walk like you got to stick up your... Level 17 already and we're just getting started. I was looking through my inventory when I saw this on the screen. What the frick is that? Someone trolling? Coco, oh my god. This is Coco, one of my subscribers. They're playing with me on the server, and whenever people play with me on the server, I always invite them to my alliance. Before making the alliance, I had to make a tribe. I went ahead and named it. We are the Dodo Legion. And our alliance, we went ahead and named Legion of Dodos. With a weird little furry added to the alliance, we then went on our way. Next step, we had to introduce ourselves to the local wildlife. The best way to say hello is a spear to the head. Wow, that was off. Hey, Dodo! My aim is about as good as Stevie Wonder in the daytime, so I think it's best we make a bowler. This way we surely can't miss. Hey, thank you. Your skin will be well used. Trust me. Feeling confident by destroying that parasol, I went to go fight this Dilo. I was then met with every pro Call of Duty player's worst nightmare. Lag. Can't do nothing. Love this game. Can't move. Oh my god. Almost dead, but I summoned my inner caveman to destroy these Dilos. I soon realized I'm dying of dehydration, so I run down to the salty seawater and quench my thirst. Next, I take down this parasaur. Look, I really need a lot of hide and a bunch of fiber, all so that I could make this. A raft. Yep, I needed a raft. This map has a lot of water, so I figured a raft might be a good way to get around initially. I always make sure to check underneath our boat to see if there was any leeches around. This doesn't look deep enough to have any. I then realized my hunger level was dropping quite low, so I quickly put together a campfire and started cooking up some of that juicy parasaur meat. I then saw this purple drop in the distance, landed on the beach, and ran over to it to see what was inside. Ooh, harpoon launcher, minotaur saddle. We took everything except the harpoon launcher. Day 2, I went and harassed another parasaur. This time, instead of spearing it in the face, I bonked it on the head a couple times to put it asleep. Well, I attempted to. It did get away. How long until I can use this again? Oh, no way that worked again. Yes. One thing that's really refreshing about not playing a super crazy overhaul mod is the fact that it's day 2 and we haven't died once. I managed to tame this parasaur, place his saddle on its back, and immediately forced it to carry my fat ass around, while simultaneously collecting a bunch of berries. I then brought it back to our raft and started sailing off to do some more exploring. Looking down in the water, I saw this shadow. I thought it was a trilobite. Not a trilobite, just a fish. My parasaur also wanted to come for a dip. Rather inconvenient because we couldn't get it back on the boat. Please tell me it gets up. Oh my god. I didn't know it was on follow. Thousands of hours in this game and I still make stupid mistakes. Now, because we had gotten some metal from that drop earlier, I could make a smithy. Then I could make some metal tools. Crazy since we haven't made a forge at all. Things were starting to look up in this playthrough so far. Also, because I was streaming live, my Twitch chat decided to name my parasaur Papa Smurf. We sailed around for most of the day trying to find a location that we could build like a starter base or something. I don't know what we were doing. We're just exploring. Day 3, we landed on this beach and then I threw a spear right in the face of this ninja turtle. Turtles are a great source of keratin in the early game, which we need to be able to craft ourselves a Pteranodon saddle so we can hit the skies. One turtle's not enough for us to be able to gather enough keratin, so we turned multiple turtles into porcupines. Bro, we got freaking Michelangelo over here, Leonardo, Donatello. We're killing them all. Stocked up on a bunch of resources. Now we need to find a Pteranodon that we can actually tame. We searched along beaches because that's typically where you can find a Pteranodon without any other scary creatures around. I then went ahead and crafted up nano spyglass. One thing I like about the spyglass is that it doesn't require any high level resources like crystal, so it's pretty easy to make in the early game. There was a Pteranodon right where we landed on the beach. Only thing is, it was a level 25, so we got to keep on moving. A little further inland, there was another low level, and we cannot deal with a low level flyer, not at all. Day 4, we continue our search looking for a decent level Pteranodon. We see an RG above this beach, so there's surely higher level creatures over here. Fearful that I might likely die, I placed down a bed so we can at least respawn back here whenever we need. Made it to land and saw an RG and an aloe fighting. Came around this corner and then saw these two aloes. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. I thought they would chase after me, but they're not. Oh, they're spawn stuck. Aha. With this, I could just casually stroll straight past them, straight up to this. What in the frick? Our first proper encounter with a dragon. I wanted to keep my distance, but I was curious to see what this thing really was. I tried to find a better angle to take a look, but ultimately decided we should leave. We really need to get ourselves a Pteranodon so we can start moving forward in this playthrough. I finally spotted this level 95. Now, although it's not the best, it'll have to do for now. To ensure that I can actually tame this thing, I wanted to make sure I could knock it out easily. So I made myself a mortar and pestle back at my little raft so that I could start crafting up some narcotics with some of the resources that I'd already gathered. Next, I crafted myself a crossbow. I realized I need a bunch of spoiled meat if I want to make some more narcotics, so I split up all the meat that I had in my inventory so that it could all spoil at once. This is a whole science project at this point. I just want to knock out this damn bird. So with that, I return to it, throw a bowler around its legs, make it land, shoot it in the head with a couple of these trank arrows, and put it to sleep. Now to just wait patiently for it to tame up and try and keep it alive, hoping that nothing comes to kill it. Whilst waiting, I decided to go harvest some resources near our raft. I was then taking a look through the engram list to see what modded items we could make. But whilst I was minding my own business, I heard this crunch sound. Oh, you're kidding me. Bro. Thankfully, our Pteranodon had fully tamed up, so I quickly raced over to it, placed the saddle on its back, and escaped into the skies. He's gonna ruin my parasaur. That's fine. Ideally, we don't want our parasaur to die, but if it does, it is what it is. I had to land rather quickly because this Pteranodon had just about as much stamina as Mike Tyson did in the Jake Paul fight. When we made it back into the skies, we encountered another dragon. This is the Hydro Dragon. I was fearful that it might be aggressive, so I made sure to stay away from it. I then went to explore some more of this map. Some of these Greek-themed buildings are pretty damn cool. Day 5, I continued exploring around this map. I was too afraid to go back to our raft where that dragon was munching on our parasaur, but whilst we were out, we did get to witness some of these cool dragons around the map. I'm excited to start taming them all. Continuing on, I went and hunted down some drops. We managed to get some pretty decent loot out of this particular one. Some flak boots, fur hat, and metal water intake. Seafoam would be nice, but we're not allowed to touch it. I then spotted the shark's rotting carcass, and I wanted to see if you could harvest it. Yes, you can. We scored some free oil and some spoiled meat. Flying around, I saw this interesting mountain peak, and of course, I had to go investigate. Tell me we can actually make it up there. Bro, this is Olympus. This is sick, dude. I have to admit, visually, this map is absolutely stunning. I'm glad we chose this for our playthrough. This area that we've aptly dubbed Mount Olympus still has dangers, though. Oh, crap. The stamina is going to be the death of me. Yep. If it's not me being an idiot and forgetting about stamina, it's you Tyrannosauruses that fear roll you away. I had a pretty ingenious idea on how to get out of this situation though. I would jump off the Pteranodon, engage my parachute, then whistle the Pteranodon to follow me, and we're back in the skies. Ah, yeah. Frick, I'm the king of this. Yeah, it's safe to say that I'm pretty much an ARK pro at this point. I'm so good that nothing can touch me. Bro, we're so dead, dude. If it freezes me again, it's another 10 seconds, bro. This is so unlucky. Bro, as if it gives me a 10-second cooldown. You can't escape this. 5 seconds, come on. Bang, I'm out. I'm out. We managed to just get away, but then I forgot about stamina again. The good old parachute and whistle trick seems to work just fine every single time. Day 6 and we're flying through these clouds on the hunt for some cementing paste. I have no idea where to find it, but thankfully I was streaming live, so my chat told me exactly where to go. I won't lie, that kind of looks like a beaver dam. That is a beaver dam. I quickly secured some cementing paste from these rabid beavers, made my escape only for us to forget about stamina once again. Shit. Parachute, 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 parachute. Whoa! Bro, why wouldn't my parachute launch? Our parachute didn't engage. I don't know what happened. We then respawned back at our raft only for this dragon to be attacking our parasaur. We then suffered a great loss. I knew I couldn't stick around. This dragon was ruthless, so I jumped straight on the raft and escaped. Then we slowly started heading over to our last death place. Considering this map is only 30% complete, it's quite big for what's already here. Apparently, it's already bigger than the island map. I managed to make it back to our dead body and the Pteranodon. With this, I flew the Pteranodon straight down to our raft and finally crafted up a forge. I needed just a little bit of metal so I could make something rather special. This Greek boat. I'm not going to say what it's called. I can't really pronounce that, but it's really cool. You can even customize the sail and parts of the boat. It's pretty neat. In the beginning of day 7, I start moving some of our stuff from the raft over to our big Greek boat. We then set on off in search for greater pastures. This large boat moves kind of fast, which allows us to get around this map quite quickly. But still, nothing beats flying. We set on off in the skies to search around this mountainy island area, and we discovered this cave. Now, I thought that this was going to be like an artifact cave or something, so I was expecting to get kicked off my flying mount soon. We didn't get kicked off, so I think you can live inside here if you wanted. Back outside, we continued our explorations. Finding more mountain peaks above these clouds makes this place look absolutely beautiful. But whilst we're out and about, I was also scoping out some possible forever base locations. We needed the perfect space. Because we're playing completely primitive, we don't have a lot of advantages that we normally would in our other playthroughs. For example, we need to have a water source nearby, and we need to have a decent amount of resources that we can collect. Because without having the convenience of the Dino Depot mod or even cryopods, we need to get a little bit more creative when we need to move stuff around the map. I return to our Greek ship, then I make the medieval smithy. And with the smithy, I can make a water mill. Now, what exactly is this water mill? Essentially, it's a primitive way of making electricity, which is one thing that I'm going to have to overcome to be able to use some of the Draconic Chronicles mods items. Again, this is a primitive medieval playthrough, so I'm restricted with a lot of the items that I can make myself. Now, to power this water mill, I need this burned charcoal. Why is it called burned charcoal? No idea. I already thought charcoal was burnt already. Doesn't matter though, it gets the wheel spinning and we now have electricity, apparently. Day 8, I crafted and placed down this thing. It's called the Draconic Shrine. It's the thing that needs electricity to be able to work. And it works like a crafting bench, but for draconic things, like all of these other draconic crafting benches. Next, I came up with a pretty stupid, or might even be pretty brave, harebrained idea. It just involves us heading over to this island. Now, this island was only recently added to the Astraeos map, and if we plan on surviving this island, we're going to need a couple more beds. Now, what is all the fuss about this island? What could possibly be going on here? Well, this particular island has some pretty scary creatures on it. Now, what exactly are those scary creatures? Wyverns. I try and make my escape from this particular one, but we don't quite make it. In case it wasn't obvious, we're here trying to get ourselves a wyvern egg. But first, in this case, we need to try and get our body back, which we managed to do for a split second, that is. I am not giving up until we get ourselves a wyvern egg. It will significantly progress us through this playthrough. I was looking at all these little holes in the wall, trying to see if there was a nest inside them. I couldn't see anything, but we did stumble into this cave. And it was in here we found our first egg. Please be good level. It's not an amazing level egg, so I went on to search for something a little bit better. Fortunately, for the most part, we didn't run into any wyverns yet. In the end, we came up empty-handed, and this 95 egg is gonna have to do. I quickly yoinked the egg and run for my life. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh my god, I can't see. I'm waiting for a wyvern just to come snipe me right at the entrance. We made it out of this cave alive. I kept checking behind me to see if any wyverns were chasing. Bro, are we having a clean run? Completely naked. To be fair, there's just not many wyverns around. We'd seemed to make a clean break for it and escape with a wyvern egg. Well, that was until this.
Oh, shh.
But hey, look on the bright side. Our body's not too far away. We can go collect our stuff with the egg inside it, and we just need to make it back to our boat and set sail. Yeah, we make it back to the boat.
Oh, wait.
I then respawned in what felt like the slowest respawn animation ever, jumped on the back of my Pteranodon, and kited this wyvern away. All right, good. We're faster than it. We managed to get away, but then we saw this structure. Oh, that's a wyvern trap. Indeed, this looks like a wyvern trap. It looks like Nakata's purposely put this here as a wyvern trap. With the wyvern kited away, we returned back to our boat, collected my stuff off my body, and began sailing off, keeping a keen eye over my shoulder, hoping that no wyvern would come and murk us again. Once we made it to a pretty safe location, I began setting up some of these standing torches so we could start hatching this wyvern egg. Incubating, let's go, baby! 6 minutes. We were then doing some stuff around our base, minding our own business, when this fat heifer came back. I did my best to escape, but I don't think we were fast enough. This boat may be faster than a normal raft, but it's not faster than this dragon. I had to get on the back of our Pteranodon, get his attention, and then kite him away. I hid up upon this mountain until the coast was clear, then headed back to my base, only to find that our egg was gone. At this time, I was hoping that it was just floating in the mid-air because we're on a boat. Maybe it just detached from the boat type of thing. I don't know. I was kind of hoping that it hadn't sunk to the bottom of the ocean. In the end, I had given up all hope and just accepted our loss. That was until I jumped on the back of this Pteranodon, and then it was there.
No, there's a dragon there, bro.
How this happened, I have no goddamn idea. Either way, I am grateful it happened. This will give us a massive boost in progression moving forward. Day 10, and this little baby wyvern wanted to be imprinted, and it only required a short little walk. I didn't want to take it to land, so I tried walking it around our boat, and this worked just fine. I then realized with some of the dragons that are around this map, it's probably not very safe to have our boat like it is. Something could easily come by and kill our wyvern. With this, I went out to go and explore possible base locations. Do we build in some of these prefab places? Like this building right here could be a safe place to grow up our wyverns, or do we build in these resource-rich mountainous areas? There was a lot of places to choose from. In the end, I chose this mountain peak. I feel like if we're playing a Dragons playthrough, we need to build on a mountain peak, right? This place has a lot of space to build my favorite base design and a lot of decent resources. It's also pretty close to this, which works kind of like an obelisk, meaning when we want to fight the boss on this map, it's pretty easy to get to. With the base spot decided, it was time to go and harvest a bunch of resources so we can start placing down some foundations. Day 11, and it's now time for us to place down this base. Cue montage. I think we're going to struggle quite a bit with resources, especially since this base is going to be massive. Day 12, I took a little break from base building so I could go and check on our little wyvern. It was quite the trip away, but once we got there, we saw this. No, the stupid butt. Leave my wyvern alone, dude. I really didn't want to lose this wyvern, especially since it was so much effort to try and get it. I used my boat to try and escape as quick as possible. My wyvern got scared and started running away. Then that dragon started following my wyvern, making things worse. On the back of my Pteranodon, I whistled the wyvern to follow us, but the pesky dragon followed as well. My Pteranodon was near death itself, but all I could do was just keep trying to get this wyvern out of danger by making it follow us. Eventually, I brought this wyvern up to this spot. Ideally, I wanted to try and get it inside because I thought it might be safe in there. I knew I just couldn't bring it with me right now. I figured if I just left and stayed out of render, it should grow up and be safe. We can return once it's fully grown, and then we can ride it and fight off anything that's trying to fight it. Whilst we wait for this wyvern to grow up, we continue grabbing a whole bunch of resources so that we can continue building our base. Day 13, I returned to go check on our wyvern, and it was fully grown up. We could now ride it to escape this place, but I wanted to see how much damage it could do. It absolutely wrecked this level 150 RG. I think we're in a pretty good spot right now. With this brand new fire wyvern acquired, my chat had to name it. They went ahead and named it Veronica. Now we have to fly this flying lizard all the way back to base and try and get our Pteranodon there safely as well. We get a little bit distracted at times when it comes to building this base. It's a bigger project than I expected. It's going to require a ton of resources, definitely a lot more than we can gather by hand. And I really need to enclose this base off soon, as it seems like there's a couple dangerous creatures that spawn up here. And without Dino Depot or any cryopods, we can't keep our dinos safe. They're going to have to defend themselves from some of the dangers in this map. I then took off to go and try and find something to tame that can help us to build our base. But as we were flying around, around, we encountered one of these again. This was kind of close to our base, so I wanted to kite it far enough away that it didn't come back to base. At one point, I did turn around and try and fight it. We did a fair bit of damage, but it really hurts when it fights us. So our safest bet is to try and get this big mama away from us. We literally spend the whole rest of this day trying to kite this thing far enough away from our base so that we're safe at base. Day 14, I went on the mission to go and collect some wood. We kind of farmed all the wood by our base. But whilst we were here, we found this drop and it had an ascendant Pteranodon saddle in it. Anyways, I managed to farm up a whole bunch of wood from this little area here, and by a whole bunch, really not that much because we can't carry too much. But what I had been doing was gathering as much resources as I could hold and bringing them back to this storage box. Then once we had a whole bunch of them, I could then craft up a bunch of foundations and continue this build. Well, that was until we ran out of resources again. I did manage to put down some forges though and get some metal cooking. Day 15, we returned to our Greek boat, but the sail had changed. I had a different sail, so is this my thing? It is mine. Apparently it's a bug and it reverts every time the server restarts. Anyways, I came here to pick up these crafting benches and take the resources that we could hold, which again wasn't much, but that's what we get for making this 100 days challenge harder than normal. I then remembered we were still close to the wyvern trench, and we had a wyvern. Usually when you have a wyvern, it's easier to get wyvern eggs. So of course, me being extremely brave, I went into this wyvern cave so I could see if I could find another wyvern egg. We found a nest with a wyvern egg in it right near the entrance of this cave. 135 poison. Now level wise, this is a good egg, but a poison wyvern doesn't really help us too much in this playthrough. So I flew deeper into this cave to see if there was any other eggs around. We found this lightning egg, 15, but level 15 is just not going to cut it. So we dived deeper into the trenches of this wyvern cave. Managed to spot a nest, but this pesky flame-forged dragon was there. It was such a pest that my chat decided to name it my girlfriend. Like, this thing clings to you harder than syphilis in the summertime, or even like when your bum's a little bit sweaty and then you go to wipe and then the tissue stays there and it's stuck. Yeah, it's kind of sticky like that. Look, either way, we got away from it and we could now live in peace. Well, kind of. I really wanted to get myself another wyvern egg, and this level 135 poison wyvern egg is gonna have to do. Oh, there's a couple eggs here. We got a fire egg too. I didn't get a chance to check out what that fire egg was. I just wanted to escape before we got munched on by another wyvern. We did get chased down, but once the coast was clear, I had a look at this fire wyvern egg. What was the other egg? Oh! Oh, yes! 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 It's pretty safe to say that I was pretty excited about getting a level 150 fire wyvern egg. We had just been blessed by the ARK gods. Since we're on the Greek map, I'm assuming it's like Aphrodite or something. It's kind of why we built here, right next to her. Anyways, after that sidetrack craziness, I came back to base and placed down all of these crafting benches. Day 16, and we're still making some slight adjustments to our base, placing down some more of these crafting benches. And of course, we need to get some electricity up in here, so I placed down this water mill. Next, I jumped on Veronica's back and went to go try and tame ourselves a dodo. We're looking for dodos right now. What exactly do I need these dodos for? Well, basically, I need their eggs. But Aaron, you're currently knocking out a male. Don't worry, we're taming a female as well. If you're unfamiliar in how exactly this works, if you have a male and a female, it should produce more eggs than it would if it was just a female on site. And dodos are kind of easier to transport around because I can carry one in my hands and Veronica can pick up the other. I bring these dodos straight back to base so that they can start producing us some eggs. This might take a little while, so I went out exploring the map and did a little bit of drop hunting while we're at it. We managed to score some pretty decent loot from this as well. Day 17, I needed me some metal ingots, and our forges just weren't cooking them up fast enough. So a quick and easy way to get them is from these metal structures that we got from drops earlier. I forget exactly what I needed it for, but I'm sure it was important. Next, I went out to go and find some creatures I could tame, particularly ones that would help us out right now in our journey. Something maybe like this parasaur. I need another berry gather, obviously, and I only want to kind of tame some things that I know my wyvern can carry. Veronica only likes to carry things with a slender build. Fat things are off the list. New parasaur acquired. It's time to gather up a bunch of berries, particularly narco berries, so that we can start making up a bunch of trank arrows to obviously tame some more creatures. Next, I crafted up this war weapon smithy. This is where we can craft up some, well, medieval war weapons. I then took a peek at our base design, and I think our shaft is looking a little thin. We need to extend this girth just a little bit more. Building the base by gathering resources by hand has been kind of difficult and a lot more time consuming than I had hoped. So right now I'm placing down a trap near our base so we can go out and tame ourselves a particular utility dino that can help us gather resources so we can finish this base. We continued this search on day 18. What exactly are we looking for? Well, the good old-fashioned Dodicarus. Snatched him from his natural habitat and brought him straight back to base, where I'd Kobe'd him straight into the trap and began the process of knocking him out. Took a little while, but we finally put this guy to sleep. Now to make him a saddle. We've got a blueprint for an ascendant saddle, but it's low-key kind of expensive to make, so we're just going with a primitive one for now. Our taming rates on the server are faster, but not super fast, so we're gonna have to wait a while for it to fully tame up. But whilst we wait, we went out to explore this map even further, and see if there was anything else interesting to tame. We did encounter this Therizino, so I burned it alive without Veronica. Now, I wasn't deleting this Therizino for no reason. Trust me, I had a good reason. It had a baby following it around, so if we kill the mama, we could steal the baby. Yoink. Uncle Diddy would be so proud. We arrive back at base with a baby that's soon going to suffer some severe Stockholm syndrome. And our orange Doedicurus that somewhat resembles me before my pre-evolution stage was fully tamed up and ready to go. So we put it to work gathering some stone and slapping some felines in the face. Day 19 and we had already cleared out all the stone near our base, so we had to take this Doedicurus somewhere else to collect more stone. And this cave seemed to have quite a lot of it. So we got stuck straight into it and gathering as much stone as possible and began removing some of the original inhabitants of this cave. After filling our Doedicurus up on a whole bunch of stone, we returned back to base, dropped the Doedicurus off at base, then went out to go and find something else. Right now, I was looking for an Oviraptor. Again, because we're not using the Dino Depot Terminal mod, I have no way of collecting eggs from our dodos. Thankfully, Oviraptors can work exactly like that. They are egg collectors. You see, all I need to do is place this hitching post down, attach my Oviraptor and the dodos to it, and then whenever these dodos will lay eggs, the Oviraptor will collect them and store them and keep them safe. This also works for fertilized eggs as well. So this is a pretty good solution if you don't have a mod to help you fix this. I currently have no way to gather wood, so I just have to fly down to a place with a lot of wood and collect this by hand. Thankfully, Veronica can hold on to quite a bit of it, so collecting this all by hand isn't too much of a problem. We do need a lot of wood to finish this base, but not quite as much as we do need stone. Day 20, we're building this base once again. This is a longer process than I had hoped, but it's also very essential. Right now, we're thickening the girth of our shaft, adding some stairs for some ease of access, then adding some walls to keep this place safe. This is quite the long process, but we'll get there in the end. Day 21, we're still working on this base. Sometimes we had to make a few adjustments, and sometimes we just had to fill in some walls. It is coming along quite nicely though, but we often run out of resources and have to go out and get them all again. I even get so desperate that I use the Doed to go and harvest these metal nodes that give us extra stone. Sometimes I even get so zoned in that I don't even realize things like this. Oh, that scared the hell out of me. The freaking chick's just peeking in. What are you looking at, love? Day 22 and a little bit of a distraction, but our Therizino is all grown up. And there was a few creatures around our base that I wanted to get rid of so that they don't attack us. Now, one thing I love about Therizinos, these things slap hard. They're even great utility dinos that gather a bunch of wood, a bunch of thatch, and even berries. Of course, my chat had to name this Theri. Thierry Henry. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Quick base build check-in. We're missing a big chunk of the shaft and the tip, so it's back to work on this base we go. Day 23 was pretty much just us gathering a bunch of resources and working on completing this base, which for the most part we did by sealing it in with this final gate. Day 24, and I put this porch right at the front of our base. It's a little bit elevated, and I wanted to make it a little bit easier to enter and exit. Inside's also quite dark, and thanks to the medieval mod, we could add this light in. That's not a lot of light. It's not, but it's gonna have to do for now. I tested using these braziers to see if they would help light the place up a little bit more, and I mean, they kind of do, but not what I was expecting. Doing everything primitive is making things a lot more interesting than I expected. Anyways, now let's take a good look at this base. The rocket ship shaft base has returned. Such a beautiful sight. Next, I placed down this medieval kitchen oven. You can cook a bunch of other foods in this, as well as the normal foods that you can cook in any campfire. Next, I was reminded, because we're playing on the Astraeos map, there's these Astraeos building skins that we can use, which of course I had to use on this build. We also came up with a bright idea to add these Bob's Tall Tales windows to let in light to kind of solve our light problem. I'm not sure if adding these skins was a good idea or not, because it did take up a whole other day. But low-key, it was kind of worth it. It's nice and refreshing to have something that looks a little bit different to what we've been used to for the last 7 years. Day 26 and we ran into a slight problem. I need to try and find a way to get water all the way up to my base. Do we go all the way down to the ocean to get it? Or is there a better water source nearby? Thankfully, there's a water source just over this little ridge here. And with this, I just link a whole bunch of water tanks all the way up to our base. It's a pretty straightforward process if you know what you're doing. Problem is, I don't know what I was doing. So at times I got a little bit stuck and kind of just had to wing it. But in the end, we managed to get water all the way up to our base. Next, I think it's about time that we start setting up to try and actually tame something. You see, when I was out drop hunting, we found this, an Ascendant long neck rifle. So of course, I'm going to have to make up a whole bunch of trank darts and prepare ourselves to start taming some dragons. Also, can we just take another moment to appreciate this freaking map? Cloud over top is cool.
Day 27, whilst we're out exploring, we were told to go and have a look behind this waterfall.
and we found a cave. But behind that cave, we got kicked off our mount. Yeah, no flying's allowed in this one. Bunch of scary bugs below us. I made sure to grapple up high and get away. Veronica was trying her best to work her magic and destroying all of these bugs, but without me controlling her, she's kind of an idiot. I told her to go wait outside and we'll deal with it later. I have a question. Are we really stealing this stuff out of these beaver dams, or is it rightfully ours to begin with? Like, who really cares about beavers? They're just aquatic rodents anyway, right? Either way, I'm extremely grateful for the free cementing paste. I'm really not too familiar with the mods that we've added in this playthrough, so I spend a little bit of time looking through this draconic shrine to see what I can craft and what exactly I need to be able to tame some of these modded creatures as well. Same with the medieval smithy. Now, this smithy is really made for just like roleplay type things. A lot of the items that you can make in them are just different skinned versions of what we already have. Like this alchemy station is really just a mortar and pestle, but this alchemy smithy, this is different. The alchemy smithy makes potions, and a bunch of these we'll probably use through this playthrough. Day 28, and we're crafting up even more of these trank darts. I'm pretty excited to go and tame some dragons, but before we did that, I remembered we had something we needed to do. We had those eggs that we got earlier. We need to hatch them. The eggs just randomly disappeared. Yeah, I forgot the Oviraptor does that. It's okay though, you can just change the settings. And just like that, we have our poison and fire egg incubating. Now to go out and explore this map and see what kind of wyverns or dragons we can go and tame. Although, whilst we were out, the place kind of looked a little empty. I then had to make a quick pit stop back at base because the eggs should have hatched by now. Gotta love ARK. And the stupid wyverns were stuck in the ground. I broke my house down just so I could get these little babies out, made them follow me out to this wider space, and then obviously replaced the floors. Next, I made this draconic crossbow and a draconic arrow. I wasn't exactly sure what this does, but I know that if you shoot a wyvern with it, it does something. Plus, it looks kind of cool with the wyvern skull head on it. Anyways, we shot these wyverns and it did nothing. What this crossbow actually does is that when you shoot a wyvern that's not a part of the Draconic Chronicles mod, it will then turn them into a draconic wyvern. And if they're a baby wyvern, they instantly grow up. These two wyverns are already draconic, so it doesn't work. It's day 29, and honestly, it's kind of pathetic that we don't have any dragons yet. I need to tame something ASAP. We're out in the plains region when we find this, an adult Zadir dragon. This dragon is a part of a separate mod, and at this time, I had no idea how I'm supposed to tame it. I figured I'd just try and knock it out by shooting it, but my Twitch chat eventually told me this is not how you tame one of these. I just really want one. They look freaking epic, and their animations are amazing. Instead, we continued on our way, where we ran into this Inferno wyvern. Now, it requires chaotic draconic essence. Now, we can't make that just yet. It's quite a little while until we'll be able to do something like that. I was more curious to see what would happen if we kill it and if it dropped anything exciting. We finally managed to kill it and we got some loot from it. What did I just get? Chaotic wyvern milk. I didn't know you could get it from killing them. Draconic ash. Very interesting items indeed. What do they do? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. Next, I returned to the Draconic Shrine and crafted this Draconic Cauldron. I also crafted this Obsidian Fabricator, thinking it might be a little bit different than a normal fabricator. It's really not. It's just a normal fabricator, just with a chick standing on her knees. Typically, I love this, but in this playthrough, we're not allowed it. So I had to say goodbye. Then I placed down the Draconic Cauldron. Now, this is what we need to be able to make a bunch of these essences, which we need in order to tame all of the Draconic Chronicles, wyverns, and dragons. I saw this inside the Draconic Smithy thing as well. Curiosity got the best of me and I wanted to see what it was exactly. They call it the Draconic Altar. And basically, I can use that Draconic Ash that we got earlier and turn it into some chibis. And then I can do something with these artifacts. But we'll discover exactly what that is a little bit later. I then went and fed this Chaotic Wyvern milk to one of my wyverns. And it's damn effective. I've been getting real distracted. I need to sort out what ingredients I need so I can make some of these essences and start taming some dragons. I then made this. This is the Draconic Guide. Basically, it's just a guide that you can use to see exactly what all the different things are in this mod. I spent a bit of time just studying this and trying to find what dragons use what and where to find them and stuff. Day 30 and I went on the hunt for one of these, an owl griffin. Yeah, that's also a separate mod that I added to this playthrough. I think griffins would be a great addition to be able to help us tame some of these flyers. But first, we actually have to try and tame this thing, which was a little bit harder than expected. Every time I shot it, it would deal torpor, but that torpor would drain rather quickly. I tried again, but its torpor was already down to 0. I quickly realized if I want to tame one of these owl griffins, I'm gonna have to try and trap it. And I wasn't really prepared for that right now. Instead, I had another theory that I wanted to check out. I noticed that this map is so much larger than I thought. There was a big chunk of it that we hadn't discovered yet. I wanted to go see what was over on this big island in the distance, flying past a few cool little islands right here. But as you can see, there's such a large chunk of this map that we still haven't discovered. I want to go see what it is exactly. Bit of a flight out. What exactly is it? Oh no! It's not open yet. This map is still in its early stages. I'm sure it's going to be great once it's finished, but until then, we can't go out here. Day 31, I inspected the Draconic Guide to see exactly where certain creatures spawn. It has a spawn map. The only problem is it doesn't have a spawn map for this particular map. But a lot of the same things kind of match up. Certain dragons only spawn on beaches. Certain dragons only spawn in the redwoods, the snow, etc, etc. We ran into a slight problem though. This map doesn't actually have a redwoods currently. After speaking to pineapples for a little bit, we worked out a place that kind of works like the redwoods. And it's this area. It doesn't resemble redwoods, but it has exactly what we're looking for. They're called the crystal wyverns. And if you're familiar with ASC Crystal Isles map, they're basically just the crystal wyverns from that. And we need to kill these wyverns so that we can collect the crystal from them. It's called the chaotic crystal. They also drop draconic primal crystals as well, but we don't need that right now. Anyways, we spent the rest of the day just hunting down these wyverns. There weren't many that were around, or we just couldn't see any, so we didn't get much. Day 32, and since we've been leveling, we've unlocked more essences that we can use to tame some more of these dragons. So I went out to see if I could try and find some. But can we just take another moment to have a look at this map? If you play this map, you've got to keep the clouds turned on. Seeing the mountain peaks above the clouds, amazing. Once I returned back to base, our fire and poison wyvern had fully grown up, and they were kind of stuck inside each other. Tried moving them out of each other, but it was a little bit tricky. The trick is to make them follow you and not be riding them. That's how you get them unstuck. Well, unless they're actually properly stuck, like this poison wyvern. I tried for a hot minute to try and get him out, but since he's proper stuck, we have to quickly say goodbye to him. A fat rip, but kind of in the way. With this wyvern finally out of our way, I could go ahead and build this little farm. To make some of the essences in the draconic mod, I need a lot of vegetables. So we got to work putting together this greenhouse. We had put this down. It's a little bit scuffed, but it works. 300% greenhouse effectiveness. It's fully irrigated. Now all we need is some seeds. Jumped on our Theri to try and get some, but even after gathering a whole bunch of berries, or like not one veggie seed. So then I tried our parasaur, harvested a whole bunch of stuff, and managed to get the seeds that we needed. We got citronal, rock carrot, everett, long red. Yeah, buddy. Now, before we can plant these seeds, we need fertilizer. I don't have a dung beetle, but I could probably get my hands on one of these. The good old-fashioned poop machine, the Phiomia. Thanks to our Ascendant long neck rifle, it only took 2 shots to put this bad boy to sleep. Once this Phiomia had fully tamed, my chat went and named it Poop Rocket. Day 33, we induced violent diarrhea to our poop rocket by forcing some stimberries down its throat. Never in my life have I ever been so excited to pick up poop. Next, I went out to go and try and tame something else, but I found this purple drop, and it had some pretty nifty gear in it. Some of these items we weren't allowed to keep, but this Ascendant flak chest piece is pretty decent. We then found ourselves in the snowy tundra. Well, kind of close to it, where we found this level 85 Anki, which I snatched up, flew it all the way back to base, dunked it right into our trap. In. Yes! We got it. Gave it some mysterious drugs in its face, which then put it to sleep. Day 34, and the Anki had woken up. I had also found an Ascendant Anki saddle earlier in one of the drops, so obviously I placed that on its back. Now to put this spiny wannabe turtle to work. With this, we should be able to gather a whole lot of metal, but there's not too many metal nodes around our base area. So I grabbed Veronica, and Veronica can pick up our Anki, and we head on out to try and find some other locations with a ton of metal nodes. Locations just like this. Also, my community decided to name this Anki Kumalala. I don't really know why. I think it's something to do with that song. Kumalala, Kumalala. You guys get it. Anyways, we spent basically the rest of this day just collecting a whole bunch of metal. We couldn't overdo it. Even though the Anki can hold a bunch, Veronica can't. So we just grabbed what we could. That was enough to fill up our forges. Day 35, I went to go visit Mr. Pineapples. His base is kind of close to mine, and I wanted to see how far he had progressed. This is his little base and his base location, and my base is just over there on that little mountaintop. When I arrived back at base, I heard a noise. It was Pineapple showing me his new dragon. This thing's pretty damn cool. But then he also had a pretty funny idea. Hold on a second, just gotta go into photo mode. There we go. That's so cooked. Listen, what's that old saying? Boys will be boys. With Pineapples having this brand new dragon, he taught me exactly how I could get myself one, and showed me how he got his. Basically, you have to trap one of these ancient Zaldir dragons. Then you put it to sleep, and inside it, it'll have an egg. This one was already asleep, and I couldn't access the inventory, so I couldn't grab an egg out of it. It's already been done. But after seeing that one, I think it's freaking wicked, and I want to get myself one ASAP. Day 36, I started crafting up some of these essences with every intention to go out and tame a dragon. But a certain opportunity arose, and I had to take it. I want to craft this egg incubator, but I need electronics. Now, I'm not allowed to make electronics, but I can trade for them. I then asked Pineapples to trade for some electronics. Show me the goods. And in return, he wanted my demonic fire wyvern. Is it a fair trade? I don't know. But I didn't have a lot of things of value to trade, and he knew that. Bye-bye. With our wyvern flying off into the sunset, I went ahead and made this draconic egg incubator. Kind of expensive to make, but now we've got it at least. I then went out to go and try and find something that I could tame, heading directly to the snowy tundra area because that's typically where the higher level, stronger creatures will be. We then encountered this level 150 Royal Owl Griffin. Remembering if I wanted to tame this thing, I needed to make a trap, so I quickly went to go gather a bunch of resources, some wood, some stone, you know, all the things that we need. Then started laying down this good old-fashioned gate trap. Now the tricky part, we got to try and get this Royal Owl Griffin into the trap. Again, my aim's not great, but this shot finally landed. Knew it. Which got its attention and then ran straight back to the trap. Whoosh! And it followed me in. Now we're able to shoot this thing without its torpor dropping. But when this thing is asleep, it kind of looks creepy. My man's not looking so good. Whilst we're waiting for this owl griffin to tame up, I noticed that there was this cave right near our trap. So of course I had to go investigate. When inside, I saw that there was a dung beetle there. And what a coincidence. I do need me a dung beetle. The only thing is, how do I get past some of these creatures that could kill me easily? Well, the answer to that question is quite simple. Veronica. Duh. Fighting these little spiders is kind of like playing paper, scissors, rock, but instead I have a flamethrower. Thankfully, Veronica had to do her business and I was able to pick up her poop so I could feed this dung beetle. That's an instant tame. And tame it. Also, our royal griffin is fully tamed. Twitch chat had to name our dung beetle Spooderman. And our royal owl griffin is called Grifficorn. Now we got to try and get this griffin all the way back to base. It's quite the journey. The griffin's not very fast, but we make it eventually. But when we do, I place this dung beetle right in this corner over here, lock him in with a couple walls and a door, and feed this lactose intolerant pig some lactose. I had to lock this dung beetle in here because I'm pretty sure you have to have them on wandering. I don't know if that's still a thing or not, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm sure someone in the comments will say something. Next, of course, I had to check out the abilities of this griffin. And I mean, for the most part, it's just a normal griffin. It can dive for extra speed and hit the ground and bomb the place. Day 38, and we're on the back of Grifficorn, heading on out to go and tame a dragon. The whole reason we tamed this griffin was so that we could shoot off the back of it and tame these flyers. First dragon we're going to try and attempt to tame is this rejuvenation dragon. I expected it to stand and fight, but it's a bit of a pussy and started running away as soon as I shot it. Now, typically, I would think that this makes it a little bit easier to knock out, but its torpor drains really quick. So we got to stay on it and consistently shoot it without its torpor dropping so it will finally knock out. This thing fell in the water, so it looks like we're going for a nice refreshing dip into the ocean. And we can feed it the rejuvenation draconic essence. It tamed up basically immediately. Now to guide our new friend all the way back to base. New dragon acquired. Well, you could probably say this is our first proper dragon. My chat went ahead and named this dragon Katara. Now we're back in the snowy tundra area because I need to go and kill some creatures so that I can make a certain essence so I could tame something that I want to tame. I know, very vague, aren't I? But basically, I need to hunt down these draconic ice wyverns and kill them so that I can get these things. It's called eternal ice, and it's an ingredient that I need to make some essences that I need to be able to tame some other creatures. Whilst I was out here, I came over to this little pond because this is where you'll find penguins. And if we roast some of these penguins, they can provide us with a decent amount of polymer. Day 39, with the polymer that we collected, I went ahead and made this draconic collector. I also crafted this obsidian refrigerator, but once I placed it down, I realized it's not really primitive, is it? So I can't use it. Now this draconic collector we could use. What exactly does this do? Well, if it's not obvious, it collects things. And to solve our refrigeration issue, I made a preserving bin. That's primitive, right? At least now I can keep my meat clean and cold. And even my milk, we got to keep it fresh. I often have to keep referring back to the draconic guide to kind of figure out what I need to do next. It doesn't really tell us much, but I figure we just need to tame more dragons. When I was flying in this direction, I remembered that Pineapple's trap was here, and this ancient dragon was wide awake. Now the question is, can I knock this thing out again and still get an egg from it? Pew, pew, pew. Now the moment of truth. We open the inventory, and there it was. Hey! With our newly acquired dragon egg, I raced straight back to base and placed this egg in our draconic egg incubator. And now we wait. Might as well be productive while we wait as well. Day 40, I went and checked on my egg, and it hadn't incubated that much at all. So I just stared into the clouds for a while. Needed time to kill. Or maybe I had to go poop IRL. I don't remember. There's still other things we can do until this egg would hatch. I went and checked our collector and saw that it had some stuff in it. Some vegetables from our garden and the rejuvenation crystals that come from the rejuvenation dragon. We then spent the rest of this day melting some ice wyverns with our fire wyvern. Day 41, I came to the realization that we're not going to be able to give ourselves an industrial forge. The only solution I have is, well, more forges. Right now, I don't actually know what I need a lot of metal for, but I'm sure I'll need it in the future, so it's good to have, I guess. Also, this egg incubator just isn't doing it for us. The egg is barely incubating. I was then told by my chat that apparently incubating it with some torches outside is much quicker. The egg incubator wasn't happy about that. I thought the egg disappeared through the floor, but no. The incubator stole it. So now this incubator needs to go. I then went ahead and placed down this egg, and seeing that this egg will hatch in just over 2 minutes, it's definitely a lot quicker to do it outside of the incubator. And just like that, this egg had hatched. There's a little kitty. I brought this little dragon outside because if it grew up inside, it'll probably break the place. I also decided to move the dragon altar. Why? I don't know, because I can, I guess. Day 42, I grabbed Grifficorn and picked up Kumalala. Wait, will he just hit things? And went out and farmed some resources. Oh my god. Amazing. Yeah, I forgot this was a thing. Just carrying the Anki without a rider and we can smash them with metal nodes. Quite an efficient way to be able to harvest metal. We spend a large chunk of this day doing exactly this. But now we're pretty stacked on metal and can fill up all of these forges. So damn stacked that I need to go and farm some wood just to be able to keep it burning. Also, quick check-in on our dung beetle, which we had to rename to Pooperman, and it had been getting to work making some juicy fertilizer. Day 43, I started checking out some more of these medieval smithy crafting thingies. We made this medieval anvil that makes shields. That's cool, I guess. And this medieval forge. I was kind of hoping this would be some sort of like medieval industrial forge, but no, it's just a normal forge. It's not that special. Finally, I made this grinding stone, which is exactly that. An industrial grinder. I had a whole bunch of these ascended items that I knew I wasn't going to use anyway, so I placed them all in here and grinded it up. And yeah, we got some amazing loot. Next, I took flight on this amazing royal owl griffin out into this amazing world. Also that we could go and fly and check out this statue's nuts. Oh no. Oh no. I'm in his gooch. Purely accident. Pure accident. Not intentional. Next, we encountered a dragon I hadn't seen yet. Emberclaw, the Defender of Realms. That's a cool-ass dragon, but I need to get it down to 40% health to be able to get one. And I don't think Grifficorn's got the facilities. Day 44, and spotting this Hydra dragon made me realize I want one. I just don't have the means to make the Azure Draconic Essence right now. So instead, we're going to settle for this Flameforged dragon. I had already pre-made the essence for this, so yeah, this seems to work. Now, shooting it to knock it out, but staying out of its attacks is kind of hard. This thing absolutely wrecks us when it does hit us. I had pre-made some health potions, so this is kind of helping us out in this situation, and we're kind of just weathering the storm and shooting it. This strategy seemed to do the trick. We knocked this thing out in the water here. Now we just got to wait. I was kind of hoping it was an instant tame like the Rejuvenation Dragon. It wasn't. We waited patiently until this very moment. Now the slow and painful flight back to base. This chunky dragon takes quite a while to get back. Once we got back, it decided not to join us by our base.
Where are you going? You stupid.
This chunky Flameforged dragon was tamed, and I thought I could ride it. Turns out it needs a saddle. But first, we actually have to get this thing back to our base. Also, our dragon had grown up enough for us to be able to ride it. Even though it says juvenile, it's actually grown. This dragon comes in different levels, and you can increase that level from juvenile to adolescent to adult by doing a little something that we'll show you a little bit later. But right now, we got to put a saddle on this Flameforged dragon and put it to work. Now, I will admit, this Flameforged dragon saddle doesn't really suit our primitive playthrough, but there's not much I can do. It is what it is. I went to go see if this thing was very strong. Its bite attack is pretty mid, but it's this attack that does the damage. Oh my god, this Bronto is melted. Now we've seen the brute force of this Flameforged dragon. I was then sent back to base so we could name this dragon. My chat named it Athanasius. I'm sure there's a way to say it. It still confuses me now. But most importantly, we had to hit the skies and check this out. Oh, that's freaking wicked, bro. I'm in Game of Thrones, chat. This was easily one of the coolest dragons or any type of creature I've ever seen in this game. It just flies so amazing. But we're going to have to upgrade it and make it bigger, which we'll get to soon. But for now, I needed to name this one. Because of the way it looks, I went ahead and named it Fish Legs. Yeah, like the guy from How to Train a Dragon. Day 45, we took our boy Fish Legs out on a hunt for some crystal wyverns. We fought this single crystal wyvern, and I made the mistake of running out of stamina again, which also put me in a position to get absolutely wrecked by this crystal wyvern. I did manage to regain our stamina, and we got back into the fight, but the crystal wyvern kind of hurts Fish Legs. I mean, we did defeat it eventually, but we had to race back to base and heal up our Fish Legs, which you can do with the Rejuvenation Dragon. The Rejuvenation's green fire breath attack heals allied creatures, but then damages enemies, which then allows us to get back on the back of Fish Legs and back into the fight. This time we went to hunt down some ice wyverns. Day 46 and Katana is spitting on Fish Legs' face, rejuvenating. I then head on over to the Redwoods area to try and find some more crystal dragons, but there wasn't any there. So instead, we went over to the Wyvern Trench area and hunted down some wyverns here. I do know that I need to collect a bunch of their talons to either make an essence in this mod or even to be able to summon in some of the bosses later on. Day 47, I returned back to base and I realized I could turn some of these normal wyvern talons into draconic wyvern talons. Thing is, it costs 2 normal wyvern talons to make 1 draconic one. Kind of a ripoff if you ask me. Next, I had to make some more burnt charcoal. Such a weird thing. I thought charcoal was always already burnt. Then once again, Katara was breathing her rejuvenating breath on Fish Legs. I think Fish Legs is starting to really enjoy this. We're back out in the world exploring, and we ran into this ancient Zaldir dragon. It's not an amazing level, so I had no plans on trying to tame this or try and get an egg from it. Instead, I wanted to kill it and see if it dropped anything interesting. It was pretty easy to attack since its turning circle was so slow, and Fish Legs was quite nimble for a chunky little boy. But to answer the question, it doesn't drop anything decent or anything at all, just hide and meat. I then found myself burning this Anki alive, only to realize I just made an orphan out of this baby. My bad, I'll take care of it. Day 48 and I bit the bullet. I added the Dino Finder mod. Because we need to hunt down a bunch of crystal wyverns and ice wyverns and certain creatures all the time, I needed to know exactly where they are on the map, only to find out that only 5 crystal wyverns are spawning on the map currently. I need 30 crystals to be able to create one single essence. I don't know how to solve this problem. Either way, I decided to go out and kill these guys and get all the crystals that I could. The Dino Finder definitely made it a lot easier to track some of these guys down. It didn't make them easier to fight though. They would absolutely kick my butt. It's okay though, because we always had Katara waiting for us back at base. I then flew down to the beach so I could go bonk some dodos in the head. Our single dodo back at base isn't producing enough eggs for us currently, and a lot of the essences I need to tame some of these dragons require a lot of eggs, so of course I need to speed up production just a little bit. Day 49 we spotted a bunch of ice wyverns on the map. This was more like it. The only thing is I actually need more crystal wyvern crystals than I do need ice crystals, but it is what it is. Killing these ice wyverns would literally keep us busy for the entire day. But we would stock up on a whole bunch of ice wyvern crystals. Day 50, we went to go bully these rejuvenation dragons. This feels kind of mean because they would just run away. They wouldn't even engage in combat. But these dragons dropped dragon meat. Again, another resource I need to be able to make some stuff. Day 51, and we checked to see if we had enough resources to be able to make this. We don't have enough draconic steaks or bones right now. So we went back out to go hunt down some creatures that might give us exactly that. Then I remembered only one alpha Zadir dragon will spawn in on the map. And I need to go and kill it because it'll drop an item that I can feed to my Zadir dragon to upgrade it from juvenile to adolescent. And this Flameforged dragon does quite well against these Zadir dragons. So after a little bit of patience, we were able to defeat this dragon, which then gave us this black tooth. I then immediately raced back to base, positioned my little pink dragon in the right spot, then I fed it this black tooth. Nothing crazy kind of happened, but it turned into the adolescent and now needs time to grow. Next, I had enough resources to make the Azure Draconic Essence, which means we now have the ability to tame ourselves a Hydro Dragon. Thanks to the Dino Finder, we were able to find a pretty high level one rather quickly. Now the tricky part of actually trying to knock it out. I shot it and figured I might try and trap it. Then I remembered that this trap was kind of close. I missed the first time and Grifficorn was getting kind of wet. Wasn't too happy about it either. It's okay, we had a bunch of health potions so we could continue. We then tried this a second time round, but this time coming in from a little bit of a lower angle. Did we get it in? This worked perfectly. Well, so I thought. I did manage to try this one more time, this time trying to stay a little bit closer to keep the aggro. Maybe this way it won't turn around and try and escape, which it did pretty much straight away. Day 52, I tried setting up the stone gate trap, but rudely, this Hydro Dragon wouldn't allow me to finish it. And Grifficorn doesn't really like getting wet, so we had to get out of there real quick. I then went and harvested a whole bunch of resources so that I could make a different type of trap. I did spot this rock formation near the beach here and tried to see if this would work as a kind of trap. I know what you guys are thinking. Obviously, it's not gonna work. And it didn't. But I do need to try and get this Hydro Dragon away from me so that I can try and set up this other trap right here on this island. Everything seemed pretty safe now, so I started setting up this trap design. Unfortunately, the Hydro Dragon tracked us down and then murdered me. Some of the dragons in this mod have some crazy aggro ranges, meaning if you piss them off, they will travel across the entire map until you're dead. But because it had already killed us, the aggro had completely gone. So we could safely get our stuff back and continue working on this trap. This trap was a bit of a weird design. I'm kind of making it up as I go, knowing very well that the dragon's pathing is a little bit different to what we're probably used to. This was kind of what it looks like. It's super scuffed, but if this works, I'm a genius. I then got the attention of this Hydro Dragon once again and began to lead it towards this trap, only to realize once I get in, how do I get Grifficorn out? And I think we can't get the Hydro Dragon to fly low enough to be able to actually get stuck in it. Look, my intentions were in the right place. After all, I'm not much of a builder. I mean, look at my base. I thought I was safe and sound back at my base. Maybe it had de-aggroed. I was wrong. But then outside, I realized the Hydro Dragon was stuck in a weird position that it couldn't actually hit us with its water attack. Of course, I took advantage of this little exploit and the fact that it won't run away and just kept shooting it. Eventually, it started to fly away. And I realized even with this amount of trank darts, it's probably not going to be enough. So I went back to make some more. Surprise, surprise, we ran out of narcotics. Quick run around on our Therizino and we gathered a whole bunch of narco berries that we could then turn into narcotics. As we were doing that though, our Hydro Dragon friend returned. And somehow I could still shoot him through this wall. Look, ARK tends to screw us around quite a bit. So exploiting it like this a little bit, hey, I'm going to do it. Also, because the thing kind of escaped, its torpor started dropping a little bit and it started running away again. So I had to grab some more of these tranks attacks. Then we're back outside shooting it, and it's kind of just stuck there and can't seem to hit us. This time we managed to deal a ton of torpor. But just as we're getting close to knocking it out, we completely ran out of trank darts. Quickly ran back into the base to try and grab a couple that we had already made. Then we ran back outside to knock out this Hydro Dragon. Once asleep, we fed it the Azure Draconic Essence and successfully tamed the Hydro Dragon. I feel like we put a ton of work into taming this Hydro Dragon, so of course I jumped on its back to try and test this thing out. I gotta say, its model looks amazing. Is it strong? Does it handle well? No, not really. And I'm pretty sure it had a whole lot more health than it does now before we knocked it out. Day 55, we spent a large chunk of this day on our Hydro Dragon. Even though it's nothing special, it's still pretty cool to add to the collection. And apparently it has a special ability that we don't know of yet. What? This ability is super ridiculous, but also hilarious. Later on in the day, we jumped on the back of fish legs because it's just better all round. Also, it can harvest resources, especially metal. Even though I hated this dragon at the start because it just followed us around, was so pesky, it's grown to become one of my favorite dragons amongst our little collection we have here. And the fact that it can harvest almost any resource, metal, stone, wood, thatch, all of those things, it's obviously a must-have dragon. Day 56, I started cooking up a whole bunch of foundations. But then I started running out of resources again, even after our big resource run. Now, you might be thinking, what are you up to, Aaron? Firstly, a lot of dinos have been spawning in our base kind of area here. So I figured if I place down these behemoth gates, it'll keep us kind of safe. I mean, this should block off some of the creatures, right? I then took down this trap. I kind of just wanted to neaten up my base area a little bit. You might be thinking, what did you make those foundations for? I don't know, but I'm going to put them to use later. But right now, we have a dragon I want to try and tame. I want to get me an Emberclaw egg. Now, this isn't the highest level dragon, but not many of them spawn on the map. Plus, it says I've got to get it underneath 40% of its health for it to drop an egg. And I don't know, if this was a max level dragon, I think we would have got melted already. One thing that makes this dragon playthrough quite interesting is that every big battle is always in the skies. It really creates a unique challenge. Anyways, fish legs here was getting kind of melted as it was, so I had to return back to base and let Katara do her thing. I kind of imagined this is what it would be like if Sydney Sweeney was to breathe on me. Anyways, back into the fight against Emberclaw the dragon. Now, I'm not typically good at maths, but I'm pretty sure we're underneath 40% health. But for some reason, I couldn't see an egg drop. Technically, it should be right here, but it was nowhere to be found. After trying to look around for quite a while, we noticed there was no egg. Maybe it needs to be a little bit lower in health. There it is. This is not 40%. Their math is way off. I saw an egg. Where did it go? There it is. Egg now acquired. Now it's time to race back to base and incubate it, which I did straight away with the good old-fashioned standing torch method. Whilst waiting for this Emberclaw dragon to hatch, I thought it would be fitting to set up a little bit of decorations around our base, particularly this draconic throne. Yeah, now that we're collecting dragons, I'm pretty much the mother of dragons. Or father, I don't know. Does it matter? So I sit on my throne and bask in the ambience. I don't need pants. Hold on. I think I've got a pretty cool visual moment right now. Ah, yeah. That's pretty cool. I mean, the lighting's a bit whack, but it's pretty cool. Anyways, in other news, our dragon had hatched. Well, actually, it was two of them. We had twins. Oh, twins. This is exciting in a game, but if this was IRL, twins would be hella scary. Anyways, back to pantsless posing. I don't know. I think this looks pretty cool. Day 59 and day 60, I spent the time just going out killing things. Mainly astral dinos that work just like alpha dinos. Why would I have to go and kill a bunch of these creatures? Well, why the hell not? Plus, also, I need a whole bunch of experience points because I want to try and increase my levels. Because I noticed when looking at the engram list that once you hit level 100, some new draconic items unlock. Day 61, I got a little bit distracted and decided to customize my base just a little bit. I even started placing down all these foundations that I had made earlier. Honestly, I'd like to think I knew exactly what I was doing right now, but I had no idea. I still continued this on day 62 because, well, I was just committed at this point, and I kind of stuffed up this build. This part doesn't connect very well, and obviously I had to turn it into the right cosmetics. What exactly is this thing that I built? I have no idea. Originally, I thought it was going to be like an amphitheater type thing, but I think it's just going to be a place that I'm going to put my dragons on display. Day 63, we pretty much just farmed a bunch of resources. We had been using quite a bit building this little base addition, and finished making the final touches to this little, I don't know what it is. Day 64, and our Emberclaw twins are fully grown up. Thing is, only one of them I could imprint because the other one required kibble or something. It just wasn't working out. Also, once they fully grew up, their health was kind of depleted. Thankfully, we've got Katara here to help out, and these Emberclaws could enjoy some good rejuvenation. Now to go test this Emberclaw out, specifically the one that we had 100% imprint on. Initially, it flies kind of slow. Well, that is until gravity kicks in. I did its fire breath attack, and it absolutely melted this Bronto. It's safe to say this Emberclaw is pretty damn strong. Might even replace our fish legs. Plus, the way it flies is pretty damn epic. I can't get over the visuals in this playthrough. They're just amazing. Day 65, we continued our fun just flying flying around on this Emberclaw, burning everything we saw. Once we had finished all our fun, we returned back to base. I wanted to test out a theory. You see, Katara here drops rejuvenation crystals every time she poops. I wanted to see if I fed her stimberries, would she pop out a whole bunch of rejuvenation crystals, similar to the Phiomia, and my theory was correct. Look at all of that rejuvenating poop. I then discovered that there was another Alpha Zaldir dragon on the map, and I had to go out on fish legs and handle my business. My plan is to obviously get our Zaldir dragon all the way up until its adulthood. Alpha Zaldir dragon absolutely melted. Next, I wanted to test out a theory. Maybe if I level up our current Zaldir dragon as much as possible, once I feed it the black tooth and it grows a little bit older, it'll reset its experience so that it could get even stronger, if that makes sense. So of course we went out to go hunt down some astrals because they give us the most amount of XP so we can level this thing up. Day 66 and we're just finishing off this final little run of killing these astral creatures. I then returned back to base and fed this black tooth to our Zaldir dragon. Once I opened the inventory, I realized that leveling it up doesn't really matter. But hey, we've got an adolescent Therizino. Now we just gotta wait for him to grow up. Well, will you look at that? It's all grown up. It's a hell of a lot bigger than it was before, but I wonder how big it'll get when it's an adult. He's also a little bit stronger as well. So with this, I spent a bit of time hanging out and bonding with my Therizino. It always becomes quite fun when you become the dominant apex creature in this game. We have now been leveling up quite nicely, but we're not quite there yet. We're currently only level 91 and have a ways to go before we hit level 100. But whilst checking through these engrams, I saw that I could make these cool little swords. But in order to make them, I need black pearls, which I currently don't really have. Now, I don't need too many of them, so I could probably go hunt down some trilobites to get exactly what I need. I grabbed Grifficorn, made sure I was wearing enough armor, and went straight into the ocean. Using a grapple hook kind of helps us get around the ocean a lot quicker. You just grip onto things and then pull yourself places faster. It's a lot faster than you can swim. My overconfidence got ahead of me a little bit though. We got munched on by these annoying fish. Thankfully, I had an ascendant pike, so I managed to kill this thing. Then I was able to kill my first trilobite, but it only gave me 2 black pearls. I was then reminded that the ocean can be quite brutal. Oh no. Go away, you stupid mantis. I thought this was going to be a simple run where we go and kill a bunch of trilobites and get the black pearls. Clearly wasn't that simple. Thankfully, I managed to go and get my stuff back and get straight back to farming these trilobites. This time, we didn't seem to get too bothered by a bunch of these aquatic creatures. We did get a couple close calls though, especially from these jellyfish. Get out. Day 68, and we have gathered enough black pearls that we could make one of these swords. I chose to make the Royal Fire Sword because fire is cool and dragons, it makes sense. Here it is in all its glory. Quite the long sword. I obviously had to make a shield as well. Just makes sense. Next, with our new magic sword and shield set, I went on out to go and conquer our first cave. This one behind the waterfall. The one that we came to with Veronica earlier. When I first dismounted and started charging in, I saw a whole bunch of insects come flying towards me. I got scared and grapple hooked away. I didn't get a chance to use my sword yet. Instead, I used normal bullets and my ascended long neck, which if we ever land a hit, absolutely wrecked things. So I got to test out this fire sword, and it hits pretty damn hard. Sometimes it'll set things alight, and these bugs did not like that. We managed to kill quite a few of them, but then all of a sudden this freaking sword broke. Why am I getting... Wait, the sword's broken already? Oh, god damn it. Luckily, I still had my ascendant long neck and this ascendant pike. I was just kind of missing pants, but that's okay, I think. I was determined to get through this cave. I need some artifacts if I want to fight the boss eventually. Grapple hooks and this ascendant long neck seemed to do the trick just fine. We were able to get our way through the cave kind of safely and even pick up some cave drops. I finally saw the artifact over by this Greek structure. Then I saw some weird creatures I'd never seen before. Cave minotaurs. This is a nice little addition to this map, but I'm pretty sure they just reskinned feroxes. And thanks to this little water ledge place, we could just kite them off the edge and they weren't really too much of a problem to us. And just like that, we were able to secure the artifact of the hunter. This cave's not very big, so getting out was quite easy. With that, I returned back to base with our new gear from all the drops that we'd gathered and our first artifact. Day 69, and I'm starting to realize that I really need to hit level 100 if I want to get the full experience out of this playthrough. There's a couple of engrams that are quite interesting by the looks of it. But first, I wanted to test something out. I wanted to know what happens when I crush this artifact in this dragon altar. It turns it into artifact dust, which once we collect 10 of them, will give us an artifact loot boss of either the island or scorched earth, whichever one you need. Next, I went ahead and made this skyward draconic essence. Yes, it's now time to go and tame another dragon. This is the smallest dragon you could possibly tame. It's called a worm. Problem is, it requires at least 2 draconic essences to be able to tame it. And I only had 1 of them, so I had to quickly return back to base, whip up another one, and head back on out to go and try and tame one. These little dragons are kind of ugly cute. You know, kind of reminds me of like a pug. Anyways, apparently they're a passive tame. It just was a little bit tricky to try and figure out how to actually do this. It probably helps if I have the draconic essence in the right slot. Yeah, mistakes were made, okay? I fed it once, and then I was pounced on by this Thylacoleo. Not the most pleasant experience, but I killed it. I then had to go and try and chase down this worm. Once you feed it once, it tends to fly away. It managed to get itself stuck in this tree rock thing, and just like that, I managed to tame it. Now, these worms you can pick up kind of like otters and, you know, shoulder pets. And not only do they look like cool wings on their back, they have a function as well. If you double jump and hold down spacebar, you can fly. Or if you're in the air and press C, you can glide. I already know this is going to be a lot of fun. Time to test this out. Come on, come on. And let's go. Yeah, sick. Oh, we're gliding, chat. We're gliding. This is crazy. And the fun part is when we want to get back to base, we just glide on back and then turn into flying mode and we can just fly our way back up. Day 70 and I'm determined to hit level 100. And I know it's going to take us a while, but the quickest way I know I could do it was by killing these astral creatures, since these beasts give us the most experience points. Day 71 and we're still burning these astrals alive. I also learned that the Emberclaw dragon can continuously breathe its fire, which in turn absolutely melts our enemies. Next I saw this ringed blue drop with an ascendant crossbow in it. I had to go and get it. Except these Rhiniognathas spat some crazy stuff on me and changed my whole like look. Oh, what's happening? Dude, bro, we got dismounted? Oh, that's right. These stupid sky lobsters spit some sap on you that stops you from being able to fly. This put us in a pretty sticky situation. No pun intended. Our Emberclaw was dying. I didn't know if we could escape this. All I knew I could do was just keep spitting this fire. And it worked. Of course, I had to yoink this ascending crossbow. Then I flew all the way back to base and put Katana to work. Emberclaw almost died, so this is going to take quite a while to heal him all the way back up. Day 72, we're back out here hunting down astrals once again. We're really grinding to hit that level 100. When I can't fight astrals, I fight other strong creatures like these Uties. I just didn't realize that this Emberclaw is such a little bitch and got fear rolled from it. Day 73, yes, that blue glowing stuff is more astrals. Getting to level 100 in this near vanilla experience is a little bit harder than I thought it would be. It's been a while since I played completely vanilla, and my rates are still boosted, but we're almost there. Level 99, one more level, and then I believe we will unlock... Where is it? Come on, baby. There we go. Yeah, these look like the engrams that we need to unlock. Thank you, Katara, for all that you do. Low-key kind of wish that Katara was a bit quicker at this. It takes a long-ass time to heal Emberclaw up completely. I mean, I could use potions, but they're kind of expensive. Next, I thought I'd just take out my purple Zadir dragon. This could be a fun little thing, and I'm pretty sure it could take on these astrals anyway, so let's have some fun. We fight this astral raptor, and we managed to defeat it, but honestly, fighting with the Emberclaw dragon is way easier. But defeating that astral raptor got us over the line, and we are now level 100. At the time, I didn't actually know what we unlocked. This draconic essence, but this is what's most important, the draconic portal that will allow us to summon in draconic bosses. Day 75, I made this draconic portal. I realized this thing is freaking massive, so it's not going to fit at our base. Figured it might kind of suit this area, Mount Olympus. I placed it down, and then I took a look inside and saw that I need a few items to tribute so that I can summon in certain bosses. The Thunder Plague Pyro Wyvern, that seems pretty reasonable. I could get that done, but this Blaze Wyvern, I don't know. Moving forward, this is going to be our main goal, defeat the bosses before day 100. There's a few other things I'd like to achieve, like tame a couple other dragons and stuff, but for the most part, I want to fight these bosses. So I guess we need to go out and start grinding so we can get all the tributes to be able to summon them in. Starting with Wyvern Talons. The problem that I'm having is there's not a lot of Wyverns that actually spawn in compared to how many Talons I really need. Like, this seems like a lot, but this is literally all of them. Thankfully, Fishlegs is an absolute beast and we demolished him quickly. And obviously, because I'm just a regular hero, I had to come and rescue these eggs. I mean, their parents are dead. It's like Batman all over again. Psych, their parents are very much alive. They're not very happy about it, but we just stole their kids. Don't worry, the kids will have a better life with us. No diddy. Day 76, and we're hatching our brand new Wyvern eggs. I wanted to make this experience a little bit more cinematic. Wyverns are born. Let's go. Next, I actually had 50 of these draconic ashes. I wanted to see what I'd get in this chibi loot box. After some pretty cool animation, we got to see what we got. Yeah, give me my goodies, bro. Honestly, it was kind of disappointing to get one single one. I mean, it took us ages to get 50 draconic ashes. Mini poison wyverns, kind of cool, I guess. Maybe. But come on, nothing beats this guy, surely. Also, I need a name for this guy. Comment below a cool name for this guy. Next, I made one of these draconic wyvern arrows. Because that lightning wyvern that hatched earlier, I could shoot it and it would turn into a draconic lightning wyvern and fully grow up. It's amazing. It doesn't work on the poison wyvern that we had gotten. Of course, I had to name these wyverns. The lightning wyvern we named Tayron. And this poison wyvern we named Andreas. You might be thinking, where the hell did you get these names from? Well, basically some random dragon name generator thing online. Well, will you look at that? Another Alpha Zaldir dragon spawned in on the map. By now, I'm pretty sure you guys know how this works. We kill this big dragon, we bring the black tooth back to our base, and feed it to our ananthesis. Day 77, we're back over at the Redwoods area because I want to hunt down some more crystal wyverns. Again, I kind of just have to take advantage of them when they spawn in because there's not enough that spawn. And hopefully we can get enough crystals from them so that I can make an Inferno essence and get an Inferno dragon. There are a few dragons that I know I won't be able to get, like the dragon that requires the mythical draconic essence, because you need 30 of these draconic primal crystals, and they spoil. We just can't gather enough of them to be able to make it. But there is one dragon that I haven't gotten yet that I should have gotten right at the start of this playthrough. The sand dragon. These things are pretty easy to tame. It's a passive tame. You just need its essence. You run straight up to it, shove the essence down its throat, and it's yours. Hey puppy, come back. Where you going? I don't know if it's a sand dragon. More like a dandruff dragon. Thing needs some head and shoulders, and maybe a way to speed up. This thing took ages to get back to base. But when we eventually got it back to base, that's where I named it. Decided to name him David, after one of my uncles that has terrible dandruff. Day 78, whilst we're out exploring, we encountered a world boss, the ancient draconic ancestor. It is about time that we do fight a boss tier dragon. And this ancient dragon is pretty damn tough. I mean, it has over 100,000 health. And these aerial fights can make things a little bit more interesting, especially when Emberclaw's stamina starts to deplete. But once we regain that stamina, we get straight back into the fight. I decided to keep this fight on the ground to try and keep our stamina reserves up. This strategy seemed to work quite well for us as well. Whoa, that was a very underwhelming death. In one of the drops while we're out exploring, we found this shotgun. And because it's a shotgun you can make in the smithy, I'm allowed to use it. Which I'm gonna need to use, especially with some of the caves that we've got to go explore later on. So with that, I started grinding up some more spark powder so we can turn it into gunpowder. We're gonna need a lot of bullets. Next, we went back to the wyvern trench because some of the wyverns should have respawned by now. We do this periodically just so we can kind of get our wyvern talons as we need them. And of course, I need to check if there's any eggs. Duh. Day 79, and we're staring at eggs. Because like, it's not really fun, but it's kind of cool when it hatches. This is a level 180 fire wyvern and just a vanilla one, which means I can shoot it and turn it into this. Easily one of our strongest wyverns yet. Day 80, I placed down a draconic portal right at my base. No, I'm not trying to summon in a boss right here. I just forget exactly what tributes I need. And this way I can check it a little easier. I'm running a little low on lightning wyvern talons. So I quickly heal up my fish legs and take him out on the hunt for some lightning wyvern talons. It's so much easier to find these lightning wyverns with the Dirt Dino Finder mod. Things like this just make our life a little bit easier, especially when you have to grind for multiple things. Next, we came back down to this waterfall hunter cave. Obviously, so I could snatch the hunter artifact once again. I think I'm going to need to get quite a few of them. And this particular cave is pretty easy. Not that I've tried the other ones just yet. Day 80, and we're crafting up a whole lot of shotgun shells because I want to head over to this next cave and get a different artifact. Now, I need a lot of shotgun shells because I can't take any tames in here. They're not going to fit. This cave is quite different to what we're used to. Something I've never experienced before. But this Ascendant shotgun definitely carries us through. Also, a nifty thing about this cave, to be able to get through it, you need to try and find these pedestals. I had to go watch a Razclark video to figure out how to do that. And it's this thing right here. You light that and it'll open this door. We then carefully make our way through this cave, even finding this area right here that holds a yellow Mastercraft cave drop. Now to continue making our way through this cave, collecting the drops that we find and lighting all the pedestals. Having the worm in here definitely helps us access some of these pedestals. It then leads us to this underwater area where we need to swim through it and fight these piranhas to be able to get to the artifact. I was worried we'd run out of oxygen, but there's a little bit of oxygen right here. And here we have it, the artifact. Yoink. Now it's time to get our butt out of here. I have a feeling we're going to be back quite soon. Day 82, I made this scope for my long neck. I also needed a new name for my new wyvern. We went with Reg Ho, which is short for regular ho. Yeah. Anyways, we had to come and visit this waterfall cave once again. You guys already know how this goes. I mean, you would if the artifact had respawned, but it just hadn't. Instead, I got to test out my new scope on these minotaurs. We'll return back here once again once the artifact is respawned. But for now, I'm going to fly down to this obelisk right here. I think it might be a good idea to fight this Medusa. I just need to see what artifacts it needs. Looks like it only needs 3 separate artifacts, so I guess I'm gonna have to try and get this one. Hopefully it's respawned. And yes, it had. So we were able to snatch this up rather quickly, get out of there, and head over to the other cave, where hopefully this one had respawned. I mean, all the monsters are back, so you would think the artifact's in here, right? Maybe, I don't know. Especially since we have to open up all the doors again, surely it's back. And the answer is yes. It had returned. Now, just like that, we had secured 2 out of the 3 artifacts we need to be able to summon in the Medusa boss. But I kind of wanted to grind them up in this instead. I'm way too curious to see what comes out of this artifact loot box. Are you kidding me? All of that for 1 artifact? Just so you guys understand the math, you need 10 of these items to make one artifact, which means you need to grind up 5 artifacts. And on this map, you don't really have a choice. You have to do it because you need the artifact of the Skylord to be able to summon in the boss. Slight side quest, but there's another Alpha Zaldir Dragon on the map, so I had to melt it and of course feed it to our Zaldir Dragon. This should now grow up into an adult Zaldir Dragon, its final form. Day 84, we return back to the Waterfall Cave. Because of the bosses that we want to summon in, we need to farm the artifacts. Except once again, the artifact wasn't here. And I accidentally fell into the water and got murked by these Sarkos. I didn't die because I am him, but our worm kind of got a little bit beaten up and some of our armor broke. Day 85, I flew over to this particular cave. Another one behind a waterfall. This one's harmless. There's nothing crazy that would kill you in here. But there is something that I wanted to come and discover. These clams along the sides here, they're all silica pearls. I was kind of hoping to find some black pearls, but there didn't seem to be any. Instead, we had to go straight back to the ocean to find some trilobites and farm them for their minimal amount of black pearls. But I kind of ran out of stamina mid-ocean and was drowning. Trying to use my crossbow to get out of here really quickly felt like a really good strategy at the time, and it probably could have been. I just didn't make it. Now we're on a mission just to retrieve our stuff and our worm, which we got easily so we could go back to farming these trilobites. We gathered all the black pearls we needed, so it's time to head back to base. Now, what exactly did I need all these black pearls for? Well, it was so that I could make this, the Sea Breeze Draconic Essence. I did need some silica pearls, so I am glad that we got that. Weirdly enough, I needed some water tanks as well. Then I could finally make this essence, and this essence is what we need to be able to tame this dragon, the Tidal Dragon. Now, not many of these spawn on the map, so it's extremely lucky that we got one at this level. Knocking this thing out was kind of interesting. It was slow and aggressive, but it just was kind of weird. Once we finally knocked it out, it fell into the water, where I fed it the magical essence, but I was kind of worried that these fish would ruin our taming progress. Thankfully, it tamed up pretty quickly, and we were able to get out of there just in time before I died. Day 86, and I got to put this Tidal Dragon to work. You are ugly. I mean, it definitely did get struck with the ugly stick, but I desperately need it if I want to try and get through to the last cave. I then made this dino level potion out of this alchemy bench. Then, of course, I had to name this Tidal Dragon. I think Moisty is quite suitable. I then fed it the level potion, which gave it 88 levels, pumped a little bit into its movement speed, but mostly into its health. I then made some Lazarus chowder because the cave that we want to go into is completely underwater, and I can't make a scuba tank because I'm not allowed to use a fabricator. This is going to be my only chance to be able to try and get through this cave. So one of the abilities with these Tidal Dragons is they can fly, but they can also travel underwater a lot faster.
Now we're talking.
Now, another thing that they can do that I didn't know about until this very second. Wait, what? I don't have to worry about oxygen? This dragon gives you the ability to not need oxygen. And with that, we make our way through this cave, trying to find the artifact. I get into some fights with some of the creatures down here, and it gets a little bit hairy at times. Like, my dragon's pretty strong, but when you can't see what's happening at times, it gets a little sketchy. So sometimes you just have to run away. We did find a cave area that has some air in it, but unfortunately, because I can fly on the back of this thing, it kind of wigs out and kicks me off at times. Managed to secure this red drop that had some really good ascendant legging blueprints. Now to actually try and find this artifact whilst trying to get past these enemies. We found this pinkish purple layer area, and I figured this would be where the artifact was. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it at first. Once I actually dismounted, I could see it and secure the next artifact. Now we got to try and get out of this cave. And one thing that always happens to me in these underwater foggy caves is I get lost. We got stuck down here for quite a while. I'm just glad that we don't have to worry about oxygen. We finally made it out of there, and I'm kind of glad too, because I don't really want to go back there. Of course, as soon as I got back, I made these new ascendant leggings. Day 87, once again, back in this cave, doing what we can to collect these artifacts and annoying these minotaurs. I was looking through the Draconic Shrine and I saw this item. The Frozen Spear. This thing intrigued me just a little bit, but it needs a whole lot of these eternal ices, which pretty much means I need to go farm a whole lot of these ice wyverns. Thankfully, there is a lot of these on the map, so we're able to do it. We just spend a long time doing this. So damn long that it even bleeds over to the following day. Not only do we need to collect 20 of these, but these guys are also kind of tough to kill. Day 89, and we're returning back to base. Not because I've collected all the eternal ice, but because of my ADHD, I got kind of bored. I want to do something else. So we're gonna go and do basically the same damn thing, except this time with crystal wyverns. Sometimes I get very bored of these monotonous grinding in these games, but it is essential to get through it, I guess. Day 90 and we're still hunting down these crystal wyverns. It's a grind, but even when we get bored of that, we return back on the hunt for these ice wyverns. 20 of these crystals doesn't sound like a lot, but it kind of is. Again, if this was a land-based fight, it would be a lot quicker and easier, but because all of these fights are in the air, it takes us a little longer to try and kill these guys. Day 91 and we're returning back to our base because now we have all the required ingredients to make this frozen spear. Now apparently this thing only works on tamed wyverns. I tried stabbing it, but it did nothing. Apparently you have to throw it at its face. So I took my aim with this spear, threw it, and it killed my wyvern. Then a new one appeared. Oh, that's freaking sick. We got a zombie wyvern. Of course, I had to name it. We called it Regho, the Resurrected. And it's basically just a normal wyvern, except it flies in multiple directions and it can glide. Its flames are also blue, which is a pretty cool touch if you ask me. This thing is definitely pretty damn cool and quite the killer. It can also continuously breathe its fire, which makes it pretty damn deadly. Next, our AronAztek was fully grown up. This thing is massive compared to what it was when we first got it, and we got to enjoy this pink beast with all of its glory. Well, only for a short moment. I had to come back down to this cave again. You guys know how this goes. We got another artifact, and that's all that matters. Day 92, and it's time to fight Medusa. I brought one of my Ember Claws down and my Lightning Wyvern. I didn't want to bring all of my creatures because I want to save them to fight the Dragon Boss. I then placed in all of the artifacts to summon in the Medusa boss. Oh, shit. You guys ready? Let's go Ember Claw Tayron. I then teleported in, but I was all alone. They didn't come. My worm come? Oh, my worm came. All right, we could fly at least. With this, all I had was my Ascendant gear and my worm. Can we defeat the Gamma Medusa just like this? I guess we'll soon find out. 300k? Oh, we're gonna be here a minute. Oh, especially with my aim. Once I realized I was doing very little damage to Medusa and she wouldn't really allow me to fly, I knew this was going to be a bit tricky. I thought maybe I could fly as high as possible and keep shooting down, but as soon as I saw bats and stuff flying towards me, I knew this was going to be near impossible. And this bat being level 500, I was starting to lose hope. But was I going to give up completely? Hell no. I want to try and defeat her or try and do some sort of damage. We're going to lose all of our crap. Is that what happens? Shoot. Pretty sure you lose all of the gear too. Oh no, we have really good gear. All of our Ascendant stuff's gonna go. Yep. Oh my god. That fight was over the moment I couldn't get any one of my wyverns in. And what hurts the most is we lost some pretty good gear and our worm. The only bit of Ascendant gear I could get back was these pants because we had a blueprint for it. Mistakes were definitely made, but oh well, on to the next one. Now we need to fight the dragon boss. But before we fight the boss, there's a few things I need to do. Like I want to get myself another worm, which is easier said than done. This particular one was just stuck in a weird spot and we couldn't feed it. It would occasionally move around a little bit, but again, we just couldn't feed it. It wouldn't eat. Eventually, I gave up on this mission and continued doing what I was doing, which was heading back to this cave so I could come and get one of the artifacts, but also to try and see if we can get anything decent out of the cave drops. We visited this place so many times now that getting rid of these minotaurs is kind of easy. It's been fun, but this will be our last time picking up this artifact. Next, I went drop hunting. I need to try and get some better armor or maybe some saddles. I'd be grateful to get anything really good, like some Ascendant flak gear or something. Most of the red drops, I can't use anything in them because they're all not primitive. We do manage to pick up a few little decent items, I guess, and then I'll just craft whatever else I could from the blueprints that we have. Day 94, I spent most of the day just setting up these dragons, making sure that they're fully leveled up, prepared for this fight. I had decided that I'm going to summon in the boss right here. I realized it'll be a logistical nightmare to try and get all of these wyverns somewhere else. I then gathered up all of our tributes, placed them in the draconic portal, and summoned in the Thunder Plague Pyro Wyvern. I decided that I was going to ride AronAztek. Then the wyvern boss summoned in. I sent in all of the creatures to attack. There were just wings flapping everywhere. Some of my dragons were falling from the sky. It was brutal. My health was depleting because I was getting damaged off the back of my dragon. All of my dragons were dropping like flies. Emberclaw was still in there, my strongest dragon yet. But then I was taken out. I managed to respawn and try and get back into this fight. There was electricity and flames absolutely everywhere. I ran outside to try and mount the closest dragon, but I died again. Now my beds were on a cooldown. I had no other choice but to spawn back at my boat. Tried to use this to sail back to base, but when I realized this was futile, I said my prayers and said goodbye for the night. I could now spawn back at base where this dragon was talking some mad crap. I managed to get on the back of Katara and escape, but the Plague Pyro Wyvern chased us down and deleted my Katara. No, we're gonna die again. Had to wait in a waiting screen, and then we got to respawn on day 95, only to get deleted immediately. We were defeated, but if you see here, our AronAztek was with us to the bitter end. That is pure love. Our creatures fought the great fight, but they died with honor. Thank you guys for watching this video. I really appreciate it. Massive shout out to all of my Twitch subscribers, YouTube members, and Patreon members. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Now we must sail off into the sunset onto our next adventure. Where might you find us? You'll soon find out. Maybe watch this next video. You probably like this one. YouTube says you'll like it. Yeah, click right there. Click the next video. Go on, go ahead. ARK Eternal, an overhaul mod that adds hundreds of unique creatures to this game. Demonic sheep,
skeletal wyverns, and a fire-breathing pink pigeon. I have only 100 days to gain enough power to defeat the final boss, the Dark Hierophant. Can we complete this simple task? Well, let's find out. Welcome to my 100 days in ARK Eternal. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on one of my most favorite maps, Crystal Isles. Oh crap, is that a wyvern? Oh no, we just spawned in! Well, this is certainly going to be one hell of an adventure. Guess we're gonna need to spawn somewhere else. Let's try that one more time, and hopefully this time we actually survive the starting screen. We managed to successfully wake up on the beach, and then we start our normal starting routine. Picking some berries and some fiber, punching some trees for some wood and thatch, and collecting some stones off the beach so we can make our basic tools. I then went ahead and crafted up a whole bunch of chibies so I could get some easy cheesy experience points to upgrade my levels, and then farm some metal with a hatchet. That's not how we collect metal. My bad. Is the sky usually this blue, or is it just Crystal Isles? Whilst running along, I noticed this rather pink parasaur. And all the pink dinos in this game are very good utility dinos that can help you harvest and gather items. So my aim right now is to tame that particular parasaur. And knocking it out can be a lot easier with this particular spear. It's the Eternal Spear that also does torpor damage. So putting this pink parasaur to sleep was rather quick and easy. Once the parasaur had awoken and became our friend, we went ahead and named it. Your name is Justin. Because we got you just in time. That wasn't a good one. That was a bad joke, but whatever. Unfortunately, before I could actually ride Justin, I needed some hide so I could make a saddle for him. Thankfully, this Moss Chops would willingly sacrifice itself so we could get a saddle. We're in business now, baby. Why is he so... What? Bro, he's harvesting everything. We gathered a whole collection of resources and continued the rest of this day just doing exactly this. Day 2, and it's probably a good time for me to place down a starter base. I just have to find the right location. With all these scary different creatures lying around this area, I need to make sure I can find somewhere kind of safe. I found this location right underneath this rock, so hopefully it'll kind of be safe from those wyverns. Maybe. This will only be temporary for now. We will definitely move later, but for now we just need the basic tools and stuff so we can set up. I placed down 2 forges and my smithy and this creepy blue statue. This is a corpse recovery thing, so if I die, I can get all of my inventory back. We then had enough metal so I could make myself some metal tools. Of course, I used them to harvest some metal. That's what you do with them. I came across this rather weird jug bug. It was the Eternal Token Jug Bug. It gives me these little tokens, and I'm unsure of exactly what they do for now, but we'll figure it out later. Saw this wyvern and tried to keep my distance away from it. It went about as well as you'd expect. Justin had perished, but we did manage to get our stuff back thanks to the corpse recovery item. Day 3, I went out to try and tame something else. Something maybe like this vulture. It didn't work out like I expected, so I saw this radioactive trike, and I really liked the color red, so I attempted to tame this. Yeah, we got the radiokinetic down. What's your name gonna be? Alfred. Our new friend here, Alfred, was quite eager to charge. I wanted to make him a saddle before we could ride him, and thanks to our eternal spears, we could knock out some creatures and gather hide quite easily. Yo, is he bugging or what? We needed a good chunk of hide before we could make this saddle. We needed a good chunk of hide before we could make this saddle. But of course, this vulture wasn't too happy that I got its food before it did. Stupid vulture, go to sleep. Actually, you're gonna give me hide as well. Thank you. Because Alfred was bugging out a little bit, I decided to put him away in a soul ball that I'd crafted. Then take him back to base, whip up a saddle, place it on his back, and get to work with my favorite dinosaur in this game. Alfred hits harder than Chris Brown in 2009. Any poor, weak, defenseless creature is now dead. Oh, what's that? Eternal Dodo egg. Eternal Dodo egg. Yoink. I'll take the free eggs, baby. Day 4 and the start of our journey is going quite well. So now we need to move up into the skies, and this lightning Pteranodon should do the job. It is quite the low level, but because it's a lightning tier, it does have a lot of stamina, so that can kind of make up for all the differences. We knocked it out quite easily, fed it the raw meat, and stayed close by so nothing else would kill it while we waited for it to tame up. Once it was tamed, I didn't have everything I needed to be able to make a saddle just yet. I need chitin or keratin. So I put it away in a soul ball and realized we were close to the desert biome. Well, we were kind of in it. And it's out here that we can find some bugs that we can kill to get some chitin. Something like this centipede. Got what we needed, we're gone. The desert was filled with some higher tier dinos, so I didn't want to wait around here too long. Instead, I moved over to a safer location where I could craft this saddle, get my PT out, but before placing the saddle on it, I decided to name it. I named her Vicky after one of my high school crushes, because she was kind of crazy, like lightning, I guess. I don't know. It just seemed right. Anyways, we made it up into the skies finally. Now we can explore the entire map of Crystal Isles easily. I hope. We just got to be able to outrun these wyverns. We then saw this pink featherlight. Yes, its name is Princess Peaches, I guess after the Mario character. It was a high level, and of course, I wanted to tame it. Now, since Vicky is a lightning Pteranodon, it also deals torpor damage, and quite a lot. So I could use our attacks to try and knock this thing out. Princess Peaches was setting us alight, but we were also doing a ton of torpor damage. Thankfully, Vicky was quite tanky, and we could handle a ton of the damage. Eventually, Princess Peaches decided to run away, but we managed to knock her out, and she fell into the ocean. I dove down into the depths of the ocean, fed her my meat, and waited for her to tame up. It was taking quite a while, so I went to explore. Day
5 and I returned back to Princess Peaches to check up on her, and she was still asleep in the ocean. I was then reminded in Eternal, flyers can fly in the ocean. It's weird, but also very convenient. I then fed Princess Peaches some prime meat, hoping this will speed up the process of her taming, but her food levels weren't dropping fast enough. I then decided to leave her alone again and come back again later. Instead, I went around this map to just destroy some helpless animals so that I could level up Vicky. A lot of the modded creatures also drop a lot of resources as well. Found myself looking at the map for a little bit too long in the wrong location. What's that? Oh shoot. Get off my ass, boy. Bro, there's wyverns everywhere. Duck and weave, fly like Maverick. I had managed to escape, but whilst I was flying around, I came across this ledge up on this hill here and thought it might be the perfect place for our forever base. Something different, right? And it's pretty flat. Good view, somewhat central. So I landed on the ground and started harvesting all the resources to clear out some space to put down this base, but also gather the resources so we could actually build it. Just casually mowing my lawns. With a nice open space cleared out and ready, it was now time to place down the foundations of our base. I only placed down some basic foundations so we can start placing down some crafting benches. We'll finish off the base a little bit later, but for now, I wanted to go and tame something that could actually help us build this base. Something like this Eternal Doedicurus. This little Eternal Doedicurus only required one of these Eternal berries. Now to race it back home, give it a saddle, and learn that you can craft stuff inside of it. It works like a chemistry bench or like a mortar and pestle. It's pretty damn handy to have. Now to put this baby to work, gathering some stones. But it doesn't just gather stones, does it? Almost everything. He's a little bit slow, so of course I had to name him Ralph. Yes, after the slow Simpsons character. We gathered a bunch of resources, but I wanted to go and explore. I went down to the Griffin trench. Yes, Crystal Isles has a trench full of griffins, not wyverns. I then saw a robot griffin with 130,000 health points. Then a resurrected griffin with 3.2 million. Then an overspawn of wyverns. That's a lot of wyverns. I knew I was in a very dangerous place. So of course, I had to pick a fight with them. I did have one advantage though. Vicky could put these bad boys to sleep before they could actually attack. This not only gives me a whole bunch of prime, but it also increases our level a lot. I just got to pick the right places in the map to level up my creature. Rip Vicky. Day 7, I made these Eternal Glider Wings, and they are nothing like their vanilla counterpart. Now, from memory, I'm pretty sure these gliders are actually like real good. Yo. Maintaining height with these is a lot easier than the vanilla ones, and with a little bit of practice, you can still get some height. I even managed to test my skills by flying through this rock. I then remembered that we had knocked out Princess Peaches a few days ago. It was probably a good idea to go check up on her and see if she had tamed. But sometimes you got to be a little bit careful on where you land. Can't do anything. I'm dead. We eventually made it back to Princess Peaches, and once again, her food hadn't dropped. Looking through the engram list, I found that there was a taming potion. I also wasn't paying attention to the fact that I need oxygen to survive. That's okay though, because we did get a quick trip back to base where I could make a taming potion. Then with my super zippy gliding suit, I could get back to Princess Peaches, feed her the taming potion and some raw mutton. There we go, taming potion worked fine. And now we have our very own Princess Peaches tame. A fire-breathing pink featherlight. Cute name, deadly attitude. Except for when I get killed off the back of her. I was concerned that my Princess Peaches might die. We just tamed her. So I raced back over to try and pick her up and try and get her back, and we found that she had already disposed of the enemy. Now our goal was to test out all of Princess Peaches' abilities. She took down this blood crystal wyvern with some ease, and with her murderous ambitions, we did get a lot of loot. I even managed to get upgraded tools. Our base was starting to get a little bit cramped with all the dinos and all of our crafting benches. It's time to expand. I went into the sky to inspect our little foundations that we had already made. Although I'm happy with it, I wanted to change a few things. Now it's time to fill it in and whack a roof on it. It wasn't until day 10 that we finally finished this build. Then I had to move all the crafting benches around to make them fit nicely. This took us way longer than I expected, but we are finally done. Well, kind of. Because now we need to add other crafting benches to our base, like this fabricator. We need some electricity, so generator's gonna have to go down. Of course, we need to wire it as well. I miss wireless generation. A couple soul terminals to keep our dinos safe, and with all of our basic chores done, it's time to go and play. We went out on the back of Princess Peaches to do some exploring and some pyrotechnics, testing our strength against these Allosauruses. Princess Peaches does a ton of damage, but I accidentally pressed the wrong button, and this robot tier Allosaurus was not having it. I raced on back with my glider suit, hoping that our Princess Peaches was still alive. Once I had arrived, I saw that our Princess Peaches was getting munched on. I tried to whistle it away, but she wanted to fight instead. And I died again. Day 12, and I'm still attempting to get this damn bird back. This time around, I told my bird to kill the robot Allosaurus. Even though I died, hopefully I'll return and the robot's dead. There were a lot of damage numbers happening when I returned, but but it didn't seem like we were doing a lot of damage to the robot Allosaurus. Then the damage numbers just disappeared and Princess Peaches was left alive. You are a legend, Princess Peaches. This had proved to me that Princess Peaches is not a damsel in distress. No, not at all. She is an absolute beast. Whilst in the snow biome, I decided to try and gather some oil. Weirdly enough, these oil nodes were not giving us very much oil. I think it's the tools we're using. Turns out in Eternal, you need to use a hatchet to harvest oil. Now, either I'm confused, but I'm pretty sure that's not how you do it. Using our glider to fly back into base can be a little bit tricky. I landed on the roof, but we were able to bring back a ton of loot from all the dinos we killed and the resources we harvest. Next, I crafted this weird silo-looking thing. Apparently, we can use it to craft some fertilizer, and it'll pick up the poop along the ground around the area. Next, I went out on the hunt to see if I could tame this poison Pteranodon. I wasn't sure what was better at knocking creatures out. Lightning or poison? In theory, poison would be better, right? This was a pretty straightforward tame, especially since we had raw mutton. It was quick. I whipped up a saddle that we had made earlier and went to test out its torpor dealing capabilities on this moss chops. It knocked it out rather quickly, but it's such a low level, I can't really tell if it's a good knockout tame or not. Day 13, we took our new green bird out to the Griffin trench with one simple goal: to get ourselves a Griffin. Particularly an alpha Griffin, something that's a little bit higher up in the tier list and stronger. But of course, I gotta try and stay alive myself whilst trying to knock this thing out. Once I realized our PT could take a few hits, I decided to just stay by it and keep biting its butt. Then the Griffin went into its running away animation and we started chasing it down. Put it to sleep, it fell to the ground, fed it some of this alpha prime meat, and it is now ours. With our new eternal alpha Griffin, we have to name it. I named her Haley, after one of the crazy redheads that I know. Because it's an alpha and it's red, you know, red, it makes sense to me, right? Surprisingly, this alpha Griffin doesn't hit as hard as I kind of thought it would. Don't get me wrong, it is strong, but I thought it would have been a lot stronger than it is. But I learned quickly that you got to watch out for those prime elemental dragonflies. Knowing my luck, Haley's about to die on us. I need to race back to her quickly and make sure she survives. I wanted to double check if she had lived or not, but I hadn't made a tribe yet, so I couldn't see the tribe logs to see if she was dead. I went ahead and made a tribe, but that unfortunately kicked me off of Princess Peaches, making this whole situation a lot worse than it is. I had my poison Pteranodon in my pocket so I could race up to Princess Peaches while she was getting attacked by these wyverns. Then my next stupid mistake happened. I died to the wyvern. I'm gonna have to try and rely on our glider to get back. I don't want to keep losing tames. I managed to get Princess Peaches back, but now I need to figure out what happened to our alpha Griffin. We found her, just chilling out, minding her own business. Put her away in a soul ball and got our butts out of there. Day 14, and I'm on the hunt to get ourselves another knockout tamer since our other ones keep dying. My bad. And this level 140 lightning Pteranodon will do the trick. Well, that's assuming I can actually get a bowler around it. I'm using the eternal bowlers, so they do a bit of torpor damage as well. I accidentally missed that, but I hit the wyvern. Thankfully, I just put it to sleep and I didn't have to fight. I probably would have died. Anyways, I'm pretty bad at throwing these bowlers and I struggle quite a bit. And after quite a while, we did manage to get it. New high level lightning Pteranodon acquired. Hopefully we don't lose this one as well. Our goal right now is to try and get more powerful. And the only way to do that is to try and get higher tier creatures than we currently have. Something maybe like this level 195 alpha wyvern. Yeah, come out here, come out here, come out here. We're just gonna get you away from everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna tame you, bitch. I'm gonna tame you. Do whatever it takes to tame your ass. You are strong. Judging by how much damage this wyvern is dealing to me, it's gonna be a good tame. Yeah, buddy. I managed to finally knock it out, but then I had to race back to base because I didn't have the right meat to be able to feed it. I needed some more of the succulent alpha meat. Once I returned to this alpha wyvern, I gave it a taming potion, fed it the alpha meat, but nothing happened. Hello? It's there. Hello? Feel free to tame now. At this moment, I couldn't figure out exactly what was happening, but we later on find out if any dino is over the level of 180, it's considered a cave dino, which makes them untamable. I'm not sure if that's an internal thing or if it's a Crystal Isles thing. Either way, that alpha wyvern cannot be ours. Day 16, and I hadn't learned about that whole cave dino taming thing yet. Ouch, that hurt. We're gonna try this again. This could be dumb, or maybe there's just something we missed. But yeah, the last one didn't work so well. And I thought the other one was just broken. So I tried taming at level 215. Again, that didn't work, obviously. It's just not working. So we went over to the beach bob area and tamed some other creatures. Another lightning Pteranodon and an eternal Dodo. The eternal Dodos lay eternal eggs that you need to be able to craft certain items in this game. And because this lightning Pteranodon is a male, we now have a breeding pair. Got a breeding pair. It wasn't until day 17 that I could actually tame this eternal Dodo. I didn't realize that they were a passive tame. I'm stupid. I get it. Whilst I was flying around, I ran into a creature that would definitely make a great tame. So I got out my brand new lightning Pteranodon to try and tame it. What is this mysterious creature? Well, yes, it's this Alpha Giganotosaurus. Now, since this creature can't fly, we have the massive advantage when we try and knock it out. This was easier than the wyverns, to be honest. Now to feed it some alpha meat, and we now have our very own Alpha Giganotosaurus. Before attending to our new Giga, I wanted to start breeding our lightning Pteranodons. It's always good to have backups, especially these things. They're very valuable. I obviously had to set up some air conditioners to hatch the eggs when they're finally made, and they started popping out rather quickly. Unfortunately, I wasn't high enough level to be able to unlock the Giga saddle just yet. I'm only level 86. So my next focus was to try and level up. And the best way I know how to level up, and the funnest way to level up, is by fighting and destroying some top tier dinos. Something like a big pool of Spinos. Do you ever have times that you go into a fight so overconfident that you think you're going to defeat absolutely everything? Yeah, well for me, this was one of those times. Armored Spiner. Our girl Haley was definitely dead. Either way, once I respawned, I noticed I had a strange object in my inventory. I could summon my very own little Godzilla thing, Cloud Slayer. Now, I should be going to check to see if Haley was still alive. Like a little freaking Godzilla wannabe. We have a goddamn mini Godzilla. This thing's just way too cool. Now, I have to know if this guy's any good at fighting. The short answer, no, he's not. But he can evolve. And he does have a whole other bunch of abilities that you can use. Anyways, that was fun and all, but we need to go and retrieve Haley, assuming she hasn't been eaten by all of those Spinos. This map is pretty damn big, and even with all these biomes being quite separate, they're still massive. So it wasn't until the very next day that we actually found Haley. She was getting absolutely wrecked. All the Spinos were surrounding her as if she had cake at a fat camp. So I gave her the follow whistle and the passive whistle, and she came out to us. We got her back safely, thankfully. So I guess it's back to exploring like we were before, and trying to kill high tier dinos for those extra levels. That's when we came across an Eternal Alpha Pteranodon. It's been a while since I played Eternal, and I kind of forgot about these things. With the Alpha tier dino, you can evolve it into a lightning or a poison alpha variant of the Pteranodon, which we need in order to tame some of these higher tier dinos. I fed this Alpha tier dino its meat, but unfortunately its torpor drained so damn quickly that it woke up before it would actually tame. It wasn't a great level anyway, so we just went on our way. But that's when we found this level 90 Alpha Wyvern, and I wanted to test if this thing was actually tameable, since it was under a level 180. It's not a super high level, but it's definitely a decent enough level for us for now, I guess. I fed it the alpha meat, waited quite patiently. Not really, I got impatient and went back to base and made a taming potion. But it worked. We had now tamed our very own Eternal Alpha Wyvern. I named our new Wyvern Lily. I couldn't ride it straight away. I had to come back to base and make an Eternal Wyvern saddle, which, fun fact, you can place this saddle on any rideable creature. Now to see if Lily was a good tame or not. It might be a low level, but it still could be strong. Maybe. It's pretty decent. It can still fly underwater, which, wait, nope, it cannot. But its fire breath attack does a ton of damage. This was a good tame, a great investment. But as luck would have it, we then encountered a level 150. Of course I had to tame this. ARK is a game of opportunity. You have to take the opportunity when you can. Unfortunately, Lily has now become redundant. We won't need her help. Well, we might. This one might die. Well, that's if anything can kill it. We are doing a ton more damage than Lily was. Day 20 with our newfound powerful creature, we went around killing prime level dinos, mainly because they drop prime blood. And in this mod, you need a ton of prime blood just to do various things. Specifically, evolve some of your creatures. Yes, we will be evolving some creatures shortly. After all, this overhaul mod is really about just becoming the most powerful person in the game. Day 21 and we're still collecting some more of this prime blood. When I returned back to base, I noticed I had some Zilla blood in my inventory. And apparently this is what I used to be able to evolve Cloud Slayer. I can evolve this guy? Ooh. I'm gonna have to test him out. Now the question is this evolution much better or not? It is a lot better, but it's not as good as we need it to be. We're just gonna have to evolve it some more, which requires us to try and find out exactly how we got our hands on that Zilla blood to begin with. At this point in time, I had no idea how I got it. I'm just gonna kill things until I get it again, I guess. Later on in the day, I learned that you could evolve Pteranodons by placing either blue gems or green gems inside them. So I tested this out. I quickly learned that you actually have to do it on an Alpha Pteranodon, not a Lightning Pteranodon. Yeah, that's how it works. So we went on out to try and find one. Looking for an Alpha PT. You can evolve it into an electric PT. It wasn't until day 23 that we actually found one. And it turns out that this alpha creature can only be knocked out by our lightning Pteranodon. But once I knocked it out, I was unprepared and its torpor was dropping. I needed to get a taming potion real quick, then knock it out once again. This time I had successfully tamed this alpha Pteranodon. Now all I need to do is place a saddle on its back, feed it the blue gems, ride it and press X, and the evolution begins. I did try and get my saddle back, but I lost it. Now to go out and test out its knockout capabilities. It definitely does a large amount of torpor, and the torpor damage lasts over 10 seconds and gradually grows. But more importantly, only alpha tier dinos can knock out prime level dinos, which is all part of the progression. Although getting my hands on this prime dragon would be pretty good, it had 1 million torpor, and it drained rather quickly. It also hit damn hard. I didn't want to lose our brand new Alpha PT, so we just left this alone for now. Instead, I tamed something a little bit more within my reach, an eternal Alpha Dodo. Yeah, Dodo riding top. The Dodo gang is representing. I came across a level 130 Alpha Pteranodon, so I decided to tame this also. I decided to evolve this Alpha Pteranodon into the poison variant. Again, I just wanted to see which one was better, lightning or poison. I think both of them are pretty much the same, but hey, this poison Pteranodon managed to knock out this prime wyvern, which we managed to successfully tame. I named this wyvern Jenny, because I had just finished watching one of my favorite movies from my childhood, and once you place a saddle on its back, you can then evolve this even further. Eventually, we can evolve this into a stronger variant that has different abilities. I honestly expected this prime wyvern to be a lot stronger than it is. I think it's kind of on par with our alpha wyvern. Well, that was until we put some levels into it and we did significantly more damage. Day 25 and I tamed a dung beetle. Yeah, not the most thrilling thing for the day, but it's important to have, I guess. I did manage to murder a lightning rex. That was fun, I guess. Oh, and I finally named my tribe. Of course, we went with Dodo Gang after the best merch in the game. Day 26 and I was riding my Giga when we ran into an Indominus gorilla. The Indominus tier is quite high up the list, so I'm surprised we actually won this one. Day 27 and I placed this Eternal Boss Summoner in my base. We're almost at the stage now where we can start summoning some bosses and fighting them. I just needed to check exactly what I needed to be able to do this. And it looks like we're gonna need to get our hands on some artifacts. So with that, we set on out to try and find some easy ones that we can get our hands on. Like this, the artifact of the Immune is just in this tree log in the redwoods. The artifact of the Skylord is just in this waterfall right here. And the artifact of the Brute is just on one of these floating islands in the swamp area. We placed down a bunch of teleporters so we could come back here at any time. Day 28, with our Alpha Lightning Pteranodon, we knocked out a Prime Pteranodon, leveling up our progression with the next tier of dinos. And very similar to the Alpha dinos, you can evolve the Prime dinos as well. Well, not all of them, but some of them. I've been quite a fan of the lightning variants, so with some blue gems in hand, I evolved this Pteranodon into a prime lightning Pteranodon, whom of which I named Frank. Because he's blue, he always looks sad, kind of reminds me of an old workmate I had. Alongside the saddle I placed on it, I found one of these armor stones from killing lots of things. This should add to its defensive capabilities as well, which we're certainly going to need if we want to knock out some of these high tier, super powerful creatures. I didn't hesitate going into a dangerous area though. Straight into the Griffin trench we go. Surprisingly, our Pteranodon hits damn hard. It's supposed to be knocking some of these creatures out, but instead, I think it's killing them. There was nothing really here currently that I needed or wanted, so we just went on our ways. Day 29 and we found this Eternal Token Jug Bug, and it seems like it's tameable. We got Frank out to see if it could knock out these Jug Bugs, hopefully without killing it. It didn't seem to do any torpor damage at all. Since we're riding a Prime Dino, we should be able to knock him out. I don't know exactly what's going on. I tried using an internal bowler, but missed all of my shots, and eventually just gave up on this little side quest of ours. Day 30, I was flying around minding my own business when I saw some damage numbers in the distance. It looked like one of my subscribers that was currently on our server was fighting a boss, so I went to join in. This ended up being a drastically bad mistake. Oh no, you stupid idiot. Oh, there goes our Prime Wyvern. Oh. Sorry, Jenny. Well, I was still here anyway, so I got my Giga out and decided to jump in the fight again. I don't think I was much of a help, but we still managed to kill it, and I unlocked some engrams. This was Polendina. They have been grinding, and much further ahead than I was. These are some of the creatures that they managed to get their hands on. That Dragon Master Rock Drake looked like an absolute beast. I'm gonna have to try and get myself one eventually. But first, we're gonna have to try and retame another Prime Wyvern. I didn't manage to find a Prime Wyvern, but we found this level 135 Alpha Wyvern, which I could eventually evolve into a Prime Wyvern. I had changed my mind. I found this level 150 Robot Griffin, and Robot tier is pretty damn strong. I just gotta try and knock this thing out without it killing me. There's a little bit of a cheesy method of taming these Griffins. All you do is hit it, it aggroes onto you. If you fly out of render, it de-aggroes, which gives you a clean option to be able to come back in, hit it again, and run away. Once the Robot Griffin's on the run, you don't have to worry about it turning and killing you. Sometimes. And just as simply as that, we now have our very own Robot Griffin, which I named R278D69. It means something, trust me. Now the question is this creature a good creature to have? And possibly a boss fighting creature. I mean, it does have over 1 million health, so it can sustain a ton of damage. Its damage output is kind of average, not great, but with a bit of patience, we were able to take down a Prime Wyvern and manage to fight a whole bunch of high tier Griffins at the same time. Day 32, and I took a look into this boss summoner and saw that they had an Evo Compy. Now, this is a creature that I can craft and summon that I can eventually evolve into one of the most powerful creatures in this game. Whilst I was here, I figured I'd try and craft one of these Harbinger things. This turned out to be quite the mistake. You see, I thought that this would craft a thing that I could take out into the world and summon it there, but I was wrong. It summons it exactly where the boss summoner is. All I wanted to do was just try and get this thing as far away from my base as possible. Got to the side of the cliff and then just jumped off it and hoped that it would follow me. And it did. I dove down deep, used my teleporter to get away, but yeah, this Kairuku killed me quick. I then went out on my robot Griffin just to kill some things. Needed to farm some resources for base. But once I killed this prime lion, another creature spawned in. Not sure if I explained this yet, but Eternal has a mechanic where if you kill a certain creature, it has a chance of spawning in another creature. We managed to summon in this Omni Wrath Evo Raptor. Of course, I had to tame it. I didn't want to risk losing my robot Griffin, so I ran up to it with a spear and poked it in the face. Sure, I died, but we managed to get back to it safely, and it was asleep. Our tactics seemed to work. Now to just figure out exactly how I need to evolve this thing. Turns out I just need to feed it various amounts of prime blood, and then I can evolve it. Currently, we're at level 2. I had enough prime blood to get it to level 3, and before testing out its abilities, I wanted to check out the Evo compy that we'd gotten earlier. Evolving this is rather a big process. I need to place prime meat in it so it can craft this Evo kind of mixture stuff, and that takes quite a bit of time. Day 34, and we encountered this Indominus gorilla. And since I was riding a prime Pteranodon, we had the perfect tame to be able to knock it out. Having a flying tame like this Pteranodon kind of made knocking this big gorilla out rather simple. We put the gorilla to sleep, then I dismounted my Pteranodon, and I didn't see the invisible Indominus Rex until it was too late. Thankfully, I had my robot Griffin in my pocket and went to attack, but good old Frankie knocked it out instead. Then we killed it, but unfortunately, an alpha Indominus Rex spawned in, so we had to quickly dispose of that, which then, in turn, spawned in another creature, the Eternal Fizz Panda. And who doesn't love pandas? So of course I tried to tame this as well. A lot of these unique creatures are named after certain creators that kind of supported Eternal in its early days. I wonder if we can get an AronAztek dino in this game. That would be cool, wouldn't it? In order to tame these guys, I needed certain items that I didn't currently have, like Eternal Prime Meat or Eternal Prime Berries. So I rushed back to base to try and craft these things. But then I realized to make the Prime Meat, I need 5 alpha meat, which then requires dino DNA and dino hearts, which we don't have. But then I was talking to some of the people in the server and they told me about a crafting bench that I need to have. But first, little side quest. We evolved our compy into an Evo Raptor. Anyways, that crafting bench we needed was the Eternal Industrial Grinder. It's in this we can craft dino DNA and dino hearts, along with various other Eternal items, if we have the right resources, obviously, which we do currently. I managed to get enough ingredients to make the prime meat so that I could tame this Indominus gorilla and name him Jamahu. Kind of feels like it fits. No idea what it means though. Fizz Panda woke up again, so we had to knock him out again. And then Polydina came through and was wrecking everything with his wicked Ultima Dragon. Oh my god. Don't kill my panda. Day 35, and we returned back to base with our brand new powerful dinos. I discovered that we could evolve Jamahu. Which evolution would we choose? Well, for this one, I chose the fire variant. We now have an unknown fire gorilla. Apparently the fire variant does the most damage, and we want a boss killer. Whilst testing, we definitely discovered this thing hits damn hard. Although a little bit janky with its ground slam attack, it seems to do the job. But most of all, it can survive basically anything with its mass amount of health. I mean, it has 10.3 million health. I now have an unstoppable killer on my team. Finally, at the end of this day, I made this crystal ammo converter. I assume it converts crystals and ammo. I don't really need it, but I just wanted to see what it does. Day 36, I placed down this industrial cooker. Now, typically, you'd think I'd get this to cook some things, right? No, not this time. I need some dye so I can fix up my scrubby appearance. Gotta get my signature look after all. Well, once it grows back eventually. Next, I went out to the Griffin and Wyvern Trench to go and kill some things. Now, I'm not doing this for fun. I actually want to see if I can spawn in something a little bit stronger than our robot Griffin. But somehow we got grounded out of the skies and things started to turn pretty bad. No, 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 my freaking... I didn't notice the resurrected Wyvern. That right there is quite the setback. Our robot Griffin was actually a great tame to have, but we lost it. This might be kind of stupid, but we're back in the Wyvern Trench. I need to tame something strong. There wasn't anything there that was worth taming currently, so we moved on. We just kept searching around this entire map. Day 37, I decided I'm going to take my fire gorilla out for a spin. Again, we're just trying to kill some things so we can get something better to spawn in and tame that. Living out all of my serial killer fantasies all in one. I did learn if you kill an elemental fire golem though, and harvest it with a pickaxe, you get a ton of eternal crystals. Day 38, we tamed another prime wyvern. This time, level 140. This particular prime wyvern, I'm going to evolve into the poison wyvern variant. We now have an unknown poison wyvern, which is the highest tier of the knockout tames you can have. It can knock out everything in the game. So I went out to go test out its capabilities on this prime giga. There was a ton of other gigas around, but this one's definitely the most strongest, and I was kind of hoping I could evolve it as well. I managed to get myself a little stuck, and I was worried that my wyvern was about to die. Like the coward that I am, I decided to teleport away. I returned the next day, but this time I managed to keep my distance and try not to get hit. I was hoping I'd knock this thing out a little bit quicker than I am, but it does have 10.5 million torpor, so this is kind of expected. Our wyvern had sustained a little bit of damage just from, you know, some of my mistakes. So I put it away in a soul ball so it could heal up a little bit, and I just waited for a while, let my wyvern rest up a bit. Then we could get back into this fight and knock out this prime Giganotosaurus. I gave it a taming potion, even though I didn't actually have to. It was already starving. Now, since we've been taming a few new creatures, I kind of like keeping them out and about, but there's not a lot of space here in our current base. So I needed to do some slight renovations. I don't really need that long shaft that goes out. I'm pretty happy with this for now. Eventually, we'll put up a force field that will keep them extra safe, but for now, it's time to test this big boy out. I remembered that I could make a wyvern saddle and then that could get placed on anything. But once I placed it on my Giganotosaurus, I realized something. No, there's no evolutions. Oh, no, this was a waste. I was hoping that I could evolve this thing and make it extra strong, but as it is, it's pretty good, I guess. Day 40, I tamed a Prime Rex. It was a level 145, and I was hoping I could evolve this one too. Once it was completely tamed, I put a saddle on its back and realized this one yet again could not be evolved. No evolutions as well. I think I'm better off farming these guys for prime blood. I was really hoping I could get a Rex evolution. That would have been cool. Day 41, and I'm on the mission to try and get myself a more powerful creature. So with this other prime wyvern that I had, I evolved it into an unknown fire wyvern. And it's not quite as strong as I had hoped. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is pretty damn strong, but I don't know if it's strong enough to fight any bosses. Its biggest advantage is definitely its health pool. Its biggest disadvantage is the fact that I can get killed off the back of it. The fact that it is a hard-hitting flying dino though, that kind of helps, I guess. Day 42, and we potentially found the perfect tame for us to fight some bosses. Maybe. This level 145 Prime Dragon. I wonder if this has an evolution. Surprisingly, because it only had 1 million torpor, it was quite easy to take down. Managed to tame this Prime Dragon, and immediately I wanted to test this beast out. It's not that great. I was really hoping for it to be significantly better. Also, no, you cannot evolve it. Day 43, and I was chatting to some of the people in the server, and they gave me some good advice. I should go out and try and kill some Prime Megatheriums to try and spawn in a Space Panda. Space Panda is quite a strong tame. So I did exactly that. Just went out and killed every Megatherium I could find. Up until one spawned in. Yes. Finally. Oh my god. Now I just have to try and find a way to do 12.5 million torpor damage. I guess with a bit of patience and a bit of luck, we could manage to do this. I just gotta make sure I don't fly too low and it hits me. Felt like it took us quite a while, but we managed to put the Space Panda to sleep. Quick stop off back at base, and I crafted up some prime meat and returned back to the Space Panda, fed it, and we have now tamed it. 1.3 million health. Hopefully this thing's good. Space Panda has its own unique saddle, so we had to craft that bad boy up and find out whether this thing is actually good or not. 47,000 damage per hit. It's pretty safe to say this thing's a bit of a beast. Even something like this eternal lava golem didn't stand a chance against us. All I wanted to do right now is kill a bunch of things so we could level up this Space Panda. I killed this dung beetle and remembered that Megatheriums have a buff whenever they kill insect type creatures. With the buff enabled, I ran into this cave with a massive overspawn of Shadowmanes. So I just went absolutely ham, doing 1.1 million damage per hit. Nothing stood a chance against me and my Space Panda. Day 45, we have our Space Panda ready. It's time to fight a boss. Now your mystical bosses are some of the entry-level bosses that you need to face off against to be able to progress through the mod. And we're starting it light with the mystical Bigfoot. Yes, this thing does have 122 million health. Now, the reason I set this boss fighting arena up in the desert was because there's bugs around, and I wanted to go kill a bug first so I could get the bug buff to try and end this boss quickly. Unfortunately, the bug buff doesn't last forever. But we did do a ton of damage. Unfortunately, the rest of this fight is kind of slow. We're just sitting here biting away at it. Space Panda does have an ability where I can summon in these 3 other dire bears, so they kind of help, I guess, but not really because they don't do a ton of damage, but they do help. So I'm grateful. Anyways, we managed to defeat this Bigfoot. Now we just have to defeat a whole multitude of other bosses. On the plus side, we managed to pick up some new armor. Day 46, and we got a little bit drippy with our brand new armor. The goal now is to complete our entire set of new armor. But for now, we'll just wear whatever we've got laying around. I realized real quick that if I want to summon in some more bosses to fight, I need a few more resources, particularly some dino hearts and dino DNA. So with this little bit of information, we went out to the ocean with our Space Panda and killed some fish, because fish meat you can then craft into dino hearts and dino DNA. Strangely enough, we ran into a bunch of Liopleurodons, which is certainly very odd because they're supposed to be extremely rare. Day 47, I had a little spark of inspiration for my base. I just wanted to flatten out this area by extending it by placing down a bunch of foundations. I then went out to the redwoods and ran into this resurrected Rex. It was already half health down, so I fought it, and yeah, I murdered it. Does it still count if it's already dead? Now it's just double dead. Day 48, and I was feeling unstoppable. So unstoppable, in fact, I took on this resurrected Dodo wyvern. Then something strange happened. I died off the back of it. How? That's not supposed to be possible. No, it's not supposed to be possible. You see, the Space Panda is supposed to have a buff that protects the rider from any damage. I don't know how I died. I didn't want to risk losing my Space Panda, so I ran back in and just put him in a soul ball. Time's now getting ahead of us, so it's time to fight another boss, the mystical mammoth. I have the bug buff once again and was able to do a ton of damage. But once the bug buff ran out, this mammoth was doing a ton of damage. I had to escape. I wasn't going to win that one. One thing I should have done earlier was prepare for boss fights properly. And that's by having some of these healing potions. They will keep us alive longer, obviously. I then went to teleport back to the mammoth and it had disappeared. Another strange mechanic from Eternal is that once a boss goes out of render, they poof from the world. They're gone. So instead, I summoned in a different boss this time, the Harbinger Ankylor. This is kind of like a side quest boss. It's still definitely quite strong and really powerful, and it has a ton of defense. We were trying our best to kill this, but we didn't get it done this day. This fight led on over to the very next day. The healing potions came in clutch. We were able to stay engaged in this fight for quite a long time. Then I was able to defeat it. Upon defeating any one of these Harbinger dinos, you do get some other summons sometimes. We got this Jinx. It's a red direwolf thing, but one summon that you get that's always guaranteed is this purple beetle. And if you feed the purple beetle eternal kibble, it will produce a bunch of resources passively. Also, if you feed Jinx some prime blood, you can evolve it. It just evolves into another Jinx, just a little bit stronger. Day 50, and we took on the mystical mammoth once again. Again, some of these boss fights can be long and dragged out, but we got that big fat W in the end, and that's all that matters. Day 51, we went to retrieve some of the items out of our purple beetle. It's quite a lot of resources, but I don't know if it's super worth it with all the eternal kibble, but something that was worth it were these plants. Yeah, we could make element plants, which, well, grows element. With our Space Panda, I've been having a lot of fun picking on all these wyverns. A large majority of them get absolutely wrecked. Again, I was just trying to kill some high tier creatures in hopes of something even stronger to be able to spawn in. Unfortunately, I got killed off the back of this thing, even though I'm supposed to have rider protection. I was actually quite worried that Space Panda might die in this situation. Not that all the wyverns are strong, but there's a lot of them that could be doing a ton of damage while I'm trying to get back to it. But then I remembered I could summon Space Panda directly to me since I had placed a dino tracker on it from the awesome teleporter mod. Day 52, and it finally happened. We managed to spawn in one of the most powerful creatures in this mod. This level 140 Silver Knight. This is a unique Griffin that is absolutely the most powerful powerhouse in the game. Well, it's one of many. Now I just have to manage to knock this thing out and not die myself. Certain creatures of this tier can only be knocked out by unknown tier creatures, which basically means if my wyvern dies, I have no way to be able to knock this thing out. I can't use any of my Pteranodons because they're not a high enough tier to deal any torpor damage. And Silver Knight being as powerful as it is, I need to be extra... Damn. Yeah, that happened. Now that I had lost my unknown poison wyvern, I don't know how I'm supposed to tame this Silver Knight. I had to think of a plan really quick if I want to have a chance of getting it. I remembered that I still had Lily lying around in my base. Remember our alpha wyvern? Now with some prime blood, I could evolve Lily into a prime wyvern. Now we have a prime wyvern, I could then evolve it into an unknown poison wyvern again. Only thing is, I didn't have enough Eternal Indominus tokens, but I do know a location that I can get my hands on a bunch. There's a whole bunch of token bugs in the wyvern area. I need to clear out some of the wyverns before I can start harvesting these tokens. I killed a resurrected creature which accidentally summoned in a mystical rhino. Although I'm not really prepared to fight a boss right now, we kind of have no choice. I never got a chance to get an insect buff, so this fight kind of dragged on a little bit. I ended up asking Polydina if he wanted to come in and help out. He came in, landed one single attack, and destroyed this mystical rhino. Thanks to Polydina's help, we could now go ahead and collect some of these Indominus tokens from these bugs. I made sure to try and stock up on as much as possible. There's heaps of these token bugs around after all. We could now finally evolve our prime wyvern into another poison wyvern. Poison wyvern in hand, it's now time to knock out this Silver Knight. I made sure this time to remain cautious and try not to die again. The real key was to avoid this attack. If we get hit by that, we're surely dead. Because it's a Griffin, it eventually started running away. And then the light of the tunnel was right there. We knocked it out, fed it the Eternal Prime Meat, and we now have our very own Silver Knight. Now let me demonstrate how powerful this Silver Knight actually is. This was a poor demonstration. Fire attacks don't work on wyverns, but slapping them in the face surely does. Now, although we just got ourselves a super powerful creature like Silver Knight, I was then told that there's another super powerful creature on the map. We encountered this one a little bit earlier. Wicked Ultima Dragon. Now I just need to knock this thing out without getting hit by one of those big balls of fire. This dragon was a little bit easier to knock out than Silver Knight was, as it had a little bit less torpor. Acquiring it was quite simple, and we quickly learned how strong this thing really was. Something came in to attack us, and then it went into fight. I had to chase it down to try and get it back. Here's a quick demonstration of the power of the Wicked Ultima Dragon. Yeah, turning the whole screen yellow means this thing is deadly. This dragon has a multitude of AoE attacks, which is great when we're just roaming around the map just wanting to complete pure murder, but it doesn't have an attack that's great 1v1, which means it's probably not a great boss fighter. That's where we get out Silver Knight. Silver Knight is perfect in 1v1 situations purely because of this one attack. No, not the fire attack. I don't know why I tried that again. The big black fireball attack. If I can manage to land a clean hit on any one of my enemies, especially these bosses, their health drains rapidly. Also, once again, I don't seem to be protected, even though I'm supposed to be. Day 45 begins with us killing some gigas for some easy levels for our Silver Knight. Then I headed back to base so I could place down some new crafting benches. We had leveled up quite a bit and unlocked a bunch of engrams. We had picked up a whole bunch of loot from killing a bunch of things, so I figured I'd just break them down in an industrial grinder so I could get some extra resources back. I also placed down this eternal generator that kind of works like a tech generator. In the eternal grinder, if you break down these crystal tools, you get a ton of the eternal crystals. Day 56, I made this tech armor for Silver Knight. Even though I don't need a saddle to ride it, it's also good to have some armor. Not gonna lie, kind of makes him look pretty cool too. Whilst out exploring, we ended up going past one of our subscriber bases. They seem to have progressed quite a bit. We then find ourselves in the snow biome, where we come across a whole bunch of resurrected creatures. Of course, I began slaying each and every single one of them. And occasionally, once we'd kill one, it would summon in another boss. Basically meaning we had free boss summons. We didn't have to waste resources on them. This entire island was surrounded by these resurrected creatures. And we even managed to summon in the mystical armored Giga, who honestly didn't stand a chance against myself and this Silver Knight. Ursa Major was then summoned in, and that boss keeps us grounded. I was a little bit scared of fighting this, so I tried to get away, but ultimately realized I just had to stand my ground and fight. I must have been killing other resurrecteds in the vicinity. I couldn't really see what was going on because more bosses just kept summoning in. We even managed to take down this phantasmal manticore that unlocked a bunch of tech engrams. Progression is rather quick at this level. With those bosses down, I took a little break and regained my health, then continued getting all of these free boss kills. I don't even know what bosses we're fighting. It's so dark and there's a lot of damage happening in the area, but we did unlock some new tech engrams, so that's good. Day 57, we're still in the snow biome fighting bosses. We even managed to find this eternal robot mech. When I got back to base, I went through all of the items that I had gathered, and we got a whole new set of armor. So I placed all of it on and checked it out. It's pretty much just tech armor, but the eternal variant, which means it doesn't have durability and won't break every time you die. It also comes with a massive boost to damage resistance. I'm still missing a couple pieces for it, but this will do for now. Day 58, and in order for us to be able to move forward, there's specific bosses that I need to fight and defeat. All of the free boss fights that we had earlier were great, but I need to defeat every single mystical boss once at least. Starting with the mystical mammoth and 2 of these mystical Bigfoots. Yes, I know I have fought these guys previously, but they're just the kind of ones that I needed right now, because once you defeat them, you get primordial essence of that particular boss. Day 59, I made this structure. It was called the Ascender, and inside the Ascender, you can craft ascension items that essentially ascends you, I guess, so you can get some extra levels. Then I went back to the boss summoner to summon in this tiny turkey. It might be tiny, but it's damn tough. It has massive damage resistance, and with 233 million health, I had a feeling we're gonna be here for quite a while, and I was right. We were here for freaking ages. So I called in one of the homies to come help out. They could do a lot more damage than I could. It was very handy having them here. This fight still led us on to the very next day. Then we finally defeated this turkey. It was called the treasure turkey, so I was expecting a lot of treasures. All I got was 2 primordial boss essences. That kind of wasn't worth it. Day 61, and we're fighting a mystical Giga, but this is the hard mode version. So they have massive damage resistance and a little bit more health. It's not really a tough fight, but it is definitely a long, tedious fight. Very much worth the wait. We got a whole bunch of items that I've never seen before. We even got this creature from fighting the bosses. This is the River Princess, the magical flying pink direwolf. Surprisingly, she's actually quite strong, but also a rather sleepy girl. If you're not really paying attention, progression in this mod can get a little confusing. All I know now is I need to fight bosses, and a lot of them. Again, this area on the map is a great place to do it, for free. We even managed to summon in the phantasmal Broodmother, which, once defeated, unlocked even more tech engrams. Day 63, I just filtered through all the loot that we had gotten. There's a lot of the same stuff, but there's also some new things that I've never seen before. Since unlocking all the new tech engrams, I had to place down a tech replicator, the S Plus version, so I could also make the S Plus versions of everything else. We're also well over level 100, so I had to go through and unlock all the engrams manually as well. Since we've unlocked tech, we need a ton more metal so we can actually craft some of the items. We have a high tier crystal pickaxe now, so we're gathering a ton of metal. I had also made the Eternal Industrial Forge, which should smelt this metal rather quickly. Even though this cooks up metal quickly, we're gonna have to wait quite a while. We need a lot of it. Next, I had to craft up some element shards from the element that we got from our crop plots, because now I have an Eternal Tech Shield, and it's powered by element shards. Now our base is completely protected from all of you people watching that might come onto the server and try and frickin' grief me, which you're welcome to do if you can get through. I went out to roam around the map for a little bit, and then I encountered a bionic Giga. I must have killed something to force it to summon, but killing some of these bionic Gigas, you do get some pretty decent resources from them, including a bunch of artifacts. It also triggered a phantasmal broodmother to spawn in as well. Once we killed the phantasmal broodmother, a bionic magmasaur then spawned in. This was endless. But Silver Knight is unstoppable. Nothing can beat us. Day 65, I placed down these S+ transmitters. The S+ transmitters can help you find wild dinos around the map, but you need multiple versions of them and you need to power them. They were currently saying that they were unpowered, and I don't know what was going on at the time. The Eternal generator should be working, but it's just not. I had an Eternal transmitter down and it was working fine for that, so I thought at the time maybe I needed to place them around there and it was just a distance issue. I was wrong. I then placed down an S+ tech generator and this seemed to work. Turns out the Eternal generator doesn't work for them. It has to be the S+ tech generator. Anyways, I used the dino scanner to try and find myself a prime Therizino. Yes, the prime Therizino should be right around here somewhere, judging by the dino scanner. I couldn't seem to find it at this time, so we just moved on. I went back to base to try and find another location of another one, and this is where we found one in this foresty jungle biome. Level 125. It will do. Now, there was a clear reason on why I was trying to tame this prime Therizino. You see, prime Therizinos, you can evolve into different types of Therizinos, and one that's quite unique to only Therizinos, which is this one, the Harvester Therizino. Now, if it wasn't quite obvious, the Harvester Therizino is a gangster at harvesting things. I named this tickle chicken Blake, and this is exactly what he produces when we go out and harvest things. It's a lot of stuff. He can also harvest a bunch of minerals from rocks, which includes metal, crystal, stone, all the kind of stuff you need. This should keep us stocked up for quite a while. We had such an excess that I could place down a few little things like this, the ARK Eternal sign, and further decorate our base by placing these cool as statues around. With some of our base chores done, it's time to fight some more bosses. This time I'm summoning in a new one. It's called the Titan God. Basically just a massively overpowered titanosaur. It has a ton of damage reduction, so taking this down is going to be quite the long, tedious time, but we persevere through it and just keep attacking. Now, we were doing quite well up until the Titan God did its one ability that is quite dangerous. No! Yes, you see, the Titan God can summon in an exact replica of whatever I'm riding. And since my Silver Knight is super overpowered, an anti-Silver Knight can absolutely destroy us. But unfortunately, we no longer have a Silver Knight. And my Wicked Ultimate Dragon's not really a great boss fighter. It is good at killing with AoE attacks like this, but you can't really aim at anything. So we're here in the Griffin Trench just trying to kill some more Griffins to see if we can spawn in another Silver Knight. Maybe kill some Wyverns as well, see if we can get some more Prime Blood or spawn something interesting that can come from them maybe. We were not having very much luck currently, but Polydina did come over with his Wicked Manticore. That was pretty cool to look at. I need to fight bosses anyways, so I decided to fight this Armored Darkstar. And yes, our Wicked Ultimate Dragon's not really doing too well. I mean, we have a ton of health, so we're not going to die, but our Silver Knight would have melted this enemy ages ago. I did look through our Dino Tracker to see if there was any Silver Knights around, and there was nothing. I need to fight bosses anyway, so we just continue doing that for the rest of the day. I was then told that if we kill some Bacon Overlords, we have a chance of summoning in the Bacon Griffin, which is a little bit stronger than the Silver Knight, but the same kind of Griffin attacks and stuff. We killed the Bacon Overlord multiple times since it was pretty easy to summon in and didn't require a lot of resources, but we didn't have much luck this time getting the Bacon Griffin. Instead, we spawned in things that were much worse. The Bacon Armageddon with 12.3 billion health, and even worse, the Big Bacon Daddy. We did manage to summon in something pretty decent, the Bacon Metal Monkey, which I wanted to tame, since it is tameable. With our Poison Wyvern, we began attacking. Just as we were about to knock it out, we got a little bit too close and ultimately died. The next day, I returned back to our unknown Poison Wyvern to see if it was still alive, and it was, but unfortunately, Bacon Daddy wasn't happy on my arrival, and it came into fight. I was pinned up against this wall, and I couldn't really do much at all. The Bacon Daddy can cocoon me, which means I can't really move at all. Polydina came in to try and help us out, and was doing a ton of damage. Because Bacon Daddy had so many minions, I couldn't even get a read on how much health it had. I can't move, I'm stuck, I can't see anything. I just need to try and get into that water. Polydina did me a massive favor by kiting away the Bacon Daddy, but its minions were still keeping me in place. I tried to teleport out, but it wouldn't work while I was immobilized. All I needed to do was try and get into that water. If I can get into the water, the minions can't stun me. A bunch of the minions that were on me had despawned, so I jumped into the water, put away my Wicked Ultimate Dragon, and the Bacon Metal Monkey was asleep. I fed it some of the Alpha Prime meat, but then got attacked by the minions again. But unfortunately, you can't tame Bacon tier dinos with Prime meat. To be able to tame Bacon tiers, you need insta-tame meat, which we haven't unlocked because we need to fight a boss to be able to unlock it. That particular boss that we need to fight is the Phantasmal Broodmother, which honestly, I thought I had fought before. I don't know what happened. Fighting this with my Wicked Ultimate Dragon was a bit of a tedious fight. Polydina was nearby, so he came in to help, and then this made this really quick because he has a Bacon Griffin. I unlocked the insta-tame meat, went back to base to craft it, fed it to the Bacon Metal Monkey, and we now have this beast of a gorilla. I got a big monkey with really cool armor. And strangely enough, our first fight was another bacon metal monkey. It must have spawned in earlier, I just didn't see it. Our bacon metal monkey hits like a steam truck. And funnily enough, the bacon griffin can pick it up. Yeah, Pauladina's playing some games. It's quite funny. On the plus side, I was kind of learning all of this bacon metal monkey's abilities, and it's good to test it against a strong foe just so you can kind of get a feeling of how much damage it really does. It's not quite as good as our Silver Knight was, but it should hold up well in boss fights. I had an idea on how to make our bacon metal monkey a little bit stronger by using the S+ mutator so we can imprint on our monkey. This should add a little bit more melee damage and a little bit more health as well. We're still not done yet. We need to get ourselves another poison wyvern. So we head on out to tame another prime wyvern, then once again evolve it into the unknown poison wyvern. Day 73, I placed down a large eternal tech cloning chamber. Now we shouldn't have to worry about some of our dinos anymore. We can replace them a little easier. I began the process of cloning our bacon metal monkey, but for some reason they're not clonable, and then evolved our Evo Allosaurus into the Evo Rex. Yeah, I know I've kind of missed some of the evolutions, but this is the stage that we're up to now. I was then asked by some of the players on the server to go and assist them in a boss fight. So I did exactly that, came in and assisted. They were fighting this mystical mammoth, and I came in with my wicked ultimate dragon, but I really found that the bacon metal monkey was a lot more effective in some of these fights. If I'm around, I'll always try and help out some of my subscribers. And again, this was only possible to play with other people because of the help of ping players. Remember, hit that link in the description. I kept fighting them for quite a while, trying to assist as best I could. They were pretty grateful for my assistance, but I needed to get back to trying to get myself a bacon griffin. With all of these bacon overlords going down, we just don't seem to be getting one of these bacon griffins. The RNG gods are not on our side. Day 75, I went to go help these guys get their insta-tame meat by fighting the phantasmal Broodmother. Helping them get their insta-tame meat will be very beneficial to me in the end. You see, a bunch of these other players here are going to help me fight the final boss. But before I could even fight the final bosses in this game, I need to get myself something a little bit stronger than I've got now. Again, I killed the bacon overlord and summoned in the big bacon daddy again. This was chaotic since I wasn't that close to the water. I couldn't really do anything, and I didn't really want to sacrifice my bacon metal monkey. So for the next little while, I just kept inching closer and closer to the water until I could get out of this stun distance. I know it's pretty hard to see what's going on right now, but we are getting closer. Once I got deep enough into the water, I was able to teleport my ass out of there. Now, just for fighting the bacon overlord, I found a spot on the beach here to be able to summon him in. In case we summon in the big bacon daddy again, I can just dip straight into the water and escape. No surprises here, but the big daddy overlord came in again. Curiosity got the better of me, so I wanted to fight it and try and defeat it. Figured that if I was underneath the water, the minions couldn't do anything to me, so we could just kind of sit here and fight. But because of its damage resistance, we were here for quite a while. Day 77, and its health is almost to halfway. 100 million health remaining, 50 million health remaining, and we're still staying in strong fighting. It was the end of day 77, and we finally defeated the bacon overlord daddy. God damn it, I learned a baby potion? Day 78, we were fighting this bacon overlord, and it finally happened. A tameable bacon overlord griffin had summoned in. Now, before I could tame it, I went to go clone our unknown poison wyvern. You know, just in case it dies, which is likely to happen. Once we had successfully cloned our unknown poison wyvern, I gave him an imprint pulse and began attempting to tame this bacon overlord griffin. I was having kind of a difficult time trying to avoid getting hit by this bacon overlord griffin. So I thought maybe I'll try and trap it. Maybe by using these tech gates, a good classic griffin trap. Now the tricky part, I've got to try and kite this griffin into the trap without getting hit one single time. Because yes, it will destroy me out of the sky immediately. Damn it. This plan went just about as well as you would expect. It was really hard to knock this thing out, so I just tried to get it trapped again. This time trying to sacrifice my own self and getting it inside our little griffin trap. Once again, this wasn't very successful at all. Went back to the poison wyvern strategy again and got murked out of the sky. I did see that Eternal did have some interesting traps, so I figured I'd try and test this thing out. Like, this one's particularly quite large. Well, that's assuming I could actually get it stuck in there without dying. I wasn't going to give up. I got it aggroed and then I tried clicking. I have no idea if I got it stuck or not. I jetted all the way back to the trap, but we didn't successfully get it in. I wanted to try it again. This time it worked, but I was stuck inside with it. It was now stuck. Now I needed to knock it out. Unfortunately, my attacks wouldn't penetrate this trap. It was pretty useless, to be honest. I ended up having to remove this trap. It is what it is. I really wish I could attack through this. It would have been very useful. Now to just knock this thing out the old-fashioned way. We tried, guys. We really tried different methods to be able to trap it. It doesn't matter. This just takes a little bit longer than I had hoped, but we managed to knock this thing out anyway. I fed this bacon overlord griffin the instant meat that it requires, and then went ahead and named it About Damn Time. Because man, this took ages to get. And oh lord, is this thing a goddamn powerhouse. Oh yeah, now we're in business, baby.
Now we need to make sure that this thing is leveled up and ready to fight some bosses. I have a few XP potions, so I'm just going to use that for now. And of course, I can't forget to imprint it. It's way too valuable for us to lose, so cloning it was top of my priority list. I ain't doing nothing without cloning this boy. Day 82, I slapped on a saddle and some armor and took our Griffin out to the snow biomes for some easy, free boss kills. Day 83, we faced off against another Titan God.
Come on, Titan God. Do not summon your little freaking copycat minions, because they hurt a lot. All right, we got it in the perfect spot. No summoning minions. Hey, we did it.
After killing the Titan God, we got another one of these creature summons.
What is this owl? Ooh.
Surprisingly, it's actually pretty strong for what it is, but it is kind of useless to us right now since we have the Bacon Griffin. The next boss we're fighting was a boss that we've not fought yet. Yes, this fluffy giga is called Pteranodon.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
It summons in a bunch of minions, but honestly, I expected it to be a lot stronger than it was.
Stupid thing's got minions. As long as it doesn't ground me, this should be okay. I really thought you were gonna be a Reaper. Oh, now I'm stuck inside you. Not actually great for you.
We killed it, but the rewards were kind of underwhelming. We got an Eternal Resurrection Stone.
Transfer to the creature's inventory, ride it, hit X, and after that creature will be resurrected from death.
Day 84, we fought this grotesque looking worm thing called the Graboid.
Well, thanks for your kind donation, sir. That's a lot of Eternal Prime.
Day 85, we evolved our Evo Giga into the Evo Indominus Rex. I know I haven't really been keeping up track on like what evolutions we're up to, but hey, this is what we're up to now. Also, we evolved our Evo Microraptor into the Evo Arche. I don't know how to say that. I now needed some Prime blood, so I went out to go and get some. But then I ran into a big pile of this.
What in the Lord? What is happening here? They're just like spawning on each other.
A whole bunch of unique and random creatures just spawned in.
I'm getting in on this. There's bosses everywhere. Oh, I've been grounded. This could be bad.
It was quite chaotic, but it was a lot of fun.
Oh my Lord, this could be terrible. Oh crap. No, the Titan, not the Titan, not the Titan. Titan's really bad. Oh, another one came in. All right, we just don't want to trigger me. We're going to trigger me now. Better. Yeah, boy.
Day 86, and we picked up this rather strange thing from killing one of the bosses, I guess.
Eternal God Shrine.
If we put 6 gasoline in it, it should produce one of every resource over time, I guess. I put the gasoline in. Now I guess we just wait. I kind of fully forgot about our Omni Evo Raptor, but we now have enough Prime blood to be able to evolve it. This kind of ends up being a little bit of a mistake eventually, but you'll see why later.
Omni Evo Darkstar Raptor? Like, is very strong or no? Because I feel like he's maybe not super strong.
I was kind of hoping that the Darkstar Raptor would be a little bit more useful than it is. It's just not. I check up on our Evo Indominus Rex, and I think we're quite a ways away from being able to evolve this once more. Day 87, and I'm ticking some more of these boss fights off of the list. Starting with the Bionic Giga, the boss version. I want to try and defeat every boss, even though right now I'm a little bit lost on what I have fought and what I haven't fought because of all the free bosses in the snow biome, but I'm pretty sure I've not fought any of these hard mode bosses yet, including this Ursa Major. Day 88, I was back in the snow biome and I bumped into another Ursa Major, hard mode again. Surprising how things work out, but once I killed this, a god mode Kraken summoned in. And I haven't seen this on the list of bosses, so I figured this is my only chance to try and fight and defeat this. It was surely damn tough. It had a high defense rating and a ton of health. We were chipping away at its health, but then a Bionic Magmasaur joined the party. I wasn't too worried about the Bionic Magmasaur until this happened.
No. Not out of render. Not out of render.
Yes, it yeeted me too far away that the God Kraken had despawned.
You did. You pushed me out of render.
This mechanic is quite annoying, so I took out my frustration on this Bionic Magmasaur. I have no idea what gave me this, but we got a Firecracker Velo. It's pretty damn cool, not gonna lie. And we also got our hands on the Infernal Astrosceus, or the big space whale. Day 89, and we need to start preparing for the final boss fights. And this is where I realized I made a mistake by evolving that Evo Raptor earlier. You see, to fight the final bosses, we need a lot of Prime blood. Over 150 of it. So we spent this entire day
farming prime blood. Day 90, we now have all the prime blood that we need. We just need some of these summoning regions and we're ready to fight these final bosses. And when I say we, yes, I'm doing this with all the people playing on the server right now. I quite enjoy playing games with other people and want to get the community involved. So I invited everybody else to come and help me fight these bosses. Playing on a server with friends can be quite fun. The boys then told me that I should probably get my hands on some of these health injectors. They're going to help out a lot in these fights. Paladino brought over a whole bunch of his evolved Dark Stars and a bunch of cloned Bacon Griffins. With our little army ready to fight, I summoned in the very first boss. It didn't summon in quite quickly, so I thought it wasn't working. I got off my mount, jumped down on the ground, and it appeared right in front of me. Oh shit! I luckily was able to mount my Griffin, get back into this fight, and then this happened.
Oh my god, the numbers.
Turn off the HUD, turn off the HUD.
Okay.
Oh! The battle was so damn intense, we crashed the entire server. Day 91, we managed to get back in, but the boss had despawned.
Okay, yeah, no, that Griffin is not supposed to be like.
That Griffin's mangled, bro.
What's wrong with the Griffin?
Just wait till you get in, bro. Just in case that was just a freak accident, we tried this once again.
Attack my boys.
Okay, HUD is immediately going off.
Holy.
Okay, I am backing up real quick. I just gotta get it out. This because I will. Okay, HUD is staying off.
Oh, what? From here on out, we decided to get rid of all of the little extras. We're only going to fight on our Bacon Griffins. We began the fight, and for the most part, we weren't crashing and the lag wasn't as bad.
This is much more peaceful.
It really is.
we haven't crashed yet. That's a good thing.
With all of our teams combined, we were doing a ton of damage. Unfortunately, a lot of the visuals was kind of looking like this. And even with the HUD turned off, well, you couldn't really see much. But most importantly, we managed to defeat this boss. We also got a little Evo Desert Dragon.
It is tiny.
It's a shoulder mount.
With my new Evo Dragon on my shoulder, we were then summoned in the next boss. This one was the Resurrected God. It was basically like a skeletal rock elemental. One thing I wasn't prepared for though was how tough this boss was. I think we went into this a little bit overconfident. Since fighting the last boss, it was a lot easier. The Resurrected boss had 1.8 billion health. And it also summons in other resurrected creatures, which comes with another catch. I can get killed off the back of my Bacon Overlord Griffin. And that's not the worst part. Yes, once you kill its little minions, they have a chance of spawning in other creatures, and strong ones. All of a sudden, we were surrounded by other bosses. A ton of them. Mystical wyverns, mystical mammoths, the Titan God. It was getting out of hand quickly. I had to turn off the HUD just so I could see what was going on. I tried to keep my focus on the Resurrected God, but it was hard to see how much damage I had already sustained, especially with so much happening in the area. And then all of a sudden, the worst possible circumstance happened.
Is that Bacon Daddy?
Oh, Bacon Daddy just spawned. Oh, bro.
He's heading this way.
Now our next goal was to just try and get these bosses and this Bacon Daddy, everything into the water. Taking him to the water. Which we managed to do successfully, but we were all spread out and we couldn't really see where each other were. As you can see by the screen currently, things were quite chaotic. I got stuck against this wall fighting this one Bacon Overlord Daddy. Couldn't really move until I got free, and then I had to fight this Titan God. We focused a lot of attention on the Bacon Overlord Daddy, but we don't actually know what happened to the Resurrected God. I think one of the other guys had defeated it. I just missed it. It was a team effort, so I'm going to consider that boss fight a win. But now we need to spawn in the next boss. And this one I fought previously, and I know how tough it can be. This is the Dark Hierophant. Now I decided to fight it in a closed arena because it does have an ability that will knock you far away. The Dark Hierophant came with 1.6 billion health, and it already has damage resistance. But once you add on the fact that it's a Dodo Reaper, this makes this fight significantly harder. We are doing a tiny bit of damage compared to what kind of health it has. It also spawned in a ton of minions and things were getting really hectic. I even got knocked out of our little arena that we built. It then followed me out, so we switched up our strategy. We're going to lead it to the water to try and stop it from spawning in some of its minions. Our team fought fast and hard. We were doing tons of damage, and we managed to get it into the water. And this is where things really started to slow down. In case you missed it, we're actually at day 96, and we're still fighting this guy. And it seems like we've done barely any damage. 200 million damage is quite a lot, but I don't think we're actually going to make it through this. We will persevere, though, and try our best, even though this does look hopeless. You see, all of these bosses are on a time limit. If you don't defeat them in their time, you fail, which we had done. Unfortunately, the thing despawned before we could actually try and defeat it. This was a failed mission, but I had a lot of fun. ARK Eternal's great, and I do enjoy playing with some of the community. So hey, if you want to join us on any one of these servers, make sure to join our Discord, hit that like button, and subscribe. I want to give a massive shout out to all of my Patreons, Twitch subscribers, and YouTube members. Until next time, peace. Shout out to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Let's go.
ARK Omega, an overhaul mod with thousands of versions of every creature in this game, all of them with crazy abilities. This is one of my most favorite overhaul mods in ARK, and there has been tons of updates since the last time I had played this. Now, I have two major goals I need to complete before the end of this video. One, of course, being defeating the final boss, the Aztek boss. And the second goal is a bit of a unique one. I need to make the strongest Dodo ever to celebrate our new line of Dodo Gang merch that just dropped. This 100 days journey was wild. So without further ado, welcome to my 100 days in ARK Omega. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on my favorite map of all time, Ragnarok. And man, I am excited. We freshly spawned in Viking Bay, a pretty easy spawn location. Ooh, what is this? A gamma knockback Dodo. What the hell is that? Harvest 2,500 common resources? Yes, the new Lost Colony DLC has come in, and I don't really know if I'm going to be using much of these skill tree things. Oh, we get tools straight off the rip. Yes, because we're playing on Omega, we get free tools straight off the rip. Oh, it's just like a multi-tool. For the first time in one of my playthroughs, I started my tribe straight away. Of course, we named it Dodo Gang. Represent. To get some easy cheesy levels, I crafted up some of my chibis. What is that? In ARK Omega, you're going to hear some rather creepy noises, but we can't worry about that right now. For now, I had to make a reusable spear so we can murder some of the local creatures. Things do not feel very safe at the moment. Some of these dinos have some magical abilities that are quite scary. Okay, there's all these magical abilities happening in my vicinity. We do not want that. I managed to fight and destroy this wood dodo. It exploded right in my face as if it was Johnny Sins. I mean a creeper from Minecraft. But when I harvested it, I got some wood, some sap, and some thatch. After gathering a few resources, I placed down a little starter base. Just a couple foundations. And then I needed to gather some hide so I can create a forge. This little Delta Siren Dodo can donate us some hide. Unfortunately, these compies came and stole some of it, so we didn't get quite enough. So of course, I had to use them to get me some hide. But there was a slight problem. This is Omega, and even the smallest creatures can have some pretty powerful abilities. I'm so dead, bro. You brought your friends along, didn't you little punk? Can I bully your ass and get you out of here? Nope, I bullied the wrong one. I then respawned in a random location, quickly realizing I should probably put a bed down in my new little base. And maybe a storage box so I can store some of the stuff that we've been gathering. Before placing down a refining forge, I had to gather some metal, and the only place I knew I could get some easily were from these river rocks. Now it's time to place down the forge and start cooking up this metal. Whilst the metal cooked, we went out to do some exploring in the local vicinity. Found this green supply drop, and I had some pretty decent stuff inside it. Hey. Actually, it's not terrible. We made it through to day 2 without too much trouble so far. Oh, shoot. I ventured further on into the jungle, but I ran into some scary creatures. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the test. This is the ultimate test. Will it attack us? You might be wondering, why are none of these creatures attacking us? They are typically quite aggressive. You see this buff icon down here? It's called the newbie buff. And for a large period of time at the start of playing Omega, you've got a buff that makes most creatures ignore you. What? I thought I was invisible. I thought it was all creatures, but it's clearly not. Fight the Anki. Fight the Anki. It also buffs the chance for dinos to drop special items as well. Please don't fight me, bro. Problem is, you've got to kill them first, and that's easier said than done. Ah ha ha ha. Yes, you fight the Starfire Anki. Ooh, who will win this battle? Battle of the Beasts. Oh, Anki, you're going down, bro. You are getting wrecked. I am out of here. I was searching to find some more metal nodes, but came up empty-handed. I need a better way to traverse around the map. And I know the perfect way. A reusable parachute should help, and eventually a grapple hook. But first, I need some cementing paste. In order to get myself some cementing paste this early in the game, I'm going to need this mortar and pestle. I now need to get myself some chitin. But on my search for chitin, I ran into a metal dodo. I know this is a bit of a stretch, but if we can manage to kill this thing, we might actually get a lot of resources by killing a metal dodo. Oh, shoot. And I'll give you 3 guesses on what this metal dodo gives us. All right. This is goated amount of metal. And if you guessed metal, you were correct. Yes, metal dodo coming clutch. It also dropped some loot that we could pick up. Unfortunately, it's kind of broken in this mod, so you do need to add another mod to be able to pick stuff up, called the Loot Grabber mod. I just haven't installed the Loot Grabber mod just yet. We need the Loot Grabber mod for that exact reason. You see, like stuff glitches through the floor. After a quick server reset, we have now added the Loot Grabber mod and found our first victim that can supply us some keratin. You know, keratin and chitin, it works the same. And a couple non-consensual stabs into the butt, we turn this overgrown blue Squirtle into a Sonic the Hedgehog and put it into a swift permanent sleep cycle and gathered a measly amount of keratin. It's okay though, because it was enough for us to be able to make some cementing paste that we could use to craft our very first grapple hook.
Yes, grapple hook.
And the grapple hook paired with our parachute helps us traverse this map so much easier and quicker. But before we go any further, I need to tell you guys about today's day 3. We approached this supply drop and scored some free armor.
Ooh. Yo, I'll take some armor, bro.
But more importantly, we found an Ascendant PT saddle. With my brand new armor obtained, I confidently scaled this side of this mountain, where we encountered some dragonflies that I could take down to get some chitin.
Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to aggro that. My bad. My bad. He's coming. That was an accident. Pure accident. I will fight you guys, though. I will gladly fight you guys.
After safely escaping the Bronto's grasp, I was able to take down these dragonflies and harvest their large insectoid bodies for their valuable chitin and mix it with some stone in our mortar and pestle to turn it into that juicy cementing paste. It's probably time that we start taming some dinos. You see, Omega has such a complex progression system that I'm going to have to explain how things are going to work. In order to do so though, I need to craft this, the Omega workbench, so I can craft Omega items, specifically the Omega kibble machine.
This is a pretty fancy new thing. I ain't gonna lie. And that looks cool as hell.
Okay, let me explain how this works. There are 12 different variants of creatures, all with various different abilities. Some complement others, some work as a great damage dealer, some work as great tanks, and some can be good support units as well. And each separate variant of creature comes with different ranks as well, starting with basic, leading all the way up to the Omega level. Now, I hope that all makes sense. Let's move on. Before heading out to the dangerous wilderness to start trying to tame something, I'm gonna need some armor. And in the Omega workbench, you can kind of get some special armor easily.
Oh yeah. Set tokens. We could get some good armor off the rip. What do we got? Okay. I could get with that. Okay. Nature damage resistance. Immune to collective and bleed damage. Yes. I forgot that this was a thing. We can rock some armor, some decent armor quick. And all we need to do is go like fight thing.
I'd pinned a Pteranodon on the map, but I can't quite make the kibble just yet. I need to gather up a few resources before I can make the kibble.
Hey, what did I just pick up? Magic charm. Movement speed increased by 2%.
Some of the resources that I needed right now was Dino Souls and Dino Essence. And the only way to get it is by murdering things.
You're not doing much damage to me, are ya? That's that buff that I got on, right? Yeah. No idea what I got, but I'll take it.
Day 4, I realized it was a lot easier to kill some creatures on foot whilst I still had my newbie buff available. Now, although I should be preparing to tame some creatures, I wanted to take this time to make some new armor. One of the great things about Ragnarok are these wooden boxes, where we can get some really handy early game items.
Sword? Bro, we got a sword. That's pretty good.
With my sword in hand, I could live out my fantasy of pretending to be Roronorizoro as the greatest swordsman in history. I managed to run into some traffic light colored compies and beat their asses. Kinda, they hurt a lot.
Stupid little colored compies, freaking traffic light wannabes.
Managed to take out a red Listro that gave us a magic charm.
Damage taker induced by, whoa, stamina increased by, goated, much better.
As far as I currently know, the newbie buff really only helps when you're on foot, and this is how we get some early good armor. Day 5, and we're continuing our murderous serial killer hunt, encountering different dinos with all different abilities. But thanks to our new armor and our new weapons, we were even able to take on a pack of Allosauruses. Psych, they were kicking our butt. I obviously had to make an escape. I then had a slight big brain moment. With my newbie buff, I should be able to approach some beaver dams and get some cementing paste, hopefully without too much trouble. I should have really looked at its health before I started fighting this.
This could have been a bad idea. Let's gap it. Let's just try and steal some cementing paste and get our ass out of her. Yo, that's plenty. That will keep us busy for a little bit.
Although we did get enough cementing paste from that previous beaver dam, this giant beaver dam was just way too tempting. Greed really took a hold of me. I grabbed this other beaver dam, and thanks to this alpha raptor that was nearby, it kept all the other beavers busy while I took on these ones.
Alpha overlord raptor? Yeah, later, bro. No, bro. We are not sticking around for that one, bro. Alpha Overlord Raptor. Get out of town. We are not sticking around for that.
I parachuted away, and then we saw this.
What, a Griffin?
Now, although Griffins have been in ASA for a while, they're actually only native to Ragnarok. That's why this particular Griffin does not yet have an Omega variant. But I do have some Trank Arrows, and this could mean for a very good early tame.
Do it. Go to sleep. Nice. What kind of meat we got? Oh, we got some prime.
This lion chicken was laying in a rather awkward position with his neck cranked, but we need to wait, and hopefully nothing comes to kill it. Just my luck, the beavers came hunting for me. They were still angry about me stealing their cementing paste, I guess.
You guys followed me all the way down here? For what? do 6 damage to me. I made sure to draw them far away from the Griffin and find a nice space for me to perch up and wait for the Griffin to successfully tame, which thankfully didn't take very long. Our very first tame was this Griffin. It's not a very good Griffin, but having a flyer is always a massive advantage in this game. Now our focus must be to tame something from Omega, and I searched around the Dino Finder to see what was around. Specifically a Pteranodon. We spotted an ice PT on the map that wasn't too far away from us. From here I crafted up some narcotics that I could then turn into beta sedatives that I could make stronger trank arrows, all in preparation for us to be able to tame our very first Omega creature. Day 6 I made this ethereal spear. I want to test out some of these weapons to see which one kind of suits my playstyle, and then went on the hunt to tame this ice Pteranodon, our very first Omega tame. I missed that? Oh bro, I'm so bad with a bowler. That's it. That'll do. Ooh, bro, did I almost kill him? I then fed this Pteranodon its required kibble and bullied some of these weaker beings while we waited for it to tame. Took a little while to tame, and I was kind of worried that something might come through and kill it. You see, even a Dilo that's a higher rank than this would murder it in one bite. With that being said, I just left render until it was fully tamed. I took a quick pit stop in this ice cave right here to collect some crystals so I could turn them into dino balls, so that once the PT was fully tamed, I could put the Griffin away in the soul ball safely and then ride the PT. I did have the expectation that this Pteranodon would be a little bit better than its vanilla counterparts, but I think it's exactly the same. It just has one special ability. It spits ice out of its butt. I was able to bring our brand new ice PT back to base safely. Now I think it's time that we move on from our little starter base. First, I'm gonna have to gather up a whole bunch of resources, and I decided to build our forever base right next door. This little bridgeway in Viking Bay is actually the perfect location in my opinion. It's a pretty fun place to build, I reckon. We finished building the layout of this base on day 8. Well, just the foundations really. Why did it take us so long? Well, because I didn't use my typical penile layout. And because this is taking so long, I really need to focus on moving forward. So that's why I'm creating this. This is the egg collector. And if it's not very clear on exactly what this thing does, well, it collects eggs, specifically from Omega dinos. I can tame a specific dino and integrate it into the egg collector, then it will passively generate me some eggs that I can then turn into kibble, so I can tame the next rank of that particular variant dino. Hopefully that makes sense. Here's a quick look out of the little layout that we've done so far. We'll fill it in eventually. But for now, I need to craft up some basic kibble so I can go tame some things. I want to try and work on either cosmic, rage, or elemental creatures right now, because those creatures can deal the most damage. And we need killer type dinos so we can get some more souls and some more essence later. Now specifically, we need to try and tame female dinos. Our first victim, friend, is going to be this female Psychosis Parasaur, one of the rage variants. On day 9, I raced back to our base and integrated our brand new Rage Dino into our egg collector and immediately gained a Rage basic egg, which means we can craft Delta Rage kibble, moving up in the ranks just like that. I ended up making a basic nature kibble as well because there was a female Thunderstorm Parasaur nearby. Just like that, we ticked off another one of our creatures that we could integrate into our egg collector. Right next to our base was an elemental Dodo, but there was also something else, a dangerous compy. Oh my God. Now, me dying isn't too much of a problem. We do have the death recovery mod in this as well, so we could get our stuff back. But the big problem was our ice Pteranodon. Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate for it to die, but we do need to still move forward. And this blue Listro, part of the cosmic variants, is the perfect tame for us. Not too far away was an elemental Carby. Listro. My goal right now is to work through the ranks of these variant creatures. We can currently make Delta kibble for a few of these different variants, but as I was minding my own business, crafting up some of these kibbles and searching for our next victim, this happened. No! Fuck. Yes, the Dilo bit the butt of that Ice Burst Parasaur, which in turn killed my Griffin. We have now lost our very last flyer. So on day 10, I went to go try and tame another flyer, quickly realizing I still suck with throwing these bowlers. There we go. Got him. We did manage to score this Delta Nature Pteranodon. Stat-wise, this is probably the best creature that we've had so far. In the greater scheme of things, it does still suck, but it'll do for now. Found a female lightning triceratops, and as I was trying to tame it, it started running away and then fell asleep in a rather peculiar position. Now, I should put this into my egg collector, but in this situation, I didn't want to. I wanted to put it in our dino storage place for 2 reasons. Hopefully, it'll produce eggs in there anyway, and because as a Triceratops, it should produce medium-sized species that we could eventually turn into fertilizer. Now, with that done, it's on to taming some more creatures. Let's get this Gorgon. This Gorgon mythical Triceratops, this one's going to go in our egg collector. Then there was this harvesting Dodo, but taming this thing wasn't quite as simple as the other. You see, as I approached, it got stuck in this singularity. No. I tried my best to get it in one of these dino balls, even though we were both stuck in this singularity. It didn't seem to work, and once we were released from this black hole, we realized it was now dead. Day 11, I had the bright idea of heading over to the Wyvern Trench to see if I could snag myself an easy egg. I don't see no wyverns. Oh, I see one. I have to admit, on Ragnarok, this Wyvern Trench looks amazing. My Pteranodon was quite fast, so dodging these wyverns' attacks was quite easy. But as I searched around all the wyvern nests, I realized that there was none. It seems like in Omega, you can't grab any wyvern eggs. And because I had been here for so long, I got a little bit overconfident, and of course, this happened. Oh, shit. Well, that happened. I still had the newbie buff available, so the wyverns then ignored me even though my PT was dead. So at least I was able to escape. I continued exploring to see if I can find a PT or something that I could tame, and then I kept making my way to the east and found this. This island is new. Okay, big ass elephants. Dino Ethereum. It's quite refreshing to see that they have made a few changes to this map. Wow. So pretty and ugly. Can I ride you? Let's go for a spin. Yee, get my ride on. Getting my ride on. It's like Thailand all over again. Less animal abuse. I spent a large part of this day just exploring around this new area. It seems quite peaceful with a lot of herbivores and nothing too crazy, I guess. But it's probably time for us to start heading on home. I just tried to find the highest peaks that I possibly could and used that to parachute back and made my way to this Pteranodon so I could tame it. I then successfully tamed this Delta Psychosis Pteranodon and began flying back to my base. Day 12 and I want to make a fabricator. But we're missing a core ingredient. Yes, oil. We don't have any, and we need to get some. Thing is, I kind of forgot where to find it on the Ragnarok map. So I just searched around basically everywhere I thought it could be. I also ran into a very annoying bug in this game. I don't know why this happens, but for some reason, my Pteranodon can't land on the ground. I think it has land on the groundophobia or something. And this issue became quite the problem when we got hunted down by some mantises. Oh my god, this game is broken. We were frozen in place, and I was worried that my Pteranodon might die. I didn't have the newbie buff, so I had no advantages here. I did have this boomstick club that I had made, and that seemed to do the job. Thankfully, these mantises weren't very strong. On the plus side, I did score some organic polymer and some chitin, but we're still on the hunt for some oil. This time, I figured maybe I'll try underneath my base, because hopefully there's some in the water. Oil, I just need some oil so I can make a fabricator, because I don't remember where to go. I'm gonna have to Google it. I used my grapple hook to try and get deep into the ocean floor, but of course our oxygen levels wouldn't allow us to go very far, and neither would these megalodons. I then had to search up the U of tubes to see exactly where to find some oil, and surprisingly there's some on the land right near our base. Right here we could collect some easily and return back to our base with our spoils. And just like that, we now have a fabricator, and with said fabricator I could then make a power generator. We're certainly moving up into the world now in the age of electricity. The very next morning I began working on our little farm. We're gonna need vegetables if we want to make some of the higher tier kibbles. I'm going to need some fertilizer if I want to fertilize these crop plots, and a dung beetle should solve this issue. A basic variant is pretty easy to tame too. All I need to do is knock it out and feed it the required kibble, instead of typically having to hand feed it some poop. Dung beetle now successfully tamed, it's time to bring it on back home with my Pteranodon that refuses to land and place it into the depot terminal to turn some of this poop into fertilizer. Now back to my crop plots. I actually don't have any vegetable seeds, so I'm gonna have to go and get some. Thankfully I can gather them quite easily with the harvesting tool that comes with Omega. I had also picked up one piece of fertilizer from killing something in the wild, so at least we could begin the process of growing our first crop, which just so happens to be long grass, which is the only vegetable I need to be able to progress to the gamma tier of creatures. Now whilst we wait for some fertilizer to create and some crops to grow, I figured we'll go out and try and tame some things, or bash the heads in of these lesser beings. Day 14, I tamed a Moschops, and not just any Moschops, a metal Moschops. You see, there's resource variant dinos that can passively generate certain resources. Metal variants obviously produce metal, which I'll demonstrate shortly. But for now, we need to go and tame this Dimorphodon, a Delta Rage variant. And with this Dimorphodon, we'll then be able to make a Gamma Rage Kibble. But with the metal Moschops, I wanted to put it into the dino storage to see if it will produce metal inside that. Next, we tamed a Delta Cosmic Dimorphodon, and then opened up our Omega Dex. which is basically a massive information dump of stuff that you can learn about this mod. But specifically, I wanted to look at the egg chart to see exactly how we're progressing in all of our eggs. And it's obvious that we have a long way until we can get to the elite tier. With that being said, this Delta Lightning Raptor might be able to help us get there, as long as its jealous boyfriend would leave me alone. Don't worry, I just dealt with it like I deal with the jealous boyfriends in real life. Smash him over the head with a club, then I drug its girlfriend and then bring it back home with me. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Day 15, I checked in on my dino depot terminal and noticed nothing was really happening. We weren't getting any metal, the dinos weren't pooping very much to create fertilizer. It's not working. And with the little bit of poop that was in there, the dung beetle wasn't turning it into fertilizer. I needed to come up with a different plan. But for now, we'll tame this Listro. Hey, buddy. I then checked the kibble machine to see what I needed to make some of this gamma kibble, and I had everything except raw prime meat. Damn. Now, I did know that stegos could give us prime meat, but killing them was going to be a little bit tricky. I didn't want to risk my only flyer and my only real tame, so this is my only option for now. Of course, this mission was about as successful as you would expect. I realized quickly I need a tame that can help us kill some things. Maybe something like a Rex or an Allosaurus. I checked my kibble machine and saw that I could craft some gamma kibble. I crafted up a gamma cosmic kibble because that's just something I figured would be good for now. Now, this isn't a Rex or an Allosaurus, but it's the best thing I could find on the map. I figured this cosmic trike might be a good tame if it survives this fight. No, my trike's gonna die. Oh, that's why you're gonna die. Yeah, you're so dead, bro. We'll soon find out that this becomes quite a problem. All the tames we want to tame die quite easily because they're such a low rank and a low level. Thankfully, we found another female gamma cosmic trike on the map in a safer area as well. This is a comet trike, which means it can drop a comet straight out of the sky and land it on my head. I needed to move around rapidly to try and avoid that attack. Yeah, I can't stop and I can't think, because if he drops this comet, I'm surely dead. I did my best to dodge and weave as much as possible, but ultimately got hit by it. Oh shit! Damn it! So I flew on back and began shooting it once again. This time I managed to knock it out successfully and managed to secure this gamma cosmic triceratops, which I immediately integrated into our egg collector. Day 17, we knocked out and tamed this gamma fireburst carby. But whilst I had knocked it out, I noticed that there was another dino nearby that I could possibly tame. This gamma brutal dilo. Knocking this out was rather simple, but the problem was I didn't have any rage kibble on me currently. So I had to quickly make a pit stop back at base and whip up a kibble real quick, which allowed me to tame this dilo. And now I could integrate 2 gamma dinos into my egg collector. I went to check the depot terminal just to see if any fertilizer had been making, and without any fertilizer, I'm unable to grow any of the other crops. I checked the mod configuration to see if there was a problem there and couldn't seem to work anything out. I needed a different solution, and I think I can do it by taming a certain creature, and that particular creature is a farmer creature. They come with an ability that can help us farm our crops. That's why we're hunting down this farmer mantis, which I happened to knock out and feed the kibble. Its friends weren't too happy that I hit it though, and he went full sleeping dragon, hidden mantis on me and destroyed me. To give you an idea of exactly what the farmer variant does, this is it. Farmer dinos are invaluable to having a base. They will be passive, pick up poop, dropping it back, convert it to fertilizer, or distribute it to crops. I apologize for all the mumbling. Basically, a farmer will convert poop into fertilizer and distribute it to all the crops. Now, this farming mantis should help us solve all of our issues. Except when I went to go get it, no! Yeah, it died. Maybe this farmer Tapajara could help. Of course, it's never going to be that simple now, is it? No, you. This was certainly extremely frustrating, but all I could do was desperately look around our dino dough finder to see if there was any other farming dinos that I could possibly tame around the map. And we may have actually found the perfect farmer dino. Don't be near dangerous things, please. This farmer Phiomia will do the job quite nicely if we can manage to tame it and get it back to base safely. Couple arrows into its butt, fed it the required kibble, and locked it safely away in a dino ball. Just like that, we managed to get this farmer Phiomia back to base safely. You will be our first named dino. Farmer Bob here, hooked you up. Yes, I'm reporting to Judy with the booty. Now, Farmer Bob here will tend to all of our crops. All I need to do is fill him up with some poop and he'll produce us some fertilizer eventually. Best thing about Farmer Bob being a Phiomia as well is all I need to do is just make him poop out some poop with some stimberries, and he's basically just a massive fertilizer machine in himself. I also saw that another utility dino that could be perfect is a harvesting variant. Apparently they can harvest anything, and I figured that harvesting Argentavis will be absolutely perfect. I mean, it would be perfect if I could knock it out in a safe location and not get eaten by this Carno. Oh my god. Day 20 and I'm running low on souls and essence. So all the little weaklings around the map, I had to kill them. I even decided to take on this prime tier Dodo. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? Oh, did you think I was gonna die there? No, I didn't. I killed it. What do we get? What is that? This is a brutal variant soul. I spent the rest of the day just basically farming stuff, getting different items and souls and essence, all that kind of stuff, you know? And since I'd gathered a bunch of essence, I could open this chest. Just as a quick explanation, in Omega, chests can appear across the entire world. And if you have enough essence, you can unlock them and get different items and resources and all different stuff. Day 21, I shoved some stimberries down Farmer Bob's throat, giving him violent diarrhea. This is the perfect farmer dino, is a Fiomia. He creates his own poop. I then crafted up the upgrade bench. Yeah, I added this mod. Yeah, I really need it. And went ahead and upgraded my metal pike. I learned that I could upgrade the Omega weapons as well. But whilst I was upgrading, I ran out of resources. So I needed to try and find a way to get some more of these resources. I remembered that I did have some high tier saddles that I could probably grind up. And Omega comes with its own type of grinder, the dimensional grinder. Dimensional grinder. This should help us get a lot more resources together. Put a couple of these saddles in there, grind them up, and voila, we have a whole bunch of resources. With these resources, I then went ahead and upgraded our crossbow. This will definitely assist us in knocking out some of these creatures as we progress through this mod. Day 22, and I crafted up a few more of these early set tokens, hoping that I can complete a full armor set. You see, if you add different pieces to the same armor set, you can get certain bonuses and skills and stuff. So it's always in your best interest to try and get a full set of whatever armor. I had also made this rainbow boomerang, and since I'm Australian, I figured this might be the perfect thing for me. Tested it out against these creatures, but honestly, it wasn't really that good. It did though make this parasol disappear into thin air. Ultimately, our Ascendant Metal Pike is just significantly better. I then came out to the wilds for one single mission to try and knock out this Beta Earth Argentavis. But yeah, I got killed by some compies. Day 23, we found a beta fire dodo hidden amongst the shrubs in this jungle here. It tried to spit some fire at me, but unfortunately it can't rap, so I drugged it and put it to sleep. Beta fire dodo in hand, we can now make alpha elemental kibble. But there's a problem. We need meat jerky, which means we need to start cooking it up in a preserving bin, and that takes time. And oil and spark powder, which thankfully we have on hand. Now I also realized we're going to need a ton more meat if I want to make some more jerky. And I have no way to get around the map, so that's why I made this glider suit, so that we could go and head out and try and tame a carnivore that can help us collect some more meat. And this Gamma Rage Rex should do the job for now. Honestly, at this point, maybe even my spear would just do well. This Arneo stood no chance against me, but hey, we tamed this Rex, so we might as well use it. Managed to take down a few creatures along the way and collect some juicy meat. It's only the Gamma tier, so I did have to be a little bit careful on what I took on. I didn't want to fight anything that was too out of our control, you know? Day 24, and a little guest entered our base area. This is opportunity. Need a PT, and this will probably do the job. Whilst the PT peacefully slept, I then filled the rest of these crop plots with the required seeds that we are missing. All right, we've got all of our planters with seeds. They're growing. Pteranodon now acquired. We can hit the skies and pick up our next creature that we need to tame, which is this queen bee, because we need to generate some honey back at base. Now, what exactly do we need the honey for? Well, to be able to make the alpha kibble, we also need vegetable cakes, and honey is a crucial ingredient to making vegetable cakes. Turns out you can actually fly these bees as well. Okay, no idea what's going on here, but this does not look right. Oh my lord. Bee mating rituals. I mean, take it with what you will, but that's kind of weird. Now, another resource that we need to be able to make vegetable cakes that we don't currently have on hand is tree sap. So our next mission, obviously, is to get some tree sap. And the only place that you can passively generate tree sap is in the redwoods. Well, redwood style trees at least. So we set up a tree platform on this tree right here, set up some sap taps, and let them do their thing. With us waiting for some ingredients to cook up, I figured now would be the perfect time to go out and do some exploration. I'm extremely familiar with the Ragnarok map, but I wanted to see what had changed in ASA. All right. Let's look inside this way. Whoa, the Wyvern Trench hole is much bigger. Okay, that's cool. A sunken ship, some tools. I can't lie, I was kind of hoping to see if I could steal a Wyvern egg. And yes, I did kind of know that they're not available in Omega, but I was just hoping maybe something was different. With extra time on my hand, I wanted to speed up the production of our honey a little bit. The best way to do that is, well, by taming another queen bee, obviously. Now, back at base, I had made this weird contraption looking thing. And if you don't know what this is, I'll explain it in game. This thing here is a resource collector. So if I integrate the metal moss shops, integrate, it will now produce me metal. We need to find an element one. I did another check of our egg chart to see exactly what we needed to progress. And again, we have a long way to go. Day 26, and I'm stealing cementing paste, but this time for a very good reason, trust me. I want to add some metal pieces to my base. I want to kind of fortify it a little bit. After seeing how scary some of the dinosaurs are in this world, I don't want my base to get exploded, and this is kind of the strongest material I can make right now. I couldn't afford to make my entire base out of metal, so I just made sure that all the foundations under all my crafting benches were covered by metal. And of course, it was time to actually enclose this base in. Turn it into a real home, you know? Rearranging some of our crafting benches to put them in better places, and added some greenhouse roofs for our crop plots. Day 27, and we're still working on this base. I want to make sure I complete this before we move on to anything else. And day 28, we had somewhat completed this. This was my masterpiece. Well, it kind of looks a little scuffed, but we do get there in the end. It obviously needs a little change, and I'm gonna make that change right now. This at least makes it kind of fit all together. I don't know, you tell me what you think in the comments. But spoiler alert, we do change it up a little bit, and it does look a lot better much later. First, let me give you a quick tour of our base. We can come up here and then we can just fly wherever we need to go. But then we go down these stairs right here. Got a little crafting area, all of our like omega, fridges, egg related stuff. The void vacuum that collects all the stuff that falls on the ground. Forge, omega workbench, smithy. These are kind of in the same place. Probably need to move that bed. Got the balcony, you know, with a great freaking amazing view. Fabricators over here just inside. Grinder. This thing's like a resource thing. Upgrade bench. And I figured we'd kind of leave this space open in case I want to have some dinos out and about and just keep them safe inside. I don't know. I know there's certain dinos that need to stay out, so I'm probably going to move the giant bees over to that hitching post over there. Oh yeah, up here, obviously our greenhouse. With all that being done, we'd wasted enough time that we should have enough jerky and honey and everything to be able to go up to the alpha tier dino. Our next step was to craft up some vegetable cakes, which we can now craft quite easily. I then crafted up my first alpha quibble, which was elemental because it's kind of all we can do right now. But as I was searching around the map, I saw that there was a beta meteor parasaur on the map. So I took this as an opportunity to tame a beta cosmic dino, which is obviously easier said than done. Obviously, I didn't give up on this task. We still knocked it out in the end. Day 29, I came to tame this alpha fire carno. But just as my luck would have it, no died. It got killed by a pack of allos. Either way, if I want to get myself to the elite tier, I need to get myself an alpha female elemental dino. Will we be able to safely tame this alpha lightning packy? The answer is maybe, as long as I can get rid of these Rexes. I think my luck ran out on this one. Eventually, we found this alpha earth triceratops. And even though I got knocked around a little bit by getting hit by some of their friends, I managed to knock it out and safely tame it. Now, I didn't integrate this new tame into our egg collector. Instead, I put it to work. It was great at collecting berries, but even better at killing things. Alpha tier creatures are significantly stronger than basically everything below it, which makes sense. So my next mission is to tame this alpha singularity Pteranodon. Cosmic dinos are some of my favorite dinos, as most of them typically have AoE attacks, which means I can collect a bunch of essence and a bunch of souls quicker and easier. Also, on the side, I tamed the spiritual Dodo, ticking off one of the eggs that I'm going to need for the ethereal variants. Now, my Pteranodon being a singularity Pteranodon, it does this ability. It's a real shame its life was short-lived. Oh, what do I mean by that? Well, you'll see. No. Sometimes it really feels like you're 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Welcome to ARK Omega. Day 31, I had to repair all of my armor. Yeah, most of it's broken. It is what it is. And to avoid it getting broken any further and to give us a little bit of an advantage, I upgraded all the armor that I was currently wearing up until the Ascendant tier to give it some more durability and obviously an armor bonus. I needed to stock up on some prime meat, so this Bronto needs to go down. And thanks to our brand new high tier trike, we can do this easily. Now, I'm really enjoying this new Earth trike, so I decided I needed to give him a name. And I think the most fitting name is this. He's yellow. He's a trike. We're gonna name him Bart because he's like got the spiky hair and he's yellow. Now, since I'm down a flyer, I had to get my good old Gamma Psychosis Pteranodon out. Using him, we came over to this Griffin and tamed this. This being a level 145 should be a pretty good tame for us. Bro, said I only wanted 1. Okay, whatever. We have a Griffin again. Day 32, new Griffin in hand. It's time to go and tame something new. This time, we're on our hunt for a resource dino, specifically the Pearl variant. We found this Pearl Stego, but it was getting attacked by a fire-breathing T-Rex. Oh, I wonder who will win this fight. Obviously not the dino that we need. Of course, you killed my fucking Stego. Maybe this Pearl Raptor's an option. Now, since I'm riding a Griffin, I can shoot off the back of it. So I use this to be able to shoot it and knock it out. But of course, this trike wouldn't allow us to get this Pearl dino. Yep. It did die. Oh my god. You know what? You know what? I just don't think we're allowed to get pearls. Yep. I don't think we're allowed pearls. Some boosh. To switch things up a little bit, I decided to go and try and tame this Pteranodon. It's an alpha supernova variant, so it should be pretty damn strong. Thank you. To avoid losing my Griffin to any unnecessary risks, I decided to glide all the way back to base. But along the way, I noticed that there was a pearl trike and nothing scary that might kill it around it. So I lined up my crossbow, shot at it, and ran away before all of its friends could kill me. I'm sorry, I just put him to sleep for you guys. Just chill out, man. He was annoying anyway. He's all like white and creamy. Now, I didn't have any resource kibble on me, so I had to glide all the way home, where I'd get out my brand new Pteranodon and crafted some basic resource kibble. Then flying on the back of our brand new Pteranodon, I flew back over to this trike, fed it the required kibble, and tamed it. And since we're currently in a taming mood and I had the kibble on me, we found this summoner Argy that I'd go ahead and tame. We are on such a roll, I managed to tame this Banshee Argy, which is of the nightmare variants. But whilst I was waiting for it to tame, I spotted this in the distance. That's an element Quetzal. If I can manage to tame this element Quetzal, I will then have unlimited element. There's a slight problem though. It's Delta tier, and we don't have a basic tier resource dino yet. So as soon as this Banshee RG is tamed up, I go ahead and tame this Wood Microraptor, which I can bring back to base, integrate into my egg collector, and then make Delta resource kibble to be able to tame the Quetzal. But before doing that, I wanted to check out exactly what I had tamed so I can integrate them all. Pearl Trike, you go there. Boogeyman RG, you just pop over here. Random Argentavis. Now, to make taming this Quetzal a little easier, I figured I'd make this net gun. Probably should have done this a long time ago, but you know what? It is what it is. As I was flying back to this Delta element Quetzal, a big burst of fire appeared in front of my face. This then made me realize that where it drops out of the sky could be dangerous, and I don't want something to eat it. This is an important tame. So instead of net gunning it, I shot it until it started running away, until it got to a place that I was comfortable in it falling. Stay stuck, stay stuck, stay stuck, please stay stuck. We have a problem. We're not dealing enough, Torpor. I made the rookie error of not having enough trank arrows on me currently. So I had to quickly come back to base where I made elite sedatives. Basically the strongest knockout arrows that I could possibly make. Now, Quetzal had become unstuck, so I needed to knock this thing out and just hope it didn't land in a place that was dangerous. 6 shots, cannot waste them. Want to herd it this way. Push it that way. No, 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 not that way, not that way, not that way, not that way, not that way. You're going to fall there. Fuck. Oh, please fall in the waterfall. Not on the Griffin. This was certainly not the most ideal place for it to fall. There were saber-tooths on the ground and a Griffin nearby. First, I needed to deal with this Griffin. I didn't want to risk it killing our Quetzal. Yes, thankfully, these saber-tooths were trying to kill a resource dino and don't have the ability to be able to harvest it, so they'll be stuck there for a while. This gave me the perfect opportunity to be able to tame this Quetzal. Get in. You stupid idiots. Element Quetzal now obtained. There's our element Quetzal. I'm integrating you straight into that. Oh, I got to integrate the Pearl one too. Day 35, we test out our new PT's abilities, and they seem to hit pretty damn hard. Although the Supernova ability out of all the cosmic abilities isn't really my favorite, but we need to progress. So I crafted up some more veggie cakes and went out to tame this female alpha comet Mosh Chops. This is the dino that we're going to integrate into our egg collector. Now, we could have integrated our alpha PT, but I want to use that as a flyer. Now, a quick update on all of our eggs. Yep, cosmic. We got basic, delta, gamma, beta, alpha, elite. I don't know if there's any point in getting an elite to like have eggs. Elemental, we can go to alpha. Mythical, we can go to gamma. I had no idea we did not have unstable. Now, I do want to get one of every basic variant creature, which is why I'm taming this farmer Enki right now. Well, trying my best to. No! Bro, if I lose this freaking Pteranodon all because of that, I'm going to be pissed, bro. Our PT had survived, but unfortunately, the farmer Enki died. But a certain item dropped here, so I wanted to go pick it up. And it turns out to be a pretty decent one as well. Oh, what do we get? Oh, unique icicle. Day 36, I was kind of getting sick of this little layout of our base. It didn't look exactly how I liked, so I downloaded a mod that could change all of that. This is a new skin mod that comes from Aaron Longstaff, and I thought it looked pretty damn awesome. So I had to change my entire base into this skin. And oh my lord, I am extremely happy with how this looks. This is what our base looks like now. I'm extremely happy with this.
It looks epic. Even our interior just looks a lot cleaner. This volcanic fiery look is epic. I even have a lava waterfall inside my base. It looks cool as hell. Our base might be epic now, but we still have other things we need to do to progress, like taming this unstable raptor. Day 37, and I managed to tame this harvesting parasaur, which means we have now completed the entire basic tier of creatures. Now, why is that so significant? Well, basically, now we can craft unique kibble. And what exactly can I use this unique kibble for? Well, there's certain creatures around this world that are unique creatures, and some of them come in multiple variants. We will tame one later on, but for now, let's go and do this. Tame this alpha wind Dodicarus. Day 38, I really needed to murder this elite Dodo. Now, yes, maybe I should consider taming it because that's what we should do, but no, I really need some elite essence right now. Now, why exactly do I need some elite essence right now? Well, it's so we can make some really strong elite sedatives. But I soon realized we had unlocked metal arrows, but not the elite tier of metal arrows, which requires us to make a compound bow. In general, these metal trank arrows do significantly more torpor damage than the normal arrows, and taming these higher tier creatures are going to require a lot more torpor damage. Next, I made this unique totem. This storage container is where all of my unique items will go. Obviously, something like my icicle pick right now, but I'm going to keep it on me because it's good. Now that we're at the elite tier, I need to tame something extremely strong that can help us progress. Something that will eventually upgrade through paragon leveling and then evolving into the ultimate, prime, and so on and so forth. And honestly, this elite gamma mantis will be absolutely perfect. Managed to chase it down, finally knock it out without dying, even though I got chased down by a stupid pyromane. Just like that, we have now obtained an elite mantis. I couldn't be bothered flying back to base, so I went around to murder some things until I could fight something that could kill me. Damn. Then I got an instant teleportation back to base and got to enjoy my new mantis. It's already day 39, and I only just realized that these medallions can go into a separate slot. I actually thought this whole time they had to go into the same slot as the charm. Next, I went ahead and made myself this mantis saddle, which of course I upgraded it as much as I possibly could to make sure my mantis was safe and secure. Also, one other reason that I tamed a mantis is so that I could give him my unique weapon. This will make all of his attacks significantly stronger since mantises can hold weapons. I went ahead and named my mantis, of course, because he's going to be our best friend for the longest time. Skip. His name's Skip. And then went to go test out his strength. Skip is also a gamma variant, so he drops a big pillar of light that does damage that absolutely shreds through this apex listro. This unique weapon really came in handy, freezing some of our enemies. After a fun killing spree, we managed to level up our mantis quite a bit, but what we really want to do is try and paragon our mantis as much as possible. And all of these little tasks here are ways that we can increase the power of our mantis. For example, we can get paragon souls and just feed it straight to it, or we can kill a whole bunch of the same species, meaning I could kill a whole bunch of other mantises and get more power, or just killing creatures in general. But before working on that, I wanted to place down a tech replicator that we had somehow unlocked. It's kind of random, but when you're running around the world, you just unlock random tech engrams. I don't know exactly how that works or why, but it just does. Now that we're the elite tier, I would like to make this reliquary. You see, if one of your creatures dies, it will then just respawn in the reliquary, but at a lower tier than it is. So if it's currently an elite tier dino, it'll go back down to an alpha tier, but you don't actually lose your creature. That's the bonus. I just don't have enough resources to be able to craft one just yet. So hopefully Skip doesn't die until I can make one. Now with all the information we now know, day 40, my whole goal was to just go out and kill creatures until we can get some more paragon levels, making our mantis as strong as possible. I was specifically looking for other mantises so I could get paragon levels that way, as well as killing everything. It was certainly a lot of fun just going out killing things and finally dominating after getting my butt kicked so much. But we weren't invincible. Even this massive Colossus Megalania was quite a tough fight. But then we encountered our worst enemy. Oh shit. No, get out of here. No! My mantis died to an ultimate version of a mantis, and I didn't have a reliquary, so it is now gone forever. Day 41, and I set up one of these teleporters. Yeah, this little pad here, it's a teleporter. We're gonna need it to be able to get around this massive Ragnarok map. I then needed to get myself some polymer, and instead of crafting it, we went to kill some penguins so we could get some. Now, outside getting polymer was kind of difficult, but if we went inside this cave, there's penguins that are just all by themselves, and pretty simple when taking down. This do be some pretty easy organic polymer. Now, what exactly did I need all this organic polymer for? Well, it was so I could upgrade my compound bow. Day 42, I crafted up some beta tier metal arrows. These are the highest tier arrows that we can currently make, since we're not a high enough level to be able to make anything higher than this. Then we went out to go and tame another elite tier creature. This elite ice burst Argentavis. Just as I was about to knock it out, it flew away
and then it fell asleep in a rather scary position. I used my glider suit to follow it down to the ground, managed to feed it some kibble, and then I ran into a pack of Allosauruses. I then used my glider suit to kite these guys away, and whilst I was waiting on this rock, the Argentavis had fully tamed up. So even though these Allosauruses were still chasing me around, I managed to put this Argentavis away safely in a dino ball and escape safely on my Pteranodon. Now the question remains, is this Argentavis a good tame or not? Let's find out. Being that it is an ice burst creature, it has an AoE attack that obviously shoots out ice, which is quite effective. Day 43, I was just out and about causing mass murder to all the creatures in my vicinity. That was until I saw this. What are you? He says he's wood, but he doesn't look like a wood. Mans literally says that he drops a unique saddle when killed. He's just asking to be murdered. Oh, I got a unique saddle. I then flew to a place that I felt that I was safe and then checked this saddle out. A metal horn saddle. Consume this saddle token to receive a metal horn unique saddle for Triceratops. Primitive metal horn. This is going to hurt the both of us. What? Gains metal variant. It reflects 300% increased variant stat multiplier. 100% increased damage taken. Oh, what? Yes, you see, unique saddles are a massive game changer in this mod. You're gonna need them if you want to fight the tough bosses towards the end game. Now, I kind of don't want to have to tame a trike. I've done that in previous videos, and I want to do something a little bit different. Again, like I said at the very beginning of this video, I want to make the strongest Dodo ever. So we're gonna have to try and find a Dodo unique saddle eventually. So this unique saddle is just gonna sit in our unique totem. For now, my current focus is to try and Paragon level this Argentavis, but the ARK gods were sending me signs. We found a Paragon Triceratops on the map, so I had to kill it to get its Paragon soul. Day 44, we found a Paragon Parasaur, which we had to kill so we could get its Paragon soul. Now, the way that these Paragon souls work is pretty specific. You see, if you kill a Parasaur Paragon, then you can only Paragon Parasaurs. Triceratops only for Triceratops. But all Paragon souls are worth it. And to end this lovely day off, I made this. This is the item fragmenter. And what does this do, you may ask? Well, you can break down certain Omega items to get fragments. And those fragments you can use to upgrade certain stats of certain items. It's a bit of a complex mechanic in this mod, but that's just basically how this works. So on day 45, I grabbed a bunch of items that I don't plan on using ever and broke them down into separate fragments. I'm currently quite low on cementing paste, so I went out to try and tame a snail. But first, I needed to find one that I could pick up. They all seem to be engaged in battle. The swamp in a vanilla game is not very friendly, but then you add Omega variant dinos, and oh my god, this place is dangerous. Like typically, you'd think an elite level Argentavis would beat everything. No, that's not the case. You see, a miracle dino like this, well, it's a very rare chance that you'll actually hit it when you're trying to attack it. They have a high dodge mechanic. Well, that is until I can use my ice burst ability, and that takes out most of the things around us. We didn't actually manage to find a snail until day 46, and I wasn't going to tame it here. I needed to pick it up and bring it back to base. The swamp is just too crazy for us to be able to tame it there. It'll probably get killed, or I would. I don't know. This snail may have shivered away cowardly in its shell, but it stood no chance against our metal arrows. Now we just gotta wait for it to produce us some cementing paste. Oh, fun fact, you can ride these things as well. Day 47, and I made some changes to our server. I needed some extra mods just to kind of help us out. We were struggling. This right here, the Omega Teleporter. It's different to the current one we have. It's like a separate mod. And we added this obelisk, which is the Omega Dino Storage. It's better than the other storage. The other storage isn't working like I had hoped. With that being said, all the dinos that we had stored away in our dino storage, I went ahead and put away in my Omega storage, which is this ball of light thing. I don't know, it makes me look like I have magic powers or something. It's pretty cool. And the menu system is pretty easy and simple to use as well. Next, I was finally able to make myself a chemistry bench and an industrial cooker. But the biggest game changer was this, the soul furnace. It's behind our broken furnace. It doesn't actually look like that, which means we no longer need these preserving bins, because in the soul furnace, not only can it craft metal ingots, it can also cook meat and cook jerky. Next, I placed down the chemistry bench, made sure it was completely powered, and the industrial cooker right underneath our stairs. It fits quite nicely. Back to the soul furnace, it's time to cook up a bunch of our metal. Now, the only way to power the soul furnace is with dino souls, which can be kind of expensive, but later on you get a lot of souls, so it kind of works out. I then found a really important creature on the map that we have to tame, an elite starfire Pteranodon. I landed on the ground, made sure to put my RG away safely, then shot it with this net gun, which was all fine and dandy until I started shooting it with our trank arrows. Of course, I had to race back to go and get this Pteranodon. But before trying to tame it again, I wanted to place down this teleporter just in case we died. And it's also good to have a teleporter out here in the redwoods. We're going to need to come back here quite often. This elite tier Pteranodon only required one more single arrow, and it was down. Just like that, we managed to tame one of my most favorite Pteranodons in the game. the Starfire Pteranodon. Day 48, I spent most of the day searching around the map, finding places to set down these teleporters so we can get around the map a little easier and quicker. Day 49, we stumbled across this Rex, and it was just standing completely still. But more interestingly, it had a ring around it. And its description explains that it's going to drop a unique saddle once we kill it. So of course, well, duh, I had to kill it. It drops a unique saddle, this Rex, apparently. Come on, Rex, give me the saddle. What kind of saddle are you going to give me? I'm assuming it's going to be a Rex saddle. Either way, I'm grateful for your sacrifice, Mr. Obsidian. Yeah, buddy. What do you do? A unique Rex saddle. Even chained up, I'll do my best. Unique bonuses, gains obsidian variant. 200% increased melee damage, 70% increased attack and movement speed. Permanent. Cannot move. Ew. There's always a catch. This saddle's low-key kind of weird. I don't think I'm ever going to use it, but it's still cool that I got a unique saddle, I guess. How does it have 70% increased movement speed but cannot move, bro? What the fuck? I finally returned back to base and decided I'm going to breed my Pteranodons together. What I'm hoping to achieve is to try and get an elite Starfire Pteranodon that's got high stats and high levels and all that kind of stuff. But because one of these Pteranodons is a supernova, there's a chance that one will be a supernova. We prefer to just have baby Starfires. Also, through breeding, you have a chance of getting Paragon levels on the bred dinos. This is why there's a lot of advantages of breeding your dinos in Omega. Next, I crafted up one of these googly-eyed gorillas. Creepy, weird, monkey-looking thing. And finally, the reliquary. We'll have to like register stuff to it. Your kill tames will be sent here in cryopods. Now we have some sort of security for all of the tames that could possibly die. I then placed down these Omega mannequins. This is where we can store unique armor sets that you can get from this mod. You can even set it up that you can drop all of your items on the ground and certain item sets will go to these certain mannequins. It's a pretty cool function in Omega, not gonna lie. I really need to progress and unfortunately I had to bite the bullet. There was an opportunity that we could not pass up. I needed to get all the way up until the elite tier of Guardian variant creatures because that Metal Horn Trike saddle is actually really good if we can get a Reflect Trike. It also doesn't hurt to try and tame all the other variants as well. It's just good to have higher tier of different types of creatures. Omega has a ton of RNG, so you kind of just have to work with what you got, and it's good to just be prepared anyway. It's been a little while and it's now time to hatch some of our Pteranodon eggs. None of these babies in the first lot were really that good. Oh, except this one. Oh, we got a Paragon on a Starfire. Let's go. Day 51, we got a whole new batch of Pteranodons. Is that got two? Bro, twice Paragon. Oh my god, we are so in business, chat. Now that we have a twice Paragon Pteranodon, these other little babies, well, they need to go. With the inherited breeding Paragons, you can only get up to 10 Paragons. And whilst we're breeding, I figured we'd go and tame some more creatures. And go and visit one of our newest homies that just joined the server. It's Dark. We, of course, invited him to our alliance. Day 52, and our Pteranodon breeding is going quite well. Alright, so we've got a Paragon 2 and Paragon 1 Elite Starfire. Elite. So, in theory, we're only going to produce elites. We also had another friend come to my base. So, of course, I had to make him join our alliance. Join the alliance. Join us. Join the alliance. Omega egg check. We're doing quite well, but I still need to tame some more creatures, like this Alpha Collective Dodo and this Alpha Siren Dodo. Day 53, whilst we're flying around, we encountered a rather large ring. What is this? Oh my god. Ultimate miracle. There was no way that I would actually be able to kill this thing. Because it's a miracle dino, it has a high dodge percentage, so it's actually quite hard to hit. And with our little Starfire attack, it doesn't really do a lot of damage. Yeah, ain't no way, son. Ain't no way. Later on in the day, we went and found this Delta breeding Megatherium. So I knocked it out and tamed it. I figured a breeding dino might actually be helpful since we're doing a lot of breeding now. I don't know exactly what it does, but it's called breeding dino, so you'd think it helps, I guess. The Omega Dex is extremely helpful in these situations. I could read through the features and see exactly what the breeding dino does, and it seems like it gives like an Oviraptor egg buff, but it also can reset mating times and speed up the mating process completely. Day 54, and we're up to the elite tier of the Guardian dinos. So we went on the mission to tame this elite resilient trike, but along the way, I got into a fight with these overgrown pigeons, and one of them dropped a unique saddle. Seems like a pretty decent saddle if you ask me. Now this isn't the resilient trike that we're after, but it's a reflect trike. And if you remember, the trike saddle that we got earlier gives a massive bonus to reflect trikes. We had no option, we had to tame this beast. Luckily for us, this elite resilient trike
was a female. And since they're both trikes and both guardian dinos, we can breed them together to make the ultimate reflect trike, which is exactly what we did on day 55 when we brought them back to base. This day was just a big day of breeding, trying to get more paragon levels for our Pteranodons and breeding our trikes until we got 2 reflect trikes that we could breed together and then get paragon levels from them. I was soon notified that there was a paragon trike on the map, but as I approached, this happened. Hey, where'd my paragon trike go? It just poofed out of nowhere. But we also saw that there was a unique dino on the map called Lust, and everybody needs a little bit of lust in their life. If you know, you know. Day 56, and this is the saddle that I mentioned earlier, just as a little reminder. Let me understand this trike saddle a little better. Metal horn gains the metal variant. It's a pretty confusing saddle, but to give you guys a little bit of context, because it becomes a resource variant, it does have damage reduction to it, but it increases the amount of damage taken. It's a super weird thing, but the most important part of this saddle is that if it's worn by a reflect trike, it gets a 300% variant stat multiplier, which will make it incredibly strong. So that's why we're purely focusing on trying to breed the strongest reflect trike possible. And this trike breeding process is taking up a lot of space, so we needed to expand our little breeding area, which took me on to the following day. Obviously, I had to try and make it look a little pretty too, I guess. And our demonic looking lava castle is coming along quite nicely, if you ask me. We have now got a Paragon 3 reflect trike. Sure, it's not 10 paragons, but we're running out of time. This is a 100 days challenge after all. I went ahead and named this trike Kimbo, and this is going to be our main trike for the rest of this video. Now, I do realize that one of my main goals in this video was to get the most powerful Dodo ever, which is still our plan. But when you have a saddle like the Metal Horn saddle and you're trying to progress through this mod, you kind of just have to work with what you're given. We will get the best Dodo possible, but for now, we're just killing things so we can get some essence and souls to make this process a little easier. A great way to get some souls is by opening these chests. Day 59, I put a teleporter down outside my base so that Flurry could come and visit, even though the lazy bastard just lives right over here. Yes, that's his base right there. And since we're checking out bases, I wanted to go check out one of the other homies that joined the server. Now, this base belongs to Nugs. It's quite a distance away from my base, so we just teleported right over here. He built in this cave right near the highlands. And honestly, this cave looks pretty damn nice. It's gorgeous. He'd also tamed a few of these brand new bisons. I would tame them, but this is Omega, and they don't have any Omega variants, so they're kind of boring right now, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, moving on, I upgraded our Metal Horn saddle to the Ascendant level and placed it on our Kimbo. Put this saddle on you. Apparently, you're going to get big. You got big. Oh my god. Are you gonna fit out the freaking door? Bro doesn't fit out the door. I place one single saddle on its back and it turns into Gorlock the Destroyer. 3 paragons in, is it strong? Let's find out. 17,000 damage per hit. Yeah, we're in business, baby. Dinos do not want to be around you. But this is only the very beginning of Kimbo's journey. Our goal right now is quite simple. Just kill everything and anything, especially if they're bigger and stronger than our trike, and if they're trikes themselves. You see, there's multiple killing methods to be able to get paragon levels. You can kill dinos in the wild, you can kill the same species as your dino, or you can kill dinos that have a greater shard value. Now, let me explain what the shard value is. It's basically like the strength of your dino. Our trike is a shard value of 3, and an Allosaurus is a shard value of 6, which makes it greater, but a Dodo is like a shard value of 1, so if you kill that, it means nothing, kinda. At the end of the day, it's in your best interest to basically just kill everything, and sometimes you might get extremely lucky and get another Paragon trike that you can kill and get a Paragon soul. Triceratops Paragon. Eat it, bitch. And increase your paragon levels as much as possible. Day 61, and I wanted to use the imbue workbench to try and imbue our Metal Horn saddle, and went ahead to try and re-roll the imbue, but it appears this does not work. It is what it is. Anyways, we went ahead and looked through the saddle list in the Omega decks to see what other saddles we could possibly get. These are all the different trike saddles, and honestly, some of them are really damn good. But the Dodo ones, that's what we really want. Pocket Dodo Rex gains Colossus, gains Armored, 100% increase. Oh my god, hell yeah. On the 62th day, I figured it was time to try and attempt to fight a boss in this mod, which means we're gonna need to create this, the Omega Beacon. I brought Kimbo out to this area. It seems like a nice boss fighting area, nice wide open plains where we could place down this Omega Beacon, but I also placed this thing in there as well. It's the Reflect Variant Soul. This will guarantee that we summon in a reflect boss. Then I place 100 souls into the Omega Beacon, and this boss summons in, which just so happened to be this Daedon. And we defeated it quite easy.
I suppose it's good to be prepared and Paragon quite a bit. Anyways, the whole reason why we needed to get a Reflect boss soul was if we feed this to our Kimbo, it'll double its health and melee stats, changing it from the elite tier dino and turning it into a prime Reflect Triceratops. That's just the first tier of bosses. If we can manage to summon in the next tier of the Reflex boss and defeat it, we can move from the prime tier to the apex tier. I just don't currently have any other Reflex variant souls, so we kind of just have to gamble and see if we can get it. Day 63, and we're going on the hunt for some soul dinos. We obviously need a bunch more souls if we plan on fighting more bosses. There's a whole bunch out and about, which we managed to take down, but this wasn't a very effective method. I think at the end of the day, collecting souls from chests is probably the best option. And you need a bunch of essence to be able to open these chests, so instead of hunting down soul dinos, we hunted down essence dinos, which ended up being quite an effective tactic. We open this chest right here, we get a bunch of Paragon souls, some quest scrolls, and the souls that we're after. Day 64, we were fighting some bosses, because why the hell not? No boss that we specifically needed to fight, but it's always good to fight them anyway for just extra resources or souls and stuff. I then killed a treasure Pteranodon, which then showed us where all of the chests were around this area. These big beams of light show exactly where they are. So I just ran around and collected all of these chests. Well, as much as I could with all the essence that I had. Surprisingly, a whole lot spawned in the area. I just didn't even know about that. And we stocked up quite nicely on all of these souls and a bunch of other stuff too. We collected so much junk from opening chests and collecting stuff out in the wilds that I needed to place down a dumpster. And what does a dumpster do? Well, exactly what you think it would. It's how you get rid of all the stuff you don't really want. Day 65, I ran around on foot collecting some of these chests and killing things. And not for no reason. You see, in Omega, you do get different quests. And some of the quests that I need to complete require me to kill some dinos whilst on foot. We did get a bunch of items that I could use in the item fragmenter to get some more fragments that I then went ahead and used on our Ascendant Elite Magic Charm. I wanted to try and get a certain stat increase called Magic Find. You see, if you have higher Magic Find, you have a higher percentage chance of getting good items, good souls, just good loot in general from killing dinos. And you just got to keep re-rolling until you get Magic Find, like we just did. Day 66, there was one particular unique dino on the map that I just had to tame. This is Amy the Aimers, a Dodo. And Amy the Aimers is a Colossus and Shield variant creature. And go down, Amy. Now, since Amy is a unique creature, we can only tame her with unique kibble. And Amy's going to be a great friend through this entire 100 days journey. It's just going to be a little bit of a process to try and make her extremely strong. Yes, got her. Now, we can only currently make basic unique kibble, which means I couldn't tame a higher tier unique even if I wanted to. But honestly, that's fine. There is a way for us to be able to increase their tiers with a little bit of a grind. And if you haven't been paying attention, yes, we just tamed ourselves another unique, the Warpath. As I was flying through the snow, a rather strange incident happened. Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. My PT just disappeared, and I'm pretty sure it died. Bro, what the fuck? I think my PT just died. It just disappeared. I didn't even see a death thing. I'm confused. Once I respawned, I checked my Omega teleporter to see if I could teleport my PT back to me. You're dead, man. Oh, you died. Damn. That was Paragon too. Very unfortunate indeed, but life goes on. We have a Dodo we need to take care of. We currently need to try and get ourselves some Dodo Paragon souls, because with those Dodo Paragon souls, we could then increase the tier of Amy. Or I could just go and tame this Elite Druid Dodo. Like I mentioned earlier, I want to try and make the strongest ever Dodo in Omega. And this way, I'm just kind of keeping my options open. Day 67, and we found another unique creature, this Colossus Harvesting Therizino. It is massive, and I have to have it. Now, this unique Therizino was a basic tier as well, but thankfully I do have a Therizino Paragon, and this is how we can increase his tier. I put the Paragon Soul into the Soul Grinder that we've made here, add some Delta Essence, and then we make this token, which I then feed to our Therizino, and voila! It is now a Delta Therizino. Also, side note, this one's called Greed. Later on in the day, I needed to help out some of the guys on the server to try and help them get some Paragons for their Megalodon. I dropped the ability, but it's not really doing a lot of damage, to be fair. Unfortunately, I don't have anything that can swim, but maybe if they can kite this Paragon Megalodon up into the surface, I can drop my Starfire above it and kill the Megalodon. When that wasn't working, I got Kimbo out, and Kimbo did the job. Now our server homies could get the Paragon for their shark. Day funny number, and we're taming some more creatures, trying to climb the tiers of other different variants of creatures, like the unstable variants. and the summoning variant. Then we began roaming around the map, just trying to kill some things to increase our Paragon levels on our friend Kimbo. Day 70 and our Starfire Pteranodon is at Paragon 6, so I figured I would try and go out and kill some things to try and increase its Paragon levels. Whilst we were out, we encountered a Paragon Dodo, which is perfect for our Amy. Then we managed to take down a Paragon Pteranodon, but basically for the remainder of the day, we just went around killing things, trying to increase our Paragon levels. Also, Pteranodons are quite a low shard value, so there's a lot of options you have in terms of trying to Paragon it in that method as well. Day 71 was a rather simple day. We just hunted down essence dinos, and using our Pteranodon was the quickest way to get around the map. Day 72, and I saw that there was a Delta Firecracker on the map. Now, I had tamed enough Delta creatures that I could make some Delta unique kibble. So yes, I wanted to tame myself another unique creature. And this little compy is an Overlord / self-destructive creature, which if I'm honest, it sounds kind of chaotic. I was genuinely hungry for some unique dinos. They're just so cool and I want multiple of them. But a breeding pygmy Bronto just doesn't seem that exciting. A breeding pygmy is kind of like a stripper dwarf. Anyways, moving on, we're going to do some more boss fights. And I was joined by my boy Nugs, who also brought his Sharknado, which is an out-of-the-water flying shark. It's pretty cool. And we fought just different tiers of them just to see exactly what they'll drop and why it would be better to fight higher tier versions. So if it doesn't make sense exactly what I was talking about, you can select different tiers of the bosses you can fight. Now, I don't know exactly why you'd want to fight the higher tiers, like if there's any advantages, and I never kind of figured that part out. Like this Apex Wind boss was a lot tougher of a fight than most because it had a lot of health than the previous basic versions would. But once we finally killed it, all we got was just a soul that we could get from a basic variant boss. I don't really see the benefit of fighting higher things. Also, our bright blue Starfire Pteranodon, I had grown quite the attachment to, so I decided to name it and went ahead and named it Marge. Yes, because it's blue, like Marge Simpson's blue hair. And we could also upgrade it from the elite tier to the prime tier. We got kind of lucky and were able to fight the Starfire boss. Day 73, I was back with Nugs, helping him try and kill some bosses. This time so he could upgrade his Sharknado. Ooh, Manticore.
It was a Manticore.
We almost killed it too quick. There we go. You prime. Then with the help of Nugs, we were able to kill this Reflect boss. If I just go ahead and do this, and then you eat this, oh my god. And now I have an Apex Kimbo. Now our focus was upgrading our Kimbo to the ultimate version, which means we need to kill basically every single Guardian boss and collect the Master Souls, which is the next tier up from your basic boss. From there, we need to use this thing. This is the Omega Altar, and it's inside this boss summoner that you need to place in every single one of the boss Guardian Souls, which I don't currently have all of them. You need all 6. So we're going to quickly kill them first, one by one, and then we can place all of them into the Omega Altar, where we can summon in the group Master Boss. It's just a turtle, but it does have 1.9 billion health. So we just chipped away at its health, taking our sweet ass time, which is why it was good to have Nugs here helping out. It just sped this process up. But just like that, we were able to defeat the group Master Boss and turn our Kimbo into the ultimate Reflect Triceratops. Our Kimbo has now turned into the ultimate powerhouse, dealing a crazy amount of damage. Now, before attempting to fight the next tier of boss, I knew I needed to make Kimbo even stronger than he currently is. And Paragoning him is probably our best option for now. And another method for us to be able to get some Paragon Souls is through the Quests tab. And also, you can get stat potions that can greatly increase the power of your creatures too. Day 75, and guess what was on the map waiting to get murdered? Paragon Triceratops. We're in business, baby! Oh. Yes, the Paragon Trike. Kimbo was definitely very happy to consume this Paragon Soul. Triceratops Paragon, time to level up. Now, here's another method to be able to get Paragon levels. You see this Omega Carby? You see how it has this letter C right here? That means it's a max level Omega creature. Basically, the most powerful creature you can possibly get. Now, just by killing this creature, Kimbo will then earn a Paragon level. But there's a massive catch. Now, this is a resilient Carby, and resilient dinos are of the Guardian variants. Now, the resilient dinos also have this ability that if you hit it repetitively with the same attack, it builds up a resilience to that attack, which means over time, I'm doing very little damage. And since Kimbo doesn't have any special other abilities and can only really hit it with its horns, I need to try and mix it up somehow. Make this resilient dino build resilience to a different type of attack. And our best option really is our Starfire Pteranodon, and that. We're going to cook you a little bit with this. Let your damage resistance beef up on that one. Then when Kimbo comes back out, its resilience for this attack has now gone down, and we kind of just rotate this around for the whole time. This battle continued on to the very next day. This turtle was surely tough, but repeating our little strategy of switching out tames seemed to be effective. 27 million. Oh, come on. We almost there, baby. Let's go. Omega resilient Carve. You gotta go down now, boy. You're gonna go down now, boy. Hold on. Let me get the trigger on you so I can see your health. There we go. There we go. Come on. Oh, 1 million. And 1. Oh, that was loud. That was very loud in my ears. Wait, we get all of these? All of those stat potions. Okay. Day 77, we spent most of the day collecting treasure chests and killing things so we can increase Kimbo's Paragon levels. Day 78, we went through our quest list to see if there was any quest that we could kind of focus in on. I realized I had a Dodo Paragon Soul, which means we can turn our Amy the Aimer's unique Dodo into the Delta tier. Amy. Come here, Amy. There we go, Amy. Get stronger, girl. Day 79, one of our quests was to kill dodos whilst on foot. So unfortunately for a lot of these dodos, they had to go down. Let's go, Vampire Dodo. You want some of this? You want some of this? Oh, Apex Astral, I got you, son. You can't fight me, boy. This was actually quite satisfying. Our unique weapon and our melee damage was quite good. We did it. I think we did it. Day 80, we were able to complete one of the Dodo quests. Oh yeah, kill wild dinos of species Dodo 0. 5 Dodo Paragon Souls. Complete. You know what that means now, puppy. And with that, we were able to get Amy the Aimers up into the elite tier. Boom, baby. Elite. Boom, baby. We now have an elite Amy the Aimers. And some extra Paragon Souls. Now, with our Dodo being at the elite tier, is it strong enough to be able to fight some bosses or anything? I was starting to lose a lot of confidence that I could possibly make the strongest Dodo of all time. Even at the elite level, Amy just isn't hitting very hard at all. I can only hope to try and Paragon her some more, or even try and get a unique saddle. Unfortunately, getting a unique saddle is complete RNG, and you never know if you will or won't. I don't know. Speaking of unique saddles, we managed to pick up another unique saddle for our Triceratops. We have the Triceratops saddle. I did not even know. Gains Brutal and Gorgon variant. We'll certainly have to try this saddle out on Kimbo and see which one's better. Strangely though, once I switched out the saddles, Kimbo still had the metal variant on. I don't know. Maybe it's a bug. Day 81 and murder was on my mind, especially if it was a Paragon Triceratops. Also, all of a sudden, Kimbo's now back in its normal form, not in the metal form anymore because we have the other saddle on. And this saddle makes sure that he does a ton of damage. But I'm still not convinced it's really strong. I don't know yet. But our health and our damage reduction has reduced a lot. Moving on, we made some of these dimensional storage cubes. In these cubes, you can place in certain items and then set them up that if you just drop it on the ground when you come back to base, they will automatically go into them. Kind of like dedicated storages, but it's a little bit more efficient. Day 82, and we were hunting down treasure chests once again. But this time, we came across a treasure chest that was rather interesting. This particular treasure chest is called the Hoarder chest, and you should get a ton of loot from it, but also they have a chance of summoning in a boss tier Omega Dino. You know, like a dragon, manticore, broodmother, all those type of bosses. They just require a ton more essence, which we don't currently have on hand, but we can return back to base where I could go to our grinder and grind up some higher tier essence down to the lower tiers and get a ton more essences that we don't currently have. Then we could return back to this Hoarder chest and find out whether it was worth it or not. Trilobite Paragon, Troodon, Cat, Mammoth, Giant Bee Queen, Dung Beetle. Pteranodon Paragon, that's decent. I mean, it's okay. Not the best, but not the worst. Day 83, and I wanted to try and hunt down these cursed dinos. I wasn't exactly sure what their kind of thing was, so I wanted to fight them and find out. Well, yeah, this Datodon's a little bit cursed. Get it? Because it's a cursed pig. We discovered that once you kill them, you just get a ton of loot. Basically, a bunch of items that are currently cursed. Not unique items, just different armors and stuff. Of course, it can't be decided just on one single kill of these cursed dinos whether they're good or not. So we just had to kill some more. Now, what makes this so tough? Well, it has a ton of health, yes, because it's the ultimate tier. But because it's the fairy variant, it often heals itself. So even though I deal a ton of damage and get its health all the way down, it just regenerates its health and we're almost back to square one. But I am determined to kill it, and we are chipping away at its health. It doesn't do a ton of damage to me, so I'm not too worried about myself. And our patience paid off. We managed to defeat this boss. We learned our lesson, so from here on out, we're only going to fight basic bosses. I am working towards summoning in a master group boss. And the specific master group boss that I want to fight means that I need to fight all the Guardian variant bosses and all the resource variant bosses, which is quite the grind. That is 12 different bosses that we need to fight before we could summon them into the Omega altar. But once we had defeated them all, we could now summon in the big bad boss, Indestructus.
Oh, it's a Broodmother.
18.7 billion. Yeah, great. Oh, it hurts. Don't come. I had Nugs here helping me out, but I don't think he would survive this fight. Or actually, if you do, fight it from behind. Because it's its big attack that hurts. You know, the spitty thing? This one. If we manage to defeat this boss right here, our ultimate Kimbo will then become even stronger. But we soon ran into a problem. It seemed like we were doing a ton of damage, but if we look at its health pool, it wasn't dropping at all. It was kicking our butt, and I was worried that we were gonna die. So I changed saddles back to the metal variant, and this time we could withstand damage a little bit more, but we did a little bit less damage. Well, that was until we went back into fight, and we were still doing 11 million, which is what we were doing earlier. I'm so confused. I don't know exactly what's going on. And its health wasn't dropping. I assume that was because it's a resource variant and the wood variants can heal over time. And I'm pretty sure he's out healing the amount of damage we're doing. Bro, it's doing nothing. Ouch, 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 ouch. I was frustrated, so I referred back to the Omega decks to see if there was any hints on how I'm supposed to defeat this boss. And I just could not figure it out. After struggling in this boss fight for quite a while, I decided to give up. We're just gonna have to return when we're a lot stronger. With that being said, I came out to the desert so I can place down this new beacon that we had unlocked. This is the Gauntlet Beacon. Basically means I can summon in a bunch of bosses all at once. Instead of having to return back to the single beacon, placing in 100 souls, and then fighting the boss one by one, this time we can put in thousands at a time, and then they just keep summoning in until you run out of souls. Not sure what I'm hoping to get out of this, but I was just fighting bosses to see if I could pick something up that was good. I don't know. Day 86, we went to go hunt down some max level Omegas so we could get some more Paragon levels for Kimbo. Even though we were doing 15 million damage per hit, it was still a tough fight. Also, one of the advantages of defeating these dinos out in the wild is you get a ton of resources, like quest scrolls and stat potions, but they're always specific to the dino that you kill. Day 87, and I finally need to try and get myself a complete set of armor. So I teleported over to Nugs' base to see if I could trade him some stuff. What up, Nugs? I'll trade you a dimensional variant, no, a tornado variant soul for a gifted helmet.
Yeah, bro, sure. Thank you.
Nice doing business with you, mate. And just like that, we now have a full set of gifted armor. The gifted set. Bro, you gave me a freaking primitive, the bomb. And the gifted armor pairs quite nicely with the mercenary sword. It's a fortune sword that like does extra damage if you have it a complete set of gifted armor. It's pretty good. I went ahead and upgraded all of our gifted set as much as possible to the ascendant level. And now I look like I'm supposed to be at the Mardi Gras with all of these sparkly rainbow colors. It's okay though, because now we're really strong, I think. We'll find out. But don't we just look fabulous? Day 88 and this Omega max level was perfect for us. Not only would it Paragon our Kimbo, but once we finally murder it, we get a bunch of Dodo items, like a whole bunch of these stat potions that we fed to Amy, which actually increased their stats quite a bit. Day 89, we encountered a mini boss that we could actually fight. Now, the reason why we haven't really done many mini boss fights in these 100 days is because there's always a catch when you need to fight them. This particular mini boss can only be damaged by cosmic variants. And since it's a water variant and I'm a flyer, it does make it a little tricky to hit. But we do manage to work out a little strategy that seems to work for us. We drop our Starfire and then we just kite it over to just kind of get hit by it. Managed to get it stuck on this wall here, and this seemed to be an effective strategy. We just chilled here until eventually it would die. And once I killed it, I scored 2 free unique tokens. What do these tokens do exactly? Basically, I could put them into the boss summoner and it'll summon in a tameable version of a unique creature. It's just random on which one will come out. Day 90, and we encountered a dragon in the wild. And I do know that it'll be really hard to increase its tier values, but I still needed to tame this. We just had to take this opportunity. It was quite aggressive, but it didn't withstand my arrows. Once I tamed it, I went ahead and named it Venereal. It feels like it's something from the Game of Thrones, right? Right? Now the biggest question is it strong? Oh my god, this thing sucks. And it turns shitty. It'll make a good ornament back at base. Thing is, it'll be near impossible to find any dragon paragon souls, since it's such a rare creature. Day 91, and I was having a lot of fun killing dinos on foot. It also helps on my weapons abilities splash everything on the screen. I mean, it helps me kill things, but it does get kind of distracting. It's quite fascinating how you do have the ability to kill so many high tier creatures on foot. I have always considered doing 100 days in Omega completely on foot, no tames. Let me know in the comments below if you'd like to see that kind of video. Day 92, we just worked on paragoning our dinos, specifically Kimbo and Amy the Aimers. Day 93, and we got our hands on a unique magic charm, and I wanted to see if I could imbue it a little bit, but I'm gonna need some unique fragments since it's a unique item, which means I need to grind down some unique items in the magic fragmenter. I didn't really care much about all the other stats. All I wanted to try and get was some magic find, and a decent amount. We weren't so lucky this time re-rolling the stats, but it is what it is. It's still a good unique charm. I also got this really cool unique weapon. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but what it does do is it speeds up its attacks over time. Oh, the attack speed speeds up over time. Oh my god. This thing's nuts. Bro, my guy's wigging out. In my opinion, this weapon's more of a gimmick. It's kind of cool, kind of fun, but if it's not that effective quickly, you're surely gonna die. Anyways, I decided I'm gonna try and fight a different type of group master boss. So I spent a big chunk of this day just killing all the bosses that I need to so I could summon this particular boss in. Day 94, and we're fighting the Rage Master boss. It has a ton of health, but it doesn't do a ton of damage to us, and that's all that matters. Because with a bit of patience and persistence, we were able to murder this big ass Giga. Now this next master, we could only fight at nighttime. It was the Nightmare Master. You see, part of it's a ghost variant, and ghost variants only appear at night. If it was daytime, it would just be invisible and does nothing. Thankfully, we managed to kill this boss. Now, whilst it's still nighttime, we then summoned in the group master called Sin. Oh my god. Which is the most crazy powerful rage nightmare group master boss. I just wanted to be able to kill one of these group master bosses, and it was kind of tough. This Sin is extremely strong. Fuck. That answers that question then. And yes, Kimbo did die and was sent back to the reliquary. What happened, Kimbo? What fucking happened? How the hell am I supposed to defeat this Sin? I have no idea. Day 95, I entered a black hole. And no, not the type that I do enjoy in my free time. This is the one that sent me into a different universe. Anyways, I need to kill another one of these Guardian Masters. Since Kimbo died previously, it went down to the Apex tier, and we need to get it back up to the Ultimate. Frustrating, I know, but it is what it is. This is the risk that you take when you take on these high tier bosses. We made it happen in the end. We got our ultimate trike back. Day 96, just for a little change of scenery, I placed down a gauntlet beacon in a different location. The desert was getting too hot. And yeah, we're just fighting some stuff. I have no idea how I'm supposed to defeat these group master bosses, so I'm just killing anything for now until I can figure that out. I even summoned in an Apex loot boss back in the other place that we fight bosses, hoping that I might get some decent loot from this boss. I don't know. Now, because the Apex loot boss was a wyvern, it was kind of hard to fight. It just kept flying around and it was really fast. I had to call in some backup to get some help. So my boy Nugs came in to help and we got the job done. Did we get any good loot? Let's find out. No, not really. Day 98, and the most amazing thing happened. We ran into a Dodo with a ring around it. We actually might be able to achieve one of my goals in this video. Hell yeah, I'm killing an ultimate siren Dodo. That's gonna drop me a saddle. Yes. Now the question is this a good saddle or not? Yes, I got it. Half a chomper. Fuck yes. I got the freaking Dodo saddle I wanted. If it's Colossus, it gets 900% increased ability damage. Yes, and guess what? Amy the Aimers is in fact a Colossus variant dino, which means she gets a 900% damage bonus. She also gets a little bit bigger, as if she eats like Lizzo. Now let's see if she actually does some damage. Yes, she is an absolute beast. Now my goal is to make her the most powerful creature by killing everything and getting more Paragon levels. For the longest time during this video, I never thought that this was possible, to be honest, but I did want to attempt it. And I'm glad that we have some light at the end of this tunnel. We did manage to get some Paragon souls and some stat potions from the quest that we have completed previously, and we were currently able to get our Paragon level for this Dodo up to Paragon 8. But we got some work to do to make her even more powerful. And even though it's currently day 99, the grind still continues. One of the advantages, like I may have mentioned earlier in this video, is the fact that this Dodo is only a shard value of 1. meaning every single dino we kill is going to give us shard valued kills as well as just doing normal kills. Now, yes, it is day 100, but the video can't end here. We just haven't achieved anything that I really want to achieve. I still need to fight an Aspect boss, which is the last boss that's currently in this mod. And if we can barely defeat the Group Master boss, well, you know, it's going to be a little bit until then. I'm doing my best to just try and increase Paragon levels on our trike. 25 Paragon levels isn't going to cut it. Before we continue, I just want to quickly remind you to hit my link in the description below and check out War Thunder now. It really helps my channel out if you do. Plus, you get all of this bonus pack completely free. Day 101, and I'm soon realizing that Amy might be the type of dino that we can take to the very end. As ridiculous as it may be, it's kind of crazy that she can do so much damage, but it's going to be a grind to get her all the Paragon levels she needs to be able to get better. Thankfully, we have collected a whole bunch of Dodo quests along the way, and we just keep completing them, getting a bunch of Dodo stat potions. And these stat potions do help quite a bit, but in certain circumstances, we do take out Kimbo to try and help us kill certain creatures, especially max level Omegas. Day 103, I tame this elite eruption mantis. Now, why am I doing this so late in this video? I have no idea. It's probably a very silly idea, but hey, we got another elite dino, so maybe there's options there. I don't know, but what we should be doing is working on our Paragon levels on Amy, which is what we are doing right now. So I suppose we're on track, I guess. Day 104, myself, Nugs, and my boy Flurry went and fought some bosses, but not just any boss. This was a group master. Its name is Infinity, and it is an ethereal utility variant. Surprisingly, compared to the other bosses that we had fought at this tier, it's not super strong, although we had to tell Flurry that he had to leave because his shark just wasn't strong enough to fight. The only issue that we found with Infinity is that it does deal torpor damage to our dinos. So whilst Nugs continued fighting, I returned back to base to pick up some wake up potions to try and keep our dinos awake. Then we could continue fighting this big ass boss, but I wasn't paying enough attention. It looked like we were about to defeat this boss, and this happened. Oh, what the frick? Oh, I forgot about the torpor. Thankfully, Kimbo didn't actually die. It just fell asleep, and I was able to teleport it back to me safely. We woke it up, and then we got back into this fight and finally defeated Infinity. I'll let you finish it. 18.5 million? Yeah, baby! Defeating Infinity means that Nugs can increase his Sharknado's tier up until the next level. But now I think I need to try and get one of my dinos up until that level as well. So we summoned in Indestructus once again. I figured both of us being this strong, we should be able to defeat it. But even with Nugs' ancient Sharknado, we just couldn't seem to do enough damage. Indestructus was definitely living up to its name. This thing's indestructible. So we just gave up on this little mission. Instead, my focus is going to be on Amy the Amers. We're going to have to get Amy from the ultimate tier all the way up until the ancient tier. We did find this max level Colossus Dodo in the wild, so this will help tremendously with getting us to that next power level with all the loot that we get from once we kill it. Day 107, and we've been grinding. We are about to summon in a group master boss for my Colossus Dodo Amy. I just need to defeat these two master bosses real quick, one being a bee and the other one being a massive unicorn. Then we can summon in Anima, the mythical and summoner group master boss. Surprisingly, not very strong compared to the other group masters that we've fought. Now you'll see exactly why I'm so confident. Since Amy is a Colossus variant and a shield variant, its Colossus Stomp does a ton of damage, like a crazy amount. Watch this. Yeah, our special attack from the Dodo does a ton of damage all in one hit. Its cooldown just takes quite a while. Now our goal is just to work on a few more Paragon levels, and then we can fight the Aspect boss, which is exactly what we did the following day. We're just working on our Paragon levels as much as we can possibly get so we can fight an Aspect boss. Once we had some comfortable Paragon levels and we're doing a ton more damage and all those kind of good things, it was time to fight all the bosses we needed to fight so we could summon in the Aspect boss. Now, some of the guys on the server requested that we add this mod to our server as well. This is like a boss fighting arena that we kind of just added into it, and it helps us fight some bosses without kind of causing destruction and chaos all around the other areas. So it was right here that we summoned in Anima. Honestly, you're going down, son. Oh, now you're cool looking. You didn't look this cool looking before. Oh, you want some of this, boy? And X attack. Yes, one massive Colossus Stomp and the Anima was gone. Ooh, I've got to harvest your body before you respawn. Oh, like that. Anyways, it was now time to summon in the Aspect boss. All we needed was Anima's soul and just place it straight into this beacon, and then we could summon in the Aspect boss. That is really damn small and we can't actually see it. It's here, I swear it is. Infection Aspect of Inflection. 225 billion health. I began fighting this boss, but its Starfire abilities hurt a lot. But then we ran into another problem. Not only was it hard to see and keep track of, but it healed rapidly. Wait, I'm not doing enough. I'm not doing any damage. This was just like the Indestructors fight all over again. I had no idea what to do at this very moment. So I did what any other sane person would do when you're playing on a server. I called in some backup.
Hello.
What's up, bruh? Flurry came in with his shark to help us out in this fight. Now, our strategy was this. We were just going to keep the pressure on, doing as much damage as possible.
A lot of damage.
Come.
Yeah, damaging.
And then it would heal up quite a bit, but it wouldn't heal all the way. Every time that our Dodo's cooldown would end, I would do my big stomp attack. Like that, yeah. And continue this process over and over until the very end. There were some close moments though. Flurry almost died once or twice.
Oh my.
Don't die, bro. Don't die, bro. You gotta think I can do this. Quest star quest is literally the next one. I need you to help. I need you to help. I need you to help. I need you to help.
I'm coming.
12 seconds. Oh, stupid ass. Oh, as long 2 seconds. This should be it. Yes. Yes, baby. Oh. We had defeated this aspect boss, gaining its soul and turning our Amy into the strongest Dodo ever. Endless Amy the Aimers. And yes, she does a whole lot of damage. Guys, thank you so much for watching this video from start to end. It helps me out a lot. I want to give a massive shout out to my Patreon members, my YouTube members, and my Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much for all your extra support. Also, we've just dropped some new merch, so hit the link in the description below and check it out. Until next time, folks, peace. ARK Supreme, a punishing overhaul mod with a highly unique progression system. Want to rank up to get stronger tames? Well, you need to defeat a boss. Want to fight strong bosses? Well, you're gonna need to create humongous armies. Want to defeat this mod in 100 days? Watch this video and find out exactly how I did it. Welcome to my 100 days in ARK Supreme. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on one of my most favorite maps, Olympus. So far so good. No creatures around. Where are we? Ooh, Argentavises. Big ass pigeons. Oh shoot. They're aggro on me? No! No! We can outrun your flight abilities. Or we can outswim them. Yeah, get out of here, son. You can't catch us. It's been a mere few seconds into this game already, and yeah, we got chased down by a crazy red Argentavis. But it's time to get to work. You know, the usual stuff. Punching some trees for wood, picking up some rocks off the ground, and then crafting our first pickaxe. Smashing rocks for flint, then crafting some more tools. Then trying our best to hide from the Sabertooth with electric powers. The prey has... you see me. We're dead. We're dead. And the Noglin... Bro... We got Noglin and Sabertooth. That was pure proof that modded ARK is not for the faint of heart. Anyways, back to the start grind all over again, but also laying witness to all the new modded creatures that Supreme has to offer, including humongous bees that will not leave us alone. Is it going to chase us indefinitely? If it is, that sucks, dude. Oh, we're dead. Let's just take the L. We're just going to take the L. We might as well, right? Like, stuff it. Welcome to Supreme, fam. GG's, mother trucker. Oh, if you think overgrown bees are a problem, wait until you meet the Japanese birds. I mean, kamikaze birds. Same thing. Got an itchy that can explode in our face. A kamikaze. If it's a kamikaze, shouldn't it die? Look, yes, we are dying over and over again. It sucks. But at the end of the day, we are still getting levels, so we're progressing somewhat, I guess. And with these levels, we could then unlock some really important engrams. And with that, I consider making the Supreme Raft. Maybe it's a little bit safer on the ocean here. I don't know, but we'll soon find out. It's a little bit expensive to make, so we have to start gathering some resources, including a lot of hide from these creatures. And after picking some fiber from these trees, we were able to make the Supreme Raft. Booyah! We got a raft. Yeah, and it's fast. Now, was this the right decision for us to be able to move forward? Well, we'll soon find out, I guess. And if you're wondering what's the difference between a normal raft and a Supreme Raft, well, basically, it's a hell of a lot faster and its maneuverability is crazy. But we're not completely safe on the raft until we sealed ourselves in, so I need to get some more resources, I guess. And building our little base out of stone might be the play. I hope. And of course, our tiny little stone tools didn't really give us enough resources to build much. So it's back to trying to gather some resources for our base. Day 2, we moved on our journey to try and find some more resources to build onto this base. We left the redwoods because I was kind of scared of dying. And beaches seem to be a safe place to be able to gather some resources, typically. I really didn't want to travel too far away from our boat since we had no way to be able to respawn right there. And I wanted to try and kill one of these delta dinos so that I could get its hide so I could make a delta bed. But yeah, that went just as well as I would have expected. This now means that yes, we have lost our boat. Well, we pretty much just lost our boat. Maybe the boat idea was a bad idea. Maybe we should have prepared better for our boat. So now I think we're going to have to switch up our strategy just a little bit. We're just going to have to build a normal starter base wherever I can find a safe spot. So after turning this moss shops into Sonic the Hedgehog and gathering a whole bunch of stone, we began building our little starter base. Finally able to put down one of these supreme forges and begin actually making some progress in this game. I did want to make sure that we could seal ourselves safely inside this base, as in modded, some of the creatures can absolutely murk you even on the beaches. In the early morning of day 3, we managed to finish off this roof, and now we're somewhat safe from all the dangers in this world. All right, we're safe inside our base now. So we can kind of work on little things, I guess. But the next mission is to try and make one of these supreme beds. They're a little bit better than the normal simple bed because you can respawn quickly. I couldn't make that just now, but I could make the supreme workbench, which is what we need to be able to make some of the modded items. Probably need a weapon, right? I managed to make myself some metal tools so we could start farming some more resources a little bit easier. But first we saw this delta pego that was just stuck in between this rock. Lucky it's just an ugly rat looking thing and not my stepmom. Headshots for the win. Surely you're gonna die. There we go, baby. 12 hide. We got 12 hide. That's terrible. We definitely didn't gather enough hide for us to be able to do anything with it, but we were able to make the Supreme Cauldron, and the Supreme Cauldron is where we make some of the items that we need to be able to tame some creatures in this mod, like the kibbles and all the narcotics so we can knock out some of the creatures. But it also works like a mortar and pestle, and it's a lot faster than a typical mortar and pestle too. After killing some bees, we got some of these bee summoners. So I ate one of them, and then a bee appeared. Turns out you can ride them as well. We now have a flying dino, which is quite nice since the last time I played, you weren't allowed to fly in Supreme. But also, bees are essential for us to be able to make some of the honey that we then need to be able to make some of the kibbles. Now, not only is flying new in Supreme, but also NPCs. Yes, I thought that was an actual player. It's not. That's an NPC, and they killed me. I even got chased down by this damn Dodo Rexy. Nope. Nope. Please don't have a long range to move. I swam towards the side of this waterfall to try and kite it away, and then found a pocket of air. This was strange, but also it might even be a really cool base location. We managed to escape the grasp of the Dodo Rexy and started making our way back to base. But there is still other dangers in this world, you know, like this. An apex capro. Now we've got to try and go back and get our stuff and hopefully avoid getting hit by that capro again. So far so good, we managed to escape. But now I need to try and get some more resources like metal and crystal. There doesn't seem to be a lot around where we are currently. So using the power of the slowest flight in the entire world, we're going to stay kind of safe in the skies and look for some rich metal nodes or crystal, whatever we can find. We're quickly reminded of some of our brutal deaths along the way, but we did manage to find some metal and started pickaxing it. There's a fair bit around, but we didn't want to be greedy and push our luck. There was also Allosauruses, so we needed to get out of there and flew to another destination where there was crystal. With this, we should be able to make an awesome spyglass, which will help us out greatly. Now the slow, arduous journey all the way back home. I fed our refining forge the metal and then made up this awesome spyglass. Now we can see which dinos we need to avoid and which dinos we should probably kill, like trying to avoid these suicidal ducks and kill these overly aggressive bees. Oh yeah, you just kill them. Lit. We killed one. We killed the bee and we get the summon elixir. That was easy. And now we have a delta bee. Well, it's stuck outside. We're going to bring it back inside. All right, bee, come inside. Bee. And with this, we're going to start producing some honey and start working towards taming our very first delta creature. Day 5, my mission is to gather some delta blood. Now, gathering it isn't so simple since delta creatures are quite strong, but maybe if I can trap one of these creatures, I can kill it that way. Seems like they don't like being trapped though. Maybe I can just stab this one in the butt. Oh, turns out parasols are aggressive in this mod. Bro, what are you supposed to... Actually, I know exactly what we're doing. I had a light bulb moment and I know exactly how we're going to kill these creatures. I just need a grapple hook and a parachute and a crossbow and some arrows. And yes, first we get their attention, run to the side of the cliff, grapple hook up it, and this way this trike will stay aggroed on us while we shoot it down. My only concern now is when its health gets low, it might run away. Don't run away. Don't run away. And because it's big, fat, and dumb, it didn't run and died. There we go. We got blood. We finally got blood. We managed to secure that precious Delta blood, but we managed to also get chased down by a fire parasaur. No. 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 Get it. No. Frick. I still hadn't put down a bed to respawn at, but luckily we respawned right next to our base. And I managed to get our stuff back. Okay, we finally can bring back some blood. A little bit of this. We can make some rare flowers. Hey. With these rare flowers, I believe I give them to you. You start cooking up some of that. Oh yeah, and what do we need for kibble then? Honey. Eggs. Oh, we might have basically everything to make a kibble. What we are missing though is probably some narco berries. Whilst we were looking for some narco berries, we saw a Delta Dodo. And I thought maybe we'll get some easy hide and blood. Stupid ancient chickens, we managed to get some Delta hide and blood. Once we had produced enough honey from this bee, we could then make the Delta bee hive, which produces honey at a faster rate. Day 6, we find this level 20 Delta parasaur, and it's a passive tame, so I tame it. I know it's pretty weak, but we just need something to help us gather some narco berries. Surprisingly, it doesn't really gather berries very efficiently. But then we get a little bit too close to this apex skeletal jaboa. That parasaur had a rather short lifespan. Unlucky. Now our parasaur might have died, but we can also passive tame this Delta Dodo. It only requires the Delta rare flowers, so it was pretty easy to tame. Oh, and yes, you can ride them. It's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a chunky boy, so it doesn't fit through the door. Thankfully, I had pre-made some of these soul balls and placed it in it so we could get inside safely. We found another Delta parasaur, so I tamed it. Such a shitty level, but whatever, man. Should get us going. In the Supreme mod, not only do you collect berries, but you also collect rare flowers from bushes. And rare flowers are an important resource that we need to be able to make some kibbles and just some Supreme stuff. We had also gathered enough Delta hide that I could make some Delta armor. Oh yeah, with Drippy in the all green, represent. I had also managed to make some Delta Trank arrows. Not many, only 4. So now we can go and knock out a Delta creature and tame it. Something like this Delta Pteranodon. I know it's only a low level, but it'll get us into the sky and we can start moving around the map and tame something a little bit better. But if we plan on riding it, we need some chitin so I can make a saddle for it. This trilobite gladly sacrificed itself. Well, I think it was happy about it. I don't know. It's a trilobite. Pteranodon's now tamed. I put it away in a soul ball for now. On the 7th day of this adventure, I had to knock out this parasaur. And no, I'm not trying to tame it. I'm trying to kill it. I need to harvest some Delta hide for the Pteranodon saddle, but this raptor wasn't too happy that I was trying to kill its food. Luckily, that raptor that killed us was a little speedy boy, so it wasn't there when I had to come get my stuff, and I could finish off killing this Delta parasaur and collect the juicy hide that we need. But as I was running back to base, we saw this level 130 Delta Triceratops, and I thought that this might make for a better berry gatherer. Now, I managed to knock it out, but I didn't have enough kibble to feed it just yet. So I had to make a quick pit stop back at base, cook up some more rare flowers so I could make some more kibble, and the hide that we got, we made the trike saddle instead. We have now tamed a Delta Triceratops, and I went ahead and named it Bruce. As in like Bruce Banner, because he's green and hulky and big. Yeah, that's why we named him Bruce. And straight away, I put him to work, killing things, because I figured he would help us kill stuff. He does a lot more damage than I do, and this way we'll have a much easier time collecting some Delta hide for our Pteranodon saddle. We even managed to take down this Delta Triceratops, which gave us a whole ton of hide. Unfortunately, we're still a little short on Delta hide for our PT saddle, so I went out to go and hump something down that was kind of easy to kill. Maybe like a Delta Dodo or something. But as I was leaping around the beach, the sun glared in my eyes and I missed this. What the frick? I was having a pretty rough time trying to find something to kill. Like I found this parasaur, which I thought was perfect, but I was protected by these big red androids. Managed to escape the big red androids. Started taking out this Delta Dodo, but we ran into a Delta Raptor. What did I hit? Raptor! Thankfully, that Delta Raptor died. I don't know how, but we got some free hide from it, which was just enough for us to be able to make the Pteranodon saddle, which I placed on the back of our brand new Pteranodon, and we can now hit the skies properly. I mean, we could do it with the bee earlier, but it's just not fast enough, and I don't think it's really practical right now. Day 8, I went to go scout out a new forever base location, and this is the place that I like, but this Fire X is going to be kind of a problem. Now, I just need to try and find a way to kite this thing off the edge here. Just like this, I just need to get it to come over here, and it will fall down like this. It's powerful, but it's stupid. Anyways, I want to lay down some foundations so nothing else spawns here as well. So I gather up a few resources from around the area to clear the space out, and start laying down some foundations of our brand new base. We made a simple and basic circle layout for now, and then began heading back to our first starter base so we can pick up some of our items and stuff that were left here. And since we're playing on a server, I figured I'd just destroy this place so we can have other people build it here as well. Also, it'll be good to get some of these resources back, save me having to farm them all up again. Especially for the base that we have planned, we're going to need a lot of resources to build it. Thankfully, we're right next to the redwoods, so it's easy to get wood. There's a whole bunch of other resources that we need, so we have to travel a little bit further out to get some of them. Like silica pearls, which apparently we can find in this little ice river. I obviously don't have the capabilities of diving deep into the ocean to get silica pearls, so I need to just grab what I can get easily. Next, we harvested some metal, and thanks to our PT, we could travel around the map to be able to get some of the juicy, rich metal nodes. Day 9, we went to go visit the desert biome. And there was exploding mantises on the ground, so we're going to avoid that. But there was also some obsidian on the ground too, so I went and harvested that. Also, since I played this map a few times, I kind of know about this little cave here. It's a spiderweb filled cave, but these little rocks here, well, that's crystal. And this is how you get a whole bunch of it really easily without any dangerous things around you. We can safely and peacefully harvest a whole bunch of crystal. Now, with all the resources that we had gathered, we can now make a fabricator, so we can move up in the world. And then with the silica pearls that we gathered earlier, we can now make electronics. We're trying to work towards making a generator. Now, I thought I'd kind of YOLO it a little bit and went over to the Wyvern Island to steal a Wyvern egg. I wasn't really trying to be picky. I just wanted to grab something just so I had another backup flyer if I needed it. So this level 55 lightning Wyvern egg would do just right. I'm trying to set up for a really fun playthrough, so I have to do a lot of the boring things right now. Like right now, I'm just trying to look for some cementing paste. I'm just trying to look for the places where I know that the beavers spawn. For some reason, we could find beavers, but not so much the beaver dams. Well, so I thought. We ended up finding this one beaver dam, and we scored a nice chunky amount of cementing paste. Somehow, we managed to survive and didn't get hunted down by any beavers. On the very rare occasions, you tend to get pretty lucky in this game. Day 10, I placed down a soul terminal to keep my dinos safe, and then I made an awesome teleporter. This is going to save us so many more hassles because with the awesome teleporter, if we die, we can get our inventory back through it. And of course, we can teleport around the map to different locations if we need to, but Olympus isn't that big, so we shouldn't have to worry. But now it's time for us to finally tame some delta creatures that we can use for a boss fight. Something like this level 145 Delta Allosaurus. Psych, it got brutally murdered by something else. Damn, my most perfect tame just died. Just a little bit down the ways though, we did find another 2 Allosauruses making love in between these rocks. I mean, just hanging out. They're just hanging out. I don't know what they're doing. Now time to try and knock them out without them killing me. We put one to sleep, but the other one ran away. And then this vanilla one, well, it died to my sword. I managed to pick up an Ascendant sword from a drop earlier. I forgot to show it. I just remembered now. My bad. Anyways, we managed to tame this Delta Allosaurus. It's not a very high level, but it will do. Now we just need to find a mate for it so we can breed up an entire army. Found this level 100, fed it the kibble, and just waited for it to tame. But once I got back to base, I realized that the Allosaurus that we got already was already a female. Well, I'm not too great with biology, but I don't think 2 females can make babies. And I've run out of all the ingredients to make kibble. So I need to go kill some creatures to get some more blood so I can get some more kibble, which is made a lot easier with our friend Bruce here. Whilst out hunting for Delta blood, we came across this level 100 Pteranodon. And it's better than the current one we have, so I figured we'll tame it. It only required 1 kibble, and we had a few that we had made up, but we should be saving these for the Allosauruses. Either way, we need Pteranodons. It is what it is. At the end of the day, we made this generator. We have now entered the electrical stage of this game. This is really important since we're going to be breeding a hell of a lot. So we need to make a bunch of these air conditioners so we can start incubating some of the eggs and hatching them, especially now that we have a breeding pair of Pteranodons. It's now day 11, and since we don't need 2 female Allosauruses, I figured I'd use one to go out and kill some things. It's a low level anyway, so we can kind of risk it dying, I guess. But more importantly, it'll help us gather a lot of resources like hide and blood. That's assuming it doesn't die first. It's kind of weak. We got a little bit of hide and blood, but more importantly, we got a lot of levels under our belt, and I could unlock a whole bunch of engrams. We now had a whole bunch of PTs that are fully grown up, but because they're Delta PTs, I figured I could kill them off so I can get some easy hide and blood. Their levels are kind of odd and mismatched because of the levels of their parents. They're killing my babies, and they're just giving me normal hide. Unfortunately, we didn't get any Delta hide or blood from them. I thought we would have. We're going to have to get to some taming, so more kibble is required. Day 12, and I had to gather Delta hide and blood by hand. My Allosaurus was seeing better days. It was kind of banged up, so it needed to heal. But this Ascendant sword and our Delta armor actually is quite helpful. Somewhat. I mean, that Stego absolutely wrecked us. And by wrecked us, yeah, well, it killed us. Anyways, our Delta Allosaurus is back in action, so we're back out killing the old-fashioned way. And it's pretty effective, assuming we don't actually try and take on something we definitely can't beat, which is almost anything in this mod, really. And it might have been a mistake trying to take on 2 Allosauruses at once. Yeah, I decided to run away. This was not going to be a winning fight. But then I'd had a light bulb moment. I did realize one of them was a male, so we could start the breeding process. I just had no idea what level it was because of the level up signs above us. Unfortunately, it was only a level 25, but it's okay. We can try and breed the levels into the next generation of dinos. We killed the other level 20. We needed the blood, but whilst I was running around, I saw some damage numbers in the distance.
That only means one thing. There's another player on the server currently. This is one of my Patreons, Ben Down Under. So just like we do in every single playthrough, I had to make a tribe, which of course we named Dodo Gang, and an alliance, which we called the Dodo Legion, and then invite Ben Down Under to our alliance. Once we had safely arrived back at base, it was time to start breeding our Delta Allosauruses together. Our first lot of babies are probably going to be terrible levels and have terrible stats, but we'll make it work eventually by just breeding them and trying to get the right stats that we want. Day 13, after murdering this Frost Queen Bee, I went to go and tame this resource gacha. Now, if it wasn't obvious, resource gachas give us resources. But specific to Supreme, it is always a little bit of a gamble on what you're going to get though. Like this particular gacha isn't really that good. Ideally, we'll like to try and find a gacha that's going to drop Supreme medals, which we do get eventually, but we'll show you how it works later on. But as I was flying through the swampy marsh area, I spotted this overgrown dung beetle, and an essential creature for our base is definitely a dung beetle. Problem is, this dung beetle was protected by some really strong creatures, like this frost fenrir. Yeah, I'm not about to mess with that. I can somewhat deal with these direwolves, yes, but a high tier level dino like the electric baryonyx, yeah, that obviously wrecked me. We're just gonna have to leave that dung beetle alone for now. So instead, I crafted up this gacha crystal. This is a thing that automatically picks up the gacha crystals from our resource gacha that we've gotten. We just need to make sure that we keep our gacha well fed with stones. This way, he'll continuously produce gacha crystals, like these little bad boys right here. Next step in the progression was to set up a tree sap farm. Before we can actually start working on the rest of our base, I want to get a bunch of cementing paste because I want to make my base out of metal tier building pieces. And if you're not familiar exactly why I need sap, well, basically I want to go and tame a bunch of acatinas, or like the snails, because they will passively produce us cementing paste. And we need sap to make veggie cake so we can actually tame the acatinas. It's a little bit of a process, but we're working towards it. And for now, we found another resource gacha, so I tamed it. Next, I crafted this thing right here, the Supreme Medical Bench. It's where we craft our healing potions and stuff. It's now day 14 and I'm really desperate to get my hands on a dung beetle. So we came over to the desert biome and found one, which we then shoved some poo up its butt, which is kind of gross after thinking about it, and tamed it. Then of course we traveled back to base, placed the dung beetle inside the soul terminal so it could turn all of this poop into juicy fertilizer. Whilst we wait for the fertilizer to grow, I had to place down some more foundations. I didn't want to do this right now because I wanted to use different types of foundations, but I needed some extra space so I could place down some crop plots and start growing a little vegetable garden. Next, we placed down a cooking pot and double checked all the ingredients we needed to be able to make this veggie cake. The only thing that was kind of missing was the vegetables. So we used old Bruce here to try and get us some vegetable seeds, and I just used some normal poop for now to just start the growing process. We'll get fertilizer eventually. I don't know why it took me so long, but I finally checked to see what this resource gacha can actually make us. And it can make us medical herbs and spicy herbs, which is great because that's the only way I know how to get them so we can make some potions in this game. Our gacha crystal collector was kind of full, so we started cracking a bunch of them and got a bunch of different items, as well as obsidian and oil. That's also what we just got. The very next day, we had enough ingredients to finally make some veggie cake. And when we went to go hunt for a snail, we found one straight away, yoinked it out of its natural habitat and brought it back to base. I'm sure it was living a peaceful life. Little did it know it had a terror bird trying to chase it. Instead, I'm going to shoot it in the face and put it to sleep. Trust me, it's safer this way. And friends, this is how you befriend snails. Yes, shoot them in the face. We had now had a whole bunch of our Delta Allosauruses grow up, and all of these ones right here, well, they're pretty crappy levels. And you know what we had to do to them. It's a pretty morbid sight, I'm not gonna lie. But hey, they're stupid and they don't know any better. And also, this was a great way to collect a bunch of Delta hide and blood. It finally worked. I don't know why it didn't work with the Pteranodons. Since gathering up a whole bunch of blood, we could then place down these Delta spike walls. I just wanted to block off a part of our base area just so no dinos can come crashing in and destroy everything. That would suck. As night fell, I went to go visit another one of my homies. He had built in a rather tough area. There was Allosauruses, Fjordhawks, everything just trying to attack him while he was trying to build. Yeah, you're in a hella... Well... There goes my PT. Even this Alpha Ravager was trying to get in. Anyways, this is Flurry, a new member of the Dodo Legion Alliance. I obviously wasn't going to stick around and watch all this happen. He was surely going to die. Day 16 and we've gone out to do some exploring with the main goal to try and find something that we can tame. Now, we didn't immediately find anything to tame, but we ran into another player. What's up, man? Wait, who are you?
I'm Trevor.
Trevor, what's up, dude? Having a hard time, I see.
What's up? Well, I just got my base down a second ago. It's over there somewhere.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I'm trying to having some fun. It's a really fun mod pack.
It's it's actually pretty good. It gets like the boss fights can be pretty brutal.
Yeah, I've never played Supreme before.
Oh, really? The best advice I give you when you fight bosses, just make sure you have high level, breed up an entire army, and try and get saddles on all of them. No worries, bro. Good luck. After saying hello to one of the homies, it's time to go out and tame something. Snail. Bless you.
Thank you. Something like this snail. More snails passively producing cementing paste means we're going to have a lot of cementing paste rather quickly. Day 17, and right now with my Allosauruses, I'm not super confident that we'll defeat the boss. We're currently trying to breed decent stats into them, but I don't know if we'll win. So we're out here in the big old wilds trying to find something else that we can tame that might be able to stand in the fight against the boss. And I guess we're going to try and tame this trike. This is a level 145 and its stats kind of suck, but hopefully once it's tamed, it's got decent stats. And our boy Bruce does definitely need a loving partner. We have a whole bunch of dinos breeding here at our base, so it doesn't hurt to start breeding our Acatinas together too. Our base is pretty much a brothel at this point. Day 18, and we've been cooking up a little bit of cementing paste. Not a lot, but a little bit. So we were able to replace some of these foundations with the castles and keeps foundations. These are like the metal tier of foundations. They just look better than metal. Now, we didn't get to do all the foundations because we ran out of cementing paste rather quickly, but we did get most of our foundations down and we can start working on walls later. Base is coming along quite nicely. A little bit little. We're going to expand it. After looking from above, I just couldn't handle having these foundations here. It just doesn't look right. So with a little bit of the cementing paste that we still had left, I added in some more of these foundations. I then went to go check on our snails and they have been breeding like crazy. We now have a total of 6 snails. This will produce us quite a bit of cementing paste over time, but because they're considered babies right now, we have to throw them out of their soul balls before they're considered adults and will start passively producing cementing paste. Anyways, the remainder of this day, we started placing in some walls. The cementing paste is flowing now, and we have a ton of metal, so we might as well get started making our base proper. With the walls up, we could finally start making greenhouse glass and actually speed up the process of our vegetable garden. Day 19, we're still working on this base. We want to enclose everything in, but of course, we ran out of cementing paste, and our snails just aren't producing it quite fast enough. I had to go get some from a beaver dam. And a bunch of metal. We only need raw metal to be able to build in this castles and keep stuff, which is kind of handy. We don't have to cook it up. We don't have to wait. And just like that, we could get back to work completing this base. As night fell, most of our base was done. We just had to rearrange some of our crafting benches. Day 20, and the basics of our base is done. Usually I'd enclose this area off, but I kind of wanted to have a big flat open area since we plan on doing a bunch of breeding. Now, since we spent so much time working on our base, our trikes have been breeding like crazy and so were the Allosauruses. Now we have a ton of babies that are prepared to fight the boss. I just need to find the perfect place to summon the boss in. I kind of like this big open plateau right here. I had built it in one of my other playthroughs. I think it was Elemental. So now I place down the boss altar. Whoever made that or did whatever to get that, big props, man. Big props. Like a demon sitting on top of a throne. That's so dope. Now to check exactly what I needed to be able to summon in the first boss, the Delta boss. And it's only 100 Delta blood, which is pretty easy to get. I searched through the other boss summons to see exactly what they needed to be able to summon in later on, just in case I needed to start preparing early. And it doesn't really look like we need to worry about it just now. Right now, we just need to focus on the Delta boss. So in order to do that, we got out a bunch of our trikes and murdered them. Yeah, I know, it seems kind of counterintuitive, but we need to murder them so we can get some hide and blood, which when using this chainsaw becomes way more effective. But essentially we farmed a bunch of this Delta hide so that we can make Delta trike saddles. Oh, we also need these Delta metal ingots as well to be able to make the saddles. But the saddles should help defend our trikes while they're fighting the boss. Day 21, and we've begun preparations to fight this boss. But as I was setting up, I found out that this place probably wasn't the best place to set up a big army. A Delta Carby tried to eat one of my trikes. Then something else was killing my dinos. I jumped on my PT and placed them all on neutral so they could start fighting back and at least try and defend themselves. I had thought we'd cleared the entire area, so I kept setting up all of my dinos and began leveling them all up, slowly and painfully. But as I was leveling them up, this happened. An Apex Anki came in to destroy everything. And the Apex Anki is 2 tier levels above our dinos, and pretty much one-tapping all of them. This was not fun. I then was eventually killed by a Frost Terror Bird. Can't even find a good place to fight bosses. Day 22, I went out to try and find a different place that we can have this boss fight. And then I remembered on this map, there's an Aberration Island. And there's a possible chance that on the Aberration Island, no modded dinos spawn since there's only aberrant dinos that spawn there. And I was right. Most of these are vanilla level dinos, so our Delta dinos shouldn't get murdered so easily. So I placed down my teleporter and started setting up all these dinos to start fighting this boss, leveling them up. And I came back to base so I can make some health potions. We can only make these Delta potions right now, but for our Delta dinos, they're gonna work just fine. One little sip of these Delta potions and they get to max health rather quickly. Next step, we had to add some of these saddles to our creatures. Then it was time to summon in the Delta boss. Not gonna lie, I was pretty nervous, but our army was prepared. And the fuzzy ferret King Jaboa spawned in and we sent in all of our dinos to attack. They began dying really quickly. It was not looking good. And then I accidentally dismounted my PT and died. And once I had returned to our boss fighting arena, all of our dinos that were left there ran in and they died. I really need to rethink our strategy if I want to defeat this boss. So I had added the Creature Finder Deluxe mod to the server. This way we could definitely find the best possible tame to be able to defeat this boss. Currently, there wasn't very many good options. We'll have to try and check it out another time. Day 23, and I'm pretty sure we found the perfect boss fighting tame. This overgrown green pussycat, the Delta Thylacoleo. It sleeps so majestically. Hopefully, it's a ruthless killer. Now it's tamed. We're gonna have to create an army, which means we need to find a partner for it. Lucky for us, there was another high-level female close by. And using our amazing skills, we managed to knock it out, watch Sleeping Beauty sleep, and tame this beautiful girl, and begin breeding our new Thylacoleos together to create a massive, strong army. To keep ourselves busy and our progression moving forward, we had to go and find a trilobite. I needed to murder these helpless crustaceans. Now, why do they need to die? Well, I want to collect a whole bunch of black pearls so that I can make a mining laser. But we did struggle to get any from them. Like sometimes we got a little bit, but most of the time we didn't get any. But there's another way we can get black pearls. It just requires us to dive deep into the depths of the ocean. And yes, I need to try and kill this squid with a sword. Now, normally I wouldn't do this, but hey, stuff it. YOLO, we managed to kill it. Oh yeah, I didn't bring a scuba tank down, so we were struggling for oxygen too. I also realized when we were drowning that we didn't actually pick up the black pearls from the bag. I thought we automatically got it when we killed the Tuso. I should have grabbed it. Come on.
We managed to get it just in time because, well, I died. I drowned.
We can die in peace now.
Yeah, that happens. It's okay though, because we managed to make the mining laser. And this significantly increased our metal gathering capabilities by a lot. Like a real lot. Next, I wanted to see if these Thylacoleos were good or not. This particular one is a baby and fully imprinted. Let's see how much damage it does. Yeah, it's a bit of a powerhouse. Its speed and agility and raw power just absolutely dominated everything. I then truly tested it out against one of these NPCs, the Delta Scout. You can't really see it because of all the damage numbers, but we're actually doing quite a bit of damage. It has 300,000 health, and as long as we keep healing our Thylacoleo, we will defeat this. It's a long, arduous journey, but we managed to get the W in the end and defeated this annoying NPC. Honestly, I kind of hoped that it would drop something. It was a lot of work to kill it, and we didn't really get many benefits out of it. Day 24, and I'm preparing my Thylacoleos for a boss fight. One of the biggest downsides of this mod is it takes so long to prepare an entire army. You've got to level them up, place saddles on their back, and make sure that they've got maximum health to be able to survive the fight. Day 25, and we're still placing out our army. It's a grind. But then I realized we don't have enough blood to be able to summon in the boss. Ooh, mutated PT. So I had to sacrifice this weak Allosaurus. It gave us the blood that we needed so we could begin summoning in the Delta boss once again. Hopefully we actually defeat it this time. We have a whole bunch of Thylacoleos, so I think we should have a shot. I sent in the entire army. They were fighting like crazy. Yes, there was a slight problem. All of the dinos ran in at once, so only the ones at the front of the line are actually doing any damage. All the ones at the rear, well, they're just not really doing anything at all. But if the boss has an AoE type attack, it can still damage the ones at the back. So yeah, we could be in trouble here. We had already drained half of its health and we haven't lost a single dino yet. Things are looking up. The King Jaboa has less than a quarter of the health remaining. It's time for me to get close enough to make sure that I actually unlock the engrams from defeating it. Now, yes, I did get close enough, but as you see, I did die. We had now successfully progressed to the Alpha tier. But it's not as simple as just going to tame an alpha creature. We need to start preparing to be able to get alpha kibble. And one of the ingredients we need for alpha kibble is alpha fruit. So we need more crop plots and plant these alpha seeds that we got from defeating the Delta boss. We also need an alpha bee so we can get alpha honey and make alpha rare flowers. It's a whole process. And of course, we're going to need alpha blood, which means we actually need to try and kill some alpha creatures, which are stronger than our current Delta creatures. So hopefully we don't die. It's okay though, it's quite simple. All I need to do is just bully weaker alpha creatures, like a level 50 alpha stego. Honestly, it's kicking our butt, but I have health potions, and it doesn't, so we're better. I managed to pick up enough alpha hide as well, so we could upgrade our armor. New fit. Who dis? We had already gotten our hands on an alpha bee earlier, so at least that's one thing we didn't have to worry about. So the next step was to feed it some alpha flowers so it could generate some honey, and then we can move on with the progression. Day 26, and I could place down an alpha beehive. And our alpha fruit plants, well, they were bearing some fruit. So much so we could make our first alpha kibble. But we're going to have to move on from the good old-fashioned crossbow. We're going to make ourselves a long neck rifle and these alpha infused darts, which is low-key kind of expensive to make. We need gunpowder, alpha metal ingots, and then alpha narcotics.
Now we need to search for something to tame. We want to move quickly through some of these tiers so we can get through to the final boss. Maybe a whole pack of Alpha Ravagers could be good boss fighters. After all, if you have a pack of them, they do get a pack bonus. Plus, they'll get mating bonuses if you have the male and female variants. But health-wise, they're not really that great. They do damage, like you just saw. We died. But I'm persistent, and I plan on taming this thing. One Alpha Ravager joining our team. Now we need to find a friend. Well, after we stock up on enough blood so we can make the kibble again. A Dodo wasn't really too practical, so maybe this Alpha Triceratops might give us enough blood. I then had the thought of maybe we should actually check this Ravager out to see if it's strong or not. And the answer is no. It's not really that strong. I'm pretty sure my Thylacoleo was doing way more damage. Whoa, why are you doing so little damage? Thankfully, we just realized it was the gas bag and not us. Okay. They just have a buff. The Alpha Ravager's actually pretty decent. Day 27, and we found a friend for our Ravager. We got one shot into it and it done 100k torpor, which usually sounds like a lot, but then I died, so it kind of isn't. Now time to actually knock this thing out. That was close. That was very close. Alpha army incoming. With the ugly lizard dogs making some sweet love, hopefully we can defeat the Alpha boss. I was then rearranging some of my gachas around our base when I saw a lone Alpha PT just stumble into our base area. I had considered taming it, but I didn't have enough kibble to kind of waste on it right now. Instead, I started taking down these delta spike walls and began building another type of wall. To keep with the whole castles and keeps theme, I decided to build something a little bit like castle themed. I still put down some of these delta spikes, you know, just for extra reinforcement. Day 28, and we now have a little pack of Ravagers. Don't these demon dogs just look quite majestic? Some of them had really bad stats, so I had to put them down. Surprisingly, even with the chainsaw, they didn't give us a lot of blood and hide. So we needed to go out into the wild and find a willing blood donator. I figured a big chunky stego would have lots of blood and hide. Oh, and while we're at it, say hello to another one of our friends. Poladina. You've probably seen this guy in a few of my other videos. Day 29, I used our Alpha Stego to go and harvest some berries. I don't feel like it was quite as effective as Bruce's, but one thing I didn't realize, it actually hits really damn hard. We might have another contender for boss fight up. Day 30 and time to set up for this boss fight. We got a whole lot of Ravagers and all the leftovers of our Delta fight earlier. We'll still use them. They might help. Time to summon in the Alpha boss. Look at our army. Will they win or will they lose? This large fiery direwolf summoned in. We sent in our army and the whole screen turned red. Then I died. I couldn't even see anything. Everything was red. I teleported back to the boss fighting area and things were still dying rapidly. I still had tons of other dinos in my pocket, but these ones were not leveled. I tried sending them in waves, but they just got absolutely annihilated. This Alpha boss was absolutely terrifying. I was lost. I didn't know how I was supposed to win. I also found out if you're a little bit too close, you'll die also. At the time of that fight, I had no idea why we had lost, but I do figure out why we lost much later in the video, and it kind of hurts. But for now, I'm going to tame this level 90 Alpha Stego, just for a mate for our current Stego so we can get some more hide and blood. At the time, I figured maybe if we had some more saddles on our Ravagers, I don't know. It's day 31, and we're breeding up another pack of Ravagers, so I figured I'd go out and try and tame something else, like this Alpha Pteranodon. I had actually tamed 2 of these things. I just couldn't find in the footage where exactly I tamed the other one. But now we could breed them together so we have backups. Sometimes I just have to sit here and go AFK. There's really not much else we can do right now. Well, that is until we have a full soul terminal full of babies that we forgot about. Oops. But thanks to all these babies, we're going to be eating good tonight and no longer have to worry about saddles. Well, Alpha saddles, that is. I even managed to make a crazy amount of Stego saddles. Yes, we're going to take the Stegos into a boss fight as well. To kill some more time while we wait for the babies to breed up, I started to make some improvements to our base. We have multiple different variants of creatures breeding right now, so we wanted to have some more space for them out here. And like I mentioned earlier, we don't really have much else to do right now other than wait for these babies to breed. Just like that, day 34, keeping ourselves busy, adding decorations to our base. Why not? Not gonna lie, the final result looks pretty cool. A little bit different to what we're used to though, I guess, but it works. I also placed all the foundations around the place to avoid anything spawning at our base. Yeah, we want to avoid that. Day 35, and we're beginning our preparations for the boss fight. This time being a little bit more meticulous and making sure I level all of my creatures. My strategy was to set up all of my dinos in waves, so when I whistle them to go and attack, they're not all rushing in at once. Now first, we actually have to fight the Delta boss again. You see, if you fail one of the higher tier bosses, you need to fight the lower tier bosses and get their skull, as it's one of the requirements to summon in the higher tier bosses. Our Alpha dinos seem to do a ton of damage, but when I went in to try and pick up the items, Yeah, the Delta boss exploded and destroyed me. It's okay though, because we still got the W and we can start working towards fighting the Alpha boss. Day 36, as I was preparing for another boss fight, I had the idea of taming something else a little bit stronger than what we currently have. Something like the good old faithful Alpha Thylacoleo. Our Delta Thylacoleo did manage to get the W in the last fight, so I'm hopeful that this will help us defeat the Alpha boss. I was waiting patiently for it to tame, but then I got bitten on the ankles by a snake. Ooh, rude. We didn't die, and we got the Alpha Thylacoleo. All is good. I then saw this level 145 Alpha Rex. Now, surely this is the ultimate boss fighting dino. Somehow we managed to knock this out with ease. I think because it's kind of slow, and we're really fast. Again, we went out and found another breeder, level 20, but it will do for now. Now we have a whole selection of boss-killing dinos. It's time to breed them up. And time for me to just go AFK. There's really not much for us to do other than just wait for these guys to breed. Day 38, and we don't have a lot of Rexes or Thylacoleos, but I feel like we should have enough. Well, we do have enough to take on the Delta Jerboa, that's for sure. It didn't really last long at all. But now, preparing ourselves for the Alpha boss, we're going to bring out everything we've got, making sure that they're completely leveled and health fully restored. Surely this time we are well prepared. Right in front of us, it doesn't look like we got a lot of dinos, but we have a bunch spread out all over the place. It's time to fight the Alpha boss and defeat it. We were doing a lot more damage this time, and I had healing darts. But the screen started turning red rather quickly. This was getting concerning. Again, I tried bringing out all the other dinos that I still had in my pocket, but this strategy just wasn't effective at all. We had taken out a big chunk of its health, and I still had more dinos remaining. We ran the boss down to the beach and kept fighting. A lot of our dinos were dying rapidly. I kept sending more in. And then the boss just poofed out of the air and was gone. No, when he touches water, he freaking despawns. Yes, that's a really unfortunate mechanic in this mod. I was really frustrated. Back to the drawing board. Day 39, and I've made a few little changes to the server. I couldn't figure out why we can't defeat this boss. I went through way too many dinos for it to be that tough. I had to adjust some of the damage output of our dinos. Yes, our Rex is doing a little bit more than it was previously, especially now that it's leveled. I then went and fought this resource rock golem, confident that I should be able to defeat it, even with its damage reduction. And I was right. It's now dead. Now, if you're unsure exactly what a resource golem does, well, I'll show you. You see, once you kill a resource golem, you get one of its summoners. This thing right here. Once I consume it, I will then summon in my very own tamed resource golem. This cute little golem right here. And if you feed the golem some stone and some metal, it will then make some of the resources from Supreme, specifically the metals. So we got that passively producing whilst I show you the next thing that we added to the server. I added this mod. It's a proper boss arena mod. It's too hard to fight some of the dinos in the wild, as other dinos will come in and just kill all your army. It's just too much to manage. This way we can set up our entire army without any worries of other dinos coming in and killing it all. And on day 40, we're now prepared to fight the Alpha boss. Also, the Alpha boss now can't dip into the water and it just poof out of the air. That was really annoying. This fight dragged on for the longest time. And because we were up here, I could kind of command my army of dinos a little bit easier without having to worry about anything. Although they died really quickly, I sent them in waves and that seemed to do the trick. We were doing quite a bit of damage. It took a long while. So long, in fact, it leaked over to the very next day. We were chipping away at the Alpha boss's health, so we were kind of getting close to defeating it. We had already gone through over 300 dinos. We just sacrificed so many. It's crazy. But with the Alpha boss's health starting to get kind of low, I just went in with a bunch of health potions and started biting myself. Kept chipping away at it and finally defeated it on day 42. It was a grind. Now that we had defeated the Alpha boss, there's no time for rest. We need to head back to base and plant the seeds so that we can tame the next tier of creature, the Apex tier. And all of our Alpha breeders, well, they need to go. We have no use for them anymore. And before being able to tame anything, we need to go collect some Apex blood. This Apex Dodo gave us a little bit. At least enough to be able to make some Apex rare flowers. Next, we had to summon in an Apex Queen Bee, which I did. I just couldn't find it straight away. It was outside this door. You probably already noticed, but this is a repetitive process. Cook up some honey, put down some more crop plots so we could plant some more of these Apex fruit trees. But one thing that's definitely different when you go into the Apex tier is that you need to get skeletal bones, but it's a process before you can actually get the skeletal bones. We need to get an Apex chainsaw so we can harvest them. And to get an Apex chainsaw, they're pretty damn tough, and I was kind of worried I might lose, so I brought another dino with me to fight alongside me. My other Alpha Rex almost died, but we managed to kill the tech dino, and it harvested what we needed, which was these Apex electronics. Only problem is, it was way not enough for us. Not only do we need Apex electronics, we need Apex polymer as well, which means we need to hunt down multiple tech dinos. Now with this one, I went to go hunt it alone, so I didn't have another dino with me, and I was hoping if I used this Delta pickaxe, I'd get more resources, which I did. Day 43, and we still need a few more of these resources, so we're still hunting down tech dinos. But we had now managed to get ourselves the Apex Chainsaw. This is only one step to be able to progress to be able to tame any Apex creature. The next step, we need to kill a skeletal Apex Trike, which surprisingly was a little bit easier than killing the tech Trikes. But once it had died, I could approach it with my Apex Chainsaw and chop it up, and then we'll get these Apex Bones. And with the Apex Bones, we'll approach the Supreme Cauldron, and we could make the Apex Bone Meal. And then finally, we were able to make the Apex Kibble. Now, we didn't have enough resources to be able to make a ton of Apex Darts, which we need to knock out these Apex creatures. So I figured the first thing we should tame were these Apex Trikes. There was a breeding pair right next to each other. Not only will they be very strong, but we should get a ton of blood and hide from their babies. This is why I love Trikes. They're just handy in every single way. We now have a breeding pair of Apex Trikes. Day 44, we hatched a whole bunch of Trike eggs. Now you're wondering, how did we get so many so damn quick? Well, basically, because IRL, this is the next day. You know, when I'm recording these, I have to sleep, right? And it's on a server, so it just keeps going. Doesn't matter, though, because all of these Trikes need to die. And with this Apex Chainsaw, we are harvesting so much blood and so much hide. So much, in fact, we could make up a bunch of narcotics and Apex Trank Darts, then go out and tame our boss-killing dino, the Apex Rex. It's really hard to deny that a Rex is just a great boss killer, especially if you can get your hands on a breeding pair and imprint their babies. They are just absolute powerhouses of boss killers. Day 45, and we got these mini arm lizards ready to breed. Whilst we waited for some babies to hatch and be born, we went out to go and tame some more resource gutchas. Figured, why not? They're always good to have. Free resources are free resources. I'll take it. Once I arrived back at base, I went to see what they made, and this one made adamantium ore. That's great. It's free. We now had a total of 7 resource gachas, all producing us various resources. This particular resource gacha I named Wolverine because it creates adamantium, and if you know, you know. Day 46, we woke up to a rather nasty surprise. What in the Lord? What in the Lord? What in the Lord happened here? It seems like something got into our base overnight while I was sleeping IRL and destroyed everything. Apex Dodo Rexy, Apex Dodo Rexy, Apex Dodo Rexy. There was an Apex Dodo Rexy at my base. RIP. Bro, our gutchas are dead. I'm just glad they didn't get into here and destroy everything in here. And everything that we were breeding. Are our babies still here? Okay. Luckily, we still have dinos. Look, it could be a lot worse. We could have had to start from scratch. So for now, I'm gonna have to gather up a bunch of materials like metal, like a whole damn lot of it, so I can repair my base. I really thought that this tier of base material would have been strong enough to hold up. I guess not. I will be making sure to have a lot more spikes this time, and in particular the Apex and Alpha spikes. Hopefully they help defend us. I also need to replace all the gachas that I had lost. Thankfully, there's 2 right here, and we could tame them both just before I got killed by these raptors. And we did get kind of lucky. This one produces us medical and spicy herbs, which we need for like potions and stuff. I jumped on the back of one of my baby Apex Rexes and went out to go hunt down some resource golems. This particular one is the elite resource golem, and the elite golems are quite damn tough. We were fighting this for quite a while. Once you kill the elite golem, you get a bunch of the higher tier ores. Not just copper and adamantium, but it also summons in normal resource golems that we can harvest them for all the goods. Now let me explain exactly how elite resource golems work. Basically, well, you need first a normal resource golem, which we have because we just got one from that one. And then we need a whole bunch of other resources to be able to evolve our normal resource golem into the elite resource golem. We don't quite have everything right now, and we don't really need it. So we're going to move on. Right now, we're just preparing all of our Apex Rexes and our Apex Trikes to be sacrificed to the gods of ARK. I'm just living out every emotionally charged teenager's dream. Mass murder. As night fell, I went to the swamp biome. I'm trying to get my hands on some plant species X seeds because I need a whole bunch so I can make these supreme plant X seeds. These will help defend our bases from some of the creatures that can kill us. Like that Apex one that destroyed everything earlier. They work like normal Plantex, but instead of trying to attack them and aggroing them, they'll scare the dinos away. We're waiting for dinos to breed once again, so I figured I'll try and get my hands on this Theri. Yes, I know it's a low level, but we're only trying to get this so we can help us farm. We're currently running quite low on rare flowers, so we need to go farm a ton of them. And if we can get our hands on some Plantex seeds as well, well, I'll take it, but we've got to keep our eyes and ears peeled for these big scary noises. Yeah. I didn't expect that to happen. Anyways, there's no water source connected to our crops for the Plantex seeds, so we had to water them the good old-fashioned way. And then hopefully it'll rain to keep them watered over time. Either way, with these things, this should keep our base protected, I hope. Day 49 and the Apex boss fight preparations have now begun. I'm making sure to go into this fight well prepared. Waves of Rexes, max leveling all of them and healing them, and just living with all my hopes and dreams. It was then time to summon in this boss. And I have to say, this boss is creepy. Ooh. And kind of cool looking too, I guess. A bunch of our Rexes were doing a ton of damage, but they were also dying slowly as well. I even went in at times and did damage myself. I think it was the only way I could kind of help, I guess. A large chunk of our army had already died, but we have plenty more in our pockets. So I could bring them out, heal them up, and die myself. Yeah, that happened. It's okay though, we managed to return and bring out more of our army. Sometimes I just have to charge in myself and chomp, chomp, chomp. But on day 51, the worst thing happened. A server restart. No, the servers dropped. 9.5 million left. This really sucked. But welcome to ARK, I guess. And just like I expected, once I spawned back in, the boss was gone. We're gonna have to start all over again, which means we're gonna have to replace that Apex Rex army. So these lovebirds need to keep breeding. I did have an idea of taming ourselves an Apex UT. This way we could give our army a courage roll and help them fight. We weren't so lucky with this one though. It died to a Megatherium. Stupid UT. It was on day 52 that I finally figured out how to get this mod running correctly. Yes, we're pretty late into this game, but we figured it out. You see, the biggest problem that we've been facing with the boss fights is that all the dinos actually need to have a max level of 600, not 150. So we had changed all of those settings, reverted all of the melee damage settings, and balanced all the server settings out completely. Now the problem is, the current dinos that we have are kinda completely useless. All of these baby Rexes, well, we just deleted them. And now we have to go out and tame other dinos so we can breed up an army that can actually fight the bosses in this mod. Now the biggest issue is, these higher level dinos have a ton more torpor, so we need a ton more darts. Level 560 Apex UD is gonna be perfect for us. But with 8.6 million torpor, it did take us a little while to take down. There we go. Finally. Day 53 and we found this level 560 Apex Rex. Rexes are kind of hard to get your hands on in this mod, especially because there's different tiers of dinos and stuff, so we're looking specifically for the Apex Rex. Oh no, my Rex is dying. No, stupid raptor. And that Apex Rex just got ripped out of the universe. So with that, we have to go through the creature finder to see if there's anything else strong enough to be able to fight a boss. Because currently, there's no high-level Apex Rexes anymore. It died. I did consider taming this Apex Megapithecus, and surely they can't hit me with that rock throw, right? Oh, damn it. Wrong. Anyways, an Apex Rex spawned near our base. Lucky us. And it managed to get stuck in this rock. But as it tried running away, it went into the water, and we managed to knock it out. We only need one high-level Rex, and we just use one of the male low-level Rexes that we had, and we'll just breed the stats in. We got it. Then we just have to stand here and pretend we're watching National Geographic of Rexes mating. Gross. Day 54, I pretty much just killed time by harvesting a bunch of metal and stone. Also, I could feed it to our resource rock golem and get some more adamantium and copper. I then went to go visit Flurry's new base. He decided to build on the side of this mountain right here, right near my base. Nice, nice. The server was busy today. We then saw Nugs here. Another one of our homies, he was hunting down some resource rock golems. And if you'd like to join this server, just join my Discord and then get the play on server role and you can join the server free. Or if you want to join it when I'm recording these videos, all you need to do is just join my Patreon. It could be a Twitch member or YouTube member. Day 55, we made a ton of saddles for our boss fight, then started leveling a bunch of our dinos. Once leveled and healed, we went to the boss fighting arena, preparing for the next big fight. No, not this particular fight. This is the Delta boss fight. Remember, we have to go through all the tiers once we fail one. Not this one either. This is the Alpha boss fight. But to give you an example of why this is so much better, all of our Apex Rexes are absolutely obliterating this guy. It did take us a little while though, but none of our fully level Rexes died, just the weak ones. Day 56, and it's now time to summon in the Apex boss. Our army was ready to fight. Hopefully I don't need too many this time. A bunch of our Alpha Rexes died, which was kind of expected. We're at the Apex tier, we just had them, I threw them out to fight. But then I got a little worried when I saw some of my Apex Rexes dying quickly. So I sent in another wave of our dinos to start attacking, and we were doing quite a bit of damage. I was starting to get a little bit worried here, so I had to get some more dinos out of my pocket and send them into fight. I'd kind of forgotten to UD roll for a while, so maybe that could have contributed to our losing streak. Or maybe making silly decisions like this. Dismounting my dino, getting dinos out, and watching my UD go into fight. No. I tried my best to get in there and try and put the UD away in one of the soul balls. I died. We lost our one and only UD. But we still have a whole army of Rexes, so we can send them into fight still, I guess. try and defeat this boss, move on to the next tier. We began running low on Rexes, but we had a ton of saddles, so I placed the saddle on one of them, sent in a little wave of Rexes, and joined the fight myself. The Apex Rex was about to die. I knew we had this in the bag.
Yeah, boy, we did it. We did it.
And just like that, we had now defeated the Apex boss.
The boss fights are no longer impossible. Just really hard still, but they're not impossible.
But once again, we have very little time to rest. Again, we must start by planting the new seeds, summoning in a prime queen bee, and getting it to produce us some prime honey. Then we had to go and kill a skeletal prime creature, something like the skeletal prime raptor. And of course, get ourselves some prime blood. Chainsawing seems to be the best way to gather blood from these dead creatures. Whilst hunting down prime creatures, we ran into these prime NPCs that were throwing grenades. Curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to fight them.
We got what we need. We just get out. We got what we need. Let's get out.
But if you do manage to kill this chief, you get some really good loot. Day 57, one of our goals is to make some prime metal ingots. Now the thing is, we need vibranium ore for this to work, which we don't currently have. So to get some vibranium ore, we need to kill an elite resource golem, which we'll get an elite golem soul from. And if we harvest its body, we're going to get some vibranium ore, as well as zirconium ore as well, which we're going to need for other stuff later on. Later in the day, we'd made some of the prime metal ingots so that we could make some prime trank darts, and went to go out and tame these prime mammoths. These are going to be our blood and hide donators. Now to start the breeding process. The next day, we checked our soul terminals, and there was a few mammoths inside it. So of course, we sacrificed them to the ARK gods. With the blood of our mammoths, we were able to create this prime beehive. I then went out to go and try and tame this prime Griffin. It turned out to be a little bit more difficult than I expected, but my strategy was I'd stay on the back of my Rex and it would tank most of the hits while I shoot it. That part's all fine. But this is when things get difficult. I shoot it and it begins to run away. Problem is, I have no way to get it down to the ground. Sure, I could fly up to it and try and get its aggro back onto me, but it will try and run away again. I then tried dismounting my PT and using my glider to try and glide underneath it and shoot it that way. But because of server lag, I missed all of my shots. It definitely wasn't because I'm a bad shot. Everything I tried just wasn't working. And I know when it's a good time to just give up and move on with our lives. I mean, die to an alpha Kano. Instead, we're going to try and tame a different type of bird. This bird doesn't fly, the prime Dodo Rexy. My plan once again was to stay on my Apex Rex so it could tank all the attacks while I shoot this thing. But it's so damn small that I can't actually shoot it. Instead, what I've done is I've kited it to the water and I'm going to attach myself to the side of this mountain. But I just couldn't seem to get my angles right to actually be able to knock this out. So I adjusted my position a little bit and landed in the water where I can't shoot a long neck from. But the Dodo Rexy would stay aggroed onto me and couldn't kill me either. But with the help of my grapple hook, I could escape and get it into a good angle that I could now shoot it. That simple. Little bit of patience and determination. It began running away from me and I was able to shoot it and put it to sleep. I ran into a minor problem. It needs 4 kibble to be able to tame. I only had 1 on me, so I had to run back to base and get some more kibble. The problem was solved rather quickly, and we managed to get ourselves a prime Dodo Rexy. Next step, we needed to go and tame a mate for it. Did the old stick to the side of the mountain strategy, and it started jumping all over the place. I also got chased down by a freaking skeletal raptor. It was kind of funny watching this thing fly all over the place. We'll try to. It's a bird, but it can't fly because it's stupid. But it got itself stuck and we were able to shoot it multiple times. This lady Dodo Rexy seems to love getting stuck. Stepsister, is that you? Next Dodo Rexy obtained. Now to get these 2 lovebirds breeding up and producing a powerful army. Last step of the day, we evolved one of our resource golems into the elite resource golem. Now we can produce our own high tier metal ores. Day 60, we took one of our baby Dodo Rexys out for a spin. And it's safe to say, this thing hits really damn hard. Nothing is safe from now on. We were on a massive murder spree. I think it's safe to say that it was a great decision taming this Dodo Rexy. It's definitely extremely satisfying becoming the apex predator when you play this game. But it's time to get serious. It's time to fight the prime boss. Once it's summoned in, this will be the last time we kind of see it. Because we send in our army and yeah, we don't really see much from now on. Just damage numbers and death.
I wish I knew what was going on, but I'm sure it's... I can't even see where's the prime boss?
We get a quick glimpse when we turn off the HUD.
I think we're gonna beat it. Oh, the Dodo Rexys are going down though. Hold it in there. Come on, baby.
And we managed to defeat it. Day 61 and we're on to the next tier of dinos, the elemental tier. But this tier is quite grindy. There's 3 different elements that we need to gather resources for and tame each elemental dino, which means we need 3 times the amount of blood, 3 times the amount of hide, and tame 3 times the amount of dinos. The 3 elements are frost, electric, and fire. And even the requirements to tame each one of them are different. To be able to tame fire dinos, I need fire trank darts and fire kibble, which we currently have, so we can attempt to tame this fire battle Anki. It doesn't seem like it would typically be a normal good boss fighter, but because it has battle in its name, I figured it might be, and it could be fun to try. It'd really be a shame to be a battle Anki and you can't fight. I'd forgotten a couple little steps on taming these things to be able to get the kibble, starting with needing to fight this skeletal elemental Rex for its bones, obviously. I also hadn't prepared any of the bee honey yet, and yes, all 3 different elements have their own queen bees. And since these guys passively produce resources, I figured it's a smart play to try and get this done as soon as possible, even though I probably should have done this before knocking out that Anki. Yeah, my bad. Speaking of which, we went to go tame the Anki. We finally had kibble for it. Then I returned back to base and started preparing the frost kibble, and then went to go and tame one of these frost Fenrirs. To ensure that we didn't have any problems, I made sure to take out its entire pack. Then I just stayed on the back of our Dodo Rexy to tank all the damage and began shooting. This was definitely a very effective way to knock out this frost Fenrir. Strangely enough, they do love to get stuck inside of things with their rear facing out. It's not the highest level, but we just needed to be able to breed, and hopefully we'll get something better later. Day 62, and I figured it might be a good time to be able to upgrade our armor. We just need to cook up a little bit more prime ingots. But thank you to the magic of editing, we now have a full set of prime armor. It's just flak armor, but blue. I also decided to finally change my hairstyle. Gotta get that fresh drip. I then went out and tamed another Apex Therizino. We seem to lose the ones we get, but now that we need 3 different variations of rare flowers, we're gonna need a lot of rare flowers. And this Therizino made sure that we gathered a ton. Next, I went to go tame a mate for our battle Anki, and even with all the explosions happening in the distance, we managed to tame it. Also found a level 600 Frost Fenrir on the map. And you know we had to tame that. It's going to be the perfect boss fighter. Problem is, it was absolutely annihilating our Dodo Rexy. I had quite a few health potions on us, so I managed to use them just in time before we died. But this Fenrir had 23 million torpor, and ultimately, we died. But that Frost Fenrir, we just have to tame it. The amount of damage output it was doing just proves it's a perfect tame. After a little bit of patience, we managed to get it to the point where it would start running away, which means we had to run around the map trying to trank this thing. But eventually, we made this puppy go to sleep. We also managed to find a high-level male, and we do love them high levels. This one also had crazy melee potential. Once we had tamed this bad boy, we brought this pair back to base and immediately got them mating. I then waited quite a while to see if we can get one of these Fenrir's babies so we can test it out. Whilst waiting, I also edited another video on my second channel, the Pokemon channel. Go check it out. Day 63, I started working on our final element, the electric element. And after killing a couple of these electric battle Dodecaruses, I went out to go and tame one for myself. It's a level 600. We couldn't miss up this good opportunity. Managed to put this young lady to sleep, consensually put some things down her throat, which she seemed to enjoy because she's now my best friend. I guess she's gonna need a boyfriend too. So we went out and did that. We got them breeding. And oh yes, if you did see that industrial forge, we only have that so we can get some charcoal easily. Now I have to sit here and wait until all of our dinos have bred up. Oh, and also we need a bunch of fire blood because there's another thing that we need to be able to fight the elemental boss, which is a special elemental shotgun, because this boss is a little bit of a tricky one and has some weird mechanics to be able to defeat it. I'll show you when we get to it. But the elemental shotgun also requires a ton of the supreme metals. So not only do we have to take out this golem, but we also need to evolve some of the golems back at base and have more of these elite golems producing metals for us. Next step was for us to be able to make a crazy amount of gunpowder for the elemental shotgun ammo that we needed. Day 64, and I went and tamed this Frost Tyrannosaurus. Having the Udi's courage roar could definitely get us through this fight. It helps, doesn't it? It's only a level 400, but we only really need it for its courage roar. It's not going to do much fighting. There was a level 380 female on the map as well, and I figured it might not be a bad idea to be able to tame a breeding pair of these. Could always be good to have pairs. Second one acquired. Day 65, and we have a whole lot of babies laying around the place. I kind of left them all on breeding overnight, and they didn't fit in the soul terminals. Yeah, I had to make another soul terminal just because of that. But with the sheer amount of dinos that we had ready, it was now time for us to be able to set up to be able to fight the next elemental boss. Look, there was a lot of dinos that we had because there was 3 different elemental variants. So, yeah, this took us the entire day. Day 66, and yes, we're still working on preparing for this fight. I'm quite familiar with this mod, so I know that we need to be extra prepared. But don't stress, by the end of the day, we finally summoned in the elemental boss. A large fire started, we could hear lightning, and it started snowing. This was a pretty cool effect, not gonna lie. But then the boss summoned in. And the catch with this one is 3 summoners come in, one of each different type of element. And the only way to kill the summoners is with the elemental shotgun. Now I had all of my dinos try and take care of the normal boss, whilst I tried to take care of the summoners. But this was chaos. You see, the summoners have a shield that goes up, and you can't just shoot them until the shield goes down. Whilst at the same time, I needed my dinos to attack the main boss. And of course, it was so crazy that I kind of missed this part. I died. I returned to the boss fight and jumped on another random Yudi, whistled in another wave of dinos, and started shooting the summoners again. I decided to just focus on one summoner until it was dead and then move on to the next. But that strategy lasted only a minute. If I saw a summoner shield down, I shot it. A bunch of my dinos were dying rapidly, but we needed to remain patient so we could take out these summoners. I just need this fire summoner shield to go down one more time and it's gone. Waiting patiently for the opportunity and it's now dead. Now to move on to the other two summoners. Also, if you haven't worked it out by now, the only way to damage these summoners is with the elemental shotgun. That's why we needed it. One more shot and this summoner's gone. Its shield is down. Now's the time. It's now dead. Now, there is typically a third summoner. I just have no idea where it went. I didn't kill it. I know that for sure. Anyways, it's now time for us to focus all of our energy onto the elemental centipede boss. It has 1 billion health points. I think we're going to be here a while. And without the help of its summoner friends, it doesn't seem to do too much damage to my dinos. So now we just have to sit here and wait. This might take a while. I would use our Yudi's courage roll to try and speed up the process, but man, this is actually taking a while. So long, in fact, I called in some backup. I called in my boy Flurry, who now has a Vampiric Reaper, who seems like he can't hit a single target that's standing still. But when he finally landed a shot, he did do quite a bit of damage. But his Vampiric Reaper does do a ton of tick damage over time. Yeah, all that blood, it's because of him. This certainly sped up the process to be able to defeat this boss. Thankfully, I don't have to put you guys through all the pain of how long this actually took us. And just like that, we had defeated the Elemental Centipede boss. Defeating the Elemental boss means, yes, we can now move on to the final tier of dinos that we can tame. But there's a little bit of work before we can actually tame them. Just like every other tier. We require a whole lot of blood, but not just from the elemental tier creatures, blood from every tier creature that we've already gotten so that we can make this evolution essence. So with all the blood that we need, we went out to the wilds to go and kill some things. Like anything that's going to give us some blood, really. And this skeletal Rex. Anyways, one of the main reasons we needed this evolution's essence was so that we could evolve this elite rock golem into a vampiric rock golem. It makes vampire type metals, which we need to make the vampiric armors. I also wanted to gather some stuff so I can make the nuclear armor as well, which requires us taking down another elite golem so that I could turn this normal resource golem into another elite golem and this elite golem into the nuclear resource golem. Not gonna lie, this one looks pretty damn dope. But also to be able to craft this stuff, we need adamantium, which is why we need other elite golems. But to explain things a little further, we need to have the certain armors of those different variants of creatures because the vampire and the nuclear creature have passive abilities that can affect you, the rider of the dino, which I'll demonstrate right now. You see, as we get a little bit too close to this vampiric thorny dragon, my health starts draining. Oh yeah, you do need the armor because otherwise the ability affects you. Now, fun fact, I actually need to defeat one of these vampiric creatures first before I can even tame one or even get the armor for it. I have a few leftover dinos from the elemental fight, so I'm just sending them in to sacrifice them, I guess, just in time for a server restart. I had a little bit of time to try and fight this thing, but its health points were almost as much as the elemental boss. And because we were running out of time, I even got Flurry to come and try and help me out quickly. We were quickly running out of time, but we were trying our best. But it wasn't enough. No. Oh no. The server restarted, and of course, as we spawned back in, the vampiric thorny dragon was gone. Day 70, and I forgot to tell you guys that I made this earlier. This is the supreme smelter. It's what we use to smelt the high tier ingots, and it's a lot quicker than the previous smelter. So quick, in fact, that we were able to make the vampiric armor. So with our fresh new armor, we went over to the volcanic island to fight this thorny dragon. There were two on this volcano island, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. Good in terms of, well, we're gonna get twice the amount of resources than we're after, or bad because it'll probably wreck me and my army. Maybe a small army of frosty Tyrannosauruses might do the job. For the most part, they were fighting well. The other thorny dragon didn't join the fight. Well, not immediately, that is, because when it finally did join the fight, yeah, things got a little hairy. I dismounted to let out some more of my army and got killed by a prime tridesman scout. It just goes to show that you always have to be on guard. Anyways, even with all the crazy mathematics happening on the screen, we continued to fight all the way on to day 71. The whole scene looked like a massive, bloody, gory horror movie, but we remained persistent and managed to defeat the thorny dragons, which gave us a thorny dragon soul. Now, you might be wondering, how exactly do we tame ourselves one of these vampiric creatures? Well, you kind of don't. You need to evolve another creature. So for the vampiric thorny dragon, we need to go tame a fire Moschops, something like this large oversized one. But it's not quite as simple as just taming it and then feeding it a simple item. You need a whole bunch of items to be able to evolve it, like elemental bones and a bunch of blood, evolution essence, all the stuff. But now we can evolve this Moschops into the vampiric thorny dragon. There was a slight catch though. We couldn't actually ride this just yet. We needed to make the vampiric thorny dragon saddle. I didn't think we had enough resources, but we did. Now, being that this is a thorny dragon, it should have a ranged attack. Its bite attack was kind of underwhelming for what it is. So I think we're going to try and tame ourselves a nuclear variant dino, which means we're going to need some new drip, the nuclear armor. It's just a fancy hazmat suit. And the dino we're going to try and kill is this nuclear ferox. In my last Supreme 100 days, I used one of these and it was extremely OP, but I do know that they have nerfed them quite a bit since then. Anyways, you guys know how this goes. We bite for ages, attack for ages, and the nuclear ferox is eliminated. Now, for us to be able to get a nuclear ferox of our own, we need to tame a frost jerboa, which was surprisingly kind of difficult. First, I had to try and take out this bloodstalker without killing the actual jerboa, and when the jerboa was attacking us, it actually did quite a bit of damage. And with the help of some health potions, we were able to stay in this fight and managed to knock out this blue furball. Jerboa tame check. Day 73, we evolved this jerboa into the nuclear ferox. Even though Bruce earlier in the video was inspired by the Hulk, I think this is the real Hulk. And yes, his damage output is incredible. I don't really know why the thorny dragon was so bad. Now we're up to the next step of progression in this mod. We need to kill the nightmare bosses. All of them. Some of them spawn in the wild, and some of them you can just summon in. I certainly did not want to go into this fight alone, so I brought out some of my pets that were just laying around at base. I mean, we have a boss tier creature with over 1 billion health, and it's a Karcher. This thing does a ton of damage. I was basically using all my other dinos as meat shields at the moment. Problem is, the Karcher really likes meat, and they didn't really help at all. I was left alone to fend for myself. Sometimes I'd have to run away so I could regain my health, but I soon ran back into the fight so I could finish off this boss. In some ways, yes, that was super satisfying. Dead, bro. Dead, bro. But then I remembered there's 6 other nightmare bosses that we need to defeat. But before we move forward, I want to try and get a whole bunch of black pearls. And someone told me that I can get black pearls from these NPCs, the Apex Robotic Scouts. I struggled to get some and went back to the good old strategy of getting them from Tusos. This never seems to fail us, and they're super weak, so we got heaps. Now, if you're wondering what we needed them for, well, for this, so that I could make the tech replicator. Now, why would I need a tech replicator? Well, that's quite simple. It's so I can make the S+ mutator. Now, you see, you can't breed the nuclear ferox or even the thorny dragon. And if I want to get some imprinted stats on them, I could use these mutators to imprint on them, making them a lot stronger. So the very next day, we went to go test out to see how effective this imprinting was, and oh my lord, we are destroying things. Our ferocious nuclear ferox is a powerhouse. With that being said, it's time to fight the next nightmare boss, the Nightmare Allosaurus. And now that we're doing significantly more damage, we had very little trouble defeating this nightmare boss. So we backed it straight up by fighting the nightmare ant, and we squashed it like the little insect it is. I was getting quite confident until we fought the nightmare jellyfish. Now, because the jellyfish stuns us, I can only attack periodically, but it doesn't do enough damage for me to be super concerned. But this fight does drag out for quite a while. Day 76, and yes, we're still fighting this giant jellyfish until we finally defeat it. I used our hatchet to gather some blood, and it got a lot of it.
Where are you going, bro?
Then I turned around, and our ferox was running away. He's like, I'm out of here. All fun and games until we need to fight a big purple wiener, deathworm. This one was a tad easier to fight than the jellyfish. And by a tad, I mean a lot. We had now defeated enough of the nightmare bosses that we could fight the official nightmare boss. It was just another little pesky person NPC thing. Can't see nothing, but I'm sure we're doing some damage. It destroyed my little army of frosty Tyrannosauruses, and honestly was quite a tough fight with 2 billion health points. Made sure to try my best to get a nice cinematic view for you guys. I am here, AronAztek is here, you are going down. See you later, boat. We had now defeated the nightmare boss, which means we had unlocked a certain item that will allow us to tame the most powerful creatures in this game. This item is called the Fallen Orb. So day 77, I started prepping myself to go and tame one of these creatures. There's a few different types of fallen creatures, but the specific one that I really wanted to tame was the Fallen Fenrir, this godlike mammoth of a creature. I started shooting at it with my tranq darts, but it didn't seem to do anything. I couldn't figure it out at the time, but apparently this is not, I didn't know this at this very moment, but this is not how you knock this creature out. You see, when we're fighting the nightmare bosses, we got these narcotic traps, and this is how you knock out one of these fallen godly creatures. Not gonna lie, this is actually a pretty unique method of taming creatures. I like it, but it does certainly make it kind of difficult. You see, you do have to have these traps line up perfectly so that they actually work, and obviously try your best to avoid dying. This is a really unique taming method, but it is kind of janky. If these tripwire traps don't have clear line of sight of each other, it just won't work. I set up a whole bunch of them, and a bunch of them also failed, but we did manage to do 18 million torpor damage.
so far. Then after doing a little bit of mathematics, I realized we were probably going to run out of narcotic traps, and there's only one way that I knew how to get them, was by killing these nightmare bosses. You get a few each time that you kill these guys, and obviously I only summoned in the easy versions. I was definitely not summoning in that jellyfish again. Stocked up with these crazy narcotic traps, I returned to this Fenrir to attempt to knock it out. Of course, it can never be that simple in modded ARK. Managed to get some clean hits on it. It managed to get some clean hits on me. And with only 11 million torpor remaining, I managed to get another clean hit on it, and I died. Whilst I was setting up some more traps for this Fenrir, I made a little mistake and knocked myself out. But as I awoke, I shot the godly Fenrir in the butt. It turned to chase me, and we managed to put it to sleep. We have now successfully tamed our very own fallen godly Fenrir.
Oh, and someone wants to fight already. You want some of this smoke?
No levels into it, we're already doing 2 million damage per hit. I fully leveled it, and we're doing 8 million damage per hit. This thing is an absolute weapon of a creature. And seeing it next to a base like this, I realized it's actually really big, but it can't even jump over this wall. Learn to jump, bro. Anyways, to make it even more OP, of course, I had to imprint it, which truly made it earn its name as a godly Fenrir. But with this immense power, I had to try and finish off this whole entire 100 days challenge, starting by killing some of the late game bosses. The Lady of the Beach, which is basically like a Titan world boss type thing. There's 4 variants of these Titans. There's 4 versions of these bosses that are scattered around the map. This one is the Lady of the Desert. Next, we had to fight the Lord of the Swamp, which was a big-ass toad with a lily pad on his back. And finally, we had to defeat the Lord of the Snow, which is a massive Tyrannus with an iceberg on its back. Now, by defeating all 4 of these bosses, we could then go on to fight the final boss of Supreme. We place all of the tokens from defeating the bosses into the boss summoning terminal, which then summons in Wukong the Destroyer.
Wukong!
I had a few Tyrannuses and a few leftover dinos, so I took them to try and help fight, but they really weren't any help. I mean, they kind of did distract Wukong. That kind of helped, I guess. But really, my godly Fenrir just carried the entire team. And in all fairness, what should have been an epic and most climactic battle, it really wasn't. Our Fenrir is just way too OP.
And we did it! We did it! We defeated the final boss, Wukong!
Anyways, guys, this was my 100 days in Supreme. If you did enjoy this video, please hit that like button and subscribe button. And to all my Patreons, Twitch subscribers, and YouTube members, thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, guys, peace. Primordial Unleashed, a hugely grindy yet deeply content-rich overhaul mod with over 20 plus tiers of creatures to tame and bosses to fight. New and unique ways to progress that haven't been seen in any other mod before. Guys, this journey was a tough one, so we're gonna get straight into it. Welcome to my 100 days in Primordial Unleashed. Welcome, homies and homettes, to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on the newly released map of Alguero, with a mod that I've never once experienced or done any research on. So this is going to be completely new to us. Oh, Yeelings? Oh, you pissed off the Yeelings. And yeah, I died. Death is typically inevitable in overhaul mods. So once again, we start again. But we're actually going to try and start properly this time. Picking up some rocks off the beach, fisting some big, long, thick wood so we can make our basic tools. Once I gained a few levels, I realized that there's some modded tools that we can make. Apparently, these tools will harvest more than the normal tools. I'll take it. They also look pretty cool too. But are they effective against ancient chickens?
Were you gonna fight back?
After whacking this chicken multiple times, I realized that this was not the right idea.
I was hoping I'm making the right decision here.
So because I'm a regular genius, I started trying to fight a gamma dodo. I thought maybe by using spears, I was going to be able to kill it easier, but even after throwing 50 plus spears into it, it just wouldn't go down. So I changed my goals a little bit and crafted up a raft. I was curious since I saw the primordial raft. I wanted to make it. And this way I could go to the place that I wanted to make my forever base location.
Wait, there's a castle here? That's definitely new, right? Oh yeah, this is where I wanted to try and get first.
This castle location was new to this map. It wasn't in ASE. So I placed a bed on this raft to make sure I could respawn here just in case I died. And then I made my way into this castle location. This would definitely make the perfect place for a base. Especially in an unknown mod like this, we just don't know if any dinos can destroy all of our stuff.
Oh shoot, this is cool. Can we build in here?
But before I could lay down some foundations, I'm going to need some resources. And it was on day 2 that we started setting up the foundations of our base. Now I know some people might have questions, how can you build here? Well, I just changed the server settings so we were allowed to build here. You typically can't. And I don't really know what type of base design I'm going for. Obviously, I'm starting with a circle because I always do. They look nice. I then placed in a refining forge and started smelting up some metal that we had gathered. Once I left the castle area, I saw something strange and dangerous.
Is that a goddamn yeeling? That is not what I want to see right now. Not at all.
We managed to sneak right past it and then get onto the bridge, where I figured it's about time that we start a tribe. Yes, I'm doing this early in this playthrough.
Dodo.
After setting up my tribe, I went to go and explore this island to see what these kind of dinos were, and they were surely quite unique. Then I swam my little cheeks over to the mainland and did some further exploring. I saw this dead trike and thought I could go and harvest its skin, but I died. I realized here I really need to set up a personal gravestone so I can get my stuff back whenever I die. It's probably going to happen a lot, and we needed some cementy paste to be able to make it. Luckily, I had some keratin laying around so I could make it. And then I could get all of my stuff back that we had lost. A random Pteranodon was flying above our little castle. I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to try and get ourselves into the skies.
Yeah, land. You're going to be such a bad level, I bet ya. Ooh, what level are you?
20.
You took 2 arrows. It don't make sense, man.
Low-level Pteranodon successfully tamed, placed a saddle on its back, and we could officially hit the skies. Well, kinda. We had to offload some stuff because we were really heavy. Day 3, with our brand new Pteranodon, we went out exploring. But I did have a little goal in mind. I wanted to tame a creature called the Travel Pteranodon. You see, we're currently on a vanilla Pteranodon, which is kinda slow and has low stats. But in this mod, the Travel Pteranodon is specifically designed, well, to travel. The Cerrado came out of nowhere and started ruining our day. Then this happened.
That PT's so dead.
What could I expect? This is modded ARK after all. I made my way over to a place with some metal nodes, so I went and gathered some metal. Then, on the way back to our base, I started diving deep into the ocean. I thought that these big clams were going to be silica pearls, but I was wrong. Then, I also kind of forgot about oxygen.
We're drowning. We're drowning. Yeah, we're okay. Surely. Breathe. No. We did not make it.
Then once I had respawned, I placed the metal that we had gathered into the forge, crafted up a bunch of arrows that I could then turn into these void stone tranks, which is like normal trank arrows, but stronger and a bit easier to make since we don't need narcotics, we just need narco berries, and went to go shoot this void Anki in the head. You see, in this mod, you can collect certain resources, but only with the modded creatures. So it's actually essential that we tame this void Anki. It was right next to our castle, so it kind of made sense that we do this now. I fed it some veggies thinking that would tame it, only to realize I actually need some void kibble, and I don't currently have the means to be able to make any void kibble, so yeah, it had to die. Day 4, we made our way over to the mainland on the hunt for crystal, but instead we ran into a travel Pteranodon, and obviously took this opportunity to tame it. I already had a saddle in my inventory just in case we did run across one, so we could enter the skies quite easily. And now that we had access to the skies, we could also get our hands on some crystal, the resource that we were after this whole time. And with said crystal, we could then go ahead and make nano spyglass. It's a pretty essential mod in all of one of my playthroughs. And the same could be said for our other mod that we've installed, Dino Depot, so we can keep our creatures safe and secure in little Pokeballs. Once we arrived back to base, I went ahead and crafted up this, the Primordial Workbench.
Yeah, we can now make the Primordial Workbench. Oh, look at that.
Very cool indeed. But it's also with this that we can craft up some of the kibbles that we need to tame some of the first level of creatures. Problem is, I also need dinosaur eggs, which I don't currently have. So it's out to hunt down the perfect creature that we can tame so we can produce some eggs, which you think would be a dodo. But unfortunately, a lot of the dodos that we found were all modded variants that we don't have kibble to be able to tame them. We did manage to come across a few of these vanilla PTs though, which I did manage to knock out, but there was this other travel PT trying to fight my PT. It was kind of chaos. But I guess that's ARK for you. All of these damn PTs just started fighting in the skies until I whistled them down, of course, and put them into dino balls. All is good. I also tamed a male version of the PT as well, just so it would make sure that it would actually produce eggs. You see, there's an ARK mechanic that sometimes the female won't lay eggs unless there's a male nearby. And we can make the depot terminal, place both of these PTs in it, and they should passively produce us some eggs over time. Whilst waiting, we went and harvested some more materials, like crystal, and meat and hide from this trike. We need meat to spoil so we can get some more narcotics going. Day 6 and our crafting benches at our base is starting to come along quite nicely, but I want to try and make myself a fabricator, and I need some oil to get some, so we dove into the ocean right next to our castle, and there was oil. But we now have ourselves a fabricator that I could then use to be able to make some electronics. Except I don't have a lot of silica pearls, so we're gonna have to go and get some. And thanks to YouTube, I now know the perfect place to be able to get some. This cave right here. There's currently no dinos that spawn inside here, and right inside this water,
Ooh, there's pearls.
So yes, we cleaned this place out. And with said pearls, we were now able to make the electric generator. We're really moving up in the world. Next step in setting up our base was water. And if there's one thing that I do genuinely enjoy about ASA is the fact that they now have wireless water and we don't have to connect all those freaking tubes and stuff. That sucks. Day 7, I crafted up a dino digitizer. This is like a gun that helps us collect our dinos into our dino balls easier. And I made a void bow with some void trank arrows with the intention of trying to tame one of these void ankies, since we now finally have some void kibble. Now that we have a void anki, I need to make a saddle for it, but before going out to harvest any of the metals, I crafted and placed down this primordial smelter. This is like any other forge, but it does smelt down the modded metals. Now with our void anki, you can hit any rock, any metal node, and you'll collect all the metals that you need. And to be able to smelt down the metals, you need normal metal and then the metal that comes with the mod. You get a ton of other resources as well, like silica pearls, obsidian, sulfur, just stuff you might need. But not only that, the Anki does harvest berries. And because it's a modded Anki, it also harvests veggies, void flowers, void mushrooms, rare flowers, and void seeds. Day 8, I went out to try and tame this void Therizino. Theris are great all-round dinos. And I figured this thing as a harvesting dino for us would be extremely OP. Trying to tame this though turned out to be rather difficult. I would die multiple times. It really did not enjoy getting shot by arrows, but with a little bit of determination and persistence, we were able to make it run away like the stupid tickle chicken that it is. I managed to get it to sleep, but I forgot something important. It requires 2 kibbles. I do not have 2 kibbles.
That was rude.
I didn't have 2 kibbles on me at the time, but because I was yeeted to the afterlife rather quickly, I was able to make some back at base, come back, and tame this big tickle chicken. My expectations for this Therizino is that it's going to be a great harvesting dinosaur. And I was right. Little did I know, if it knocks down wood, you also get meat. The logic doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. And I tested out its strength against this beta Triceratops. The trike did not stand a chance. I also learned that you get saddle blueprints from killing modded dinos. Day 9 was a pretty simple day. I placed down this primordial beer barrel, harvested a bunch of metal with my new pickaxe that we had made, the void version, and started extending our foundation so I could eventually make a farm. In the mod, you had primordial crop plots that you could use to be able to grow some of your crops, like these primordial berries that we need. They also give us 500% greenhouse effect. That's good. Day 10, I went through the primordial workbench to see what other things we needed to make, and I crafted up a whole bunch of modded things that we need, like this primordial cooker, the primordial preserving bin, and the primordial fridge. I have a feeling that the mod maker of this mod really likes purple. Oh, you thought that was all? No. We also made the primordial laboratory. It's basically a modded chem bench.
Oh, that's how we make dust.
After going through all of these new crafting benches, I soon realized that this mod is going to get grindy. Some of the recipes that we need to be able to make just simple kibble require so many resources. So with our void theory, that's exactly what we did. We went out to go gather resources and kill things because it's fun. We want to be dominant. We're now currently trying to kill beta dinos so that we can get beta blood, which is an essential resource to be able to make beta kibble, which is a dino that we need to be able to fight our first boss. We're now really up to the start where we start progressing through this mod, and let me explain exactly how this works. There's 3 main stages of progression in this mod, but within those stages of progression, there is multiple tiers. In stage 1, you have 10 different tiers that you need to go through, starting with beta and finishing on infinity. Now, to progress through each one of those tiers, you do need to defeat a boss, but you also need to tame creatures from those tiers as well. Stage 2 also has 10 different tiers, but in stage 3 things get quite different, but we'll see how that goes if we make it that far. Each different tier has different kibble requirements and different resources that you need to gather. There's even different tiers of metal. There's a whole lot of things that make this mod extremely grindy and extremely complicated. But we're currently working our way into getting ourselves a beta tier dino. And even though it's day 10, this is really just the start of our journey. Day 11, and I'm quickly realizing it's going to be a little while before we get ourselves a beta dino. You see, I need some of these void narcotics, which cost a lot of resources to make. Then I need these void soups, which also cost a lot of resources to make. Void honey, that doesn't cost a lot of resources to make, but it does require a lot of them to make the other stuff. And with that being said, it might be a good idea to upgrade some of our harvesting levels on our Therizino so we can get more resources, which kind of worked, but like not really. We did manage to gather a whole bunch of resources, but as we begin the crafting process, well, that takes a lot of time itself. So whilst we wait, I figured we'd just spend some time expanding our base. Day 12, and we've extended our crop plot farm area, so I figured we'll turn it into a greenhouse. And even though it already has 5% greenhouse effectiveness, I thought that maybe with this, it'll increase the effectiveness even more. And yeah, no, it didn't at all. I mean, I guess it looks kind of cool, I guess. I then went outside and saw a pink banana floating around in the water. Kind of a strange sight, but this was Flurry. Flurry came to join us on the server. I went to try and add him to the alliance. but he was kind of busy at this moment. No idea why he decided to try and take on this Parasaur. It's rather strong, but he did get its health down quite a bit, so I joined in, but he ended up dying. Day 13, our base was getting kind of dark, so I lit it up with some lights. We're still currently working towards making enough stuff for the kibble. And with that being said, it's time to actually work on our base and enclose this in instead of just being some foundations. Time to make this look pretty full, which ended up being kind of tricky. Placing some of these roof pieces was a little bit difficult. I had no plan going into this base design, and as some of you guys might know, I usually have one type of base design, but I wanted to switch things up for this video. Even on day 14, we're still working on this, trying to make this all fit together nicely. But once we had it all put together, we could have a good look at it and check it out. This is kind of what it looks like. We've got our main base area and our little greenhouse next to it, surrounded by the castle walls, so we should be safe. We now had everything we needed to be able to tame a beta dino. Moving forward has taken us quite a while, but we're getting there. To give ourselves the best options of knocking out a beta creature, I made sure to make myself a metal compound bow. And then of course, the modded versions of the metal trank arrows. I also made a primordial net gun, and then I figured before taming any one of these beta creatures, I was going to tame this beta Griffin. The sheer ability that you can shoot off the back of a flying creature makes it extremely OP when you're trying to tame other creatures. The net gun really comes in clutch in these situations too. And just like that, we had secured ourselves a travel Griffin. It's kind of slow, but we'll level it up and it should speed up. Especially after we bully some of the local Pteranodons, we should get some levels. One single point into movement speed and it's gonna be fast. Yes, it has sped up quite a bit. Now to try and find the perfect tame for a boss fight. And one of our options is the Beta Allosaurus, which turns out to be a little bit of a harder tame than I expected. This particular one I managed to get trapped in a net, but it soon got out of that net and ran away, and I ran out of trank arrows before it went to sleep. This time, before I head on out, I make sure I have enough arrows ready. Mistakes were certainly made, but we're gonna rectify that. When we return to this Beta Allosaurus, its torpor was still up, but because it picked a fight with the wrong person, its health was way down. We soon come to realize that this becomes a common issue with these Allosauruses. Since they're so aggressive, they try and pick on weaker creatures that are actually stronger than them, and they die. So I flip up my strategy by trying to find an Allosaurus and kiting away from everything else. Sounds easy, right? It's really not. And it's very rare that you find an Allosaurus by themselves. They're always in a pack of 3 at least. But we do manage to put one to sleep. We just have to sort out all the other dinos that are around that will try and eat it while it sleeps. Or eat me. That'd be worse. This game can be relentless at times, but we persevere through it. Also, we can tame our very first Beta Allosaurus. With one Allosaurus secured, it's time to try and find another one so we can start breeding them. I made my way over to the snow biome where I saw a whole bunch of high tier, boss tier creatures. It kind of seemed like an overspawn at this time, but later on we find out why that there's so many. You kind of need them all here. Day 16, I went to go make some more metal arrows, but I didn't have enough polymer. Now on the Valguero map, you can harvest polymer from dead animals on the beaches. Unfortunately, I think the other people playing on the server currently all wanted polymer, so it was kind of hard to find any. Damn, after telling the old mate to freaking kill the dolphins on the beach, I think he got all of them. Can't fucking find one. They also drop spoiled meat, so that's handy if you're trying to get narcotics too. So I guess it's kind of makes sense for people wanting to get them. There's also dead turtles, but they don't drop polymer. It's not polymer, but I managed to get myself some cementy paste from these beaver dams. Why not, right? Since we got our hands on some cementy paste, I was able to craft some polymer. We did manage to pick up a little bit along the way too, so we could craft up some of these metal arrows. Before this day ended, I made sure to place down this CS Gardener. This way, all of my berries will get gathered passively into her inventory. Day 17, we went to go tame another void Therizino. I think my other one died. I just can't find it in the footage on where, and I don't really remember what happened. Maybe I forgot to record. Either way, we now have another one. They're kind of important in this mod. And then we went back to trying to find a mate for our current Allosaurus. And honestly, without this net gun, I don't know how I would have got this done. There's no real point in making traps because most of these modded creatures can destroy the traps because they're so much stronger, and the net gun just really comes in clutch. And just like that, we now have a breeding pair of Beta Allosauruses. So now we can take over the world. Not really. They're just the beta variant, so we got a long way to go. There's a lot of waiting around in this mod. Like right now, we're waiting for our army to be bred, so we might as well just gather some resources that we could possibly need in the future. Day 18, in preparation of our newborn babies, we put down some air conditioners. You know, we want these babies to live in comfort. I then went ahead and made myself a full set of this void armor. It's basically like the leather tier, but it's the void modded armor. It's supposed to have some textures on it. It's not supposed to look like this currently, but we do fix this later. This is us, a little bit dripped out, but not quite completely. easy. And it'll fix up later. You'll see it. Day 19, and we're using the CS hatchery. It was just a bit easier to store the eggs here. I don't know why the Dino Depot terminal wasn't really working. But anyways, we went ahead and hatched a bunch of these eggs. We already had some eggs hatch earlier, so we had some grown up. Unfortunately, these ones are stupid and not very helpful to our mission, so they had to be sacrificed for the greater good. Don't worry, we would use their bodily remains for our own good. If you think about it, this game is rather sadistic. In this mod, there's other harvesting creatures that you can tame. I wanted to go and try and check out a different harvesting creature to see exactly what they would get. But first, you know I need to take down this Carcanos. They give a lot of chitin and a lot of polymer. Anyways, we're struggling to get our hands on cementing paste, and I figured maybe a void toad would give us more cementing paste by harvesting stuff. Only problem is, this particular one was surrounded by some rather scary high-tier creatures. There was another one nearby on this little bankment, but it was only a level 15, and I wasn't about that right now. I want the high-level good stuff. I thought I'd risk it for the biscuit, dive in and try and tame it, but big old Sarkos were not letting me get it. Once I had respawned, I saw that the textures on my armor had finally come in. This is what it's meant to look like. I switched up my plan and crafted up the Primordial Shrine. It's what we need to use to be able to summon in the bosses. Primordial Shrine is where we summon the bosses. Blood, dust, Allosaurus brain, and an artifact. Sake, bro. And yes, the long grind continues. Yes, I know we saw it in the inventory screen before, but I didn't realize until this very moment. Anyways, we jumped on the back of one of our baby Allosauruses and started attacking some beta creatures so we can get some beta souls, beta blood, and all the things we need for the boss fight, and then discovered it was easier to get beta souls out of the butts of these bugs. Day 20, I crafted up some awesome teleporters. We're gonna need them to be able to get around the map a little easier, especially for some of the things that we plan on doing. I then went to go check on this side of the castle. Our boy Flurry has been building up here. I invited him to be my neighbor. He only just moved in, so it's kind of basic right now, but it's super cool. I then went on the hunt for an artifact and started by going into this ice cave. After doing a little bit of research, I discovered that this cave is supposed to be one of the quickest and easiest caves to get through, assuming we can get past some of the pests that come along with it, like this Palovia. I had to try my best to remain kind of cautious. As we all know, even in vanilla, these caves can be death traps, but then you add modded creatures into here as well, it becomes quite crazy. Thanks to riding our Allosaurus, a lot of the creatures didn't try to attack us, and then we found the room with the artifact, and well, the Diabed didn't care that we were on an Allosaurus. It wanted to fight. I knew I couldn't dismount the Allosaurus until all the things in here were dead. Otherwise, I would dismount, try and get the artifact, and everything would charge at me and kill me. We were kind of lucky in this instance since all the creatures in here were basically just vanilla. There was one Gamma Direwolf, but we managed to get rid of it. And to make sure that we could come back here at any point, I made this awesome teleporter to try and place down in here, but I didn't have cave building turned on. So we just yoinked the artifact and made our way out. On my way back to base, I saw this boss type Megatherium in a fight. After it had died, I knew I could get some free goods, thanks to this Ragnarok Cerato. I scanned the bags with my spyglass to see exactly what was inside these stuff before going down and risking my life for them. I had to remove the fog because it was kind of hard to see, but once I did, I could land and grab everything. The Cerato didn't want to fight me, so we were kind of safe, I guess. Anyways, our next goal was to try and kill some Allosauruses for their brains. Our Griffin's rather strong, so it was able to do most of the work. But finding enough Allosauruses on this map was kind of proving to be difficult. So whilst we wait for them to respawn, we went to go look for a place for a boss fighting arena. I placed the awesome teleporter down right here because I figured this would probably be a great spot. The simple fact that no other creatures spawn up here means we shouldn't run into any other problems whilst we're trying to fight a boss. We're not quite ready for a boss fight just yet, but we're just getting these guys out so they can heal up and get their imprint levels and level them up, all those kind of things. Day 21 starts off with us getting some cementing paste and dying to rabid beavers. Then going out to steal some souls out of the butts of bugs. Got it. You think this would be easy, right? No. Did not get that. Oh, there's a raptor. After collecting a whole bunch of souls and turning it into dust, we then went to go check the Primordial Shrine to see what else we needed to be able to summon in our first beta boss. And we finally have everything that we possibly need. Now we got the long process of setting up this boss fight. It's not as simple as just setting out all of these dinos ready to fight. We do need to level them up as well, and there's a lot of them. Like, here's a small snapshot of all of our dinos ready for this boss fight. Will we win this fight? Let's find out. We were finally prepared for this boss fight on the very next morning of the next day. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wait, do I need to be in that? Don't we get teleported somewhere? The boss summoned in, so I sent in my entire army, and it has a lot of health. All of my Allosauruses were dropping like flies. This was not looking good at all. What in the fuck?
Bro, how are you supposed to be that?
I was so confident that we were ready to fight a boss. This was extremely disappointing. I had some other unleveled dinos in my pocket, so I threw them out to try and fight as well to see exactly what would happen. And the amount of damage the boss was doing compared to the amount of health my allos had, they were dying in less bites it takes me to eat a Zinger burger from KFC. After realizing fighting these bosses is going to be quite difficult, I came up with another plan. There are some higher tier dinos on this map that have babies around, and if I magically manage to kill the parent, I can then claim the baby as my own. Now, although it's a good plan, the parents are actually really strong. This will be actually quite hard to do. Back at base, I had someone coming for a visit. This was Jimbot. He wanted to show me his new mammoth. Of course, I invited him to our alliance, but he also gave me a really good idea. Stage 2 dinos in this mod, when they die, they have a chance of dropping an egg. Ideally, that's not the plan that we want to do, but if we have to, that might work. First, I wanted to try out a different type of tame. Something that I knew I could tame, but it was different because its name was Winnie the Pooh. I figured some of these special named dinos might have some special abilities or something, or might give us an advantage, I don't know. But this just requires some normal taming methods like vanilla, so I figured maybe it would have a shot at killing the bosses. Realizing that some of these boss fights are going to be quite difficult, I had to add another mod to this mod pack. It was called the Upgrade Bench. So I upgraded our metal compound bow. And with our upgraded metal compound bow, we went to go and tame another one of these void toads. A lot of scary noises were happening in this vicinity, but we were ready to risk it for the biscuit. Yeah, buddy. Now the true test is, does this get us more resources and cementing paste like we think it will? Guess there's only really one way to find out. Tried testing this out on weaker beings like little fish. Now, although it's great that you do get cementing paste from killing things, it's also kind of hard to kill things. The void toad isn't extremely strong, and you don't quite get a lot of cementing paste. Either way, our experiment was successful, and it does give us something that we did think it would. But for now, we just have to go and collect some more souls from butts. I had also found out that these particular boss tier dinos can also drop tributes like the Allosaurus brains that we need to be able to summon in the next boss. Luckily, I had a whole bunch of allos that were ready and rearing to fight, but sometimes we threw them into a fight that they could not win. You may have noticed something a little bit different about some of the creatures that we're trying to tame. Yes, this one is a level 300. We had to increase the max level because I didn't know in this mod it's intended to have a max level of 300. That's kind of why we got our ass whooped by the boss. So with that being said, we need to get our hands on a strong breeding pair of beta allos once again. But once again, we run into similar problems like last time. The Allosauruses keep trying to fight dinos that they can't win against. I don't really know what I was thinking in this situation, but I decided to net this one, and that Blaze Parasol turned around and killed it. Thankfully, there was currently a fair few of these beta Allosauruses on the map, and mostly all of them were at a decent level. Like this level 270, which we successfully managed to tame. Day 25, and once again we have to gather all of the tributes to be able to summon in the beta boss, which include getting artifacts once again. This trip into the snow cave was nowhere near as easy as it was last time, especially when my allo dies to 4 damage. Hopefully my Winnie the Pooh won't cause too much aggro from some of these creatures. Guess the Palovi is not too happy about us being here. Can we charge on all the way through into the artifact room? That seems like a big fat no. And just like that, our little trip into the artifact cave went just as well as I expected. Now in this mod, there is another way to get your hands on artifacts, but I think we're a little bit too early in the playthrough to be able to get them kind of easily. But if you know me, we're gonna try anyway. We have to kill this guardian of the artifacts, and he should drop some artifacts. Big stupid monkey attacked by big green lizards. It isn't really going to plan. Mind you, these are some of my weaker allos, and we've increased the level cap on the map, so this could go bad. So instead of trying to get it from the Guardian, we try another method. A different cave. That's all I can kind of think of. Now in this artifact cave, you need to swim underwater. We just gotta hope our very best that there's no modded creatures down here in the water that can take us out in one fell swoop. Something like an ethereal Dinosuchus. Yeah, that would murder us quickly, but we do have grapple hooks, so we can get away. Now we just have to find a way to get the actual artifact without getting killed by all of these arthros and spiders and stuff. Yes, my only solution right now is to pull the old Mission Impossible scene and try and scoop in from the ceiling down to the artifact and get it.
Have it. Got it. I got it. That's all that matters.
Day 26 and beta boss fight round 2. This time we have a couple saddles for some of our allos. We leveled them all up, and we have some Winnie the Poohs to back us up as well. Surely we're gonna win this one, right?
All right, here comes the big boss fight.
And once again, we were just not quite strong enough to defeat this boss. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. I once again got out a bunch of my pocket allos and thought we could chip away at its health this way. But even though we were doing damage, every time it ate one of our allos, it would heal up. And it heals itself over time as well. This was a losing battle.
Bro, they're getting massacred. They're getting massacred. And the dude's healing more. Bro, every time he kills something, he heals.
So with that being said, I definitely had to switch up my strategy and try and get my hands on a Sigma dino. My army of aloes were able to get this stag stuck in the wall and were having a much more successful time than when they were fighting the boss. But as expected, once we defeated this stag, it dropped an egg. Yes, and dropped an egg. Yoink. Day 27, I named one of these beta aloes Jeremy. No idea why I chose Jeremy, it just came to me at the time. Either way, Jeremy's going to be our main guy since he's our highest level and he's quite leveled already. And he actually does quite a bit of damage, doing 2k per hit. Day 28 on the island right next to our castle was a Sigma Triceratops. And it was a low enough level that I was confident that I should be able to beat it, but a high enough level that I'm pretty sure to help us out in boss fights. I had made some health potions for our Allosaurus to keep ourselves alive, and in this fight, it just took me a long while to get this thing down. Considering it had 2 million health, and we were only doing 1900 damage per hit, I'm not good at mathematics, but that took us a long time. But when we did finally manage to kill it, there was no egg, not at all. Psych, it was just hidden. There's the egg. Fast forward to the end of the day, we went and hatched this trike egg, and we got extremely lucky. Yes, we got twins. Now they are both female, so we can't breed them together, unless we add another mod, which we already had added. It's the Crazy Potions mod, but if you're familiar with this, there's some parts of this mod that are really OP, but I have disabled them, like the instant knockout spear, and some of the potions that just instantly heal you up. But the potion that we're after right now is Bluehead people's favorite potion, the gender change potion. So with that being said, we placed down the Crazy Potions crafting bench thing, began crafting up some healing potions, and the gender change potion. One of my trikes is fully grown and is an adult now, so it can decide for itself which gender it wants to be. Obviously, it decided for itself to be a male. So we just transgendered this trike into a male, and now we have a breeding pair. Some might say this is weird, but it's 2025. We have 2 female twins, 1 transitioned, and now they fell in love and are making babies. Day 29, to get ahead of the future, I want to get my hands on a giant queen bee. We need to start producing some honey. But doing this without a ghillie suit turns out to be quite difficult. Its little bee minions were not happy with me coming near it. We will attempt this properly another time. But for now, we're heading back to the artifact cave where I'm going to sit down an awesome teleporter. Try our best to make our lives a little bit easier when we need to try and collect some artifacts. Which is easier said than done when there's big scary creatures that want to kill me. Damn it. But hey, we can just go back again because we have a teleporter right there. This time around, I tried to kite these big insectoids away from the artifact. That didn't work very well at all. So I tried to just go full Mission Impossible once again. And even with all those spiders down there, this managed to work. Stupid spiders. But then I came up with another idea to try and help us out in the future when we need to get artifacts. I'm going to need some foundations to do this though. This was pretty much a suicide mission, but what I would do is come back to this artifact location, and since I have building and caves turned on, I would place down a bunch of foundations all around this little island here and block the spawns, so that whenever I needed to return, there shouldn't be any bugs here. I hope. After picking up that last artifact, we can now set up for another boss fight. This time I have my Sigma trikes with me, so I'm quite confident we should defeat this boss. I hope. That is, if we could set up these Sigma trikes quickly. You see, stage 2 dinos need to have a certain item in their inventory or else their health just drops. And we're currently not a high enough tier to gather the resources we need to be able to make that item. So once we got a few of these Sigma trikes out, we jumped on the back of our Allosaurus and summoned in this boss. Okay. I sent in my entire army and they handled business. Our trikes are doing a ton of damage, but it didn't seem too overpowered, which was nice. Too easy. Too goddamn easy. We had now defeated the beta boss, moving up to the next tier, Gamma. We had now progressed to the Gamma tier, so I wanted to see exactly what type of Gamma dinos I could tame. Using the Creature Finder Deluxe mod, I could kind of go through the list and see what was out there. The options aren't great, but also we don't have the right resources to be able to make any Gamma kibble right now. So I jumped on the back of Jeremy and took on one of these drop guardians. And this monkey carrying a skeleton on its back was quite tough. I was more so curious to see if we could actually defeat this thing. I don't think we could. Psych, I'm not about to give up that easy. We managed to kill it, but surprisingly, it doesn't give us a lot of drops. Like, it gives us a lot of single drops, but you need multiple to summon in the bosses, so that means we're gonna have to grind the heck out of these guardians. Day 32, I came to find this Gamma Mammoth to knock it out. It's a pretty decent level and I wanted to put it to sleep. Only problem is, at this very moment in time, I didn't realize I did not have enough kibble to be able to tame it. Once it was down and asleep, I realized it required 4 kibbles to be tamed, and your boy is kibble broke. So I set some stews to start cooking up, picked some souls from our beta soul bug, and stared at our travel griffin's butt for a while whilst we waited for the stews to cook. I changed the angle for a little bit too, and we just waited. There's a lot of standing still and waiting around for things to happen in this mod. Day 33, and I figured we might as well try and keep ourselves busy and productive by gathering some stuff with our Theri. I had also been told by someone in the server that if you tame one of these Ankies called the Magi, these things are crazy, amazing metal gatherers. All you need to do is place a saddle on them, sit on their back, and then spam C. And that, my people, is how you gather metal, stone, and flint with
How high
ease.
can we go? Oh, we ran out.
This Anki is an absolute weapon of a harvester. Anyways, moving on, we now had enough kibble to tame this Gamma Mammoth. Took us a little while, but we did get there. It has pretty decent stats and should make a great breeding partner. Thankfully, there was a female nearby. I'm pretty sure this was its original girlfriend. It might be cheating on him with this other mammoth, but it's okay. We would drug her, put her in a soul ball, and bring her back home. Consensually, of course. Day 34, and we return back to this female Gamma Mammoth with some kibble. We set these big Bertha Mammoths to breeding and wait for them to pop out some babies. Like we literally just sat here and watched them make love. Is this creepy, or is it for science purposes? I don't know. Whilst I was minding my own business at base, I could hear some weird noises around the area. So I went to go investigate and saw this big gorilla in a massive fight against this parasol. This thing was scarily close to my base. I really hope that these castle walls will keep it out. Later in the day, I made up some ghillie armor. Because yes, I do want to get myself a giant queen bee. Day 35, and we're ready and rearing to get ourselves a giant queen bee. Hopefully the ghillie suit helps. Our first target right here, and we managed to nab it. Found a second target and secured the honey bag right away. Now to turn these queens into beehives, place them down and fill them with rare flowers so they start producing honey. We don't need honey right now, but we're going to need quite a little bit later. And it's good to just get prepared early. Next, I wanted to test out the strength of our Gamma Mammoth. This was one of the babies that was born, so it has some imprint bonuses as well. Not surprisingly, it's pretty damn strong. And we managed to waste a few of these creatures that were just out here. But this is also when I learned that when you kill certain creatures, other higher tier creatures can spawn on their death. Now that we have this mammoth, it's time to start getting all of our tributes together so we can start progressing through the tiers. We need to fight another boss. Day 36, and I had tamed myself a Gamma Soul Bug. I made sure to hook these bugs up to the hitching post so they don't fly away. For some reason, every time I grabbed souls out of them, they would try and fly away. I then returned to the artifact cave, and it seemed like my strategy had worked. Because there's foundations down, there were no bugs. But now that we need to fight the Gamma boss, we need more artifacts, and just getting one at a time isn't really going to cut it. We're going to have to take down these artifact guardians. Even though we're kind of weak at the level that we're at, these guardians are kind of the only way that we can get them easier than trying to get through the caves. Our Sigma Trikes also help a lot. Day 37, I spent most of the day with my Sigma Trike running around killing some of these guardians. And whilst I was running around the aberration zone, I found myself stuck in the mesh. How I got here, I don't know. How I managed to get myself out? Well, we have the awesome teleporter mod. So that's how we did it. Day 33, and we were ready and prepared to fight the Gamma boss. I had a whole bunch of these Gamma Mammoths ready to fight, as well as one Sigma Trike. I only brought the Sigma Trike just as a little bit of backup just in case. I don't want to bring a whole army of them because I kind of want to keep it amongst the same tier that it needs to be, if that makes sense. But I also don't want to lose any fights, because if you lose a fight, you have to start all the way back at the beginning and beat all the bosses from the beginning and work your way back up again. Because you need one single resource from each boss to be able to progress to the next one. Which means if you lose, you don't have that resource, which is this boss heart. Boss summoned in, we sent in our little army. They all surrounded the Gamma boss and started attacking. I came in to try and do my little bit as well. It didn't take very long for my Gamma Mammoths to die, but my Sigma Trike was still in there fighting. And it was doing most of the work. We had just defeated the Gamma boss. And moved on to the next tier called Elementium. It's all blue and pretty cool. But this tier, we kind of need to start all over again with resources. We're moving up from Void Dinos and moving into the Elementium Dinos, which means we need to tame an Elementium Anklo and an Elementium Therizino. Every 2-3 tiers or so, you have to get new resources, which means you need to tame all of these creatures all over again. Obviously, they're a lot more stronger, and they do harvest different resources. This Therizino was proven to be quite difficult to knock out since it had one of its friends backing it up. Its friend was very loyal though. Even when it ran away like a little bitch, its friend came in to try and kill me. In the end, I decided I just had to get rid of its friend. It was weak and stupid, but the Therizino that we were after fell asleep on the side of a mountain. Doesn't look very comfortable, but hey, each to their own. Now to give you an example on why we need another Therizino, you see we just now harvested Elementium flowers and Elementium mushrooms, as well as void flowers and mushrooms. One other thing that comes with moving up the tiers and getting new resources is the fact that you need berries. Our void berries have basically become obsolete now. And now we need to plant these Elementium berries and wait for them to grow before we can tame any elemental creatures, which is the next tier of creatures that we need to tame. So in that time of waiting, we went out to go and tame an Elementium Anklo, which, if it wasn't obvious, harvests Elementium elementium ores as well as void ores. They always harvest the tiers down as well. The biggest issue I found with this mod is when you harvest the berries, you find yourself just waiting for berries to grow, which is why we're just staring at this fridge this entire time, going AFK. There's really not much else we can do. Day 40 wasn't exactly an exciting day. We were just doing a lot of crafting and getting ourselves prepared to be able to tame the next tier of creature. One thing that I did miss is that I need a gamma egg layer. Because I had tamed gamma mammoths and they're mammals, they don't lay eggs, and I need eggs to be able to make the next tier of kibble. Thankfully, these gamma dodos should do the trick. Without eggs, we can't progress to the next level. Day 41, whilst waiting for some berries to grow, I started making some aesthetically pleasing changes to my base. Except, I wasn't really feeling this. It looked kind of basic to me, but I have the fire and ice mod installed, so I turned our little castle into an ice castle. Well, part of it. We had to go do something else right now. Something a little bit more important than coloring in our base. We managed to get our hands on one single elemental kibble, so we could tame this elemental soul bug. So now we'll have unlimited souls at home, and I could get back to coloring in our base. And there's nothing more satisfying than completely coloring in this place. Day 42, we were finally able to make a bunch more of these elemental kibbles. So of course, we had to tame ourselves an elemental creature, like this blaze trike. It had quite a bit of torpor, so even though we net gunned it, it got out of the net because the timer ran out, and nervously, I tried netting it again to see if it'll work, and surprisingly, it worked. And then we could successfully knock it out, feed it some kibbles, and tame it. Moving on, we had to find a mate for it, of course. This one managed to get out of the net as well, but instead of killing us, it ran away. I didn't have to waste another net on it, but then it ran straight into a path of a raptor. This was a bad idea, but I decided to feed it the kibble anyway and try and tame it up, which worked. But then I died. I made my way back to where we had died and where the trike still was with my dino digitizer in hand, tried to put this trike into one of the dino balls and was unsuccessful. Then I tried to get into the fight to try and get rid of these pests, but unfortunately our trike died. Slight failure, but we managed to get one blaze trike, so I guess that's kind of a win. With the berries being a little bit of a bottleneck in our progression, I had to place down more of these crop plots. Because we're at the Elementium tier, there's actually better Elementium crop plots. They have an increased greenhouse effect on them. I also went ahead and made myself an industrial grill because we're finally at a high enough level that we can craft it. One of the base ingredients that we need is focal chili, and focal chili always requires cooked meat. Day 43, and to help us out in our adventures, we went and grabbed ourselves an Achatina from the redwoods. Tried to drop it into base, but I kind of missed and dropped it outside the base. It's okay though, because we can just knock it out from here. I made sure to get myself another one of these Achatinas and make sure I actually get it inside our castle walls. Now the fun thing about Achatinas, they don't have a gender, but you can still breed them. It doesn't matter what they are. So we're going to breed a bunch of these, put them into our dino storage so we can get passive cementing paste. Day 44, and one of the guys on my server gave me some top advice. Apparently in this fallen log, if you harvest these pink looking bushes here with a sickle, you get organic polymer. Shout out to Jimbot for this tip. It actually came in handy. People come in with the clutch, like tips and tricks. This is so good. I mean, you could harvest it by hand and get stuff, but look at how much we're getting with a sickle. It's actually crazy. So I made a little bit of a mistake. As you can see, I'm currently AFK, and this was the problem. But let me explain this in game. So we have a little bit of a problem. I went AFK waiting for berries to freaking farm, and I died. Right here. Right here is my death. And I died for so long that my stuff despawned, which I'm pretty sure includes my freaking Griffin. That's bad. For the most part, it's okay. We lost a lot of our tools that we can replace quite easily, and we get a fresh new set of armor. But we did lose our Griffin. That was a bit of a pain in the butt. So we have to go out and tame another one, which is okay. This wasn't too much of a trouble. Day 45, we just stood by the primordial cooker and waited for things to craft up. I was then just minding my own business at base, and then I saw this.
What the fuck?
It looked like Flurry was on a mission, and this whole bit was quite hilarious. He tried to take on this cargo Bronto, and it destroyed his entire wagon. He returned back to base with just the wagon and no boxes. Then he came out with some chairs on the back of the wagon, so you know, for the lols, I had to jump on. Let me on, let me on. Then, for some stupid reason, he tried to take on the cargo Bronto once again. Oh, great. I'm so dead. At the end of the day, this moment was pretty fun. And that's what it's all about, right? And guys, if you want to join any one of my playthroughs, all you need to do is just join my Patreon, become a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, then join the Discord with the link in the description. Day 46, we went to go and tame this blaze trike, but it died. And there was none other of a high enough level that's worthy, so we switched over to the thunder trike. There's a few different types of elemental creatures that you can tame. There's like blaze, thunder, there's like an ice one. I just forget. We got the thunder one though. Of course, I had to tame a mate for it, just as you're supposed to do, and began the breeding process. Next, I went to the redwoods and set up a little sap farm, just trying to get prepared for some veggie cakes that we're going to need later. Once I returned back to base, I realized that my thunder trikes weren't actually producing any eggs. I think this was some sort of bug. It would do the animation as if it was laying eggs, but no egg would appear. It didn't even get picked up by my hatchery. Thankfully, some blaze trikes had respawned in, so we're just going to try and tame one of these instead. Managed to secure a breeding pair, and this time, an egg actually came out of its butt. Day 47, and we had some blaze trikes grow up and then die. What a sad life. It's okay, their bodies will live on in the form of a saddle, which will help us ride into battle collecting some tributes from these guardians. Fighting the next boss requires a whole lot more tributes than we needed for previous boss fights. This is going to be a grind. Shiny artifact check. Secured. Reaching up the butt of oversized bugs check. Secured. Day 58, we're still preparing for this boss fight. We're at the part where the stuff gets really grindy. I had to change some of the settings on the server just to try and balance some things out. I couldn't really figure out why the bosses were so damn hard. So yes, my trikes do have extra levels than the max level of 88. But I don't want to sit here and try and mutate dinos for days on end. Thankfully, we are a lot stronger now, so we can just hunt down guardians and we don't have to get artifacts from the caves. But on day 49, it was time to set up for this boss fight. This time round, I didn't really want to have to rely on my Sigma trikes. They're a little bit too OP. I'll keep them in the backup as a secret weapon. We now have all the requirements to summon in this boss, so it's time to play. Then we summoned in the primordial elemental boss. It was just a Morellatops, it's not that threatening. We also had a whole bunch of our lower tier creatures here, so I figured I'd just throw them out to help out anyway. They have no other purposes really. Blaze trikes went in, gamma mammoths, beta allosauruses. It was a big ass party. Numbers flying everywhere. You'd think I was in an advanced maths class. Oops, I accidentally died. This time I just waited patiently in the skies and watched all the chaos happen. Then we got notified at the top of the screen that the boss was dead, and we had unlocked a whole bunch of engrams. We had now reached the apex tier. Now since we're so far into this 100 days already, I'm not going to hesitate. I need to get stuck into it so we can get some apex creatures now. We're barely halfway through stage 1, and there's 3 complete stages that we need to get through to complete this mod. I'm starting to doubt whether we'll get there in the end. In other news, I realized that the best place to gather berries and stuff safely and peacefully was at the boss fighting arena, since nothing spawns here. It was nice, cozy, and peaceful, but it didn't last long. We had to get ourselves an apex creature. I figured this time we'll try and get ourselves one of these apex woolly rhinos. Change it up a little bit. Different types of creatures for each one of the boss fights makes this a little bit more fun. 1 apex woolly rhino acquired. Now to go and find ourselves a sexy stud. We seem to get pretty lucky considering we're in the snow biome, and tame both of these with ease. Oh, and I also picked up an apex soul bug along the way. Checking all the requirements for the apex boss made me feel a little bit of dread. That's a lot of tributes that we're gonna need. So to start off day 51, I went to go tame this apex stegosaurus. Now you might be wondering exactly why do I need this creature since we already have the rhinos? Well, I need an egg layer obviously for future uses. And I guess I might as well breed them up so we can have more dinos in our boss fights. Day 52 and we're just farming tributes. Like you've seen before, we do need a heckin' lot of them. Day 53, still farming tributes, this time on our blaze trike. Oh, and I also went to go get a male stego as well because our female one wasn't producing eggs. I guess we definitely need a breeding pair. Day 54 and the grind is still going. We need lots of tributes. But then to switch things up a little bit, some of the guys on the server were kind of fighting a big ass gorilla. Yes, they sent out a whole army of blaze trikes to try and fight this gorilla. I myself, of course, wanted to get in on the fight myself. I thought this would be kind of fun. But I soon found out that you can actually die off the back of your mount to this gorilla. This was super chaotic and kind of morbid with all of these blaze strikes just dead here. I tried to get back in on the action and died immediately. This was surely quite fun, but I met up with Flurry and we just stood back and watched. This was like King Kong versus gorilla type things right now. Quite fun, but we were no help. Day 55, I went to go and tame this Isaiah. It's just a mini Spino and it's part of the apex tier, so I figured it might be something special about it since it's a named dino. I don't know. I was just curious and figured it would be a fun tame. I also wanted something that can go underwater since Basilo Blubber has kind of been one of the tributes that we've struggling to get our hands on, but there weren't too many Basilos on this map at all. This made getting some of these tributes quite difficult. Day 56, I figured I'd just start preparing for the boss fight. We're not actually going to fight the boss today. We're just putting levels into all of our dinos and making sure that they're healed up as much as possible, because it was day 57 that we summoned in the boss, and it was a large Therizino with a top hat. Yes, I did bring a bunch of my blaze trikes just because I had a lot of them, but there is a lot of the apex rhinos in the fight too. We just take everything that we have, but we soon find out that maybe we didn't bring out enough.
Still in your charge phase.
So in a desperate attempt to stop this boss from healing up, we got some more dinos out and sent them in. This strategy was somewhat working, although just taking us a little bit of time to get through. But then I made the mistake of letting my Griffin get out, and it went into the fight, and it basically died straight away. Oh, and when everything finally died, it charged at me and murdered me. It was now time to whip out my secret weapons. Yes, the Sigma Trikes. And these trikes made light work of this boss. Within a matter of moments, this boss was defeated, and we had moved on to the mystical tier. Lovely pink color-coded tier. I'll take it. Now, of course, I didn't want to waste any time, and we had to go and tame ourselves with this Mithril Anki. Yes, this is the beginning of the Mystic tier, and one of the resource harvesting dinos that we have to tame. Once tamed, I put it straight to work gathering some of this white ores, the Mithril ore. We made sure to stock up on a lot of it. And then on day 58, we went and tamed the pink tickle chicken, the Mithril Therizino. Then once again, got to harvesting so we could gather up the seeds and berries and rare flowers, all the things we needed. Then once back at base, I removed all of these crop plots right here and replaced them with the Mithril crop plots that have a much higher greenhouse effectiveness so that we could get these berries growing. I then went AFK for a while and then only just noticed that whilst I was AFK, Flurry was just moving around like crazy. Day 59, we're just creating as many of these different items that we can whilst we wait for the berries to grow. Might as well harvest some more things too, I guess. Can't hurt to farm. We do go through a lot of resources to need a lot of it. Day 60, we increased the delicate harvesting levels of our Therizino, which made this thing harvest an insane amount of resources. We should be fine on a lot of this stuff for quite a while. To help speed things up a little bit, we created some more of these primordial cooking benches, and I had a feeling we're going to need some jerky later on, so I created some more of these primordial preserving bins too. Day 61, I brought Flurry over to our secret polymer farm just to show him the ropes, then went zooming around on our Magi. This thing's just way too much fun. Day 62, and we could finally make a mystic kibble, just enough to be able to tame this soul bug. I knew that I was going to need myself some mystic hide and some mystic blood, so I went out and hunted down some creatures that I knew I could kill. Something like these weak mystic woolly rhinos. They suck. They're dead. During this whole time in preparation, I need to find something that I'm going to tame to be able to fight some bosses. But I also want to make these mithril metal trank arrows as well. They do a ton of torpor damage. It's time to upgrade. So we've been cooking up a bunch of these mithril ingots, enough that I could actually start making a bunch of these arrows. Like a lot of them. We should be set for a while. And to give us that extra edge, we upgraded our primordial compound bow as well. Now I discovered in the mystic tier, you could tame Rexes. So of course we had to tame them as they're one of the best boss fighters you can find. And thanks to the primordial net gun, we can actually trap this. Yeah, you typically couldn't do this with a normal net gun. It can only be the modded one. And just like that, we have now tamed the Mystic Rex. Obviously, I have to tame its mate. This one's a pretty crappy level, but on this kind of mod, beggars can't be choosers, and through some creative breeding, we'll make it work. Look at these two lovebirds making us a massive army so we can fight bosses. Later on in the day, one of the homies came to show off his Polar Trike. This thing's amazing. Day 64, we tested out the strength of one of our Rexes by fighting some of these Guardians. 10k damage per hit. It's pretty good. Proof that the Rex was the best choice for this situation. Day 65, we farmed some more tributes. Yes, we do this a lot. I'm sorry that I have to keep repeating this, but it's a grind. If there's one thing that I didn't really enjoy about this mod is the repetitive grind. And it just gets worse and worse and worse the higher the tier you go. Each tier is the same old thing, just a little bit more damage. But I'm dedicated to get through this playthrough, so we push through. And the best way to push through is to fight another boss. Our Mystic Rexes have been going ham breeding, so we do have quite a healthy army. I made sure to come a little bit more prepared this time with a lot of Mystic Rexes. All of them quite well leveled. Well, not all of them completely leveled, but most of them. And the boss was a Pteranodon. Once my army went in, they all started dying quite rapidly. I thought I was well prepared for this fight. I guess not. So I summoned an army of my Blaze Trikes that I had in my pocket and sent them into fight as well. Once they died, I had to send out the army of Mystic Rexes. We were chipping away at its health and this was working. So I just kept sending them out. Consistency is the key in this kind of mod. Oh, and overbreeding. That works too. That's why we just won. Yeah, you blink and you miss it. We have now moved on to the Phantom tier. And funnily enough, the name of the boss is Anus. Day 67, working towards the Phantom tier. I need to kill some Phantom dinos for their blood. See you later, Phantom Carno. I tried not to fight the high level Phantoms because I was worried I might lose. But we were able to stock up on all the resources we needed. So on day 68, we were able to tame a Phantom Carno of our own. 1 Phantom Carno and 2 Phantom Carnos. Breed these purplish translucent dinos together and farm tributes while we wait for them to breed. It's a repetitive process. I'm pretty sure you guys know how this goes now. Day funny number, we just picked souls out of this soul bug's butt, prepared an army for war. Day 70, and since we're on the Phantom tier, I saw that there was a different type of boss we could fight. It was this one, the Primordial Nabazi, and apparently if you kill it, you can then get a tameable version of it. So with a few of our Phantom Carnos and a bunch of our Mystic Rexes, we summoned it in to fight. And this fight was much easier than the Mystic boss fight, but once it died, Nothing happened. I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what happened. I thought maybe, I have no idea what happened. So I guess we just have to move on, progressing through the tiers. Fighting that boss felt like kind of a waste. Maybe let me know in the comments below if I missed something. I don't know. Day 71, we took one of our Phantom Carnos out for a spin. And it's not fully leveled like our Mystic Rexes, so it's kind of not strong. Our Rexes just absolutely dominate. Then came over to the boss fighting arena to see someone fighting bosses. So I figured I'd just help out. It's fun to get in and amongst the community and, you know, helping people progress. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all the particulars because you guys already know exactly what we have to do for the next 4 days. It just consisted of us grinding up tributes, going AFK for berries to grow, and killing artifact bosses. That's it, day 76, and we now have enough tributes and artifacts and everything we need to be able to summon in the next boss. Like, look at all this stuff that we needed to be able to fight this boss. It's absolutely crazy. And this boss, being the Phantom boss, was a Thylacoleo. It was kind of small and I couldn't get the right angle to be able to whistle all my dinos into fight, but it started the fight for us. I couldn't really see much other than its health bar, and it was going down, so I suppose that's all that really matters. Some of my Rexes were going down also, but my Phantom Carnos were holding in tight, and then just silence. Which I assume means we won. And I was correct. We have now unlocked a new tier, the Unobtainium tier, which is only just the resource tier. We're actually on the neon tier of creatures and boss fights and stuff. And by resource tier, I mean we have to go and tame another one of these Theris, the Unobtainium Therizino. Then use it to harvest some seeds that we once again bring back to base and plant into our crop plots. We can't use the Unobtainium crop plots just yet because I need Unobtainium metal, which I don't have. Now we stare at the ground for ages waiting for berries to grow. Sometimes I even like to change my view. The sky's sometimes interesting to look at, or even the wet ground. But eventually we have to get off of our butt and tame one of these anklos, you know, for the Unobtainium metal that we go out and harvest on the next day. And now we're at this higher tier level, there's a lot of cooking that needs to be done, and a lot of ingredients that need to be placed into these cooking pots. You see, we need a bunch of these chilies and curries just so we can make the soups, because the soups are a core ingredient to be able to make the kibble, amongst a whole lot of other things. But the soups in themselves cost a lot of ingredients too. Berries is the one thing that's slowing us down a lot, so I just increased our berry output by placing down some more crop plots, which now of course include the Unobtainium crop plots as well. Can't speed things up, just double it, it'll work. Day 79, we're making honey and chilies and curries, all of it. We're so close to being able to make some neon kibble, but yet so far. But we persevere through the grindy pain, and we'll get there. We now have the means to be able to tame a neon creature. Too bad that one was right next to a Ragnarok Giga. Oh, this one as well, but a Ragnarok Karcher. That thing will murder us quickly. Oh, that's right, we're not actually here to tame it. We're here to kill it. We need its blood, and a couple souls, I guess. Day 81, and I don't have enough soul dust to be able to make any kibble for these neon creatures, so I just need to steal some souls from these soul bugs up until I have enough so I can make one single kibble. Also, I can tame one of these soul bugs for my own. Day 82, we cooked up a whole lot of veggie cakes, like a whole lot, heaps of them, and of course killed more drop guardians. It's what we do. Day 83, we farmed rare flowers and berries and veggies. It's what we do for most of this playthrough. Day 84, and we zoomed around on our Magi. This time in a bit of a safe cave. I kind of forgot about this place earlier, and this place is great for getting metal. Day 85, and it's time to tame our very first neon creature. I figured a neon mantis might be something fun, but they were protected by these ice wyverns, which aren't too much of a trouble, but they're just kind of annoying. So to help vacate them from their homes, I got my Rex out. It seemed to work successfully, but then I had to get back down to the mantis. I decided to jump. Landing down that far wasn't too much of an issue, but the pyromane and then getting burnt by all the stuff and the mantis jumping into the fire, well, that caused a whole lot of other issues. You see, I was burning off the back of my Rex, so I decided to teleport out of there, and then decided to switch my plan up. I figured a neon Thylacoleo would be the perfect tame for a boss fight. Although great boss fighters, they're not egg layers, but they were pretty cheap to tame. We only needed one kibble, and fortunately enough, they were in locations that were pretty easy to get to and nothing else dangerous around. And I also have to admit, these things look pretty damn cool. Day 86, I took one of my Thylas out for a little bit of fun, and to see if it was strong or not. Currently, it's not amazing, but hopefully after a few levels, it'll be good. It had a lot of health, so we didn't have to worry too much about dying, but we wanted that damage output to be a little bit stronger. I then checked the Primordial Shrine once again and saw we had enough tributes to be able to fight the next boss. To fight the next couple tiers of bosses, there's different tributes required, and we've been collecting so many tributes prior that we don't have to really worry about Allosaurus brains and like Basiloid blubber like earlier. Now we require Tyrannosaurus hearts, Thylacoleo claws, Therizino claws, and stuff like that, which we had already saved quite a bit of. So just like that, we could summon in the next primordial boss. Again, we had so many creatures from previous breeding tiers that we could just go straight into this fight without too much of a worry. And we were dominating so much that I could go in and make a cinematic picture like this. And this big boss went down without any troubles.
We did it. Too easy.
And we had now progressed to the Nebula tier. But I didn't have any egg layers, so I had to go out and tame a Neon Raptor. Remember, because I'm going to need neon eggs so I can make Nebula kibble. I don't have any souls, so I need to go steal some souls. And I also need blood. And it seems like there was a couple of these Nebula Dodos down here, so I killed them and harvested them for their blood. Whilst I was walking around on my Rex, I saw this big purple creature, and I didn't realize it was a rock golem. I mean, I did. It was kind of obvious, but you know, you can't really tell all the way. Anyways, this was a resource guardian, and I'd never actually killed one of these before and saw what they dropped. Turns out you get a ton of element, and when you harvest its body, you get a ton of other resources, which include black pearls. Anyways, looking through the creature finder mod, I saw that all of the Nebula creatures were all like small creatures, you know, like Dodos, Jaboas, Listros, monkeys. It was a strange kind of lineup.
I wanted a Dodo.
But hey, the thought of a Dodo army defeating a boss was kind of hilarious, so I was down for that. After all, Dodo gang represent. Remember, like the dopest merch you can buy on the internet? Hit the link in the description below. I had no idea what to expect once taming these guys, but surely this will be a fun boss fight with Dodo.
Day 89, and with the magic of logging off on a server and going to bed and then waking up in the morning, we now have a bunch of Dodo eggs. I just need to get myself a soul bug, which wasn't too hard to get.
For you guys, this must feel like a really fast process in moving through these tiers, but trust me, it took me so damn long. This is hours worth of progress. But the question remains, will this Dodo be a strong boss killer? And yes, you can ride these silly little chickens. I mean, it's not super powerful, but I think we can get there eventually. But once we put some levels into it, it's a beast. Day 90, and I was just continuing having some more fun on this Dodo. I even discovered that it had a special ranged ability that shoots out these big plasma balls. I just have to try and learn not to pick fights with certain dinos though. It's now day 91 of this playthrough, and we still haven't even come close to finishing stage 1 of the mod. The grind really slows down progress, especially the times that I had to sit there and wait for berries to grow, and for creatures to breed and babies to grow up, all those kind of things. But on day 93, we were able to fight the boss with only Dodos. This is hilarious and a lot of fun. And this boss was a big ass monkey with some swords or obelisks on its back. My Dodo army went in and they were just kind of zooming all over the place. This was a chaotic fight and kind of funny. The monkey was trying to knock them all back, but they were persistent and kept charging in. A lot of my Dodos started dying, but I think they were the ones that weren't leveled. We didn't level absolutely every single one we took out. We were successfully chipping away at its health, and I was confident that we had this fight in the bag. Then not after too long, we had defeated this boss. We have now made it to the Chaos tier. Moving up to the Chaos tier means we need to tame some more harvesting dinos. These resource dinos are called the Internium tier. I had to save this Anki from this Allosaurus, even though I think it was probably going to be fine. And by now, I'm pretty sure you guys know exactly what we did. It's the same old routine in this grindy mod. Call me Berry Farmer Aaron at this point, or Metal Miner Aaron, depending on the time of day. Day 95, I took a look to see what type of chaos creatures we could tame. And only having one Rex on the map probably wasn't ideal if I need to breed an army. It doesn't matter anyway because we do not have enough resources to make any kibble just yet. But whilst we start crafting them up, I might as well hunt down some drop guardians. Day 96, we find ourselves having to try and get ourselves another Pteranodon. Now you might be wondering, why exactly do you need another Pteranodon, Aaron, when you already have one? Well, let me rewind time just a little bit. You see, earlier in the day when I was hunting down some of these drop guardians, I could hear some noises in the background, and I thought they were further away than they were. It was the Megapithecus. And well, it killed me off the back of my Dodo. Well, that's not your Pteranodon, you might be thinking. No, that was the Dodo. You should still have a Pteranodon. Well, I still do have a Pteranodon, but the problem is, you see, when I was going through the Creature Finder Deluxe mod, I accidentally pressed the wrong button and dismounted in a really inconvenient location. Then, just as expected, I fell to my death, and the Pteranodon's now stuck in the aberration zone, which leads us back to having to get ourselves another Pteranodon. Yeah. That's what happened. Anyways, fun little side quest completed, and with our brand new Pteranodon, which is really slow because it's unleveled, we were able to return to our old Pteranodon and get it back safely. Now we have 2 Pteranodons. Now I guess we can get back to killing overgrown monkeys. Oh yes, this is thrilling. It's now day 98 and I've definitely accepted my fate that we're not going to complete this entire mod. But I do want to do my best to be able to try and fight another boss and get some chaos creatures. And we might have missed our chance to get a Mantis in the Neon tier, but I'm definitely getting Mantises in the Chaos tier. Psych, I died to a Mantis. Double psych, I'm returning because I really want to tame this thing. I am determined and ready as soon as I get rid of all the other bugs that are around it. Anyways, we managed to tame this Chaos Mantis. Now to try and find a mate for it. Lucky for us, there was a mate for it really close by. This lava cave was full of these mantises, but of course, because we're in this biome, it's going to be quite a difficult task taming it. It began running away, I went down to charge, and I got hit by this titan boa. Everything was fine, right? Well, that was until I fell asleep and was brutally murdered by a scorpion. Don't worry though, because we managed to return and successfully tame this chaos mantis. Now to get these glowing green bugs breeding and prepare for war. I mean, our final boss fight, I guess. Day 99, and we're just playing the waiting game. Waiting for babies to breed, waiting for berries to grow. Also, these mantis eggs are hella weird, kind of creepy. Day 100, and I realized our mantises are kind of weak. But YOLO, we're going to fight. It is time. We have so many other dinos from previous tiers that I'm confident we should defeat this next boss, I hope. For the final fight, I figured we'll bring our Sigma tracks anyway, and I'm going to be riding the mantis. We summoned in the Chaos boss, which was a large thorny dragon. Our whole army got it stuck in this corner for quite a while, and all I could see on my screen was big pink Rex butts. Even when I tried to go into photo mode to get a better look, I couldn't really see too much. I could hear a lot of my dinos dying though, but all that matters in the very end is the fact that this boss's health bar was dropping. Then to signify the defeat, we unlocked a whole bunch of engrams. Guys, there's so much more to this mod to keep going on, but to be honest, it was really tough getting through this grind, and I just wasn't enjoying myself at the end. This is day 100, and we made it all the way here. I want to give a special shout out to all of my Twitch subscribers, YouTube members, and Patreon members. Thank you so much for all your support. If you did enjoy this video, please hit that like button and subscribe button. Until next time, peace. Zombies have now infected ARK. SCPs are appearing out of nowhere. We have 100 days to cage these disturbing SCPs whilst we try and avoid the zombie plague. Thankfully, I have discovered a science that I can now create my own hybrid creatures. There are multiple bosses that we need to defeat and multiple challenges that we need to overcome. Can we do this in 100 days? Let's find out. Welcome to my 100 days in this SCP zombie apocalypse. Welcome homies and homies to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on the modded map, Hope. Now you might be wondering, how did we get all the way up here? Well, that's a unique thing about starting on this map. You can start by parachuting. It takes us a little while to fall down, so we speed things up a little. Oh, what a long draw. This is so boring, bro. I'm gonna have to do it. We're just doing it. It's so dumb. What is that? The glowing pinkness. Once we made it safely into the water, I swam straight to shore. I think that's a zombie straight ahead. That was indeed a zombie straight ahead. Oh, he's a walker. Who cares about the zombies? It's freaking flying ants that are the danger. Oh, fuck! Pineapples. You scared the hell out of me. Jump scared by one of my subscribers straight away. This is going to be a very interesting 100 days. Even with the ominous presence of zombies nearby, I needed to collect some resources so that I can make my starting tools. Make some tools, make some tools, make some tools. What am I missing? Wood. Oh my god. With a stone pickaxe in hand, I went to see if I could do some damage to this zombie. Wait, are they just super weak? How did I just 640 his ass? Then, out of nowhere, pineapples kites a big zombie. Okay, pineapples. I'll help you. Okay, I'm not helping. I'm not helping. I'm not helping. Oh my god. Thanks to Pineapple's sacrifice, I managed to get away safely. Wait, what happened to me? I got zombie plague? I do indeed now have the zombie plague. This is what you get when you try to go hand to hand with some zombies. Ah! Ah! No! When I respawn, I realized that this is going to be quite the horror show. Mother. I'm very scared of zombies. Just never expected one of my subscribers to do this to me. Anyways, like I always do in all of my playthroughs, any one of my subscribers that are playing on the server with me at the time, I will add them to the alliance. This alliance we once again named Dodo Legion. It was a little hard to put together, but I needed Pineapple to look after me while I tried to do this. But we managed to add him to the alliance. After making some tools, I made a reusable spear that we used to fend off some of these zombies. You see, zombies only spawn around the player. They don't spawn on the map. And they only spawn if you make a ton of noise and you make a lot of movement. And with 2 players around here throwing spears a lot of zombies spawn. I'm trying to kill off this dino so that I can get myself some hide, but then we were met by these other type of zombie creatures. Oh no. Oh no! Look at... What am I supposed to...
I felt whilst we're trying to start off and figure this entire playthrough out, I needed to stay by someone else. That's why I stuck by pineapples this entire time. I quickly learned that certain zombies are a little tougher than the average zombie. This particular zombie is a SWAT zombie, and it has armor. And yes, because it's wearing a helmet, I can't headshot it and do massive damage. But I was stuck here trying to kill it for so long that the shredder got me instead. There's so many scary, ghoulish creatures in this mod that I feel like I'm forever running away and dying. There's also dinos that want me dead as well. I had to go AFK for a little bit, and I was live streaming at this point. I knew I was going to die, and it is what it is. But one of my viewers timed this alert perfectly.
Emotional damage.
It's now nighttime, and then we heard this noise. What the fuck was that? I'm hiding behind you. Holy crap! That horrifying noise signifies a whole bunch of zombies spawning in on us. Pineapples was nearby, so me and him started fending off this horde of zombies. We managed to defeat all the zombies. Oh no! But there's still dinos lurking around this place. Day 2, we encountered our first SCP. But once again, we were chased down by these cruel creatures. Next, I discovered that there's certain trikes that are quite aggressive. As I was harvesting this rock, I heard a weird noise. Can you guys hear that? Is that a plane? Wait, there's a plane. What the hell? Wait, there's a supply drop? What is this? This mod is full of a ton of surprises. Wait, what is this? It's a key card. I don't have a key card. Can I break it? We can break it. Whoa! With zombies, crazy creatures, and even dinos absolutely trying to murder us, I'm having a tough time trying to get a good start in this playthrough. I'm not even sure if it's even safe to set up a starter base. But then someone in my chat had a really smart idea. Maybe I should make a raft. That's a good way to stay safe from all these zombies. Wood. So I ran around to quickly try and gather enough resources to craft a raft, managed to craft it, and make it onto the ocean so I'm nice and safe. Well, I'm not completely safe. There's still dangers in the ocean, of course. But this way, no zombies will spawn on us, I think. Of course, we still need to be cautious of the things in the water. What is that? Is that an aquatic SCP? I didn't even know that that was a thing, bro. I plan to make this boat our starter base. I'll make a bigger base eventually, but we need something to start with at least. And since zombies spawn on you, the player, and not in the world, it's smart to continuously move around. Our base is kind of scuffed right now, but it's gonna have to do. Day 3 and myself in this boat were attacked by some raptors. I wanted to try take these guys out so that I could get myself some easy hide. I obviously felt quite safe on top of my boat, but they were a little bit difficult to hit sometimes. I'm missing point blank shots. Every time I'd stop at shore, I had to be quite quick. I was here to collect a bunch of resources, but every time that I waited around here for too long, zombies would spawn in. I managed to get just enough resources that I could make a forge. Then we could start smelting up a little bit of metal that we had gathered from the river rocks. I then went to go find some metal nodes that I can go and harvest. Once again, trying to avoid the dangers on this little island. Yeah, and what? Don't come near me, I'm in the water, son. Bro, he's coming? Bro, I swear, if he finds a way up here, horrifying. With our metal smelting, I then went to go take out some easy dinosaurs so I can collect some hide and just collect whatever resources I could find. What's that noise? Ah, more riddens. Bro, they're freaking everywhere. For context, those big lanky zombie looking things, they're called riddens. I escaped to the safety of my boat, but somehow one of these riddens got stuck, broke my foundations, and then climbed on top of the boat. I don't really know what to do in this situation. I tried using my Fortnite skills to get out of this situation, but it didn't work. Respawned, I just tried to kite him off of my ship. That's all I needed. I'm over here. Just come to me, man. Once he wouldn't leave the ship, I tried to shake him off. This also did not work. All I knew is that I'm gonna have to sacrifice myself to try and kite him away. Once I respawned, I heard him hitting my stuff once again, but he wasn't on top of the boat. Unfortunately, he did destroy a lot of stuff. I just took my opportunity to try and escape, even though he took out my forge. Once I was somewhat safe, I used this opportunity to place down some more of these stone foundations, and I managed to make a smithy, then some metal tools. With the new metal tools acquired, I went to go harvest some resources, particularly stone, so we can actually finish this boat base. I saw some red numbers in the distance, so I had to go investigate. Pineapples was trying to murder this stego. Of course, I went to go and assist. The zombies were kind of making this a little difficult. We had to make sure that we kept moving because they kept coming after us, and we had to try and avoid this stego as well. The zombies are not fast, so we were able to avoid them and take down this stego. Yeah, did it. Day 3, I pick on the weak and helpless so I can use their skin for my own benefits. I then try and head back to my boat and realize it's really far down this cliff. And instead of walking all the way down there, I decided to jump. It's okay though, I had a parachute. We landed safely. Well, somewhat safely. We had gathered enough stone that I can now make some more additions to our base. I couldn't quite completely enclose it just yet. Once again, we were running quite low on stone and wood. A little while later, we were able to enclose the perimeter of this, so at least no zombies can get in. I'm gonna have to eventually start working on the roof of this place, but for now, we're gonna move locations because zombies keep spawning where we are. That's one thing that I've learned in this playthrough, is that we need to just keep moving around the map so the zombies don't keep spawning on us, especially in this early game while we're trying to get a start. I was able to finish off the roof of this base. Well, kind of. There's obviously this little hole there, but I'm pretty sure nothing crazy can get in. And since we built a bunch of pieces for our base, we'd leveled up quite a bit. So I went through our engram list because we're kind of safe where we are, and unlocked a whole bunch of things. Like there's a whole bunch of dinos that we can craft with the hybrids mod as well. Some stuff looks pretty interesting. Day 5, we set sail along the swampy bank heading towards the desert island. But along our way, we ran into some trouble. No! No, 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 no. Go away. No, you can't come in this shallow, dude. We only barely escaped with our lives and our base. I'm gonna have to stick quite close to the coastline in this case. I now went on the hunt for some other resources, maybe some more metal nodes and some crystal. And that's when I saw a creepy creature in the distance. I knew I needed to avoid this. I didn't manage to find what we needed, so we just continued on our journey. I did go ahead and make a mortar and pestle and this Tranks mortar and pestle. I've added a Tranks mod in this because some of the SCPs are hard to knock out, so we need to deal more torpor damage than normal. I then spotted some crystal just under this cliff face right here. Oh, crystal right there. Brilliant Tente. With this crystal gathered, we could make some soul traps that we could then use to go and tame some creatures and keep them safe. With all the zombies and crazy SCPs in this playthrough, I think we're going to stay in our boat for quite a little while, and we're going to run out of space rather quickly if we have a bunch of dinos. In saying that, it's time to go and try and find some dinos to go and tame. Up high on this little ledge here, I knew that there was going to be some dinos we could have a look at. There was a few parasols that could be good for some berry gathering, and some dodos that were running around. Of course, the zombies kept appearing near us, but this particular zombie dropped some food, and we were feeling a little peckish, so we ate it. I had a few tranks, but I figured a club might help us knock some creatures out, especially some of the starter creatures that we're going to tame, like dodos. We need their eggs for stuff, I think. Well, we might. I don't know yet. Either way, it's an easy tame. Well, kind of. These zombies are definitely making things a lot harder than they should be. We also discovered that there's a different type of zombie. Certain ones that blow up. Whoa, what the frick? Anyways, back to bonking this dodo in the head. Go to sleep, bro. It's quite a tough dodo, surprisingly. But is it tough enough to withstand a trank arrow? No. With it knocked out, I ran over to it to try and feed it some berries whilst trying to avoid all these zombies. Trying to take down a bunch of these zombies, our dodo had tamed up. I then wanted to tame this Phiomia. Now, most people know that Phiomias can create a large amount of poop. And I'm going to need a whole bunch of poop because I plan on making some Plant X turrets on top of my boat to help me defend against some of these zombies and SCPs. Then finally, we found this level 85 parasol. I bowled it, shot it in the head with a trank arrow, and then started bonking it in the head with my club. I was kind of nervous this wasn't going to work. The zombie took up too much of our time whilst we were trying to put it to sleep. It ended up running away and our club broke. We do have our Phiomia and a dodo, so it's time to parachute back to base where I could make an awesome spyglass. This will make spotting the perfect tame a lot easier. Since I was streaming on Twitch at the time, one of my viewers requested that I name this dodo after him. This is now called Dark Wolf. Day 6, and just like Halloween, we have little pests knocking at our door. But unlike Halloween, I murdered them. I then made some access to the roof of this base by making some ladders on the side of it, so that we could eventually place the plant species X seeds in it and make some turrets. Funnily, on this map, it's quite easy to get plant X seeds. The plant X bushes are everywhere. It also rains quite a bit, so we don't have to worry too much about water. Our Phiomia has pooped a little bit, so we can use that as fertilizer for now, until we can get ourselves a dung beetle and make proper fertilizer. We've been able to gather a bunch of metal, but it's smelting rather slowly, so I created another forge to speed things up. With our Phiomia pooping so much, he gets quite hungry, so we have to make sure he's well fed. Looking through this engram list, there's a whole bunch of modded things that I can craft, and a whole bunch of hybrid creatures and stuff that I'm really interested in trying to create, but we're quite a ways away from being able to craft any of them right now. Like, we don't even have a safe enough base currently. I kind of like this area that we're at right now, and I want to make this my forever base. So to try and help us out and secure this place, I placed down some crop plots that will eventually put some Plantex here, so we have turrets to ward off some of the zombies. Unfortunately for now, the only way to get rid of them is with this handy spear, unless you're fighting a juggernaut. They're really strong. Well, that is unless you have superior aim like myself and are able to kill them. A ton of zombies have started spawning in that area, so I just went on a little bit of a trip to try and kind of get rid of the zombies spawning. And if there was any drops around, I went to go see if we can get any decent loot from them. This particular one had some saddles in them. Nothing that I could probably use right now, but maybe I can break them down later. I then saw this large thing in the distance. What is that? That is horrifying. I was seriously curious, but also terrified at the same time. What's killing you? Somehow that thing is dying. So whatever is killing that is way worse than whatever that is. Oh, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Those type of creatures just filled the shoreline. I made sure to avoid all of that. Day 7 and the Plantex on our roof is fully matured. So hopefully they keep us safe and protected from some of the dangers in this playthrough. Having them did give me the confidence to land on this beach right next to the Spino. That was because I spotted this Ovis. I knew if I could kill this Ovis, I could gather its valuable meat, which is great for taming carnivores. Unfortunately, this Carno wasn't going to allow us to get it. When we arrived at the place that I plan on building my base, we spotted this Parasaur right there. I took this as a chance to tame it so that we could have a berry gatherer. Once it woke up, I quickly put a saddle on its back and got it out of the way of these zombies. Then of course immediately put it to work gathering some berries, particularly narco berries. We were out for a while trying to get berries, but we didn't actually gather that many. And our Plantex has already disappeared because it used up all of the fertilizer that was inside it. So I placed another poop in it and another seed. This probably isn't going to work. We really need to get the dung beetle so we can get proper fertilizer in there. Day 8, almost dead. I find myself on the side of this cliff face. There's lots of dangerous things down there in this redwoods, which includes an overgrown scorpion the size of a Bronto. I don't know why I was trying to fight this. I knew I had no chance at helping. That whole situation was hopeless, so it's time to head back to base. And yes, we lost another Plantex. They use a lot of fertilizer when they shoot. Well, we don't have proper fertilizer. It's just poop, so technically it's not a lot. Maybe getting into the skies will help us out. So with that, we try and find a Pteranodon to tame. I don't really care on the level just now, because as soon as we get one, it makes it a little bit easier to get another one. This level 50 will do for now. Problem is, the place that we knocked it out had a lot of dangerous things like these zombies and even snakes. Oh, and raptors as well. Yeah. This one killed me and the Pteranodon. So we search along the beach to try and find another one that we can possibly tame. Suddenly, one appeared. This level 55. And it was close enough to our base that it was kind of in a safe-ish area. I hope. I had some prime meat on me, so I fed it that. And whilst we waited for it to tame, I went to take out this turtle. Because hopefully this turtle will give us enough keratin that we can make a saddle for the Pteranodon. It gave us nothing, just hide and meat. So for now, I'm just going to have to make a soul ball and put this Pteranodon away until we can make a saddle for it. Back at our planned base location, we made a saddle for the Pteranodon and we could now hit the skies, but only for a short while. This Pteranodon was definitely not a marathon runner. Its stamina would run out rather quickly, but as long as we kept an eye on that, we would be okay. We're now in the swamp area and I'm trying to locate some cementing paste. I needed a beaver dam that wasn't close to too many beavers and close to somewhere that I could actually land. This way I could park right next to it, run over to it, take everything out of it and jump straight on my Pteranodon and escape before the beavers can come and eat me. Day 9, I flew over to this central island location. I parked the Pteranodon on the edge of this kind of mountain hill thing. This way it should stay safe while I dive into the water so I can collect some oil and some silica pearls. I use this reusable grapple hook to maneuver around the water much easier and get back to my Pteranodon. I flew to the top of this mountain and found Mr. Pineapple's little base. Is it kind of weird that I'm staring at him while he sleeps? Maybe. Back at our boat base, I cleared out a bunch of zombies and then started laying down some foundations of our forever home. I ran out of resources rather quickly and could only lay down this much. I realized I'm going to have to protect my base, so these spikes should help us. The only thing is, I didn't have enough resources to make that many, so this is going to have to do for now. With the oil that we gathered earlier, I had made a fabricator, which I'll use to make some electronics and polymer so that I can make some other things to help defend our base. Day 10, we're back in the swamp trying to get some more cementing paste. Even this early on in the game, we're going to need quite a bit of it. I need the cementing paste so I can craft up some polymer. What exactly do I need the polymer for? I kind of forget, but I'm sure I'll figure it out soon. I then went and had a look through this trank mortar and pestle. There was a few of these trank darts that I could craft, which means I need a long neck so I can shoot them. Obviously, these tranks are kind of expensive to make, but they deal a ton of torpor and will make taming things so much easier. Like this level 90 Therizino that's just down the ways from my base. It only took one shot to put it to sleep. These tranks are great. Of course, just as I knock out this Therizino and feed it, I get chased down the beach by this juggernaut. I don't give up until it's dead though. Nope, that's just not me. And this Therizino is taking its sweet ass time to tame. So while we wait, we prepare this soul terminal to start producing some poop. And with that poop, we're gonna go and hunt down a dung beetle. I figured we might find one in the desert. That's usually where they are, right? Searched around for quite a while, and then we finally found one. We fed it a big juicy piece of poop, and it was now our best friend. I noticed that our Theris torpor was draining rather quickly. So I went to go pick a bunch of bushes by hand to try and get some narco berries to feed it to keep it asleep. But when I didn't manage to get many berries, I went back to base so I could pick up some actual narcotics. And my parasol to pick some narco berries that way. Narco berries. Not getting any narco berries. I'm trying to get narco berries so we can keep this freaking Theri knocked out. This was quite stressful, but with the narcotics and the narco berries that we had gathered, we fed it to this Therizino to try and keep it asleep. Hopefully this works. Day 11 and our Therizino is fully tamed up, so I placed a saddle on its back and started destroying all the zombies that were around us. This Therizino is definitely going to change our game for the better. Not only is this Therizino a very dangerous killer, it's also a great utility dino that gathers berries, fiber, and even wooden thatch. Things have been progressing rather slowly in this 100 days. But now with this Therizino, I'm starting to be quite hopeful in our future. Next, I head out on an adventure to try and find another creature that will significantly help us in this 100 days. And that, my friends, is a wyvern. I fly quite low here, trying to avoid the aggro of any one of the wyverns that were flying around. As we scout through these wyvern nests, we discover some of these wyvern eggs kind of suck. Level 15 sucks. Come on, what are you better? Please be better. Another level 15. There's a nest. Come on, please be decent. Please be decent. Fire wyvern 50. Not great. It's only a level 50, but it is a fire wyvern egg, and it's the best one that we've seen so far. With this kind of wyvern, it still might help us progress. Well, that's assuming we can escape Wyvern Island. I try using the cover of the swamp trees to get through. Hopefully the wyverns get stuck in these trees and they can't catch us. But it looks like we made our grand escape. Now we just have to trek it all the way back to our base, which is actually quite far away. Along the way though, we find this supply drop, which gave us a full set of this hide armor. Bit of leather gear on. Looking snazzy. With the wyvern egg incubating safely in the soul terminal, now it's time to focus on working on our base, which is going to require a ton of resources and a little bit of luck while we try and get rid of some of these zombies. God damn it. Yeah, the bloater zombies destroy this metal structure as well. To kind of help us with the progression, I added the upgrade station mod. This way we can get some higher tier tools, weapons, and armor much easier. So with that, I upgraded my metal tools so that I could harvest more resources a lot quicker and easier. Our wyvern egg is now ready to hatch, but it won't hatch in the actual soul terminal. So I have to place down all of these S+ torches and throw the egg out so it could go through its final stage of incubation. Once we got it hot enough, a little baby fire wyvern appeared. I then put it back in a soul ball and put it in the soul terminal so it would grow up. It's now day 12 and I don't need these torches anymore, so it's time for them to go. I then went out to go do some exploring and then spotted a little base down here. It looks like another subscriber has started their playthrough in this server. I came back over here to gather some silica pearls and oil. There's not a lot down here, but it's kind of the easiest place to gather it for now. That's until we can get to a deeper place or I can find somewhere else. I just don't know this map very well. Our dung beetle has been producing some fertilizer, just not a lot, but it is enough for us to be able to start some of these Plantex turrets littered around this beach. It's rained enough that they have enough water, and we do have enough poop anyway, so at least we can get them grown up and then we can fill them up with poop and replace it with fertilizer later. Much later in the day, and our wyvern had fully grown up. Now we have a flyer that can do some serious damage. It also has very low stamina. It drains rather quickly. Day 13, with my brand new fire wyvern, I headed back to the Wyvern Island. I was hoping to find a much better egg than a level 50. You see, typically if you have a wyvern, it makes it a lot easier to get another wyvern, since they're pretty fast and they can withstand some hits from wyverns, obviously. I wasn't able to find anything decent. I ended up snatching this level 15 poison wyvern egg and the other one that was close to it. Now I don't want these eggs, but I was hoping if I remove them, something else will respawn in later. Next I flew over to this thicker jungly-ish type area because I saw these big long bamboo shoots that are typically better for us to be able to gather some berries and stuff. And there's a lot of this type of vegetation around, so we can farm this for a while. And with that, we managed to get a whole bunch of narco berries. Whilst flying around, we did encounter a rather creepy SCP. SCP-093, the Unclean One. Ugh. Creeps me out. With that being said, I decided to fight it. This one wasn't super strong and our fire wyvern could use the experience. The weird thing was, when I killed it, I went to harvest it and it dropped resources as if it was a rock golem. Day 14 and the Plantex around our base had fully grown up, but they didn't seem to target the zombies very easily. Like, these zombies have been spawning in and they are shooting them, but not like really. It's kind of weird. And if the zombies get too close, they just can't seem to hit them. Next, I jumped on my wyvern and went to go hunt down this Bronto. But most importantly, there was this level 135 Rex. I had some pretty strong tranks on me, so I shot it, and it went down in one hit. And with some prime meat, hopefully it will tame up quickly. I wanted to leave render so it could tame up peacefully and hopefully nothing would spawn in and try and kill it. So with that, I just went out to explore. I wanted to see what kind of creatures would spawn in. Like, we discovered this carrier hive and all the little minions around it, and there was all types of weird creatures. But if I saw a health bar above their head, I was always scared. They're typically strong if you see a health bar, right? After that exploration, our Rex was fully tamed. I'd been told by my community that if I want to start crafting up hybrid creatures, I'm going to need a ton of organic polymer. And the only way I know I can get it easily in the early game is by Kairuku, aka pathetic little penguins. Now, I could come over here and just murder everybody, or I could just tame a male and female and breed them and sacrifice their children. I just realized both of those scenarios sound really messed up and sadistic. Managed to knock out this female, fed it some raw meat, And now we wait. But I realized that we were freezing and I was losing my health rapidly, so we had to get out of the snow area. I was also extremely hungry. I found a safe spot to land, and then I put down this fireplace to try and warm up and cook this food. I waited peacefully for some of the food to cook up and us to warm up, but this is a zombie's 100 days. So of course, a zombie had to come and try and eat us. Once we managed to get some food into our bellies, we're back onto the fire wyvern, back over to the iceberg with all the penguins to collect this Kairuku. Now I also needed a male. So I looked for one, picked it up with the claws of my wyvern, and went to a warmer area to try and find a perfect place to tame it. I ended up just taking it back to base. I shot it once with one of my trank arrows, went back inside to try and make some trank darts, but when I came out with the darts, the Kairuku had gone. I think the Plantex had killed it. Day 15, once again, we head back to Wyvern Island, hoping that a better wyvern egg had spawned in. I did find a rather interesting egg, but it was next to a rather interesting creature. This particular creature makes you go blind if you're too close to it. Kind of creepy. And I needed to escape before some of these wyverns eat my butt. Thankfully though, we did manage to escape nice and safely. And we got back to our soul terminal with this level 100 lightning wyvern egg. Whilst it incubates, we do some more work in our base. Now, if you've watched my videos before, you might think you know what type of base design I'm going for, but not this time. No, we're doing something a little bit different. Last 100 days, I asked people if they wanted to see the same base again, and some people wanted me to change it up. So we're doing exactly that. It's just kind of difficult to build a base with all these zombies spawning in. I'm rather unsure if I chose the best place to build a base like this. Either way, we're just gonna have to try. We managed to get some foundations in, take out a bunch of zombies while we're trying to build this, and place some gates. Now we just need to put some walls in to try and make this safe for us, I guess. Which we began to do on day 16. This build is getting rather expensive, but I think we're at a stage now that we can keep the zombies out. Well, somewhat. We still need to block off this side of this build as well. Place the final wall in. Yes, I think we're done. I think we're completely... We just need to put a roof on and we should be good to go. Next, I placed some more spikes around the perimeter to try and keep more zombies out because I'm unsure if they can break down stone structures. I went inside here and there was a zombie inside. These guys spawn inside, bro. To make things worse, it was a bloater. I had to try and kite it outside so it wouldn't destroy my base if I killed it. Yeah, like that. Ah, damn it. I think I'm gonna have to rethink my situation. Maybe building here wasn't a good idea. I now know I needed to contemplate my decisions. Maybe building down here with the easy access for the zombies to get at me and still spawn inside my base is kind of a bad decision. Whilst I was pondering this decision, I went to try and see if I could make some veggie cake. I know I'm going to need a bunch of cementing paste, so I want the veggie cake so I can tame myself an Achatina so that they can generate us passive cementing paste, obviously. Now for veggie cake, we need sap, and I prepared this tree platform and sap taps a little bit earlier. Now I just had to come over and collect some of the sap that had been producing. There was quite a bit. This should keep us satisfied for quite a while. Also, on the Hope map, a lot of the vegetables grow in the wild. You just got to know where to find them. Like long grass we can find in the swamp area, and we've got Savaru and rock carrot just below this cliff face near the jungle area. There's citronal around here somewhere as well. I just don't know exactly where, and I don't need it right now. But I do need some honey. Now this is a kind of painful way to get it, but you can gather a small amount if you just take it from the beehive. Of course, the bees are going to be unhappy that I did that, and they're going to try and attack me. Hopefully I don't die. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, now you're stuck. Bro, why? Get in the ball. Stupid wyvern. Once I returned back to base, I placed all of the ingredients into this cooking pot, and the only thing that I was missing was water. That's a pretty simple fix though, because we're literally floating on water. Now we can make ourselves some veggie cake and then go and tame some valuable Achatinas. I had now installed the Creature Finder Deluxe mod. This will help us find Achatinas and really anything that we need to find in this playthrough. Now, I don't want to find anything too high of a level, because the higher the level, the more veggie cake it's going to take to be able to tame it. And all it's going to do is sit in our soul terminal just producing our cementing paste. After a little while, we managed to secure our first Achatina. Obviously, if there's a beaver dam this accessible, I'm definitely going to grab it. Our Achatina snail's now in the soul terminal, and our dung beetle's been producing a ton of fertilizer. I'm still unsure what we're going to do about our whole base situation. I guess for now, at least, all I know I definitely can do is produce some more metal and start working on getting some more gunpowder so we can get some bigger trank darts and start knocking out some more creatures to tame. I went to walk inside my new base again, and there was a zombie there. Bro, see, this is an issue that I do not like about this mod. Like, bro, how did you get in? how did you get in? Even in the other room that I made, there was also zombies. From here, I realized I really need to find a better base location. I'm already quite invested in the current one, but if zombies are going to spawn inside, that's going to be quite the problem. Maybe somewhere like here on top of these pillars, this could be a good location. Like, sure, the zombies might spawn up here, but I think less will spawn and less will have a chance of making it in. If I place down some turrets around it, we should be safe. I think I'm going to have to move to up here. Now, at this point in time, I had no idea if this was the right decision or not. But what I do know is we can't successfully live in a base like this if zombies spawn inside. So I only had one choice. I had to rip this place down and start again up on this pillar. We've been able to place down all of these foundations and I haven't had a zombie spawn up here just yet. As I was going through this move, one of the guys in the server explained to me that I can place down these things called effigies and they will stop zombies from spawning. I just need to make this zombie workbench first. Not the zombie workbench, the blueprint vendor. That's what we need to make these effigies to stop the zombies from spawning. I've been using our wyvern to cart a lot of the goods back and forth, and I've been placing most of it into the architect bench since it's got the most amount of storage space with 1,000 slots. And for the rest of our day, that's pretty much what we did. Just kept moving stuff from this base all the way back up to our new base. Once we had brought everything up, it was then time to place down all of our crafting benches again, including the new blueprint vendor. I had everything I needed to be able to craft one of these effigies, but it turns out it was only a blueprint. Oh wait, what? Oh, it's a blueprint for it. Day 19, I continued building this base out a little bit more. I don't know exactly what design I'm going with. I'm just kind of winging it, and whatever happens, happens, I guess. My idea right now is just to place down the foundations, and I'll eventually place up some walls and stuff. We'll eventually put some stairs here so we can get access up to our main area, but I would love a little overhanging place so I could see the whole scenery. Whilst building this though, we do run out of resources quite quickly. Thankfully, we're right next to redwood, so getting wood isn't too much of a problem. But we do get attacked a lot by these kind of creatures. Thankfully, in this particular situation, I had one of the subscribers come by and he helped me out. I also invited him to the Alliance. This is Noah. Next, I placed down an awesome teleporter so we could get our stuff back and teleport here whenever we could. And then I actually remembered to place down a bed. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't put this down and I died. Once again, we have leveled quite a bit. So I got to unlock a whole bunch of these items that I've never seen before. I think they're part of the hybrids mod. I then crafted up some of these crop plots and placed them around the place. These are turned into Plantex turrets that will help defend our place. I then remembered that I need to get myself a male Kairuku. I can't believe I forgot all about this. Moving bases was quite the distraction. So I quickly flew over to the snow iceberg, spotted the perfect male, kidnapped him, and then flew him to a better location to knock him out. It's too cold in the snow area for me to survive here safely. I dropped him off right here. This is someone else's base, so I figured it might be a safe-ish kind of area, maybe. After I cleared out this zombie, I was able to knock it out with my super strong trank dart, and then I fed it some of this lamb meat to be able to tame it up. Also inspected this person's base while we were waiting as well. It's pretty nifty, I guess. I immediately took this Kairuku back to base, put it next to this hitching post that I placed down, and got these two breeding. Once again, we're going to turn all of their babies into polymer. How do we do that exactly? Well, I guess I'm just going to let your imagination kind of fill in the blanks. If I plan on doing mass breeding, I'm going to need air conditioners that require electricity. So with the electronics and stuff I had gathered earlier, I was able to place down this generator, all the wires that are required, and obviously an air conditioner. Oh, and that lightning wyvern egg that we collected earlier, I could now hatch it. Well, I did think I could, but one air conditioner is not going to cut it. Side note, this was the first time we encountered a zombie up here. So far, it's been quite safe. Unfortunately, this was a SWAT zombie, so it was a little bit tougher to take down, but our fire wyvern could handle it. I also thought it might be fitting to get changed into something a little bit more appropriate for the setting that we're in. This is like the SCP armor. I don't know exactly if it does anything special. It just kind of looks like it does. Day 20, it was raining and we had a ton of fertilizer. So this was the perfect time to plant all of these Plantex speeds around our base. I now need to collect a whole bunch of organic polymer if I want to start cloning some creatures. Our Kairukus aren't quite ready for us to be able to harvest them just yet, so I went to search for some mantises. I discovered that there was a whole bunch on Wyvern Island. This was going to be a dangerous trip, but it could be beneficial if we can get a bunch of organic polymer. We managed to find some mantises, but we were chased down by this grotesque creature. It made us blind and summoned in a whole bunch of minions. On the plus side though, we were able to escape with some polymer. Trying to hunt down some more of these mantises, I got into a fight with a weird SCP. It almost killed me on the back of this wyvern and it made us completely bloody. It wasn't a great image to look at and it looked like the time on this was going to last quite a while. It didn't look like it was doing much damage to us and our mission is to go and get more mantises. If we die, so be it. I did realize this part of this island had a whole bunch of metal and I know I'm going to need a whole ton of it if I want to succeed in this playthrough. I'd put my wyvern away to try and get rid of this ongoing effect with all this blood and then just kept farming all of this stuff until I eventually died. Then I could spawn back at base, collect all of my gear, and place down this new contraption that we crafted with all the polymer we've gotten. This is the cloning machine. It's with this machine that we craft up a bunch of DNA that we could then use to craft our very own hybrid creatures. But it looks like there's a certain method to be able to get the DNA that we need to craft them. For certain creatures, we just need to hunt down tributes to be able to turn into DNA, and with certain other creatures, we need certain eggs. Either way, everything needs a ton of organic polymer. Also, since this is like a mad scientist theme type of hybrid SCP zombies type of thing, I figured we'd turn this build into like a science theme build. We will get to it eventually, but for now, we have to kill off a whole bunch of penguins. Day 21, and I finally get to put my mad scientist skills to the test. As you can tell, I quickly realized that this is going to be a grindy experience, but I will say some of these creatures are definitely worth it. Now, to get myself DNA, I do need to go out and kill a bunch of creatures, because red meat is one of the biggest things that I need to craft DNA, alongside a few other things like keratin and organic polymer. Thankfully, we pretty much have an unlimited source of organic polymer. I will need to figure out the keratin situation though. I'm going to need a whole bunch of metal, which means I'm going to need an industrial forge eventually. And in order to get a bunch of metal together right now, I placed down a whole bunch of forges and placed a bunch of metal in them and got it to work. Next, I went through the engram list and basically learned every hybrid creature that I could. I then encountered a rather annoying problem. My recording software kinda was busted. It stopped recording the screen. You can hear the audio, but there's no screen. And this literally lasted for the next 4 days. It wasn't until day 26 that I realized what was happening and found a solution to the problem. But at the same time, we found this level 160 lightning wyvern egg. Finally, a decent wyvern. Now, 4 days is quite a long time for us to miss out on. So I'll catch you up now on exactly what happened. Firstly, I had made a mining laser. So now we can harvest resources a lot quicker and a lot easier. It also gives us a weight bonus when we're harvesting metal and stuff, so we can harvest a ton more metal. I had also created this ARK smelting forge. It's like an industrial forge, but it comes from the Castles and Keeps science fiction mod. I had also added some more pieces to our base. A lot of these science pieces. All of the plantex that we had been growing is now fully grown and protecting our base from the zombies or whatever wanders our way. I'd made a crop plot farm just down here, but mostly for narco berries and stim berries, because that's what we're using a lot of right now. It's really easy for us to be able to get vegetables out in the wilds because they're they grow everywhere. But since we're going to focus on taming a few of these SCPs and stuff now, we're going to need a lot of narco berries. Obviously, to speed things up a little bit, we're placing down these greenhouse ceilings. I couldn't forget the S+ gardener that does all the work for us. Well, as long as we have beer for her. We'll make that eventually. I had also found another way to get a ton of organic polymer. And yes, it's by killing carcanos, but not harvesting them the normal way. Instead, I used a chainsaw that I had crafted. And just like that, we got 2,000 organic polymer. And this is a massively effective way to get organic polymer from creatures that drop organic polymer, like these mantises as well. To be able to make some DNA, we need raw fish and a lot of it. Now, this little pool of fish right here is an easy way to get it when we're on our wyvern. My next goal is to make a chemistry bench, but we're kind of low on electronics right now. Also, when we can, we use this cloning machine to start crafting DNA. It takes quite a long time to craft a bunch of it, so we keep it going as much as we can. Same thing with beer as well. We've got these beer barrels that we made earlier, and we got the beer crafting. Day 27, and I'm on the hunt to get myself some SCPs. Time to lock these babies up, starting with the SCP-999. This one also has a special ability that can also heal you and your dino at the same time. Of course, it's never going to be as simple as just taming it, right? There's always creatures that want to eat my butt. I then went to go tame it and realized it was a passive tame. I just don't currently have any rare flowers on me, so this wasn't an option. I could have tamed it with the veggies, but I wanted to use a rare flower. So instead, we went to go look for this other SCP, SCP-250. These were some odd skeletal Allosauruses, and it didn't really look like there was a way to actually knock these guys out. They had no torpor bar, but it does say that they're a KO tame. I didn't really know what to do right now. So instead, we moved on. I went into the engram list to see if we could learn anything this way. See if we could learn anything about the SCPs. But as I was in the engram list, we got chased down by a flying whale. This creepy SCP. It looked aggressive and big. I tried to fight it, but when it bit me for that much, I was out of there. We had already failed to tame a bunch of SCPs. It was looking kind of bleak at this point. Then we stumbled across the creepiest SCP of them all. SCP-093, the Unclean One. And this seemed like a pretty standard knockout tame. So I shot it with my strong trank darts, but then realized I only had one trank dart and it wasn't enough. So I had to quickly teleport back to base, pick up a few more trank darts and teleport back to the Unclean One. With these tranks, we were able to successfully knock it out. I then fed it some raw mutton that we had laying around and then got chased down by annoying bugs. It's okay though, I went full chainsaw massacre on their bums. Then in no time, the Unclean One was now ours. So I jumped on its back and started running around. Honestly, I kind of expected it to be a lot stronger than it was. But it is certainly a rather interesting creature to ride. That level 160 lightning wyvern egg that we got earlier is now fully grown. Now it was time to get it out, level it up, and have some fun. Day 28 on our new lightning wyvern, we went out to go and kill some mammoths. I needed to go harvest some pelt because pelt is another resource we need to make some certain DNAs. We've been crafting DNAs for quite a while, and we're getting closer to be able to make our first hybrid. Whilst waiting, we're looking a little bit scruffy, so I took this opportunity to give ourselves a fresh cut. I always forget that you start off bald and then it grows later. I then began upgrading our chainsaw. Since we're going to be using it to harvest a lot of resources like organic polymer, keratin, meat, everything that we need. But we ran out of electronics, so I need to go and get some more silica pearls to craft some more electronics, which means I need a scuba tank. We're going to dive a little bit deeper than we have before. I needed to make scuba fins, but I need silica pearls to make them. So I quickly ducked back to our original silica pearl farming spot, picked up a bunch of silica pearls, teleported back to base while I was getting my butt bitten by some piranhas, made some of these scuba fins and the scuba tank. Then I teleported back to where we were in the water originally, and now we could swim a lot faster and for a long time since we had a scuba tank on. We dove down into the depths of the ocean looking for silica pearls. We managed to find some in the depths of the ocean, but a baryonyx managed to find us. This wasn't too bad. We managed to get a bunch of silica pearls that we could still make use of for now. With my wyvern, I managed to kill a bunch of zombies while we're out and about. Now I had enough resources to make another one of these effigies, and some of the zombies that have been spawning around my base have been spawning roughly around here. So I'm going to place this down to try and protect us from spawns. But of course, a zombie would spawn over in this place. They're pretty stupid though. They tried to fight a plant. Next, I crafted a reusable glider suit. Our base is up so damn high that this is probably going to be an effective way to get around. And let's face it, it's pretty damn cool. From here, I traveled over to our old original base location and began taking down all the remaining pieces that were still here. Since we're playing on a server with a lot of other people, I wanted to make sure that there's space for other people to be able to build because it's the polite thing to do. Day 29 in the cloning machine, I turned some of these tributes that we had gathered into purified tributes that I could then turn into certain DNA to help us make a hybrid. Again, the cloning machine's kind of slow, so we went out to go and do some other things while we waited for this to happen. I would eventually like to make myself a hybrid wyvern, so we went over to the wyvern trench to try and kill some wyverns so I could get their talons to be able to make some more wyvern DNA. But I forgot that poison wyverns can actually kill you off the back of anything that you're riding. We got our other lightning wyvern out and raced back over to go pick up our high level lightning wyvern. It was chilling, nice, safe and sound. Then we could get back to murdering wyverns whilst also trying to avoid getting shot at by these poison wyverns and dying off the back of our wyvern. I got the aggro of a few wyverns, came over to this little island here, saw this Anki, and I know that they drop a bunch of keratin, so I quickly killed it, harvested the keratin before the other wyverns came over, and began fighting again. We needed a lot of wyvern talons to be able to make the DNA required to make our own hybrid wyvern, and this is kind of a slow process. I'm gonna have to think of another way to be able to harvest some of these talons. I didn't realize it till just now, but some of the purified tributes that we had created decay over time. So with this, I had to quickly transfer them over to the DNA refiner and turn all of these purified tributes into DNA so they stop decaying. I then went to go check to see if we had enough DNA to make any of these hybrids, and we still don't. Some of these creatures require unfertilized eggs as well. So with that, we're gonna have to go out and go and tame some creatures. They're just gonna be egg layers, so it doesn't really matter what their levels are, but we're gonna start with this trike. It's in a rather dangerous location, so I picked it up with my wyvern and dropped it off at a safer location. And from here, I could put this female trike to sleep, feed it some berries, and wait for it to be tamed. Once tamed, I put it in a soul ball and locked it away safely in the soul terminal for it to be able to make us some eggs. Next, I located this female Anki, knocked it out, fed it some berries, and I saw this female iguanodon nearby. That's another creature we're going to need. It's going to take a little while for these guys to wake up, so we left them here while we go out to tame some other creatures, which just so happened to be this female Rex. Surely the eggs produced from this will be something pretty powerful. You would think anyway. Close by, we found this Quetzal. I'm really just out here trying to tame anything that I recognize I know I need eggs for. We have no other use for them really other than to just produce us some eggs. Day 30, we went back out to go round up all the creatures that we had tamed. Well, the ones that were still in the wild, that is, like the iguanodon and this Anki. Now just to place them in the soul terminal and hopefully they produce us some eggs. I had harvested a whole bunch of materials and we started getting a whole bunch of cementing paste. So we're not too worried about building materials right now, which means it's a good time to upgrade our base into this science stuff. We're getting pretty close to being able to make our very own hybrid creature, but we just need a few more things, like an Argentavis for Argentavis eggs, and even more organic polymer. We came over to this little pond area because this seems to be the only place the Carcanos spawn, but there was none around here currently because I had already killed them, I guess. But that's when I saw this creature, the rogue Tropper, I don't know what it is, but it's a hybrid creature out in the wilds. At level 20, this thing has 15,000 health points. It's pretty damn strong. Thankfully for us, our wyvern's stronger. Oh, whoa, when it dies, it drops actual DNA. That's pretty decent. Now, another thing that we need to craft up certain hybrids is these synthetic eggs. They come in 3 different variants: small, medium, and large. Day 31, I crafted up this awesome teleporter because we're about to go on a big adventure. Our plan right now was to head onto the side of this mountain and duck into this little hidey hole. Where does this lead exactly? Well, it's the aberration zone. And down here is where you're going to find a bunch of aberration exclusive resources, as well as every artifact that you can find in the game. They're littered all over the place in this little area, and we're going to need a bunch of them if we plan on crafting a few things that are specific to this mod, and as well we plan on fighting the bosses. We stumbled across this charge node, and this is probably a place that I'm going to want to come back to quite a bit. So it was here that I wanted to set up this teleporter for ease of access. Might have been a silly place to set it up though, since there's rock drakes around here, and I forgot that you can't exactly scale the walls against rock drakes because they can follow you. Yep, mistakes were made. I forgot the rock drakes could scale the walls. Once respawned, I got everything that we had gathered from down in the aberration zone from the awesome teleporter, which included some red gems and some blue gems. I then teleported back to the aberration zone since we had already set up an awesome teleporter down here because I wanted to gather some more gems. Blue gems and green gems are pretty easy to find, but the red gems are a little bit harder to come across. At this point in time, the only red gems that I could find were on this little ledge here, but harvesting this with the mining tool, we were able to gather enough to be able to last us quite a while. The other resource that I want to gather from down here is condensed gas, but the only place that I knew I could get condensed gas was next to a Reaper spawn. With this, I found this ledge next to this artifact and set up another awesome teleporter right here. This way we can get here whenever we need so we can collect the condensed gas. I then placed down this S+ Tech gas collector, and now we wait for it to be able to generate us some gas. I was also curious to see what we could get out of these nodes here, and from this we get element ore and a bunch of metal. Day 32, and I noticed those female dinos that we tamed earlier are not producing any eggs. Huh. Where are the freaking eggs? None of them are producing eggs? Except we do have one Rex egg. I then remembered an important fact. To be able to produce eggs, you need to have a male counterpart as well. And you see, we do have a male and a female Rex. That's why we had an egg. So with this bit of information, we went out to go and hunt down some male counterparts for the current females that we have. Again, I wasn't too worried about their levels. I just needed something so we could produce some eggs. Locating all of these creatures with the Creature Finder Deluxe mod made things quite easy and quick too. I think the only creature I didn't manage to find was a Quetzal, but that's not too big of an issue. Whilst we patiently wait for some eggs to arrive, we went back down to the water to go and collect some silica pearls. I needed silica pearls so I could craft some more of these synthetic eggs. And with whatever was left over, I crafted up some electronics. I had been grinding for so long that I'm finally able to craft up my very first hybrids. And actually, a whole bunch of them. But once again, this cloning chamber takes a long time to produce anything. So let's fast forward a little while until the very first one is ready to come into this world, which is this particular creature here, the Plikti. I don't know if that's how you say it. Either way, this is the hybrid of the common fish that we see in the water and a trilobite. What in the Lord is that? It's very interesting. Can you write it? Oh, you can write it. The next hybrid we had available was the Dodo Vulture. Oh, you are ugly. You are not pretty. This thing kind of looks like Voldemort and a chicken made a baby. I want to keep some of our creatures out on display, so we're going to have to keep them well fed, which means we need to place down this trough and fill it with food. The next hybrid creature we made was a cross between a Paki and an Ovis. Hey. That's a weird looking creature. Day 33, I realized if I want to keep some of my creatures out and about in this area, I'm going to need to make some more space for them. So once again, we're expanding our base, and we're going to do this quite a bit over the playthrough. Even though we've done a lot right now, it's going to look quite different by the end of it. We were able to create some more hybrids, but we're quickly running out of DNA. And whilst we're waiting for the hybrids to craft up, I went to go farm all the resources I needed to create more DNA, like raw fish meat. I discovered a method to harvest fish meat that was quite effective. If I would kill the creatures, but not harvest their body, drag their body all the way up onto the shore, and then harvest their bodies with a chainsaw, I was able to get a lot more meat. Whilst flying around, I discovered one of my allies' bases. They were online, and they look like they've been quite busy. They even managed to make this hybrid, and this is pretty damn cool. Yeah, that's sick. I want one of them. Yes, I had decided I definitely want one of them. But for now, we'll settle with the hybrids we can make currently. Like this hybrid Dodo Featherlight thing. Baby Dodo. Ooh, you're pretty. Pretty weird. Now, the next hybrid that we had crafted was only an aquatic hybrid. Holy Skikar. Skikar here is a mix between a thorny dragon and a megalodon. You're like weird looking, but also kind of cool looking. I'm hoping that Skikar can help us get more raw fish meat. But first, I need to make him a saddle. I realized there was no saddle option for him in the cloning machine or even in the engram list. So to run the experiment, I crafted up a normal megalodon saddle to see if that would work. All right, let's see if this works. Can I just put a megalodon saddle on you? Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Now to test out his strength. You see, because he's part thorny dragon, he shoots projectiles. But of course, because he's part thorny dragon, his aim is a little bit off. So we just have to bite these megalodons until they die. Day 34, I crafted up some of these turrets to help protect us against some of the zombies that keep spawning at our base. I then went ahead and upgraded our crossbow all the way up until the ascendant level. Then went ahead and made some of these stronger trank arrows. Now you might be wondering, why exactly am I making these trank arrows if I have perfectly good trank darts? Well, that's because a longneck can't shoot underwater. And I want to tame some aquatic creatures, starting with this Bassie. Now I know that this is just a passive tame, so I only need to feed it some meat, but there's other creatures I want to tame. One particular creature I want to try and tame is this level 150 SCP-682.
Coming to get you, Mr. CMP.
I mean, look at those stats. It's extremely strong. I want it. I take my shot, I shoot it. It does a ton of torpor damage, but it one-shots me. This might end up being a little bit trickier than I had anticipated, but I definitely don't plan on giving up. After all, this thing's so damn strong. I've got to try and hit it and knock it out before it kills me. I had already run out of some of the stronger trank arrows and wanted to make some more, but we don't have quite enough narco berries to craft it exactly. So I got our good old faithful Theri out and started gathering some berries. Narco berries were proving to be quite rare, or we were just pretty unlucky in this situation. We gathered a bunch, but I wanted to try and quickly get back down to that SCP as quick as possible. I was able to make this black narcotic, which does 500 times torpor damage. Surely this will be able to knock it out quickly, and we're soon going to find out if this works. I don't have many of these black arrows, so I can't afford to miss. I shot it, it hit, it done a ton of torpor, I died. Then I quickly went to return. The torpor was already draining, but I got another shot off, and we ran out of the black trank arrows. We had already done 250,000 points of torpor, and then we got a notification that the server was about to reset. I needed to be quick. Looking back on this edit, I realized I should be using my trank darts, not the arrows. No. But it was stressful at this time getting attacked by these raptors and running out of time because the server was about to restart. Unfortunately, the server did in fact restart, and when we went to return to see if that SCP was still there, it had been wiped in the dino wipe. We lost that opportunity. But hey, on the bright side, that Bassie that we were trying to tame earlier was still there. I think because it's mid-tame, it doesn't wipe. And just like that, we now have ourselves a very own Bassie. This creature also produces oil in the soul terminal passively. Day 35, I find myself getting chased down by an alpha megalodon. You know, this entire time, I actually thought I was going to get away. We come close to getting away from this thing, but unfortunately, it catches us. Next, I go ahead and gather a whole bunch of narco berries again. We're at the stage now where we plan on taming a bunch of creatures. And I don't want to run out of narcotics again. Flying around on my wyvern, I see another pink glowing creature. This is the rogue Cyanosophlux. These names are really hard to say. Cyanosophlux. Anyway, I fight this creature, and it was a little tougher than I expected, and it does a ton of damage to us. I mean, well, just to me. I died. Uh-oh. My lightning wyvern was still alive, so I flew back on my fire wyvern and went back into the fight to try and save it. Unfortunately, I was too late. I think I need to be a little bit more careful with the certain fights that I try and fight. After losing a wyvern, I was a little bit depressed, and I figured the only thing that could cheer me up is a better looking base. So it was once again time for us to work on our base again, expanding this even further than it was. This next phase is going to be even bigger, and since some of this base goes over the edge of this mountain, I should probably try and keep ourselves safe with these guardrails. Day 36, we got a visit from another person playing on the server. Again, I needed to add him to the alliance. Then I could continue finishing off this base. I was finally placing a roof on this place. Kind of makes sense, you know, try and keep the zombies out and whatever else can make it up here. And with this, I had to rearrange some of our things like these air conditioners, the feeding trough, our refrigerator, and a bunch of items that were just kind of in the way. Day 37, I was kind of bored of working on my base and I wanted to go and tame another SCP, like this creepy ferox looking thing. I got its aggro onto me and then used this as an opportunity to climb up this hill and knock it out with one of our powerful tranks. Once it had fully tamed, I had to test this baby out. It didn't require a saddle, so we could just run around on it straight away. It looks like a fierce, creepy creature. But is it strong? No, not really. I thought it would have been a lot stronger than it actually is. I mean, it has 4 freaking arms that Arnold Schwarzenegger would be jealous of. I guess it's proof that muscles don't really matter. And it doesn't seem to be fire resistant. How did I catch on fire? I have no idea what's happening right now.
How am I burning right now?
My only option right now was to put this thing away in a soul ball to keep it safe. Maybe it was this weird SCP that has a special ability that I don't know of. I don't know. Ooh, honey. I'm taking it. I'm taking that honey. And this honey as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm about to die. Rip. I needed polymer again, so it's the carcanos hunting we go. I'm just a man with a chainsaw and a dream. Yep, that's me. The other carcanos that was here was an alpha carcanos. I was curious to see if an alpha carcanos would give us even more polymer. This quickly proved to be a tougher fight than I had expected. We were doing a bit of damage to it, but if you look over there, my health was dropping rapidly too. So I placed my lightning wyvern in the soul ball to keep it safe and try and heal up a little bit. After waiting a little while and letting it heal up, we put it back out and went back in to fight the alpha carcanos. It took us a little while and we almost came close to death again, but we finally got the job done. Now to find out whether we're going to gather more polymer than we would from a normal carcanos. And the answer was no. We did get a lot of chitin though. So in order for us to get some more polymer, we went back over to the Wyvern Island and killed some mantises. There's also a ton of metal nodes, and since we upgraded our base, we used a lot of metal, so I need to replace that. Day 38, I picked a fight with this rather large spider. Most people would be afraid of engaging with this, but as an Australian, it's not that big, except when it hits you with an attack like this, and yeah, I'm out of here. I'm Australian, not stupid. I then returned back to my favorite pond so I could carve up some more fish, and of course, some more crabs. We have to do this a lot so we can craft up some of these hybrids. I then returned back to the cloning machine to see what other creatures I could make. Now, I could craft this Magmasaur Argentavis thingy, but I think I'd prefer this Magmasaur Fire Wyvern mix. So I'm going to save my DNA so I can start working towards making one of them. I then placed out some of the SCPs that we had tamed. I just hope that they don't try and escape. Creepy looking things. I also want to make a hybrid Wyvern as well, but I need a bunch of Wyvern talons, and it's kind of a grind to get them. But that's when I came up with an idea to be able to get a bunch of them. But to pull off my idea, I'm going to need some of these charge batteries, which I place into this charge node so that they can charge up. I'm glad I set this teleporter up earlier. Day 39, I had to keep myself busy while I waited for these charge batteries to charge up. So I came over to check to see if there was any decent level Wyvern eggs. Once again, there wasn't anything of a really high level except this one. This was a level 100 and it's going to have to do. Next, I went and harvested some more raw fish meat. Again, I'm going to need to make some veggies eventually, so I placed down some more crop plots and started getting them fertilized. And I planted some more narco berry seeds as well. The special tranks are really expensive and we need a lot of narcos. Next, I went to go check on our charge batteries and they were all completely full. Now it was time for us to enact our plan, to gather a whole bunch of wyvern talons. My plan is to find a place that's populated with a bunch of wyverns. Then I was going to place down a bunch of turrets and fill them with the charge batteries and bullets. Then all I had to do was kite the wyverns over to me. But as I placed this one down and saw it aiming, I realized there was a wyvern trying to kill us. So I quickly escaped before I could place some more bullets and charge batteries in the other turrets. With one turret working, I then kited them all the way back to that turret. This proved to be an effective tactic, just like I had expected. But it is kind of slow with only one turret working, so we need to get rid of these lot first. Then once this lightning wyvern went down, I could fill up the other turrets with a charge battery and bullets. When you use a charge battery on turrets, there's a 30-second wait time before they can work. So before kiting some more wyverns over here, I went and collected all the talons that were lying around. It was then time for us to kite some more wyverns to the turrets. Best way to do that is to steal an egg. Just any egg. Any random egg will do. With a whole bunch of angry wyverns following us, we were able to kite them all over to the turrets. Then they got absolutely melted, proving this to be an effective tactic to be able to get ourselves some wyvern talons. Day 40, we continued our mission to gather these wyvern talons. I swapped out my lightning wyvern for the fire wyvern this time. I don't know why. It was just because I could. We kited the largest amount of wyverns that we had yet, and this seemed to be effective. I used my chainsaw to chainsaw up all of their remains and gather all of the talons. Now it was time to return back to base and place these talons inside the cloning machine. Then we mixed these talons with some organic polymer and turn them into purified talons, which we would then place in the DNA refinery and turn it into wyvern DNA. With all the wyvern DNA collected, I still didn't have quite enough to be able to make one of these hybrid wyverns. But there was one hybrid that I could craft, one that I've been looking forward to making, the Magmasaur Drake. Yeah, buddy. Got a Magmasaur Drake thingy. No matter what anyone says, this thing is freaking amazing. Such a majestic, demonic looking creature. And its stats are actually pretty decent. But the question is, can it do some damage? It's relatively decent, but hopefully after we pump some levels into its melee, it's a bit stronger. It also comes with a variety of attacks, like its fire breath that's pretty deadly. Before the day ended, I crafted up another hybrid, the Gorgmorlock. This is a weird Palovia Onyx hybrid. Day 41, I made a saddle for our Gorgmorlock, and I crafted another hybrid creature, the Arachnopithecus. It's a spider monkey, which is kind of creepy if you ask me. Oh my god, this is a monstrosity. This comes with a bunch of abilities, some that come from the Bloodstalker, some that comes from Arneo, and others that I don't really know. And this Palovia Onyx has a pretty mean leap. This thing should be in the NBA. Next, I teleport over to the obelisk. I want to see exactly what I need to be able to fight some of the bosses. I plan on fighting the 3 main alpha bosses, the Broodmother, the Megapithecus, and the Dragon. And it looks like we're going to need a bunch of tributes alongside all of the artifacts. So with that, I head out to go and collect some of the tributes, starting with Titan Boa Venom, which is arguably one of the easiest tributes to get. Day 42, I pieced together a full set of flak armor and upgraded it. Alright, finally put a full set of flak on. Ascendant gear. Well, kind of full set. I need to put a helmet on. Hopefully now I won't die as easy as I have been previously. I then placed down this boss platform. I wanted to see exactly what I needed to be able to summon in some of the bosses from the mod. And it looks like I need a lot of element, some generic artifacts, and then all of the alpha boss trophies. Now that I definitely need to get the alpha bosses, I need to see exactly what I need to summon in the dragon as well. This one's probably the most expensive one. It also seems like someone else has been here previously. They must have also done this boss fight. I'm now a high enough level that I can make the S+ heavy auto turrets. So with the resources that I had, I made a few of them. Whilst I was flying around, I spotted a stranger on the shore. So to be a little bit cheeky, I went and picked him up with my wyvern and flew all the way to the sky. I could have dropped him from the sky just for some giggles, but that's kind of mean. Instead, I placed him back on the ground and assisted with his little zombie problem. This is a good time to check out this auto turret. 2,000 damage per hit. It's pretty dangerous. My homie here called Little Whip has now joined the Dodo Legion Alliance. I wanted to make some more effigies to spread around our main base. And to do so, I'm going to need some zombie heads. So I came down to this little beach area so I could place down my auto turret and then just waited out while my auto turret killed all of these zombies that kept spawning in. We got pretty unlucky with this round. None of the zombies dropped anything that we needed. Dude, nothing? What the frick is wrong with this? Day 43, I made a shotgun and upgraded it completely to the Ascendant level. Now, why did I do this? Because shotguns are fun. That's all. The only thing is, I realized that I'm going to need ammunition for this. And gunpowder can be quite expensive. We've been using a lot of resources just to be able to have ammunition for our turrets as well. So I had to go back out and replenish a lot of metal, stone, and flint. Yeah, this was a whole damn process just to make shotgun bullets. But I can't lie, an Ascendant shotgun is quite fun. Take that, bitches. Get out of here. Get out of here, Raptor. Ooh, this Enki's kind of tough now, ain't you? Bro, these raptors are ruthless. Day 44, in preparation for fighting some of these alpha bosses, I wanted to see what the strongest hybrid was and exactly what I needed to be able to craft it. Now, I did see that there was a creature that required Giga DNA, but once I checked the Creature Finder Deluxe and saw there was no Gigas on the map, I knew I had no hope of being able to get enough DNA for it. But then I saw this, the Reaper Thorax. This is a cross between a Reaper, Megalania, and a Thorny Dragon, and I'm pretty confident I could make an army of these. But before doing so, I still had wyverns that I wanted to create. So once again, I returned to my favorite wyvern killing area and placed down the heavy turrets. These were going to do most of the work for me. And they obliterated wyverns straight out of the sky. We spent most of the day here trying to get as many talons as possible. I didn't want to have to come back again. Day 45 and we're still short of DNA to be able to make this hybrid wyvern. I thought by now we would have had enough. It's really expensive. So for a little change of pace, I extended our little gardening area. There were some modded plants that I wanted to try out and the seeds you'd make in the botany bench. I didn't know exactly what these fruits would do, but I was curious enough to try and find out. But it also looked like I'm going to need a bunch of other seeds first. And a quick way to get my hands on some seeds is an Iguanodon. So I went and pinched this one out in the wild, took it to a safe location close to my base to knock it out and tame it. I went ahead and named this thing the Don. Get it? Because Iguanodon. Now that I'm in the editing phase, I realized I had already tamed an Iguanodon. I don't know why I went and tamed another one. It's okay though. I still use this to be able to make us some seeds. So I suppose it's kind of useful. All of the veggie seeds I placed in the crop plots and the rest I placed into the botany bench to see if I could craft what I needed. I had to go back to my Iguanodon a couple times, but it wasn't until day 46 that we had exactly what we needed to be able to craft our very first modded seeds. And whatever I could make, I just made. I don't really care what it is and we'll figure it out, I guess. We had produced a lot of fertilizer, so a lot of our plants are going to be sorted for the rest of this playthrough. Now with the plants growing, we went back to the wyvern area to go hunt some more wyverns to get just enough DNA. We didn't need too much DNA, so we didn't have to stay here too long. I did stay longer than I had to. This was just way too much fun watching all of these wyverns get melted. Then after a full busy day of collecting wyvern talons and farming, we finally had enough DNA to make a hybrid. Fire Lightning Wyvern, which makes the... what's it called? Plasma Wyvern. Now to just wait what feels like a lifetime for this wyvern hybrid to craft. Day 47 and all of our hard work had paid off. We now have our very own hybrid wyvern, the Plasma Wyvern. Well, you kind of really just look like a lightning wyvern with some fancy wings. Now this wyvern does look a little unique, but also not as well. It can also glide, which is quite interesting. Now how does its attacks work? Well, it shoots these little plasma balls, which light things on fire. Does quite a bit of damage as well, but if my aim's off like it is right now, we do miss these little things. As I was flying around shooting the deadly animals in this world, I ran out of stamina. Oh, this is a bad time to run out of stamina. Oh no, I'm getting killed. I'm getting killed. This carrier hive was absolutely wrecking us. Our health was melting, but I needed the stamina so we could escape. We gotta get out of here. This is bad. This is bad. Get up. Go, 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 go. Oh, that was lucky. This fancy wyvern is cool and all, but it's not as great as I had hoped. I don't really love the way that its attack works. Next, it was time to summon in the Reaper Thorax that we had created. Ooh, you're a beast. And this creature was a beast. Look at its health, 13,000 health points, This thing must be pretty strong. Now we got some more larger creatures. Again, I'm going to need to expand our base. I placed down some of these cliff platforms to try and help us get some more area. I then crafted and made another Reaper Thorax. Now we have a male and a female. I wanted to see if we could breed them together and see what would happen. Initially, we ran into a weird problem. The egg that it produced was unfertilized. We're going to have to rerun that experiment once again, but for now, I'm going to place a saddle on the back of it and see if it's even strong enough or even worthy of us having to build an army for. Remember, my intentions for these creatures is going to be our boss fighters. Now, yes, it is strong, but I think its biggest advantage is the fact that it's part Reaper, so it should have a damage resistance to it as well. It also has a corrosive attack that does tick damage over time, so it does melt a lot of creatures quite quickly. Day 48, and we've been struggling to expand our base outwards, so I figured the only other option is up. We've been using the roof anyway, so we might as well open this up with a stairwell. And from here, I just expanded it with some ceilings. We got to keep safety first here, guys, so make sure the railings are in so no one falls down the stairs. Whilst out and about in the desert biome, I spotted this level 130 Rex. Now, if the Reaper Thoraxes don't really turn out to be great boss fighters, at least we can rely on a good old Rex. So taming a breeding pair of these can't hurt. We need their eggs anyway because there's possibly some hybrids that we could make from a Rex egg. Day 49, we went on the hunt to go and capture some SCPs. This will keep us busy while some of the creatures at base are breeding. The first target SCP that we found was surrounded by a bunch of other enemies. So in order for us to capture it, I snatched it up off of the ground and brought it to a much safer location where I could knock it out. Well, I think it's safe. There's a lot of creepy noises happening in the distance. Either way, this juvenile SCP-939 was now captured. Next, we came to hunt down this SCP-953. But when I targeted it with the awesome spyglass, I realized it has some weird taming requirements. I knocked it out anyway, just to see if maybe some meat would work. What's the worst that can happen, right? Close by, we stumbled across a whole bunch of other SCPs. They were all bunched up rather close, and I didn't want to risk my wyvern, so I put that away, used my glider to get close, and started shooting them with our ascendant shotgun. Surprisingly, we were doing quite a bit of damage. This seemed to be an effective tactic with very little risk. I like it. We took down this rather large serpent, quickly followed by the Broodmother that was nearby. There was another SCP Shadowmane that was close. Couple shotguns to the head and it disappeared. I chainsawed this spider and we got a bunch of things called the Flesh That Hates. Unsure what this is, but I'm sure I'll find out shortly. Right now, I need to escape from whatever the hell's trying to kill me. What is that? Something underground? Whoa. I can't even see it. Was that you? Mr. SCP-610. Oh, wait, no, there's something under the ground. What is that? I couldn't figure out what that thing is under the ground. Then I saw this. It must have been the Reaper the entire time. They can go underground, I'm pretty sure. Either way, it was doing a ton of damage to me and sent me back to the afterlife. I inspected the Flesh That Hates stuff and saw it's what I used to be able to craft certain SCPs. And there was one SCP that I could craft straight away, so I tested this out. This was SCP-1762. It's a box. That's all it is. Kind of weird if you ask me, and really creepy, but I suppose that's what SCPs are. Now it was back for us to finish off the rest of the SCPs that were out here in the wild, and I wanted to get my revenge on that Reaper, the Xenofem they call it. It has quite a bit of damage reduction, so our shotgun was having a bit of a difficult time killing it. So my next tactic was to try and stick to the side of this redwood tree and shoot down from here. Again, we weren't doing enough damage to this Reaper for it to be worthwhile. We were just wasting bullets, really. So with this, I moved on to this other creature, the SCP Titan. Now, living out my Spider-Man fantasies, I was able to shoot this thing in the back and its little friend that was near it, only for them to say goodbye. Of course, I wanted more of this Flesh That Hates stuff, and chainsawing their bodies gives us a whole bunch of them. Back at base, I went upstairs and I saw these random little wyverns just chilling here. SCP-1762. Yo, where the frick are you coming from? Were the boxes making them? Day 50, we had enough resources to make another one of these SCPs. Now, they do require element, and you might be wondering where have I got an element from? Honestly, I have no idea. It just kind of comes up sometimes. I think I kill certain creatures that might drop it. I just don't know. Now, this SCP that we crafted was the SCP-610, the Xenofem. Yes, a Reaper. Unfortunately, not a very good one. Considering its level, that doesn't look very good. Its health kind of sucks, but its attacks are actually pretty decent. I mean, it's just a red Reaper. Nothing special about it, really. It does do gnashing damage over time, so that's a pretty decent advantage, I guess. With a whole bunch of SCPs now contained, I need to place them somewhere. These critters cannot get away. Once again, we have to expand our base yet again. This location's good because it's hidden away from zombies, but in terms of keeping space for all of our dinos to be out and about, it's kind of tricky. And I'm not the most creative builder. I'm kind of just winging it as we go along. But after a little while, we were able to enclose in one of these SCPs so it can never escape again. Some of these larger SCPs are going to have to live in caged off areas, like the forearm Brown Devil Ferox, and the Bloody Red Reaper. Day 51, I launched myself off this cliff platform only to spot some lightning coming out of the ground. As I closer investigate, I see that it's a rather large monster, and he's kind of scarily close to my base. I shoot him a couple times with my shotgun, and then I realize he has 4.8 million health. I have no hope of defeating this guy with a simple shotgun, but I do plan on trying to fight him before the end of day 100. For now, I'm just going to try my best to avoid him, which is kind of hard to do, since even at my base, I can hear his noises. I really hope he can't kill anything around here. This was proof that I need to get a move on and create a really strong army so I can fight some bosses and even defeat that guy. I then created my very next hybrid, the Wolf Wyvern. I can't lie, this thing's pretty damn wicked to look at. I can't test him out right now because he doesn't have a saddle, but we will do so later. But now I headed back to the ocean because I needed to collect some more raw fish meat, hunting down a bunch of megalodons and whatever fish could give me raw fish meat. We managed to stock up on quite a bit and even got our hands on some black pearls and silica pearls. This should be enough to keep our cloning machine busy crafting enough DNA for us for now. Day 52, I discovered that there were a few high-level gigas on the map. Now, of course, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to be able to tame one of these. This particular one was a Twilight Giga. Now, I don't exactly know which mod this comes from or if it's better or not. Either way, it's a level 145, so I'm gonna have to tame it. Whilst waiting for it to tame, I took this as an opportunity to start having some fun with my shotgun. Ascendant shotguns are damn OP. These mammoths were now extinct once again. As for these creepy sycamores, they were a little bit harder to take down. I think because they're so skinny, they avoided some of the spray damage. The Giga was almost tamed, but its torpor was rapidly dropping as well. It just needed to eat one more time, and then it would be fully tamed. Just like that, we now have a Twilight Giganotosaurus. Now to go see if we can tame this other Giga that was close by. As we were heading over to this other Giga, we saw this SCP in the shallows of this water. I knew I could shoot this with my dart gun, so I took this as an opportunity to tame it. Once tamed, I jumped on its back and went for a little swim around the ocean. Yes, we're a little bit distracted on our first mission of getting a Giga, but hey, this thing's damn cool. I wanted to suss it out. Now, it seems as though it's not really affected by the eels. Like, typically I should get dismounted, but I didn't, and we managed to kill these eels with ease. This would be a very handy aquatic creature for us to be able to use to be able to gather a bunch of raw fish meat as well. Anyways, back to Giga taming. I knocked this one out. It's only a level 55, but it is a female. So we can start breeding this with the other high level one that we collected and maybe be able to breed some stats into it. I spotted a Spino just down the ways. And I mean, I got nothing else to do right now, so I figured I might try and tame that. There was a Baryonyx nearby as well, so I shot that and knocked it out as well. Whilst I was feeding the Spino, I got attacked by this Madagascar. It's only a level 20, but the only way I could get it off of me is by knocking it out. I gave it some meat and it immediately tamed. So we've got a Madagascar now. Female Giga, fully tamed up. Not the greatest stats, but hey, we'll make it work. It's still a goddamn Giga for God's sake. Baryonyx acquired, soon followed by this Spino. Now back to base to get these Gigas to breed together.
No, they're not the same. You got a Twilight Giga and then a normal Giga.
Yes, unfortunately, this Twilight Giga cannot breed together with a normal vanilla Giga. That's a shame. Moving on, I made this industrial grill so we could cook up a bunch of food for ourselves. Soon followed by this industrial cooker for other things. I don't know what yet. Day 53, we went to go check on our crops. And there was one crop that I had planted earlier that just didn't seem to be growing. Turns out the water source wasn't reaching it and it wasn't irrigated. But all of our other crops seem to be growing healthily, like this bioelectric plant. Since we've been using our chainsaw quite a bit, I figured it was about time that we upgrade it up until the Ascendant level. Now it can harvest these crabs way more efficiently. And I actually think we get a lot more polymer from it than we did previously. Like from 2 crabs, we almost get 5,000 organic polymer. To craft DNA, we do need a bunch of keratin. Not chitin, just keratin. And I found the best way to get keratin is from thorny dragons. And by using our chainsaw, we get a lot of it. The annoying thing is, thorny dragons are always found in areas with other creatures that when I kill the thorny dragon, those other creatures want to eat the bodies of my thorny dragons. Day 54, I stumble across this SCP-1471, and apparently it's a passive tame. I just tried to try and figure out exactly how to tame it. I thought maybe it tamed similar to a gacha, so I threw something at it, but this didn't seem to work. When that didn't work, I decided to run around it and shove this giant bee honey right up its butt. Now that makes 2 of us that enjoys honey in weird places. Ironically enough, we then found a gacha that was close by. So I fed it some metal pieces that we had on us. And I guess now we have our very own gacha. Hopefully it's a good one that produces good resources. What are you going to produce? What are you producing? Stone, fiber, raw salt, silica pearls, gas, polymer. I mean, polymer could have been good, but eh. Brand new SCP acquired. It's time to cage him up.
My man's chewing on the gates. Is he gonna get out? I don't think so. You creepy mofo.
Next, I made a saddle for our wolf wyvern. I was excited to test this thing out. It's just pretty cool looking. Now, it's got a pretty high vertical leap, and it glides just like a rock drake. And from the height that we jumped from, we actually made it quite the distance and stumbled across another SCP, SCP-2662. I shot it with a trank arrow and then quickly realized it's a passive tame.
Oh, it's a passive tame. My bad. My bad. Just realized you're a passive tame. My bad. It's now day 45 and I keep forgetting exactly what tributes I need to be able to fight these bosses. My first boss that I want to try and fight is the Broodmother. Haji Sucker. But again, I want to try and get myself a high level Rex army, just in case I can't figure out how to breed these Reaper thoraxes. This level 145 female Rex should assist us in our goal on defeating some of these bosses. I ran into a slight problem though. This Sabertooth was attacking the Rex while it was sleeping, which will ruin its taming effectiveness. 71% is not too bad. We can make that work. Just as the Rex had fully tamed up, it got into a fight with this breaker. My goal was to just try and get this thing inside a soul bore as quick as possible, and we successfully got that done. Now we just had to deal with this breaker. Fuck it. We're fighting. We're fighting. It does a fair bit of damage to us and chases us down rather quickly. I was hoping it couldn't swim, so I ran straight to the water and dove down deep. Little bit cheesy, but it didn't look like it was going to make it to me. And with our Ascendant shotgun, we were able to defeat this monstrosity. In the desert, I located a male 145 Rex. This had pretty high pre-tame health stats, so of course I took this as an opportunity to tame a decent Rex to breed. With both of our high-level Rexes acquired, it was time to start breeding them together to create a massive army. It's now day 55 and I log back in from a weekend away. IRL, and I accidentally left my Rexes on breeding the entire time. So yeah, we have a lot of Rexes. It's safe to say we're going to be pretty fine for a lot of these boss fights. Maybe. Now to just sort through all of these, and all of the ones with the bad stats, well, they're going to get deleted. I am hatching all of them, but a lot of them are going to have to go. I then went out to go tribute farming, starting with some more Titan Boa Venom, then getting some Therizino claws, Sarco skins from the swamp, and Tyrannosaurus lungs. Day 66, we went to track down some sauropod vertebrae. If there was a Bronto or a Diplo around, we were going to kill them. I ran into a pack of Allosauruses, and yes, I could use their brains. I then ran into a SCP-999 again, and since this is a healing type SCP, I figured it could be a perfect tame for a boss fight. Since it needs rare flowers to tame, I went back to base to pick up some rare flowers, returned to this SCP, fed it, and it was now ours. Once I brought it back to base, I had to figure out exactly how this thing worked. It looks like if you pet it, it gives it like an extra buff, but then it genuinely just heals things around it. I then discovered it works like a shoulder pet. Looks kind of weird on my shoulder, kind of like an umbrella, but hey, if it works, it works. Day 58, and we spotted a high-level Giga on the map. And you know I had to tame this beast. Whilst the Giga was knocked out, I figured since we're already on Wyvern Island, I might as well farm this place for some resources. But whilst I was farming, I encountered this mother of worms, one of these deviant boss type creatures. Then I thought to myself, hey, we've got a massive amount of Rexes back at base. This could be the perfect opportunity to fight a world boss and see if we could win. I wasn't planning on risking this Giga, so we're going to put it away for now. Instead, we'll get out a whole bunch of our Rexes and use these to fight this world boss. Now, the Mother of Worms summons in all of these other little minions. And individually, they're not that strong, but as a group, they wreck some of our Rexes. But with a little Rex army, we're absolutely annihilating this Mother of Worms. Honestly, I was expecting the Mother of Worms to be a lot stronger than it was. Yeah, we got stuff. But once we killed it, it did drop a bunch of things. The only thing is, we had to deal with all the rest of the minions that were summoned in, and they wrecked all of our Rexes. Even with the boss gone, our Rexes kept dying. But the boss did drop a few items that were quite interesting. After killing the Mother of Worms, we also got a trophy from her as well. I then went back out to go farm some more tributes, this time RG claws. Later on, I went to the Green Obelisk to see what else I needed to be able to fight the Alpha Broodmother. And I was missing a few of the artifacts. So back down to the Aberration Zone we went to go pick these artifacts up. Day 59, and we're still hunting for artifacts. There was one specific artifact that I couldn't find. It took me quite a while, but it was here, hiding behind this tree. The artifact of the hunter. We returned to the Green Obelisk and placed all of the artifacts in there just to make sure that we had all the right artifacts. Confirming we have all the right artifacts, now we just need to collect all of the tributes. Back at base, I used these items that we got from the Mother of Worms, and they summon in these creepy creatures. Now we have our very own tamed Big Boy and Imp. I returned back to the Green Obelisk and started getting out 20 of my strongest creatures. We had bred up a few of these Reaper Thoraxes, finally, so we're going to bring a bunch of these. I realized all of these are unleveled, and since we're fighting the alpha boss, we're going to need to level them up. Basically just pumping points into health and melee. Unfortunately, this comes with a catch though. I need to place them away in the soul ball so they can heal up before we even begin this fight. Then return back to base and wait until they're healed up. After quite a bit of time had passed, it was time to get this army back out. Since we're fighting vanilla bosses, we can only bring in 20 dinos maximum. I made sure to set up a few saddles on some of the Rexes as well, and the main Rex that I'm riding has an Ascendant saddle. Then it was time to begin this fight. Here we go. I hope this works. We made it into the boss fighting arena. Now it was time to fight this big red Broodmother. Am I prepared with this army? Are they strong enough? Let's find out. I whistled all of these creatures to start fighting this Alpha Broodmother, but quickly some of them started dying. I was really hoping the SCP-999 was helping with healing these guys up. Come on, Tickle Monster.
This is not going very well. Quickly, our little army was dying off, and the Broodmother's health was only a fraction of the way down. This was not looking good. I tried fighting from a different angle, hoping to not get hit directly from the Broodmother's attacks. My Rex having an Ascendant Rex saddle should help us out and give us a slight advantage. I realized this was a losing fight quickly, so I dismounted and tried to escape. Tried to get as high as possible on top of one of these mushroom shelves. All of my Rexes are dead. It was only me and my shotgun, and the limited amount of shotgun bullets that we have, I don't think this is going to work. I then teleported back to base. I knew we had no hope on defeating the Broodmother. I had failed. Just to see if we could do a little test, I grabbed a bunch of Rexes out of the Soul Terminal and saw if I could teleport back to the arena. And I could. Only thing is, there was no boss in sight. Oh, where did it go? It's completely gone. Well, damn. If that little strategy worked, that would have been pretty cheesy. I'm definitely going to have to rethink the strategy moving forward, since alpha bosses are quite damn strong. I'm determined to defeat and fight this alpha Broodmother, which means I need to go farm some more tributes once again. Sauropod vertebrates, Titan Boa Venom, the whole lot all over again. This next strategy though, I think I'm gonna get myself a Tyrannosaurus. Unfortunately, once we knocked this Uti out, it was getting attacked by this Carno, which means its taming effectiveness has gone down once again. So to solve this little issue, I decided to give it a bunch of stimulant to wake it back up so I can knock it back out again and get 100% taming effectiveness. This is going to take quite a while to wake up since it has a lot of torpor that needs to drain. Day 61, we're back in the aberration zone once again, collecting the artifacts we need to be able to fight the alpha Broodmother. Then back in the open wild, collecting tributes and getting pounced on by Thylacolios. Holy crap, these guys keep pouncing on me. In the redwoods, we come across this SCP-096, a very creepy humanoid type SCP. Of course, we can't let this one run around in the wild, so I had to tame it, bring it back to base, and lock it up. There you are, Mr. 096. Locked up and away from everything. Day 62, we're back in the snow taming a Tyrannus. That one that we knocked out earlier and then tried to wake up, I forgot about it completely. This one's a pretty decent level, but its stats kind of suck, but that's okay. It is what it is. We now have a Uti. Then once again, it was back to tribute farming. I'd created a little storage box just for our tributes. This way I could keep track of them a lot easier. Day 63, I set some turrets up around the green obelisk. This would get rid of all the little pests that keep spawning in, like the zombies, dinos, everything that kind of annoy us whilst we're trying to get ready for the boss fight. Unfortunately, with the more Rexes we got out, the more hiding spots these zombies had, so I had to deal with them with my shotgun. All of my Rexes were out and my Tyrannosaurus was ready to go. It was once again time to fight the alpha Broodmother. Hopefully this time, this Tyrannosaurus will make all the difference. Come on, baby. This time we got it. We landed in the boss arena. I jumped straight on the back of my Tyrannosaurus. With SCP-999 healing all of my Rexes, we should be able to make this work. I courage rolled all of my Rexes and sent them in to fight the alpha Broodmother. We were chipping away at its health and my Rexes weren't dying yet. All right, they're holding out. They are going to be dying soon. The courage roll does make a big difference. Using my spyglass, I was scanning all of the Rexes and seeing that their health was actually quite low. Then a bunch of our Rexes just started dying. Oh, this is not good. No. Things are already starting to look bleak. We've lost a bunch of our Rexes. I really didn't want to lose our brand new Uti, so I dismounted and tried to put him in a soul ball. No. Unfortunately, this is disallowed in a boss arena, and our Uti died quickly. Udi's dead. Udi's down. I once again made a quick escape to the top of this mushroom thing. We got the alpha Broodmother's health halfway down, but it just wasn't enough. I tried to stay as persistent as possible with my shotgun, but I saw that my ammo was quickly depleting. It was safe to say that this battle was lost. Just gonna have to accept defeat on this one. Day 64, and I'm feeling kind of defeated from losing to the alpha Broodmother twice. I can already tell that the comment section is gonna have a field day with this one. In other news, there was a world boss right near our base. This overgrown, crazy looking, golem looking thing. Now, because I have a ton of Rexes, I figured I could fight this thing and defeat it. I don't have a 20 Rex limit, but this thing has 1.6 million health, and because it's a golem, it has damage reduction. So even with almost unlimited Rexes, we didn't really do much damage at all. Back-to-back boss fighting failures. This is kind of looking bad. But hey, do you know what I am good at? Collecting fiber. Yeah, so I did that. I mean, I might as well. I've got a sickle. I have to defeat this alpha Broodmother. I'm determined. Once again, I'm preparing to fight it, this time making sure that every Rex is as leveled as possible. And I'm only bringing the best Rexes that I've got. Strangely enough, my screen started going a little bit weird. I thought it was my PC at the time, until I realized it was actually the zombie infection. You see, the more times you get hit by zombies, the more that this infection bar increases. And there's only really one way to cure this infection, but we didn't get to that until day 65. You see, you've got to use this zombie workbench to make the zombie plague cure, which require a bunch of items exclusive to the zombies mod. We need antibiotics, bandages, painkillers, plastic, and a stim pack. The stim pack we already have, the rest we have to make from other resources. Thankfully, we had most of the things on hand. Zombie plague cure. It's been getting pretty bad.
I need to fix it. Once we made this purple concoction and drunk it, it cleared up our entire screen. Now we can focus on fighting bosses again. I needed to tame up another SCP-999. We need a decent healer. Day 66, I prepared a bunch of Rex saddles and upgraded them as much as I could. I then went out to go hunt down another Tyrannosaurus since we lost the other one. I'm not too phased on the level. I just need something that can stand at the back and courage roar. This world boss was really close to our Tyrannosaurus, so I wanted to try and kite it away. It didn't work very well though. The Tyrannosaurus ended up taming up, but it was also killed by the world boss. Oh no! Damn it. So we flew over to the snow biome to go and find another Tyrannosaurus and tame it here. Whilst waiting for that Yeti to tame up, we went and had a little bit of fun on our Magmasaur Drake. The Yeti was now tamed up, so we put it away in a soul ball, but then we spotted some SCPs. Well, they spotted me. SCP-745. They were pesky little creatures similar to raptors. One I knocked out, the other one I shotgunned in the face. We had now tamed a rather interesting SCP. So on day 67, we went to go test this beast out. Its average attacks are rather weak, but it can bleed and cripple its enemies as well, which gives it quite the advantage. So even though a singular attack seemed kind of weak, it drains its enemy's health kind of fast with all the extras that it does. But ultimately, this SCP needs to be caged up and put away. Also, to add to my strategy on fighting this boss and trying to successfully win, I added a Daedon to our boss fighting army. They're all over the map, so I figured I'd pick up a couple just in case I fail again, and maybe I can breed them as well. I've quickly learned that fighting alpha bosses, you really need to be super prepared. So even with my Reaper Thoraxes and Rexes, I need to have the right backup. I teleported over to the Green Obelisk to start setting up for the boss fight, but there was a bunch of creatures around, specifically these SCPs that are invincible. They didn't seem too aggressive once they were in this state, so maybe they'll be okay. But I spotted something in the distance and went to go investigate. As I got closer, SCP-682 had been summoned. This must be something interesting. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's that big weird whale thingy. SCP-682. I shot it a couple times with a tranq dart and put it to sleep. It was time to tame this thing. Oh man, you're so damn big. Did it just body slam me? Of course, it's never that simple though. Oh, what's happening? Wait, little wyvern thingies? Wait, did that thing oh, is that what got summoned in? Oh, okay, gotcha. Day 68, and we figured out how to kill these SCP-1471s. They're only invincible for a short amount of time. Thanks to our awesome spyglass, we can tell exactly when that time is. Close by was this large crocodile-type SCP, SCP-682. This is the one that we encountered in the water earlier, and it absolutely decimated us. So now I wanted my revenge by capturing it, which once again was going to be easier said than done. This time I'm a little bit more prepared with my stronger tranq darts. Since we're not underwater, I can use these darts and not just arrows. And quite simply, put this bad boy to sleep. I fed it some raw mutton and it tamed up rather quickly. Then it started going on a rampage immediately. It didn't need a saddle so I could ride it, and then I went out to go test out its abilities. I was surprised. It's really strong. Then I went to go check on 682. It was taking a little bit longer to tame up. Maybe I had missed something. Oh, I did. I forgot to feed it. It was that simple after all. It was that simple after all. We had no time to mess around. It was now time to fight the boss once again. This time round, surely I'm prepared enough. We've even mutated some of our Rexes so the health stats are a lot bigger than they were before. We've got SCP-999, a Daedon, and a Tyrannosaurus as support creatures, and this time round, only Rexes and our strongest ones. Third time's lucky. Man, we got saddles, we got Uties. This time round, hopefully we defeat the Alpha Broodmother. I courage roar as much as possible. My Daedon is healing them all up. A little while in, we've been chipping away at the Broodmother's health, and a lot of our Rex's health has been holding up. I think the upgraded saddles is making a huge difference, as well as our Daedon. Alpha Broodmother's health is halfway, and our army is staying strong. I accidentally dismounted off my Tyrannosaurus and landed on a Rex. Mistakes were made, and our Uti almost died. I think we're gonna win. Where the frick's that Daedon? The Daedon died, didn't it? The Daedon did in fact not die. Well, not at that very point. It died now. There it goes. Stupid. It's okay though, because it looks like we're about to win. A few of our Rexes are going down, but so is the Broodmother's health. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're prepared this time. It's the biggest difference. Our Rexes were holding on strong. Our Tyrannosaurus is healing up. Everything was looking good. And then it happened. There we go. Oh my lord. It's now day funny number, and we have unlocked a bunch of tech engrams. And so that we can make some of these tech items, I'm going to need a tech replicator. With our last Daedon dying, we're definitely going to need to breed some up. Thankfully, we tamed up a couple of them so that we can actually do this. I do want to start utilizing my Reaper Thoraxes. So it's time we really focus on breeding an army of these guys up. I had also crafted up a bunch more of these hybrid creatures, like this Ankylodicurus, which is an Anky and a Dodicarus. Obviously,
Is that obvious? Maybe it's not. It's just a spiky doed. Then we crafted up this scorpion Uritrip deep water bug thingy. With all of these hybrids being made, I then made this biosynthesizer. It's a cloning machine, but it works way more efficiently and a lot faster. Day 70, since we've been cooking up a bunch of hybrids, I need to replenish my organic polymer stock. So it was back to my good old favorite Carcanos hunting spot. I figured I'd go over to Wyvern Island as well. Since I've got really good armor and this shotgun, I knew this was going to be a lot more fun. There's a few other hybrids that I'd like to cook up before the end of this 100 days. Also, since we've unlocked some tech engrams, I need element. And I found on Wyvern Island that these certain rocks sometimes drop element. It doesn't drop every time we harvest these rocks, and it is kind of rare, but hey, I'll take whatever I can get. Day 71, we teleported over to the blue obelisk to start preparations and fighting the alpha megapithecus. Strangely enough, it looked like someone left one of their creatures here. All right, whose is this? 3 big guys, you freaking punks. Clean your mess up, boys. I then inspected all of the tributes that I'm going to need to be able to fight this alpha megapithecus. A lot of the tributes I already had, but some of the ones that were missing were Spinosails. Spinos are kind of a rare spawn in this map, so we got to try and take what we can get. But whilst flying around looking for Spinos, we encountered this monstrosity. Is this like a red element node? Flesh wound? Flesh? It's big. It's like flesh out of the ground. This is gross. This is gross. This was called SCP-610 Vein. What exactly is this? I honestly have no idea. What I did know though was I could kill it. So I did exactly that, hoping to get something out of it. And once it disappeared, we didn't get anything. We'd been breeding a few of these Reaper Thoraxes finally. So I took one of them out for a spin. Used it to hunt down some Spinos as well as get some juicy levels. I even got to test its might against this big breaker. This wasn't a tough fight at all. Although we weren't doing a ton of damage, it wasn't doing basically any damage to us. And to top it all off, we got a ton of levels. Day 72, and after killing that breaker, we got a weird item. It's called the Unassembled Outbreak Mech. I was rather curious, so of course I crafted it. Now, I'm pretty sure we got it from the breaker, but I might be wrong. I don't know, but this is it, the Outbreak Mech. Kind of badass if you ask me. It's like Gundam Wing, but not as cool. Anyways, we're back on the mission to hunt down some more Spinos for the Spinosails. We got 2 in one spot, which was kind of lucky, I guess. Then the only other tribute that we were missing was Megalania Toxin. Thankfully, we have a teleporter right near where they spawn, and a whole bunch of them spawn here, so we don't have a problem getting our hands on the toxins. Teleported right to the blue obelisk and chucked in all of the tributes that I had just to double check that I had everything I needed. Only thing missing was the Megalodon teeth and the artifacts, all of which we had stashed away at base. But before actually starting this fight, I figured I'd get some warmer clothes. And thanks to the augment station on the upgrade bench, we can actually change our flak armor into some warmer clothes. Now it's finally time to get back to the blue obelisk, destroy all the zombies that keep spawning around us, and start the fight. Please make it out of there. Freaking. This could be bad. I'm predicting this not go too well. With all of our dinos running around like crazy, they kind of got mixed up. Once we finally spawned in, I couldn't find my Yudi. And to make things worse, it was kind of stuck in amongst everything. Luckily, in the Megapithecus fight, it takes a little while for the boss to get here. Kind of. It eventually made it to us, and I still needed to try and mount our Yudi, because without that courage roar, I wasn't confident that we would actually win this fight. Finally, I made it onto our Yudi. Immediately did our courage roar, and let my army loose on this massive ape. Our Yudi was a little bit too in and amongst it all, so we tried to escape and get away. I also wanted to get my Daedon out of there as well. The Daedon. Okay, courage roll. It was hopeless. It wasn't gonna work. Daedon went in. It wasn't supposed to go in. Even with all of this chaos happening right now, we were managing to do quite a bit of damage to this Megapithecus. We had lost a few of our creatures, but we were holding in there, and it looked like we were gonna win. Although a couple of my Rexes did fall over the edge here. Oh, one of my Rexes has gone down. No, they're falling! This is probably not the best place to fight. This could have been bad. Ooh, that could have been bad. That was almost bad. Finish him, finish him, finish him! We managed to defeat the Alpha Megapithecus. You stupid, what are you doing? 3 big guys, stuff you guys. But you freaking made me lose one of my people. Day 73, and we need to start preparing for the Alpha Dragon fight. And for the Alpha Dragon, we need Tuso tentacles. Surprisingly, when you kill one, you get 8 tentacles at once. I'm not sure if I'm really great at maths, but I'm pretty sure squids only have 6 arms, not 8. Either way, it is what it is. So after killing 2 Tusos, we got all the tributes we needed from them. They also drop us a crazy amount of keratin as well. There was another Tuso close by, and I couldn't pass up an opportunity to kill another one. After all, the black pearls could be worth it as well. We're now back at base, and I could make another one of these zombie effigy. But this time, this was like the bigger one, so it covers like a larger area. I placed it down here by the SCP, so they're no longer bothered. Now to double check exactly what I needed to summon in the Alpha Dragon. This is probably the most expensive boss to summon in. Day 74, and I'm in need of a bunch of electronics. And the best way I know to be able to farm a bunch of silica pearls is with an anglerfish. The problem is, the particular anglerfish that I was after was surrounded by a bunch of enemies. Last thing I wanted was to lose our shark. So I dismounted and tried to put it in one of these soul balls. I was getting attacked from every direction and I had no idea if I actually grabbed the shark or not. And then we died. Don't worry, fam. That right there, that's the shark. It's still alive. I managed to return to the anglerfish that we were targeting, knock it out, and tame it. Once tamed, we got straight to work collecting as many silica pearls as possible. The Oceans of the Hope map are quite vast, but lucky for us, silica pearls are everywhere. What I didn't expect to find was an SCP this deep underwater. SCP-3700. Yes, as soon as I heard those noises, I knew it wasn't a good idea to stick around. Day 75, we went to go collect all the artifacts we needed, then back to the red obelisk to see what tributes were missing, then back to our base so we could replace this old data generator with a new tech generator. Day 76 begins with us hunting down this Tyrannosaurus for its lungs. Farming tributes for these alpha fights is kind of a grind, but it must be done. The most difficult tribute I found was the Giga Heart, unless you got some turrets with some batteries in it. Then it makes it much easier. Oh dude, this guy's getting melted. See you later, Giga Gator. That was bad. Turrets and the aimbot are extremely overpowered. Like, who even needs dinosaurs anymore? Oh crap, oh crap. He's gonna eat me. He's gonna kill me. No, kill him before he kills me. No. Damn. When I arrived back at this Giga and my Wyvern, he was instantly deleted. Day 77, we went back to the red obelisk and placed all of the tributes in it, only to find out that we were short on a few of the T-Rex arms and the Allosaurus brains. Allosaurus brains are pretty easy to get your hands on since they always are in packs of 3. And regarding the T-Rex arms, we had some lying around the base that was already covered. Right now, I need to prepare all of our creatures to be able to get ready for this boss fight. For example, our Datodon right here has been healing up some of the dinos already, so its food is kind of low. We needed to fill up on some more food so it can heal whilst we're in the fight. It's now day 68 and we're now prepped and ready to fight the Alpha Dragon. Only problem is with all of these dinos scrambling around so much, it makes it hard for me to actually reach the terminal. And because they're so big, if I whistle them too far away, there's a chance they might actually not make it into the fight. We do eventually make it to the terminal and activate this boss fight. Now, it's not usually recommended that you go into this fight with some Rexes. Typically, you fight the dragon with Therizinos. That's the normal meta. But we're doing a 100 days challenge and we don't have the time to breed up a whole bunch of Theris right now. We just gotta hope that our Reaper Thoraxes help us out. Anyway, the dragon has landed on the ground, so I sent my army in to start attacking. It's doing a ton of damage.
Oh no, I should have brought heal potions for myself.
Yes, that was one thing I did forget. The Dimorphodons do run around trying to attack the rider off the back of my Yudi, meaning I'm getting direct damage to me. I do have the Datodon only following my Yudi, but sometimes it's out of range to heal up all of my fighting creatures. A few of our Rexes and Reaper Thoraxes have gone down, but so is the dragon's health. It then launches itself back into the sky. I maintain the courage roar and hope that this dragon will land once again. Once it lands again, we send all of our army back over to start fighting, but that's when a lot of our creatures start dropping like flies.
Oh no, this isn't good. This isn't good.
With a lot of our army already gone down, we're doing significantly less damage than we were before. Even though the dragon's health is low, we're not actually doing enough damage to make much of a difference. Very few of our creatures are left and they're all dying off. 88,000 health points left and it took down our Yudi. It was only me and my shotgun and one other creature left on the map. Somehow some zombies made it in here as well.
Oh my god.
62,000 health left. I've got a shotgun that's doing quite a bit of damage. Trying to make an escape and hide behind this pillar of rocks. Can we do this?
There's a way I could win this.
50,000 health left. It's getting tight. Reloading is getting in our way. Our pants are broken and we're getting chased down by this dragon. No! We were so close, yet so far. Once I had finally respawned, we went to go get our stuff out of the awesome teleporter, but it was gone. We lost all of our gear. This is just putting salt on the wound. I was quite frustrated that we lost the Alpha Dragon fight, but we've got to continue on. So I went ahead and crafted up all of the same gear and then upgraded it like before. Only with this, it ate through a lot of our resources. So we had to go back out and collect it again. We may have lost against the Alpha Dragon boss. Yes. We could fight it again, but it didn't feel like grinding up all these tributes again. So instead, I set up this boss platform and came to inspect exactly what I needed to be able to summon in one of these modded bosses. It seems as though we need Element, and the best place I know to get Element right now is here on Wyvern Island. And I mean, we need a lot of these resources that you can get over here anyway, so we just keep farming for the rest of the day. Day 80, I began setting up to fight our first modded boss. Now, since we don't have any limitations on the amount of dinos I can bring, I brought a whole ass army. Problem is, because we spent so long over here, a bunch of zombies spawned in, and I was trying trying to level up a bunch of these Reaper Thoraxes at the same time, whilst also getting attacked by these zombies. I managed to deal with a whole bunch of them, but the zombie plague started to affect me. Things were starting to look like the night that I turned 18. Blurry and hazy. Thankfully, I could just quickly whip up a good old zombie plague cure, drink it, and be on my way. Day 81, I returned to our makeshift boss fighting arena. Only this time, I brought some turrets with us. They should help us fight the boss as well as deal with some of these pests that keep spawning around us. If you're wondering why we're resetting all of our dinos again, that's because the last time we set them all out, we upgraded their health and I just wanted them to heal up a bit. But now it was time to summon in our first modded boss. The Wayward Zeus Zapatitis. I think that's how you say it. I feel like I just butchered it. But basically, it's an overpowered super spiky Bronto. Even with a massive army of Reaper Thoraxes and a couple of Rexes, this boss was destroying all of them. Every single one of the creatures that we sent in to fight died quickly. This boss meant serious business. It does have 2.1 million health points, which is a clear indication that this boss fight is going to be kind of hard. Pretty much every dino that we sent in is now dead, and all of those dinos were fully upgraded and leveled and everything. I had no other choice but to return back to base and collect a bunch of dinos that were currently unleveled. For now, we're just gonna have to rely on sheer numbers to be able to defeat this boss. With all of my creatures keeping this boss busy, I just stayed at a distance and shot it with my shotgun. But honestly, I don't think I was being much help. I thought once again, maybe some turrets can help us out. I mean, they've done pretty well for us in the past. I get out a whole bunch of other creatures out of my soul balls and send them into fight. 268,000 health remaining on this boss, but it keeps killing all of my creatures quickly, and it was destroying my turrets. I begin to replace and replenish the bullets in these turrets, but I'm quickly killed. We're now on the home stretch and our turrets are doing the work. I send in another wave of dinos to finish the job off, and with assisting with my shotgun, we were finally able to take out this boss. Since defeating this boss, we were now able to summon one of our own. Holy Lord. Yes, this is a very big boy. He barely fits on our base. Day 83 and I crafted up a brand new hybrid using our biofusion machine. This hybrid was called the Death Burrower. Only problem is it spawned in underground and I couldn't figure out how to get it out. Hello? Can you come out now? Get him to follow me, get far away. This will work. This did not work. Anyways, moving on, we were down in the ocean collecting some more silica pearls. We needed a lot more electronics, obviously. And we're gonna need even more metal than ever. So I made another one of these ARK smelting forges. Found a Giga in the snow, so I decided to kill it just in case I decide to fight the Alpha Dragon again. Or maybe I'll use its heart for some DNA. Make a hybrid Giga type thing. Day 84, we found another Giga. And once again, I used these turrets to help us take it down. Except they weren't fast enough again. We saw some of the red SCPs in the distance, and I thought this would be a fun chance to be able to test out our Zeus Titan. Look at the damage we are doing. This spiky Bronto is an absolute powerhouse. These red little SCPs were deleted instantly. They didn't stand a chance. Day 85, and after that last boss fight, we're gonna need even more of an army than we had before. So we have a whole bunch of Reaper Thoraxes breeding away and a bunch of Rexes as well. And that's just these bosses. When we have to fight the major world boss at the end, just wait. That thing's going to be so much harder. I then had another idea on how to try and get the Death Burrower out of its burrow. What if I get rid of the floor underneath it? Ooh, I think I broke something that I wasn't supposed to break. Once again, this wasn't working, and I was too afraid to break even more of these, just in case I destroyed everything. Day 86, and I made this contraption, the Operation Researcher. Now, to be able to use some of this stuff, you need human DNA, which is a super creepy kind of thing that I need to make. And to make human DNA, I just need to suck some blood out of my arm. And just like a typical Green Day fan, it didn't end very well. Anyways, with the human blood that we had crafted, I turned it into purified human blood, and then into human DNA. With the human DNA, I could eventually make this Operation Sapien. Only problem is, it requires Trudon eggs, and we don't have any of that. Day 87, and we've got a pretty large army ready to hatch. I mean, look at all these Rexes. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Couple Reaper Thoraxes amongst the bunch as well. But moving forward, I think we're going to be pretty fine with some of these boss fights. I'm still unsure what I'm going to do about the Alpha Dragon. So whilst I've got a little bit of time, I do go down and hunt down some tributes to be able to fight it, if we do decide to do that. So I spend a large chunk of this day in the ocean hunting down Basilos for their Basilo blubber. Day 88, I go and hunt down some Rexes for their arms, Therizino saws for their claws, but then somehow we get this annoying blood animation again, and there's only one way I know how to get rid of it. Yeah, like that. Day 89, we collect some artifacts. And I'd also created this workbench. It's an element crafting station where you use a bunch of artifacts and a whole bunch of other items like black pearls, electronics and stuff, and then you can make element. And we need a bunch of elements so we can summon in the modded bosses. Each one of them's at least 900 element to summon one single boss. Right now, I'm just getting out all of my creatures so I can start leveling them up and preparing for another boss fight. Day 90, and we've been breeding a bunch of Datons as well. So much so that we got this Daton as well. Hey, we got a pink one. That's Pretty cool looking, if you ask me. Found a high-level Yudi in the snow as well, so I couldn't pass up an opportunity to tame this. Their courage roll really comes in clutch sometimes. Makes such a huge difference. Day 91, and I stumbled across this wyvern nest in the snow biome. Yo, is that an ice wyvern egg? I don't even know. I knew those ice wyverns. I just could never find their freaking nest. Let me land, bro. Let me land. And we finally got a half-decent leveled egg, even though it's pretty late in this playthrough. Moving on, I went to collect some Tyrannosaurus lungs. I then got out my spiky Bronto beast so I could fight and destroy this Giga and claim its heart. With a little over 9 days remaining, I should have enough time to still fight the Alpha Dragon and the rest of these modded bosses. But I will admit, I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Kind of scrambling just to get stuff done so we can complete this playthrough. One thing I do know that I can do right now is try and heal up our Zeus Titan. You know, the spiky Bronto? The thing won't heal up in my soul ball, so we have to do it the good old-fashioned way with some Daydons and my SCP-999. Day 92, and one of these SCPs was glowing a light out of its face. The thing thinks it's a torch. Anyways, we went to go get some more artifacts. We need a lot of them to summon in the modded bosses. And we need 4 of them just so we could summon in the Alpha Dragon, along with all the other tributes, of course. But for now, to give us the best chance of defeating these bosses, I'm leveling up all of my creatures, as well as hatching every egg that's ready to hatch. Day 93, we have a whole army prepared to fight a next modded boss. This scary monstrosity, the Cyber Macro Deco Draco. Man, these names are really hard to say. Even with a massive army full of strong dinos that were fully leveled up, oh lordy, this thing destroyed multiple of them instantly. Our army got it pinned up against this wall, which seemed to help. I had this turret helping us out, and it was just within range. The Cyber Macro Draco was destroying our creatures, and then it dropped its big attack and destroyed my entire army. Whoa. Whatever just happened there hurt. Our Yudi almost fell in battle. I threw out another wave of our dinos and sent them into fight. This thing was dangerous. Its health was dropping a lot quicker than the previous big boss, but it also does a lot more damage. He was eating through our dinos like they were a packet of Skittles. My Yudi had healed up a little bit, so I used it to try and get back into the fight. It got a little risky at times. I needed to get its attention to try and kite it down to another bunch of dinos we had ready down here, but my Yudi almost died. It was a close one. Keeping its aggro was kind of difficult as well. Surprisingly. My next wave of dinos, I sent them in. It didn't take long for a few red names to pop up on the screen. With its health starting to drop low, I got the big spiky Bronto out again. With the power that this boss has, it was going to help us finish this thing off. This one-on-one fight was starting to become a little sketchy. Our health was dropping quite quickly. I didn't want to lose the Zeus Super Titan, so I risked everything by dismounting and then trying to get it in a soul ball quickly. We did die, but we did manage to get it in a soul ball, so it's safe. I returned back to our makeshift boss fighting arena on day 94, this time stacked with another army of Reaper Thoraxes. Trying to get the attention of the big Cyber Macro Draco was turning out to be a little difficult with these other creatures around. Then a couple shotgun shots to the face, it locked in on me and started charging. It's coming! I wanted to try and lead it down this way a little closer to our turrets. They're actually quite helpful, but it almost killed me, so it was just time to send in the army, which died rather quickly. They're not very high level, but we are on the home stretch now. I'm just using my shotgun to try and finish this thing off. 32,000 health left. We can do this. 26,000 health left. Threw out a couple more dinos and then sent them in. And this was it. Time to win this battle. Yeah, we did it. Pretty sure about to die. Another boss down, but it's time to get straight back to work. We still have a few bosses we need to defeat and with only 5 days remaining. We still need to collect a bunch of tributes before we can even attempt to fight the Alpha Dragon. It's now day 95 and I went AFK for a while. This wasn't for no reason. I was just waiting for all of my dinos to heal up in the soul walls. Also, to kill some time, I went and harvested fiber. It's kind of satisfying if you ask me. I don't know why. It just is. Day 96 and we're prepared. We're ready to fight the Alpha Dragon. This time I brought a lot more Reaper Thoraxes that were leveled up. Also, a few of them had mutated health and melee stats, which I'm hoping gives us more of an advantage since the last time we fought the Alpha Dragon. I had also brought some health potions for myself this time. Hopefully we don't get killed off the back by some Dimorphodons or Pteranodons. I was trying to find my Yudi to get on the back of it, but it kept running around. Oh man. It was starting to get scary. I didn't actually manage to mount it. I was on a random Reaper Thorax, which made things kind of difficult because all the Reaper Thoraxes kind of get stuck in between each other. This right here is a terrible way to start. I was stuck on the back of a T-Rex and our Yudi was trying to fight. Yes, we had already stuffed this fight up massively. My Yudi's gone already. Oh, we're screwed. Yes, the Yudi died straight off the rip, which means we don't have the advantage of having a courage roar. I managed to find my Daydon amongst the mix and got on the back of that, trying to set it up so it can heal all of my creatures. Their health was dropping rapidly, and the dragons wasn't really. Shit, everything's dying. This is just not going well. To say that this was an epic failure is an understatement. I really messed things up. I managed to get myself on the back of a Reaper Thorax and try and use that to fight. The dragon's health was dropping, so there still might be a chance, even with all of my mistakes. The health and the stamina on this Reaper Thorax wasn't looking good though, and we weren't really doing a lot of damage. The dragon still had over 300,000 health, and it was just me and 2 other Rexes remaining, which quickly turned into just me and a shotgun. I hid behind this castle wall trying to do damage to the dragon whilst it was flying around in the sky, but ultimately our attempt at defeating the alpha dragon was futile. To think I'd have a chance with just me, some ascendant gear, and an ascendant shotgun, these Pteranodons were such a pest, it just wasn't working. And just like you would probably expect, we fell in battle. That right there pretty much destroyed our chance at fighting the last modded boss, because you need the Alpha Dragon trophy along with all the other Alpha Boss trophies to be able to summon him in. But there is one other boss that we can fight, and it's a world boss. We just gotta hope he does appear before day 100. It's now day 96, and I actually found out that there was another boss that I could summon in, but this is a part of a different mod. I still had a bunch of Reaper Thoraxes that we've been breeding up, so I threw them all out, even though they were quite a low level. This particular boss was called the Allfather. This grotesque looking creature. I guess this is kind of what happens when you mix and match mods. They're kind of not all the same. This thing has a lot less health than any other boss we fought, so we managed to defeat this boss rather quickly, but there's a catch. The thing is, the Allfather summons in tons of other little creatures, and those little creatures start stacking their damage up against my army, which means my screen goes red. We managed to defeat the Allfather and unlock some tech engrams, but man, our creatures were getting wrecked. Everything was dying. We died. Our UD died. It was chaos. I returned mounted on one of my Rexes and saw some crazy numbers in the distance. We still had an army of creatures that were down there taking out some stuff, I guess. Originally, I thought we were over-prepared, but now I'm unsure if we were. Our turrets were down there as well helping out, but this is just crazy. It was 2 massive armies against each other. The screen turning yellow was a good sign. We were taking out a lot of them. Then it started turning red. Holy, that Twilight kick is crunching, kids. Oh, I'm getting munched on. This was a crazy war. I wish we could see better. What the hell is even happening? Can I get away? Get up here so I can whistle. Oh, no. Get in there. Get in there, boys. Help me. This is chaos. We were managing to clean up all of these little minions, but there was one Twilight Giga that was destroying most of us. Final little creature to defeat was the Carrier Hive. Managed to take it down, and I think we were victorious. I don't know. Maybe we did lose. It was kind of chaotic. Of course, after all of that, some zombies wanted to join in on the party. Stupid pests. Day 98, I collected all of the goods from the bags. We got a bunch of random stuff. I returned back to base and then summoned in all of these little deviant creatures. They are really scary. We now got our hands on our very own army of Riddens. My own little army. Obviously, I don't trust them, so of course, I caged them up. Also, since we defeated that boss, we got its head as a trophy. Boy, you is ugly. Where's your nose, you freaking Voldemort-looking motherfucker? Managed to get this trophy head as well. Ew. Ugly. And before this day was over, we spotted the big world boss, the one that we need to defeat before day 100, the Scarlet King. This boss has 5 million health, and I know it's going to be a tough fight, so I began preparing an army of our creatures before fighting it. Problem is, I think I set my army up in a really bad spot. The Scarlet King was up high, so I couldn't actually get my army up here easily, and it moved around a lot. So I threw out another little army of Rexes and Reaper Thoraxes and just sent them in under his feet. They died instantly. It's now day 99, and I'm starting to realize that this fight's going to be a lot harder than I had expected. But just so you guys know, I do have over 300 dinos ready to fight. Over the last 20 days or so, we've been breeding like crazy. And all I'm doing now is throwing out 5 or 6 dinos at a time and sending them into their deaths. Slowly but surely chipping away at this boss's health. I'm sure there's a better strategy, but this is all I've got right now. And sometimes if we get a little bit too close and I can't predict his attacks, this happens. Yeah, he just pushed me really far away, which may have saved my life, but it didn't end so well for my Rexes. Next, I wanted to implement one of my favorite strategies by getting out one of these heavy turrets to help us out. Now, it was doing a bit of damage, but we ended up getting whipped by the Scarlet King's tail. The turret's batteries that we've been using, well, they've all ran dry. So I teleported to the charge node down in the aberration zone and chucked them in there to try and charge up a bit. Once we returned back to the Scarlet King, it had moved again, meaning I had to rearrange all of my army again to try and fight it. Psych, I died before I could do that. This became kind of difficult. I would die multiple times. I needed to try and get close enough to bring my army out to try and fight this thing and try and fill up my turrets with bullets and batteries at the same time. Then the Scarlet King would move further away, meaning my turrets were now out of range and kind of useless. I'd try and get close again to put down these turrets to try and shoot, but sometimes I was out of range and sometimes I'll die. I'd repeat this step over and over and over again, just trying to chip away at the Scarlet King's health. Occasionally Occasionally, I'd have to return to the charge node to try and get some new batteries and get back into this fight whilst all of my army of dinos would die and this thing would move around the map like a freaking speedster. And on the odd occasion, would get slapped like this. I had learned by now to engage my parachute if this ever happens. Then I'd have to return back to base just so I could repair my armor. This fight was extremely tough. It lasted way longer than I had expected. And I'm not very smart, so I was just trying to repeat my strategy of just putting out turrets and trying not to get punched in the face by this big behemoth. Like I said earlier, we had enough dinos that it felt unlimited. I didn't bother about leveling them up or anything. I just sent them in pretty much straight to their death. We did often have to make some pit stops back at base though. This particular time, I had to cure my zombie plague illness again. Then a quick stop off at the charge node to pick up some batteries and straight back in the fight against the Scarlet King. This time we managed to get some turrets right underneath its feet, and alongside a few of my dinos, they were doing some significant damage. Well, that is until they weren't. Once again, this fight continued on. It was a grind and it was taking such a long time. We're on the home stretch now. 1.2 million health remaining. It was time to empty all of my soul terminal and bring out everything that I had. Not just Rexes and Reaper Thoraxes, I was throwing out anything and everything that I had. This is the last day of this challenge and we need to defeat this thing as quick as possible. Some turrets right at its feet seem to be an effective strategy. 500,000 health remaining. The last little bit of our dinos were dying off. I was often dying or getting pushed away, but I was being persistent and really aggressive. It was time to finish this fight. The Scarlet King was running all over the place. We found ourselves close to the beach area.
Home stretch, baby. 50,000. If he wasn't in such an awkward position, we could finish this already. 38,000. 34. Come on. Last one. Yeah! Oh my lord.
We had defeated the Scarlet King. This 100 days is over. Remember, if you did like this video, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, help a brother out. I'm also focusing on posting stuff on my other channel now. So if you want to see some more different content, go and follow me on that page. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to all my Patreons, Twitch subscribers, and YouTube members. Thank you so much for all of your support. Until next time, guys, thank you very much. Peace. Primordial Unleashed, a hugely grindy yet deeply content-rich overhaul mod with over 20 plus tiers of creatures to tame and bosses to fight. New and unique ways to progress that haven't been seen in any other mod before. Guys, this journey was a tough one, so we're gonna get straight into it. Welcome to my 100 days in Primordial Unleashed. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK modded adventure. We are playing on the newly released map Valguero, with a mod that I've never once experienced or done any research on. So this is going to be completely new to us. Oh, yearlings? Oh, you pissed off the yearlings. And yeah, I died. Death is typically inevitable in overhaul mods. So once again, we start again. But we're actually going to try and start properly this time. Picking up some rocks off the beach, fisting some big, long, thick wood so we can make our basic tools. Once I gained a few levels, I realized that there's some modded tools that we can make. Apparently, these tools will harvest more than the normal tools. I'll take it. They also look pretty cool too. But are they effective against ancient chickens?
Were you gonna fight back?
After whacking this chicken multiple times, I realized that this was not the right idea.
I was hoping I'm making the right decision here.
So because I'm a regular genius, I started trying to fight a gamma dodo. I thought maybe by using spears, I was going to be able to kill it easier, but even after throwing 50 plus spears into it, it just wouldn't go down. So I changed my goals a little bit and crafted up a raft. I was curious since I saw the primordial raft. I wanted to make it. And this way I could go to the place that I wanted to make my forever base location.
Wait, there's a castle here? That's definitely new, right? Oh yeah, this is where I wanted to try and get first.
This castle location was new to this map. It wasn't in ASE. So I placed a bed on this raft to make sure I could respawn here just in case I died. And then I made my way into this castle location. This would definitely make the perfect place for a base. Especially in an unknown mod like this, we just don't know if any dinos can destroy all of our stuff.
Oh shoot, this is cool. Can we build in here?
But before I could lay down some foundations, I'm going to need some resources. And it was on day 2 that we started setting up the foundations of our base. Now I know some people might have questions, how can you build here? Well, I just changed the server settings so we were allowed to build here. You typically can't. And I don't really know what type of base design I'm going for. Obviously, I'm starting with a circle because I always do. They look nice. I then placed in a refining forge and started smelting up some metal that we had gathered. Once I left the castle area, I saw something strange and dangerous.
That a goddamn yearling? That is not what I want to see right now. Not at all.
We managed to sneak right past it and then get onto the bridge, where I figured it's about time that we start a tribe. Yes, I'm doing this early in this playthrough.
Dodo.
After setting up my tribe, I went to go and explore this island to see what these kind of dinos were. And they were surely quite unique. Then I swam my little cheeks over to the mainland and did some further exploring. I saw this dead trike and thought I could go and harvest its skin, but I died. I realized here I really need to set up a personal gravestone so I can get my stuff back whenever I die.
It's probably going to happen a lot. And we needed some cementy paste to be able to make it. Luckily, I had some keratin laying around so I could make it. And then I could get all of my stuff back that we had lost. A random Pteranodon was flying above our little castle. I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to try and get ourselves into the skies.
Yeah, land. You're going to be such a bad level, I bet ya. Ooh, what level are you? 20. You took 2 arrows. It don't make sense, man.
Low-level Pteranodon successfully tamed, placed a saddle on its back, and we could officially hit the skies. Well, kinda. We had to offload some stuff because we were really heavy. Day 3, with our brand new Pteranodon, we went out exploring. But I did have a little goal in mind. I wanted to tame a creature called the Travel Pteranodon. You see, we're currently on a vanilla Pteranodon, which is kinda slow and has low stats. But in this mod, the Travel Pteranodon is specifically designed, well, to travel. The Cerrado came out of nowhere and started ruining our day. Then this happened.
That PT's so dead.
What could I expect? This is modded ARK after all. I made my way over to a place with some metal nodes, so I went and gathered some metal. Then, on the way back to our base, I started diving deep into the ocean. I thought that these big clams were going to be silica pearls, but I was wrong. Then, I also kind of forgot about oxygen.
We're drowning. We're drowning. Yeah, we're okay. Surely. Breathe. No. We did not make it.
Then once I had respawned, I placed the metal that we had gathered into the forge, crafted up a bunch of arrows that I could then turn into these void stone tranks, which is like normal trank arrows, but stronger and a bit easier to make since we don't need narcotics, we just need narco berries, and went to go shoot this void Anki in the head. You see, in this mod, you can collect certain resources, but only with the modded creatures. So it's actually essential that we tame this void Anki. It was right next to our castle, so it kind of made sense that we do this now. I fed it some veggies thinking that would tame it, only to realize I actually need some void kibble, and I don't currently have the means to be able to make any void kibble, so yeah, it had to die. Day 4, we made our way over to the mainland on the hunt for crystal, but instead we ran into a travel Pteranodon, and obviously took this opportunity to tame it. I already had a saddle in my inventory just in case we did run across one, so we could enter the skies quite easily. And now that we had access to the skies, we could also get our hands on some crystal, the resource that we were after this whole time. And with said crystal, we could then go ahead and make nano spyglass. It's a pretty essential mod in all of one of my playthroughs. And the same could be said for our other mod that we've installed, Dino Depot, so we can keep our creatures safe and secure in little Pokeballs. Once we arrived back to base, I went ahead and crafted up this, the Primordial Workbench.
Yeah, we can now make the Primordial Workbench. Oh, look at that.
Very cool indeed. But it's also with this that we can craft up some of the kibbles that we need to tame some of the first level of creatures. Problem is, I also need dinosaur eggs, which I don't currently have. So it's out to hunt down the perfect creature that we can tame so we can produce some eggs, which you think would be a dodo. But unfortunately, a lot of the dodos that we found were all modded variants that we don't have kibble to be able to tame them. We did manage to come across a few of these vanilla PTs though, which I did manage to knock out, but there was this other travel PT trying to fight my PT. It was kind of chaos. But I guess that's ARK for you. All of these damn PTs just started fighting in the skies until I whistled them down, of course, and put them into dino balls. All is good. I also tamed a male version of the PT as well, just so it would make sure that it would actually produce eggs. You see, there's an ARK mechanic that sometimes the female won't lay eggs unless there's a male nearby. And we can make the depot terminal, place both of these PTs in it, and they should passively produce us some eggs over time. Whilst waiting, we went and harvested some more materials, like crystal, and meat and hide from this trike. We need meat to spoil so we can get some more narcotics going. Day 6 and our crafting benches at our base is starting to come along quite nicely, but I want to try and make myself a fabricator, and I need some oil to get some, so we dove into the ocean right next to our castle, and there was oil. But we now have ourselves a fabricator that I could then use to be able to make some electronics. Except I don't have a lot of silica pearls, so we're gonna have to go and get some. And thanks to YouTube, I now know the perfect place to be able to get some. This cave right here. There's currently no dinos that spawn inside here, and right inside this water,
Ooh, there's pearls.
so yes, we cleaned this place out. And with said pearls, we were now able to make the electric generator. We're really moving up in the world. Next step in setting up our base was water. And if there's one thing that I do genuinely enjoy about ASA is the fact that they now have wireless water and we don't have to connect all those freaking tubes and stuff. That sucks. Day 7, I crafted up a dino digitizer. This is like a gun that helps us collect our dinos into our dino balls easier. And I made a void bow with some void trank arrows with the intention of trying to tame one of these void Ankis, since we now finally have some void kibble. Now that we have a void Anki, I need to make a saddle for it, but before going out to harvest any of the metals, I crafted and placed down this primordial smelter. This is like any other forge, but it does smelt down the modded metals. Now with our Void Anki, you can hit any rock, any metal node, and you'll collect all the metals that you need. And to be able to smelt down the metals, you need normal metal and then the metal that comes with the mod. You get a ton of other resources as well, like silica pearls, obsidian, sulfur, just stuff you might need. But not only that, the Anki does harvest berries. And because it's a modded Anki, it also harvests veggies, void flowers, void mushrooms, rare flowers, and void seeds. Day 8, I went out to try and tame this void Therizino. Theris are great all-round dinos. And I figured this thing as a harvesting dino for us would be extremely OP. Trying to tame this though turned out to be rather difficult. I would die multiple times. It really did not enjoy getting shot by arrows, but with a little bit of determination and persistence, we were able to make it run away like the stupid tickle chicken that it is. I managed to get it to sleep, but I forgot something important. It requires 2 kibbles. I do not have 2 kibbles.
That was rude.
I didn't have 2 kibbles on me at the time, but because I was yeeted to the afterlife rather quickly, I was able to make some back at base, come back, and tame this big tickle chicken. My expectations for this Therizino is that it's going to be a great harvesting dinosaur. And I was right. Little did I know, if it knocks down wood, you also get meat. The logic doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. And I tested out its strength against this beta Triceratops. The trike did not stand a chance. I also learned that you get saddle blueprints from killing modded dinos. Day 9 was a pretty simple day. I placed down this primordial beer barrel, harvested a bunch of metal with my new pickaxe that we had made, the void version, and started extending our foundation so I could eventually make a farm. In the mod, you had primordial crop plots that you could use to be able to grow some of your crops, like these primordial berries that we need. They also give us 500% greenhouse effect. That's good. Day 10, I went through the primordial workbench to see what other things we needed to make, and I crafted up a whole bunch of modded things that we need, like this primordial cooker, the primordial preserving bin, and the primordial fridge. I have a feeling that the mod maker of this mod really likes purple. Oh, you thought that was all? No. We also made the primordial laboratory. It's basically a modded chem bench.
Oh, that's how we make dust.
After going through all of these new crafting benches, I soon realized that this mod is going to get grindy. Some of the recipes that we need to be able to make just simple kibble require so many resources. So with our void theory, that's exactly what we did. We went out to go gather resources and kill things because it's fun. We want to be dominant. We're now currently trying to kill beta dinos so that we can get beta blood, which is an essential resource to be able to make beta kibble, which is a dino that we need to be able to fight our first boss. We're now really up to the start where we start progressing through this mod, and let me explain exactly how this works. There's 3 main stages of progression in this mod, but within those stages of progression, there is multiple tiers. In stage 1, you have 10 different tiers that you need to go through, starting with beta and finishing on infinity. Now, to progress through each one of those tiers, you do need to defeat a boss, but you also need to tame creatures from those tiers as well. Stage 2 also has 10 different tiers, but in stage 3 things get quite different, but we'll see how that goes if we make it that far. Each different tier has different kibble requirements and different resources that you need to gather. There's even different tiers of metal. There's a whole lot of things that make this mod extremely grindy and extremely complicated. But we're currently working our way into getting ourselves a beta tier dino. And even though it's day 10, this is really just the start of our journey. Day 11, and I'm quickly realizing it's going to be a little while before we get ourselves a beta dino. You see, I need some of these void narcotics, which cost a lot of resources to make. Then I need these void soups, which also cost a lot of resources to make. Void honey, that doesn't cost a lot of resources to make, but it does require a lot of them to make the other stuff. And with that being said, it might be a good idea to upgrade some of our harvesting levels on our Therizino so we can get more resources, which kind of worked, but like not really. We did manage to gather a whole bunch of resources, but as we begin the crafting process, well, that takes a lot of time itself. So whilst we wait, I figured we'd just spend some time expanding our base. Day 12, and we've extended our crop plot farm area, so I figured we'll turn it into a greenhouse. And even though it already has 5% greenhouse effectiveness, I thought that maybe with this, it'll increase the effectiveness even more. And yeah, no, it didn't at all. I mean, I guess it looks kind of cool, I guess. I then went outside and saw a pink banana floating around in the water. Kind of a strange sight, but this was Flurry. Flurry came to join us on the server. I went to try and add him to the alliance, but he was kind of busy at this moment. No idea why he decided to try and take on this parasaur. It's rather strong, but he did get its health down quite a bit, so I joined in, but he ended up dying. Day 13, our base was getting kind of dark, so I lit it up with some lights. We're still currently working towards making enough stuff for the kibble. And with that being said, it's time to actually work on our base and enclose this in instead of just being some foundations. Time to make this look pretty full, which ended up being kind of tricky. Placing some of these roof pieces was a little bit difficult. I had no plan going into this base design, and as some of you guys might know, I usually have one type of base design, but I wanted to switch things up for this video. Even on day 14, we're still working on this, trying to make this all fit together nicely. But once we had it all put together, we could have a good look at it and check it out. This is kind of what it looks like. We've got our main base area and our little greenhouse next to it, surrounded by the castle walls, so we should be safe. We now had everything we needed to be able to tame a beta dino. Moving forward has taken us quite a while, but we're getting there. To give ourselves the best options of knocking out a beta creature, I made sure to make myself a metal compound bow. And then of course, the modded versions of the metal trank arrows. I also made a primordial net gun, and then I figured before taming any one of these beta creatures, I was going to tame this beta griffin. The sheer ability that you can shoot off the back of a flying creature makes it extremely OP when you're trying to tame other creatures. The net gun really comes in clutch in these situations too. And just like that, we had secured ourselves a travel griffin. It's kind of slow, but we'll level it up and it should speed up. Especially after we bully some of the local Pteranodons, we should get some levels. One single point into movement speed and it's gonna be fast. Yes, it has sped up quite a bit. Now to try and find the perfect tame for a boss fight. And one of our options is the Beta Allosaurus, which turns out to be a little bit of a harder tame than I expected. This particular one I managed to get trapped in a net, but it soon got out of that net and ran away. And I ran out of trank arrows before it went to sleep. This time, before I head on out, I make sure I have enough arrows ready. Mistakes were certainly made, but we're gonna rectify that. When we return to this Beta Allosaurus, its torpor was still up, but because it picked a fight with the wrong person, its health was way down. We soon come to realize that this becomes a common issue with these Allosauruses. Since they're so aggressive, they try and pick on weaker creatures that are actually stronger than them, and they die. So I flip up my strategy by trying to find an Allosaurus and kiting away from everything else. Sounds easy, right? It's really not. And it's very rare that you find an Allosaurus by themselves. They're always in a pack of 3 at least. But we do manage to put one to sleep. We just have to sort out all the other dinos that are around that will try and eat it while it sleeps. Or eat me. That'd be worse. This game can be relentless at times, but we persevere through it. Also, we can tame our very first Beta Allosaurus. With one Allosaurus secured, it's time to try and find another one so we can start breeding them. I made my way over to the snow biome where I saw a whole bunch of high tier, boss tier creatures. It kind of seemed like an overspawn at this time, but later on we find out why that there's so many. You kind of need them all here. Day 16, I went to go make some more metal arrows, but I didn't have enough polymer. Now on the Valguero map, you can harvest polymer from dead animals on the beaches. Unfortunately, I think the other people playing on the server currently all wanted polymer, so it was kind of hard to find any. Damn, after telling the old mate to freaking kill the dolphins on the beach, I think he got all of them. Can't fucking find one. They also drop spoiled meat, so that's handy if you're trying to get narcotics too. So I guess it's kind of makes sense for people wanting to get them. There's also dead turtles, but they don't drop polymer. It's not polymer, but I managed to get myself some cementy paste from these beaver dams. Why not, right? Since we got our hands on some cementy paste, I was able to craft some polymer. We did manage to pick up a little bit along the way too, so we could craft up some of these metal arrows. Before this day ended, I made sure to place down this CS Gardener. This way, all of my berries will get gathered passively into her inventory. Day 17, we went to go tame another void Therizino. I think my other one died. I just can't find it in the footage on where, and I don't really remember what happened. Maybe I forgot to record. Either way, we now have another one. They're kind of important in this mod. And then we went back to trying to find a mate for our current Allosaurus. And honestly, without this net gun, I don't know how I would have got this done. There's no real point in making traps because most of these modded creatures can destroy the traps because they're so much stronger, and the net gun just really comes in clutch. And just like that, we now have a breeding pair of Beta Allosauruses. So now we can take over the world! Not really, they're just the beta variant, so we got a long way to go. There's a lot of waiting around in this mod. Like right now, we're waiting for our army to be bred, so we might as well just gather some resources that we could possibly need in the future. Day 18, in preparation of our newborn babies, we put down some air conditioners. You know, we want these babies to live in comfort. I then went ahead and made myself a full set of this void armor. It's basically like the leather tier, but it's the void modded armor. It's supposed to have some textures on it. It's not supposed to look like this currently, but we do fix this later. This is us, a little bit dripped out, but not quite completely. And it'll fix up later. You'll see it. Day 19, and we're using the CS hatchery. It was just a bit easier to store the eggs here. I don't know why the Dino Depot terminal wasn't really working. But anyways, we went ahead and hatched a bunch of these eggs. We already had some eggs hatch earlier, so we had some grown up. Unfortunately, these ones are stupid and not very helpful to our mission, so they had to be sacrificed for the greater good. Don't worry, we would use their bodily remains for our own good. If you think about it, this game is rather sadistic. In this mod, there's other harvesting creatures that you can tame. I wanted to go and try and check out a different harvesting creature to see exactly what they would get. But first, you know I need to take down this Carcanos. They give a lot of chitin and a lot of polymer. Anyways, we're struggling to get our hands on cementing paste, and I figured maybe a void toad would give us more cementing paste by harvesting stuff. Only problem is, this particular one was surrounded by some rather scary high-tier creatures. There was another one nearby on this little bankment, but it was only a level 15 and I wasn't about that right now. I want the high-level good stuff. I thought I'd risk it for the biscuit, dive in and try and tame it, but big old Sarkos were not letting me get it. Once I had respawned, I saw that the textures on my armor had finally come in. This is what it's meant to look like. I switched up my plan and crafted up the Primordial Shrine. It's what we need to use to be able to summon in the bosses.
Primordial Shrine is where we summon the bosses. Blood, dust, Allosaurus brain, and an artifact. Sake, bro.
And yes, the long grind continues. Yes, I know we saw it in the inventory screen before, but I didn't realize until this very moment. Anyways, we jumped on the back of one of our baby Allosauruses and started attacking some beta creatures so we can get some beta souls, beta blood, and all the things we need for the boss fight, and then discovered it was easier to get beta souls out of the butts of these bugs. Day 20, I crafted up some awesome teleporters. We're gonna need them to be able to get around the map a little easier, especially for some of the things that we plan on doing. I then went to go check on this side of the castle. Our boy Flurry has been building up here. I invited him to be my neighbor. He only just moved in, so it's kind of basic right now, but it's super cool. I then went on the hunt for an artifact and started by going into this ice cave. After doing a little bit of research, I discovered that this cave is supposed to be one of the quickest and easiest caves to get through, assuming we can get past some of the pests that come along with it, like this Palovia. I had to try my best to remain kind of cautious. As we all know, even in vanilla, these caves can be death traps, but then you add modded creatures into here as well, it becomes quite crazy. Thanks to riding our Allosaurus, a lot of the creatures didn't try to attack us, and then we found the room with the artifact, and well, the dire bear didn't care that we were on an Allosaurus. It wanted to fight. I knew I couldn't dismount the Allosaurus until all the things in here were dead. Otherwise, I would dismount, try and get the artifact, and everything would charge at me and kill me. We were kind of lucky in this instance since all the creatures in here were basically just vanilla. There was one Gamma Direwolf, but we managed to get rid of it. And to make sure that we could come back here at any point, I made this awesome teleporter to try and place down in here, but I didn't have cave building turned on. So we just yoinked the artifact and made our way out. On my way back to base, I saw this boss type Megatherium in a fight. After it had died, I knew I could get some free goods, thanks to this Ragnarok Cerato. I scanned the bags with my spyglass to see exactly what was inside these stuff before going down and risking my life for them. I had to remove the fog because it was kind of hard to see, but once I did, I could land and grab everything. The Cerato didn't want to fight me, so we were kind of safe, I guess. Anyways, our next goal was to try and kill some Allosauruses for their brains. Our Griffin's rather strong, so it was able to do most of the work. But finding enough Allosauruses on this map was kind of proving to be difficult. So whilst we wait for them to respawn, we went to go look for a place for a boss fighting arena. I placed the awesome teleporter down right here because I figured this would probably be a great spot. The simple fact that no other creatures spawn up here means we shouldn't run into any other problems whilst we're trying to fight a boss. We're not quite ready for a boss fight just yet, but we're just getting these guys out so they can heal up and get their imprint levels and level them up, all those kind of things. Day 21 starts off with us getting some cementing paste and dying to rabid beavers. Then going out to steal some souls out of the butts of bugs.
Got it.
You think this would be easy, right? No.
Did not get that. Oh, there's a raptor.
After collecting a whole bunch of souls and turning it into dust, we then went to go check the Primordial Shrine to see what else we needed to be able to summon in our first beta boss. And we finally have everything that we possibly need. Now we got the long process of setting up this boss fight. It's not as simple as just setting out all of these dinos ready to fight. We do need to level them up as well, and there's a lot of them. Like, here's a small snapshot of all of our dinos ready for this boss fight. Will we win this fight? Let's find out. We were finally prepared for this boss fight on the very next morning of the next day.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wait, do I need to be in that? Don't we get teleported somewhere?
The boss summoned in, so I sent in my entire army, and it has a lot of health. All of my Allosauruses were dropping like flies. This was not looking good at all.
What in the fuck? Bro, how are you supposed to be that?
I was so confident that we were ready to fight a boss. This was extremely disappointing. I had some other unleveled dinos in my pocket, so I threw them out to try and fight as well to see exactly what would happen. And the amount of damage the boss was doing compared to the amount of health my Allos had, they were dying in less bites it takes me to eat a Zinger Burger from KFC. After realizing fighting these bosses is going to be quite difficult, I came up with another plan. There are some higher tier dinos on this map that have babies around, and if I magically manage to kill the parent, I can then claim the baby as my own. Now, although it's a good plan, the parents are actually really strong. This will be actually quite hard to do. Back at base, I had someone coming for a visit. This was Jimbot. He wanted to show me his new mammoth. Of course, I invited him to our alliance, but he also gave me a really good idea. Stage 2 dinos in this mod, when they die, they have a chance of dropping an egg. Ideally, that's not the plan that we want to do, but if we have to, that might work. First, I wanted to try out a different type of tame. Something that I knew I could tame, but it was different because its name was Winnie the Pooh. I figured some of these special named dinos might have some special abilities or something, or might give us an advantage. I don't know. But this just requires some normal taming methods like vanilla, so I figured maybe it would have a shot at killing the bosses. Realizing that some of these boss fights are going to be quite difficult, I had to add another mod to this mod pack. It was called the Upgrade Bench. So I upgraded our metal compound bow. And with our upgraded metal compound bow, we went to go and tame another one of these void toads. A lot of scary noises were happening in this vicinity, but we were ready to risk it for the biscuit. Yeah, buddy. Now the true test is, does this get us more resources and cementing paste like we think it will? Guess there's only really one way to find out. Tried testing this out on weaker beings like little fish. Now, although it's great that you do get cementing paste from killing things, it's also kind of hard to kill things. The void toad isn't extremely strong, and you don't quite get a lot of cementing paste. Either way, our experiment was successful, and it does give us something that we did think it would. But for now, we just have to go and collect some more souls from butts. I had also found out that these particular boss tier dinos can also drop tributes like the Allosaurus brains that we need to be able to summon in the next boss. Luckily, I had a whole bunch of allos that were ready and rearing to fight, but sometimes we threw them into a fight that they could not win. You may have noticed something a little bit different about some of the creatures that we're trying to tame. Yes, this one is a level 300. We had to increase the max level because I didn't know in this mod it's intended to have a max level of 300. That's kind of why we got our ass whooped by the boss. So with that being said, we need to get our hands on a strong breeding pair of beta allos once again. But once again, we run into similar problems like last time. The Allosauruses keep trying to fight dinos that they can't win against. I don't really know what I was thinking in this situation, but I decided to net this one, and that Blaze Parasol turned around and killed it. Thankfully, there was currently a fair few of these beta Allosauruses on the map, and mostly all of them were at a decent level. Like this level 270, which we successfully managed to tame. Day 25, and once again we have to gather all of the tributes to be able to summon in the beta boss, which include getting artifacts once again. This trip into the snow cave was nowhere near as easy as it was last time, especially when my allo dies to 4 damage. Hopefully my Winnie the Pooh won't cause too much aggro from some of these creatures. Guess the Pelovi is not too happy about us being here. Can we charge on all the way through into the artifact room? That seems like a big fat no. And just like that, our little trip into the artifact cave went just as well as I expected. Now in this mod, there is another way to get your hands on artifacts, but I think we're a little bit too early in the playthrough to be able to get them kind of easily. But if you know me, we're gonna try anyway. We have to kill this guardian of the artifacts, and he should drop some artifacts. Big stupid monkey attacked by big green lizards. It isn't really going to plan. Mind you, these are some of my weaker allos, and we've increased the level cap on the map, so this could go bad. So instead of trying to get it from the Guardian, we try another method. A different cave. That's all I can kind of think of. Now in this artifact cave, you need to swim underwater. We just gotta hope our very best that there's no modded creatures down here in the water that can take us out in one fell swoop. Something like an ethereal Dinosuchus. Yeah, that would murder us quickly, but we do have grapple hooks, so we can get away. Now we just have to find a way to get the actual artifact without getting killed by all these arthros and spiders and stuff. Yes, my only solution right now is to pull the old Mission Impossible scene and try and scoop in from the ceiling down to the artifact and get it.
Have it. Got it. I got it. That's all that matters.
Day 26 and beta boss fight round 2. This time we have a couple saddles for some of our allos. We leveled them all up, and we have some Winnie the Poohs to back us up as well. Surely we're gonna win this one, right?
All right, here comes the big boss fight.
And once again, we were just not quite strong enough to defeat this boss. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. I once again got out a bunch of my pocket allos and thought we could chip away at its health this way. But even though we were doing damage, every time it ate one of our allos, it would heal up. And it heals itself over time as well. This was a losing battle.
Bro, they're getting massacred. They're getting massacred. And the dude's healing more. Bro, every time he kills something, he heals.
So with that being said, I definitely had to switch up my strategy and try and get my hands on a Sigma Dino. My army of allos were able to get this stag stuck in the wall, and we're having a much more successful time than when they were fighting the boss. But as expected, once we defeated this stag, it dropped an egg.
Yes, and dropped an egg. Yoink.
Day 27, I named one of these beta allos Jeremy. No idea why I chose Jeremy, it just came to me at the time. Either way, Jeremy's going to be our main guy since he's our highest level and he's quite leveled already. And he actually does quite a bit of damage, doing 2k per hit. Day 28 on the island right next to our castle was a Sigma Triceratops, and it was a low enough level that I was confident that I should be able to beat it, but a high enough level that I'm pretty sure to help us out in boss fights. I had made some health potions for our Allosaurus to keep ourselves alive, and in this fight, it just took me a long while to get this thing down. Considering it had 2 million health, and we were only doing 1900 damage per hit, I'm not good at mathematics, but that took us a long time. But when we did finally manage to kill it, there was no egg, not at all. Psych, it was just hidden.
There's the egg.
Fast forward to the end of the day, we went and hatched this trike egg, And we got extremely lucky. Yes, we got twins. Now they are both female, so we can't breed them together unless we add another mod, which we already had added. It's the Crazy Potions mod, but if you're familiar with this, there's some parts of this mod that are really OP, but I have disabled them, like the instant knockout spear and some of the potions that just instantly heal you up. But the potion that we're after right now is Bluehead people's favorite potion, the gender change potion. So with that being said, we placed down the Crazy Potions crafting bench thing, began crafting up some healing potions, and the gender change potion. One of my trikes is fully grown and is an adult now, so it can decide for itself which gender it wants to be. Obviously, it decided for itself to be a male. So we just transgendered this trike into a male, and now we have a breeding pair. Some might say this is weird, but it's 2025. We have 2 female twins, 1 transitioned, and now they fell in love and are making babies. Day 29, to get ahead of the future, I want to get my hands on a giant queen bee. We need to start producing some honey. But doing this without a ghillie suit turns out to be quite difficult. Its little bee minions were not happy with me coming near it. We will attempt this properly another time. But for now, we're heading back to the artifact cave, where I'm going to set down an awesome teleporter. Try our best to make our lives a little bit easier when we need to try and collect some artifacts, which is easier said than done when there's big scary creatures that want to kill me. Damn it. But hey, we can just go back again because we have a teleporter right there. This time around, I tried to kite these big insectoids away from the artifact. That didn't work very well at all. So I tried to just go full Mission Impossible once again. And even with all those spiders down there, this managed to work.
Stupid spiders.
But then I came up with another idea to try and help us out in the future when we need to get artifacts. I'm going to need some foundations to do this though. This was pretty much a suicide mission, but what I would do is come back to this artifact location, and since I have building and caves turned on, I would place down a bunch of foundations all around this little island here and block the spawns, so that whenever I needed to return, there shouldn't be any bugs here. I hope. After picking up that last artifact, we can now set up for another boss fight. This time I have my Sigma trikes with me, so I'm quite confident we should defeat this boss. I hope. That is, if we could set up these Sigma trikes quickly. You see, stage 2 dinos need to have a certain item in their inventory or else their health just drops. And we're currently not a high enough tier to gather the resources we need to be able to make that item. So once we got a few of these Sigma trikes out, we jumped on the back of our Allosaurus and summoned in this boss.
Okay.
I sent in my entire army and they handled business. Our trikes were doing a ton of damage, but it didn't seem too overpowered, which was nice.
Too easy. Too goddamn easy.
We had now defeated the beta boss, moving up to the next tier, Gamma. We had now progressed to the Gamma tier, so I wanted to see exactly what type of Gamma dinos I could tame. Using the Creature Finder Deluxe mod, I could kind of go through the list and see what was out there. The options aren't great, but also we don't have the right resources to be able to make any Gamma kibble right now. So I jumped on the back of Jeremy and took on one of these drop guardians. And this monkey carrying a skeleton on its back was quite tough. I was more so curious to see if we could actually defeat this thing. I don't think we could. Psych, I'm not about to give up that easy. We managed to kill it, but surprisingly, it doesn't give us a lot of drops. Like, it gives us a lot of single drops, but you need multiple to summon in the bosses, so that means we're gonna have to grind the heck out of these guardians. Day 32, I came to find this Gamma Mammoth to knock it out. It's a pretty decent level and I wanted to put it to sleep. Only problem is, at this very moment in time, I didn't realize I did not have enough kibble to be able to tame it. Once it was down and asleep, I realized it required 4 kibbles to be tamed, and your boy is kibble broke. So I set some stews to start cooking up, picked some souls from our beta soul bug, and stared at our travel griffin's butt for a while whilst we waited for the stews to cook. I changed the angle for a little bit too, and we just waited. There's a lot of standing still and waiting around for things to happen in this mod. Day 33, and I figured we might as well try and keep ourselves busy and productive by gathering some stuff with our Theri. I had also been told by someone in the server that if you tame one of these Ankies called the Magi, these things are crazy, amazing metal gatherers. All you need to do is place a saddle on them, sit on their back, and then spam C. And that, my people, is how you gather metal, stone, and flint with
How high
ease.
can we go? Oh, we ran out.
This Anki is an absolute weapon of a harvester. Anyways, moving on, we now had enough kibble to tame this Gamma Mammoth. Took us a little while, but we did get there. It has pretty decent stats and should make a great breeding partner. Thankfully, there was a female nearby. I'm pretty sure this was its original girlfriend. It might be cheating on him with this other mammoth, but it's okay. We would drug her, put her in a soul ball, and bring her back home. Consensually, of course. Day 34, and we return back to this female Gamma Mammoth with some kibble. We set these big Bertha Mammoths to breeding and wait for them to pop out some babies. Like, we literally just sat here and watched them make love. Is this creepy, or is it for science purposes? I don't know. Whilst I was minding my own business at base, I could hear some weird noises around the area. So I went to go investigate and saw this big gorilla in a massive fight against this parasol. This thing was scarily close to my base. I really hope that these castle walls will keep it out. Later in the day, I made up some ghillie armor. Because yes, I do want to get myself a giant queen bee. Day 35, and we're ready and rearing to get ourselves a giant queen bee. Hopefully the ghillie suit helps. Our first target right here, and we managed to nab it. Found a second target and secured the honey bag right away. Now to turn these queens into beehives, place them down and fill them with rare flowers so they start producing honey. We don't need honey right now, but we're going to need quite a little bit later, and it's good to just get prepared early. Next, I wanted to test out the strength of our gamma mammoth. This was one of the babies that was born, so it has some imprint bonuses as well. Not surprisingly, it's pretty damn strong, and we managed to waste a few of these creatures that were just out here. But this is also when I learned that when you kill certain creatures, other higher tier creatures can spawn on their death. Now that we have this mammoth, it's time to start getting all of our tributes together so we can start progressing through the tiers. We need to fight another boss. Day 36, and I had tamed myself a gamma soul bug. I made sure to hook these bugs up to the hitching post so they don't fly away. For some reason, every time I grabbed souls out of them, they would try and fly away. I then returned to the artifact cave, and it seemed like my strategy had worked. Because there's foundations down, there were no bugs. But now that we need to fight the gamma boss, we need more artifacts, and just getting one at a time isn't really going to cut it. We're going to have to take down these artifact guardians. Even though we're kind of weak at the level that we're at, these guardians are kind of the only way that we can get them easier than trying to get through the caves. Our Sigma Trikes also help a lot. Day 37, I spent most of the day with my Sigma Trike running around killing some of these guardians. And whilst I was running around the aberration zone, I found myself stuck in the mesh. How I got here, I don't know. How I managed to get myself out? Well, we have the awesome teleporter mod. So that's how we did it. Day 33, and we were ready and prepared to fight the Gamma boss. I had a whole bunch of these Gamma mammoths ready to fight, as well as one Sigma Trike. I only brought the Sigma Trike just as a little bit of backup just in case. I don't want to bring a whole army of them because I kind of want to keep it amongst the same tier that needs to be, if that makes sense. But I also don't want to lose any fights, because if you lose a fight, you have to start all the way back at the beginning and beat all the bosses from the beginning and work your way back up again. Because you need one single resource from each boss to be able to progress to the next one. Which means if you lose, you don't have that resource, which is this boss heart. Boss summoned in, we sent in our little army. They all surrounded the Gamma boss and started attacking. I came in to try and do my little bit as well. It didn't take very long for my Gamma mammoths to die, but my Sigma Trike was still in there fighting. And it was doing most of the work. We had just defeated the Gamma boss and moved on to the next tier called Elementium. It's all blue and pretty cool. But this tier, we kind of need to start all over again with resources. We're moving up from Void Dinos and moving into the Elementium Dinos, which means we need to tame an Elementium Anklo and an Elementium Therizino. Every 2-3 tiers or so, you have to get new resources, which means you need to tame all of these creatures all over again. Obviously, they're a lot more stronger, and they do harvest different resources. This Therizino was proven to be quite difficult to knock out since it had one of its friends backing it up. Its friend was very loyal though. Even when it ran away like a little bitch, its friend came in to try and kill me. In the end, I decided I just had to get rid of its friend. It was weak and stupid, but the Therizino that we were after fell asleep on the side of a mountain. Doesn't look very comfortable, but hey, each to their own. Now, to give you an example on why we need another Therizino, you see, we just now harvested Elementium flowers and Elementium mushrooms, as well as Void flowers and mushrooms. One other thing that comes with moving up the tiers and getting new resources is the fact that you need berries. Our Void berries have basically become obsolete now. And now we need to plant these Elementium berries and wait for them to grow before we can tame any elemental creatures, which is the next tier of creatures that we need to tame. So in that time of waiting, we went out to go and tame an Elementium Anklo, which, if it wasn't obvious, harvests Elementium ores as well as Void ores. They always harvest the tiers down as well. The biggest issue I found with this mod is when you harvest the berries, you find yourself just waiting for berries to grow, which is why we're just staring at this fridge this entire time, going AFK. There's really not much else we can do. Day 40 wasn't exactly an exciting day. We were just doing a lot of crafting and getting ourselves prepared to be able to tame the next tier of creature. One thing that I did miss is that I need a Gamma egg layer. Because I had tamed Gamma mammoths and they're mammals, they don't lay eggs, and I need eggs to be able to make the next tier of kibble. Thankfully, these Gamma Dodos should do the trick. Without eggs, we can't progress to the next level. Day 41, whilst waiting for some berries to grow, I started making some aesthetically pleasing changes to my base. Except, I wasn't really feeling this. It looked kind of basic to me, but I have the fire and ice mod installed, so I turned our little castle into an ice castle. Well, part of it. We had to go do something else right now. Something a little bit more important than coloring in our base. We managed to get our hands on one single elemental kibble, so we could tame this elemental soul bug. So now we'll have unlimited souls at home, and I could get back to coloring in our base. And there's nothing more satisfying than completely coloring in this place. Day 42, we were finally able to make a bunch more of these elemental kibbles. So of course, we had to tame ourselves an elemental creature, like this blaze trike. It had quite a bit of torpor, so even though we net gunned it, it got out of the net because the timer ran out, and nervously, I tried netting it again to see if it'll work, and surprisingly, it worked. And then we could successfully knock it out, feed it some kibbles, and tame it. Moving on, we had to find a mate for it, of course. This one managed to get out of the net as well, but instead of killing us, it ran away. I didn't have to waste another net on it, but then it ran straight into a path of a raptor. This was a bad idea, but I decided to feed it the kibble anyway and try and tame it up, which worked. But then I died. I made my way back to where we had died and where the trike still was with my dino digitizer in hand, tried to put this trike into one of the dino balls and was unsuccessful. Then I tried to get into the fight to try and get rid of these pests, but unfortunately our trike died. Slight failure, but we managed to get one blaze trike, so I guess that's kind of a win. With the berries being a little bit of a bottleneck in our progression, I had to place down more of these crop plots. Because we're at the Elementium tier, there's actually better Elementium crop plots. They have an increased greenhouse effect on them. I also went ahead and made myself an industrial grill because we're finally at a high enough level that we can craft it. One of the base ingredients that we need is focal chili. And focal chili always requires cooked meat. Day 43, and to help us out in our adventures, we went and grabbed ourselves an Achatina from the redwoods. Tried to drop it into base, but I kind of missed and dropped it outside the base. It's okay though, because we can just knock it out from here. I made sure to get myself another one of these Achatinas and make sure I actually get it inside our castle walls. Now the fun thing about Achatinas, they don't have a gender, but you can still breed them. It doesn't matter what they are. So we're going to breed a bunch of these, put them into our dino storage so we can get passive cementing paste. Day 44, and one of the guys on my server gave me some top advice. Apparently in this fallen log, if you harvest these pink looking bushes here with a sickle, you get organic polymer. Shout out to Jimbot for this tip. It actually came in handy. People come in with the clutch, like tips and tricks. This is so good. I mean, you could harvest it by hand and get stuff, but look at how much we're getting with a sickle. It's actually crazy. So I made a little bit of a mistake. As you can see, I'm currently AFK and this was the problem, but let me explain this in game. So we have a little bit of a problem. I went AFK waiting for berries to freaking farm and I died. Right here. Right here is my death. And I died for so long that my stuff despawned, which I'm pretty sure includes my freaking Griffin. That's bad. For the most part, it's okay. We lost a lot of our tools that we can replace quite easily, and we get a fresh new set of armor. But we did lose our Griffin. That was a bit of a pain in the butt. So we have to go out and tame another one, which is okay. This wasn't too much of a trouble. Day 45, we just stood by the primordial cooker and waited for things to craft up. I was then just minding my own business at base, and then I saw this.
What the fuck?
It looked like Flurry was on a mission, and this whole bit was quite hilarious. He tried to take on this cargo Bronto, and it destroyed his entire wagon. He returned back to base with just the wagon and no boxes. Then he came out with some chairs on the back of the wagon, so you know, for the lols, I had to jump on. Let me on. Then, for some stupid reason, he tried to take on the cargo Bronto once again. Oh, great. I'm so dead. At the end of the day, this moment was pretty fun. And that's what it's all about, right? And guys, if you want to join any one of my playthroughs, all you need to do is just join my Patreon, become a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, then join the Discord with the link in the description. Day 46, we went to go and tame this blaze trike, but it died. And there was none other of a high enough level that's worthy, so we switched over to the thunder trike. There's a few different types of elemental creatures that you can tame. There's like blaze, thunder, there's like an ice one. I just forget. We got the thunder one though. Of course, I had to tame a mate for it, just as you're supposed to do, and began the breeding process. Next, I went to the redwoods and set up a little sap farm, just trying to get prepared for some veggie cakes that we're going to need later. And once I returned back to base, I realized that my thunder trikes weren't actually producing any eggs. I think this was some sort of bug. It would do the animation as if it was laying eggs, but no egg would appear. It didn't even get picked up by my hatchery. Thankfully, some blaze trikes had respawned in, so we're just going to try and tame one of these instead. Managed to secure a breeding pair, and this time, an egg actually came out of its butt. Day 47, and we had some blaze trikes grow up and then die. What a sad life. It's okay, their bodies will live on in the form of a saddle, which will help us ride into battle collecting some tributes from these guardians. Fighting the next boss requires a whole lot more tributes than we needed for previous boss fights. This is gonna be a grind. Shiny artifact check. Secured. Reaching up the butt of oversized bugs check. Secured. Day 58, we're still preparing for this boss fight. We're at the part where the stuff gets really grindy. I had to change some of the settings in the server just to try and balance some things out. I couldn't really figure out why the bosses were so damn hard. So yes, my trikes do have extra levels than the max level of 88. But I don't want to sit here and try and mutate dinos for days on end. Thankfully, we are a lot stronger now, so we can just hunt down guardians and we don't have to get artifacts from the caves. But on day 49, it was time to set up for this boss fight. This time round, I didn't really want to have to rely on my Sigma trikes. they're a little bit too OP. I'll keep them in the backup as a secret weapon. We now have all the requirements to summon in this boss, so it's time to play. Then we summoned in the Primordial Elemental boss. It was just a Morellatops, it's not that threatening. We also had a whole bunch of our lower tier creatures here, so I figured I'd just throw them out to help out anyway. They have no other purposes really. Blaze Trikes went in, Gamma Mammoths, Beta Allosauruses. It was a big ass party. Numbers flying everywhere. You'd think I was in an advanced maths class. Oops, I accidentally died. This time I just waited patiently in the skies and watched all the chaos happen. Then we got notified at the top of the screen that the boss was dead, and we had unlocked a whole bunch of engrams. We had now reached the Apex tier. Now since we're so far into this 100 days already, I'm not going to hesitate. I need to get stuck into it so we can get some Apex creatures now. We're barely halfway through stage 1, and there's 3 complete stages that we need to get through to complete this mod. I'm starting to doubt whether we'll get there in the end. In other news, I realized that the best place to gather berries and stuff safely and peacefully was at the boss fighting arena, since nothing spawns here. It was nice, cozy, and peaceful, but it didn't last long. We had to get ourselves an Apex creature. I figured this time we'll try and get ourselves one of these Apex woolly rhinos. Change it up a little bit. Different types of creatures for each one of the boss fights makes this a little bit more fun. 1 Apex woolly rhino acquired. Now to go and find ourselves a sexy stud. We seem to get pretty lucky considering we're in the snow biome and tame both of these with ease. Oh, and I also picked up an Apex soul bug along the way. Checking all the requirements for the Apex boss made me feel a little bit of dread. That's a lot of tributes that we're gonna need. So to start off day 51, I went to go tame this Apex Stegosaurus. Now you might be wondering exactly why do I need this creature since we already have the rhinos? Well, I need an egg layer obviously for future uses. And I guess I might as well breed them up so we can have more dinos in our boss fights. Day 52 and we're just farming tributes. Like you've seen before, we do need a heckin' lot of them. Day 53, still farming tributes, this time on our Blaze Trike. Oh, and I also went to go get a male stego as well because our female one wasn't producing eggs. I guess we definitely need a breeding pair. Day 54 and the grind is still going. We need lots of tributes. But then to switch things up a little bit, some of the guys on the server were kind of fighting a big ass gorilla. Yes, they sent out a whole army of Blaze Trikes to try and fight this gorilla. I myself, of course, wanted to get in on the fight myself. I thought this would be kind of fun. But I soon found out that you can actually die off the back of your mount to this gorilla. This was super chaotic and kind of morbid with all of these Blaze Trikes just dead here. I tried to get back in on the action and died immediately. This was surely quite fun, but I met up with Flurry and we just stood back and watched. This was like King Kong versus gorilla type things right now. Quite fun, but we were no help. Day 55, I went to go and tame this Isaiah. It's just a mini Spino and it's part of the Apex tier, so I figured it might be something special about it since it's a named dino. I don't know. I was just curious and figured it would be a fun tame. I also wanted something that can go underwater since Basilo Blubber has kind of been one of the tributes that we've struggling to get our hands on, but there weren't too many Basilos on this map at all. This made getting some of these tributes quite difficult. Day 56, I figured I'd just start preparing for the boss fight. We're not actually going to fight the boss today. We're just putting levels into all of our dinos and making sure that they're healed up as much as possible, because it was day 57 that we summoned in the boss, and it was a large Therizino with a top hat. Yes, I did bring a bunch of my Blaze Trikes just because I had a lot of them, but there is a lot of the Apex Rhinos in the fight too. We just take everything that we have, but we soon find out that maybe we didn't bring out enough.
Still in your charge phase.
So in a desperate attempt to stop this boss from healing up, we got some more dinos out and sent them in. This strategy was somewhat working, although just taking us a little bit of time to get through. But then I made the mistake of letting my Griffin get out, and it went into the fight, and it basically died straight away. Oh, and when everything finally died, it charged at me and murdered me. It was now time to whip out my secret weapons. Yes, the Sigma Trikes. And these Trikes made light work of this boss. Within a matter of moments, this boss was defeated, and we had moved on to the mystical tier. Lovely pink color-coded tier. I'll take it. Now, of course, I didn't want to waste any time, and we had to go and tame ourselves with this Mithril Anki. Yes, this is the beginning of the Mystic tier, and one of the resource harvesting dinos that we have to tame. Once tamed, I put it straight to work, gathering some of this white ores, the Mithril ore. We made sure to stock up on a lot of it. And then on day 58, we went and tamed the pink tickle chicken, the Mithril Therizinosaur. Then once again, got to harvesting so we could gather up the seeds and berries and rare flowers, all the things we needed. Then once back at base, I removed all of these crop plots right here and replaced them with the Mithril crop plots that have a much higher greenhouse effectiveness so that we could get these berries growing. I then went AFK for a while and then only just noticed that whilst I was AFK, Flurry was just moving around like crazy. Day 59, we're just creating as many of these different items that we can whilst we wait for the berries to grow. Might as well harvest some more things too, I guess. Can't hurt to farm. We do go through a lot of resources to need a lot of it. Day 60, we increased the delicate harvesting levels of our Therizino, which made this thing harvest an insane amount of resources. We should be fine on a lot of this stuff for quite a while. To help speed things up a little little bit. We created some more of these primordial cooking benches, and I had a feeling we're going to need some jerky later on, so I created some more of these primordial preserving bins too. Day 61, I brought Flurry over to our secret polymer farm just to show him the ropes, then went zooming around on our Magi. This thing's just way too much fun. Day 62, and we could finally make a mystic kibble, just enough to be able to tame this soul bug. I knew that I was going to need myself some mystic hide and some mystic blood, so I went out and hunted down some creatures that I knew I could kill. Something like these weak mystic woolly rhinos. They suck. They're dead. During this whole time in preparation, I need to find something that I'm going to tame to be able to fight some bosses. But I also want to make these mithril metal trank arrows as well. They do a ton of torpor damage. It's time to upgrade. So we've been cooking up a bunch of these mithril ingots, enough that I could actually start making a bunch of these arrows. Like a lot of them. We should be set for a while. And to give us that extra edge, we upgraded our primordial compound bow as well. Now I discovered in the mystic tier, you could tame Rexes. So of course we had to tame them, as they're one of the best boss fighters you can find. And thanks to the primordial net gun, we can actually trap this. Yeah, you typically couldn't do this with a normal net gun. It can only be the modded one. And just like that, we have now tamed the Mystic Rex. Obviously, I have to tame its mate. This one's a pretty crappy level, but on this kind of mod, beggars can't be choosers, and through some creative breeding, we'll make it work. Look at these two lovebirds making us a massive army so we can fight bosses. Later on in the day, one of the homies came to show off his polo trike. This thing's amazing. Day 64, we tested out the strength of one of our Rexes by fighting some of these guardians. 10k damage per hit. It's pretty good. Proof that the Rex was the best choice for this situation. Day 65, we farmed some more tributes. Yes, we do this a lot. I'm sorry that I have to keep repeating this, but it's a grind. If there's one thing that I didn't really enjoy about this mod is the repetitive grind. And it just gets worse and worse and worse the higher the tier you go. Each tier is the same old thing, just a little bit more damage. But I'm dedicated to get through this playthrough, so we push through. And the best way to push through is to fight another boss. Our Mystic Rexes have been going ham breeding, so we do have quite a healthy army. I made sure to come a little bit more prepared this time with a lot of Mystic Rexes. All of them quite well leveled. Well, not all of them completely leveled, but most of them. And the boss was a Tyrannosaurus. Once my army went in, they all started dying quite rapidly. I thought I was well prepared for this fight. I guess not. So I summoned an army of my blaze trikes that I had in my pocket and sent them into fight as well. Once they died, I had to send out the army of Mystic Rexes. We were chipping away at its health and this was working. So I just kept sending them out. Consistency is the key in this kind of mod. Oh, and overbreeding. That works too. That's why we just won. Yeah, you blink and you miss it. We have now moved on to the Phantom tier. And funnily enough, the name of the boss is Anus. Day 67, working towards the Phantom tier. I need to kill some Phantom dinos for their blood. See you later, Phantom Carno. I tried not to fight the high level Phantoms because I was worried I might lose. But we were able to stock up on all the resources we needed. So on day 68, we were able to tame a Phantom Carno of our own. 1 Phantom Carno and 2 Phantom Carnos. Breed these purplish translucent dinos together and farm tributes while we wait for them to breed. It's a repetitive process. I'm pretty sure you guys know how this goes now. Day funny number, we just picked souls out of this soul bug's butt, prepared an army for war. Day 70, and since we're on the Phantom tier, I saw that there was a different type of boss we could fight. It was this one, the Primordial Nabazi, and apparently if you kill it, you can then get a tameable version of it. So with a few of our Phantom Carnos and a bunch of our Mystic Rexes, we summoned it in to fight. And this fight was much easier than the Mystic boss fight, but once it died, nothing happened. I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what happened. I thought maybe, I have no idea what happened. So I guess we just have to move on, progressing through the tiers. Fighting that boss felt like kind of a waste. Maybe let me know in the comments below if I missed something. I don't know. Day 71, we took one of our Phantom Carnos out for a spin. And it's not fully leveled like our Mystic Rexes, so it's kind of not strong. Our Rexes just absolutely dominate. Then came over to the boss fighting arena to see someone fighting bosses. So I figured I'd just help out. It's fun to get in and amongst the community and, you know, helping people progress. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all the particulars because you guys already know exactly what we have to do for the next 4 days. It just consisted of us grinding up tributes, going AFK for berries to grow, and killing artifact bosses. That's it, day 76, and we now have enough tributes and artifacts and everything we need to be able to summon in the next boss. Like, look at all this stuff that we needed to be able to fight this boss. It's absolutely crazy. And this boss, being the Phantom boss, was a Thylacoleo. It was kind of small and I couldn't get the right angle to be able to whistle all my dinos into fight, but it started the fight for us. I couldn't really see much other than its health bar, and it was going down, so I suppose that's all that really matters. Some of my Rexes were going down also, but my Phantom Carnos were holding in tight, and then just silence. Which I assume means we won. And I was correct. we have now unlocked a new tier, the Unobtainium tier, which is only just the resource tier. We're actually on the neon tier of creatures and boss fights and stuff. And by resource tier, I mean we have to go and tame another one of these theries, the Unobtainium Therizino. Then use it to harvest some seeds that we once again bring back to base and plant into our crop plots. We can't use the unobtainium crop plots just yet because I need unobtainium metal, which I don't have. Now we stare at the ground for ages waiting for berries to grow. Sometimes I even like to change my view. The sky's sometimes interesting to look at, or even the wet ground. But eventually we have to get off of our butt and tame one of these anklos, you know, for the unobtainium metal that we go out and harvest on the next day. And now we're at this higher tier level, there's a lot of cooking that needs to be done, and a lot of ingredients that need to be placed into these cooking pots. You see, we need a bunch of these chilies and curries just so we can make the soups, because the soups are a core ingredient to be able to make the kibble, amongst a whole lot of other things. But the soups in themselves cost a lot of ingredients too. Berries is the one thing that's slowing us down a lot, so I just increased our berry output by placing down some more crop plots, which now of course include the unobtainium crop plots as well. Can't speed things up, just double it, it'll work. Day 79, we're making honey and chilies and curries, all of it. We're so close to being able to make some neon kibble, but yet so far. But we persevere through the grindy pain, and we'll get there. We now have the means to be able to tame a neon creature. Too bad that one was right next to a Ragnarok Giga. Oh, this one as well, but a Ragnarok Karcher. That thing will murder us quickly. Oh, that's right, we're not actually here to tame it. We're here to kill it. We need its blood, and a couple souls, I guess. Day 81, and I don't have enough soul dust to be able to make any kibble for these neon creatures, so I just need to steal some souls from these soul bugs up until I have enough so I can make one single kibble. Also, I can tame one of these soul bugs for my own. Day 82, we cooked up a whole lot of veggie cakes, like a whole lot, heaps of them, and of course killed more drop guardians. It's what we do. Day 83, we farmed rare flowers and berries and veggies. It's what we do for most of this playthrough. Day 84, and we zoomed around on our Magi. This time in a bit of a safe cave. I kind of forgot about this place earlier, and this place is great for getting metal. Day 85, and it's time to tame our very first neon creature. I figured a neon mantis might be something fun, but they were protected by these ice wyverns, which aren't too much of a trouble, but they're just kind of annoying. So to help vacate them from their homes, I got my Rex out. It seemed to work successfully, but then I had to get back down to the mantis. I decided to jump. Landing down that far wasn't too much of an issue, but the pyromane and then getting burnt by all the stuff and the mantis jumping into the fire, well, that caused a whole lot of other issues. You see, I was burning off the back of my Rex, so I decided to teleport out of there, and then decided to switch my plan up. I figured a neon thylacoleo would be the perfect tame for a boss fight. Although great boss fighters, they're not egg layers, but they were pretty cheap to tame. We only needed one kibble, and fortunately enough, they were in locations that were pretty easy to get to and nothing else dangerous around. And I also have to admit, these things look pretty damn cool. Day 86, I took one of my thylas out for a little bit of fun, and to see if it was strong or not. Currently, it's not amazing, but hopefully after a few levels, it'll be good. It had a lot of health, so we didn't have to worry too much about dying, but we wanted that damage output to be a little bit stronger. I then checked the Primordial Shrine once again and saw we had enough tributes to be able to fight the next boss. To fight the next couple tiers of bosses, there's different tributes required, and we've been collecting so many tributes prior that we don't have to really worry about Allosaurus brains and like Bacillo blubber like earlier. Now we require Tyrannosaurus hearts, Thylacoleo claws, Therizino claws, and stuff like that, which we had already saved quite a bit of. So just like that, we could summon in the next primordial boss. Again, we had so many creatures from previous breeding tiers that we could just go straight into this fight without too much of a worry. And we were dominating so much that I could go in and make a cinematic picture like this. And this big boss went down without any troubles. We did it. Too easy. And we had now progressed to the Nebula tier. But I didn't have any egg layers, so I had to go out and tame a Neon Raptor. Remember, because I'm going to need neon eggs so I can make Nebula kibble. I don't have any souls, so I need to go steal some souls. And I also need blood. And it seems like there was a couple of these Nebula Dodos down here, so I killed them and harvested them for their blood. Whilst I was walking around on my Rex, I saw this big purple creature, and I didn't realize it was a rock golem. I mean, I did. It was kind of obvious, but you know, you can't really tell all the way. Anyways, this was a resource guardian, and I'd never actually killed one of these before and saw what they dropped. Turns out you get a ton of element, and when you harvest its body, you get a ton of other resources, which include black pearls. Anyways, looking through the creature finder mod, I saw that all of the nebula creatures were all like small creatures, you know, like dodos, jaboas, listros, monkeys. It was a strange kind of lineup.
I wanted a dodo.
But hey, the thought of a dodo army defeating a boss was kind of hilarious, so I was down for that. After all, Dodo Gang represent. Remember, like the dopest merch you can buy on the internet? Hit the link in the description below. I had no idea what to expect once taming these guys, but surely this will be a fun boss fight with Dodo. Day 89, and with the magic of logging off on a server and going to bed and then waking up in the morning, we now have a bunch of Dodo eggs. I just need to get myself a soul bug, which wasn't too hard to get. For you guys, this must feel like a really fast process of moving through these tiers, but trust me, it took me so damn long. This is hours worth of progress. But the question remains, will this Dodo be a strong boss killer? And yes, you can ride these silly little chickens. I mean, it's not super powerful, but I think we can get there eventually. But once we put some levels into it, it's a beast. Day 90, and I was just continuing having some more fun on this Dodo. I even discovered that it had a special ranged ability that shoots out these big plasma balls. I just have to try and learn not to pick fights with certain dinos though. It's now day 91 of this playthrough, and we still haven't even come close to finishing stage 1 of the mod. The grind really slows down progress, especially the times that I had to sit there and wait for berries to grow, and for creatures to breed and babies to grow up, all those kind of things. But on day 93, we were able to fight the boss with only Dodos. This is hilarious and a lot of fun. And this boss was a big ass monkey with some swords or obelisks on its back. My Dodo army went in and they were just kind of zooming all over the place. This was a chaotic fight and kind of funny. The monkey was trying to knock them all back, but they were persistent and kept charging in. A lot of my Dodos started dying, but I think they were the ones that weren't leveled. We didn't level absolutely every single one we took out. We were successfully chipping away at its health, and I was confident that we had this fight in the bag. Then not after too long, we had defeated this boss. We have now made it to the Chaos tier. Moving up to the Chaos tier means we need to tame some more harvesting dinos. These resource dinos are called the Internium tier. I had to save this Anki from this Allosaurus, even though I think it was probably going to be fine. And by now, I'm pretty sure you guys know exactly what we did. It's the same old routine in this grindy mod. Call me Berry Farmer Aaron at this point, or Metal Miner Aaron, depending on the time of day. Day 95, I took a look to see what type of chaos creatures we could tame, and only having one Rex on the map probably wasn't ideal if I need to breed an army. It doesn't matter anyway because we do not have enough resources to make any kibble just yet. But whilst we start crafting them up, I might as well hunt down some drop guardians. Day 96, we find ourselves having to try and get ourselves another Pteranodon. Now you might be wondering, why exactly do you need another Pteranodon, Aaron, when you already have one? Well, let me rewind time just a little bit. You see, earlier in the day when I was hunting down some of these drop guardians, I could hear some noises in the background, and I thought they were further away than they were. It was the Megapithecus. And well, it killed me off the back of my Dodo. Well, that's not your Pteranodon, you might be thinking. No, that was the Dodo. You should still have a Pteranodon. Well, I still do have a Pteranodon, but the problem is, you see, when I was going through the Creature Finder Deluxe mod, I accidentally pressed the wrong button and dismounted in a really inconvenient location. Then, just as expected, I fell to my death, and the Pteranodon's now stuck in the aberration zone, which leads us back to having to get ourselves another Pteranodon. Yeah. That's what happened. Anyways, fun little side quest completed, and with our brand new Pteranodon, which is really slow because it's unleveled, we were able to return to our old Pteranodon and get it back safely. Now we have 2 Pteranodons. Now I guess we can get back to killing overgrown monkeys. Oh yes, this is thrilling. It's now day 98 and I've definitely accepted my fate that we're not going to complete this entire mod. But I do want to do my best to be able to try and fight another boss and get some chaos creatures. And we might have missed our chance to get a mantis in the neon tier, but I'm definitely getting mantises in the chaos tier. Psych, I died to a mantis. Double psych, I'm returning because I really want to tame this thing. I am determined and ready as soon as I get rid of all the other bugs that are around it. Anyways, we managed to tame this chaos mantis. Now to try and find a mate for it. Lucky for us, there was a mate for it really close by. This lava cave was full of these mantises, but of course because we're in this biome, it's going to be quite a difficult task taming it. It began running away, I went down to charge, and I got hit by this titan boa. Everything was fine, right? Well, that was until I fell asleep and was brutally murdered by a scorpion. Don't worry though, because we managed to return and successfully tame this chaos mantis. Now to get these glowing green bugs breeding and prepare for war. I mean, our final boss fight, I guess. Day 99, and we're just playing the waiting game. Waiting for babies to breed, waiting for berries to grow. Also, these mantis eggs are hella weird, kind of creepy. Day 100, and I realized our mantises are kind of weak. But YOLO, we're going to fight. It is time. We have so many other dinos from previous tiers that I'm confident we should defeat this next boss, I hope. For the final fight, I figured we'll bring our Sigmatrax anyway, and I'm going to be riding the mantis. We summoned in the Chaos boss, which was a large thorny dragon. Our whole army got it stuck in this corner for quite a while, and all I could see on my screen was big pink Rex butts. Even when I tried to go into photo mode to get a better look, I couldn't really see too much. I could hear a lot of my dinos dying though, but all that matters in the very end is the fact that this boss's health bar was dropping. Then to signify the defeat, we unlocked a whole bunch of engrams. Guys, there's so much more to this mod to keep going on, but to be honest, it was really tough getting through this grind and I just wasn't enjoying myself at the end. This is day 100 and we made it all the way here. I want to give a special shout out to all of my Twitch subscribers, YouTube members, and Patreon members. Thank you so much for all your support. If you did enjoy this video, please hit that like button and subscribe button. Until next time, peace.